Oh. I also need some Tier 7 and Tier 8 treasures. Can I buy them from you? I'm willing to pay in origin coins. Maximus seized the moment and asked for Otto's connections. Previously, although Maximus had money, he couldn't buy all the ultimate treasures he needed at once. He needed Jixi to pay attention to all the auctions to find what he needed. Unfortunately, most of the time, the auctions were private, making him miss most of the ultimate treasures. The Sterling family is the largest treasure distributor in the Dimensional Alliance. A few ultimate treasures shouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, he is willing to pay in origin coins. In terms of energy conversion, a single origin coin is worth 1 septillion dimensional coins, but its actual value is much higher. Sure, give me a list, and I'll get them for you, Otto said nonchalantly. Tier 7 and Tier 8 ultimate treasures, although rare, are not a big deal for the Sterling family. Thanks, Maximus said sincerely, handing him a list. The list contained tens of thousands of ultimate treasures, which left Otto a little shocked. So many. What do you need them for? Otto asked. I can't tell, Maximus replied, shaking his head. The reason he needed tens of thousands of ultimate treasures was for his family. For Tier 1 to Tier 6, he could buy as many as he wanted anywhere in the virtual realm. However, for Tier 7 to 8, it's so rare that he could barely find for himself. Now, having both the money and the connections, Maximus couldn't neglect his family. Although once they reach Tier 9, they would be on their path, the Origin Manual can still give them the ultimate foundation. As an ultimate cultivation manual, only a single individual can practice it. Although after achieving ultimate mastery, he could pass it to others, it would only be the initial levels. To reach Tier 9, they needed to forge their own path. This is also why Maximus couldn't do much to hasten their training progress. Maximus could only guide them, minimizing their errors and making their path smoother. Can you get it? Maximus asked for confirmation, seeing Otto frown. Sure, but the quantity is quite large, so I can't give you a discount. Initially, Otto had planned to gift Maximus the ultimate treasures he wanted. However, seeing the quantity, there was no way he could hide it from his family. No worries, if 1,000,000 origin coins are not enough, I still have ways to earn more, Maximus said confidently. Although he couldn't gamble in a short time because many were wary of him. After some time, he could challenge them again. Furthermore, Maximus was ready to open the physical store of the Dimensional Origin Library. With a little twist and the shop's popularity, Maximus was sure he could earn some origin coins. The issue with knowledge protection due to his blatant plagiarizing was also about to be solved. It's been over 1,000 years since the Dimensional Origin Library opened. Throughout these years, although there wasn't much controversy, the Dimensional Alliance had already thought about what might happen. With a plan ahead, they only needed to implement it. Maximus had heard that after some time, the protection of knowledge would become stricter. From Tier 0 to Tier 8, instead of needing 10% originality to pass the Virtual Realm certification, more stringent measures would be put in place. A knowledge or product must have at least 20-30% originality to pass the verification. Furthermore, using the Virtual Realm analysis, as long as at least 10% of one's creation is used in other books or products, one could unconditionally receive a percentage of the profits without even doing anything. Although this caused further controversy, most individuals agreed to such a change, boosting innovation and creation. Even Tier 9 knowledge, which was strictly regulated before, was now open to be sold. As long as one had at least 30-50% originality, it could be sold freely. Although it would take more effort to add that much originality, at least Maximus had a way to sell the knowledge he mastered. As for Tier 10 knowledge, it was still regulated. No one dared to sell it publicly, or they would become enemies of large families and organizations. Even the virtual realm completely banned it. Unless it was original knowledge, it couldn't be sold at all. Thinking of such limitations, he couldn't help but clench his fist. This monopoly was a huge hindrance. Until now, besides a few miscellaneous Tier 10 knowledge, he still hadn't bought anything substantial. It's only been a few months since the Shadow Hunter Guild moved to the virtual realm. There were not enough contribution points to exchange for any substantial knowledge. At the rate they earned contribution points, it might take millions of epochs before he could learn enough to create the Tier 10 chapter of Origin. Setting up the physical store of the Dimensional Origin Library was not only to earn money but also to privately buy Tier 10 knowledge. Maximus felt that studying such a realm of knowledge deepened his influence over the River of Knowledge. The River of Knowledge stores all the knowledge in their plane of existence. Now, with his current influence, he could intercept random knowledge. Although it was low tier, it gave him hope. If Tier 10 knowledge was so strictly regulated, then Tier 11 knowledge would be even more challenging to acquire. Maximus couldn't imagine the trouble he would need to go through to gather enough Tier 11 knowledge to advance. However, with the presence of the River of Knowledge, everything is possible. Based on his understanding, no one had yet to fully master the River of Knowledge. Reaching Tier 11 required delving into the River of Law. Once one fully mastered the River of Law, they would reach the peak of Tier 11, and begin a journey to create a world. This world is not a single planet but a whole plane of existence, like the Overlord who created the virtual realm comparable to their plane of existence. Although there might be other ways to reach the peak, so far this is the only method he knew. Once he became the master of the River of Knowledge, the world would be in his palm. All knowledge in their plane of existence, from ancient times to the present, would be his. Even if he didn't reach Tier 12, he would reach unknown heights. However, before all this, he needed to upgrade his system. His system's limit was only Tier 10. So far, the only solution he thought of was to merge it with other Tier 12 treasures. With the enhancement of such treasures, his system would surely undergo a massive upgrade. Unfortunately, his money was simply not enough to afford it now. After they finished eating, Otto gave him his contact information. "Call me if there is anything you need." Seeing Otto leave, Maximus smiled. Befriending Otto was already showing its benefits. Unfortunately, he was in disguise, otherwise, he might have introduced some of his sons to form a marriage alliance. Being connected to the Sterling family, the Ethereum realm would have a smooth path to reaching Tier 11 dimensions. Chapter 395 Time Enlightenment Room. A few months later, in the virtual void domain, Maximus quietly stood in front of his masterpiece. After a few months of running around, getting all the certificates and requirements, he finally set up the Dimensional Origin Library. Because this is a virtual world, Maximus only needed to submit a complete design, and the virtual realm would automatically generate it. If not for some cumbersome processes, he could finish setting the Dimensional Origin Library in a day. Maximus was also delayed because he didn't have the help of a Nexus Fairy like Jixi. Having an alternate identity, Maximus could only acquire a Nexus Fairy after paying a sum. This time, to acquire a Nexus Fairy, he spent 1,000 Origin coins, which still hurt his heart. This is equivalent to 1 octillion dimensional coins. Furthermore, there is a difference between Nexus Fairies. Jixi was a top Tier 11 Nexus Fairy, almost omnipotent in the virtual realm, and had all kinds of awesome auxiliary skills. The one he got was only a Tier 10 Nexus Fairy. This also made him doubt the appearance of Jixi. Could it be that he was just lucky and managed to stumble upon a Tier 11 Nexus Fairy? Maximus thought he was not that lucky. Sometimes he wondered if the Overlord who created the virtual realm had already noticed his existence. Although he edited his information, it couldn't escape the notice of the one who created it. Just one swipe and all of Maximus's information could be viewed directly. Otherwise, how could the virtual realm simulate his virtual body? Even the system could be completely simulated without any discrepancies. It's too far for me, Maximus thought, shaking his head. He was only in Tier 9 realm, thinking about such an existence would only distract him. Turning his attention to the Dimensional Origin Library, he entered inside. On the first day of the opening, Maximus spent heavily on advertisements. With fireworks, announcements, and festive activities, the Dimensional Origin Library officially opened. A while later, the commotion caused by the opening of the Dimensional Origin Library attracted a large crowd. "Hey, it's the Dimensional Origin Library. TSK, this rip-off shop finally has a physical store." Due to the commotion, the Dimensional Origin Library became quite popular in the circle, even more than some 5-star shops. Seeing the familiar sign, they couldn't help but be curious. "I wonder what's different about the physical store." Entering the shop, they were greeted by virtual attendants, orderly organizing the crowd. A wild wanderer, Raven, became curious seeing the flow of people. Because he was already at Tier 10, although he had an impression of the Dimensional Origin Library, he didn't know much about it. "Excuse me, can you tell me what's happening here?" he asked, stopping someone. "Huh? You don't know?" Dimensional Origin Library is a 3-star shop that sells knowledge with Transcendence Insight from Tier 0 to Tier 8. "Huh? That's it?" Raven asked in puzzlement. Although Transcendence Insight is indeed rare, it's only from Tier 0 to Tier 8 books. With most of the people here being Tier 9, he didn't see it being of any use. That's just the virtual store. Now, in this physical store, it's different. Not only are there already a few Tier 9 books with Transcendence Insight, but also from the 11th to 13th floor is the Time Enlightenment Room. He said with excitement. Time Enlightenment Room? Like Time Dilation Room? Yes, but it's more conducive to comprehending knowledge. Anyway, you would know after you go to the 11th floor and above, he said, leaving in a hurry. Curious, Raven followed until he reached the 11th floor. From the 1st floor to the 10th floor was an endless sea of books. No matter which way you turned, all you could see were books. The 11th floor, however, was an enclosed rooms with a seemingly infinite passageway. Looking at the long line, his curiosity went up. However, before he lined up, he was stopped by a virtual assistant. Your Excellency, based on your tier, you can only go up to the 12th floor. So I can't be on this floor? Raven asked with a frown. No, Your Excellency, with your standing, this floor is a little inappropriate for you. Hearing the explanation, Raven nodded, satisfied with the explanation. It's indeed inappropriate to mix with a bunch of Tier 9 individuals. Walking to the 12th floor, Raven noticed there was no long line, just one individual sitting at the entrance. It seemed that he was the first Tier 10 individual to come here. Are you the shopkeeper of the store? Raven asked curiously. I'm Magnus, Maximus said lightly. Raven, he introduced himself. Can you tell me about the function of these rooms? He asked. These are time enlightenment rooms, from Tier 9 to Tier 11. The Tier 9 time enlightenment room has a time dilation of about a quintillion to 1, for Tier 10 it's 1 sextillion to 1, and for the Tier 11 room, it's 1 septillion to 1. Hiss, so much? Raven muttered in shock. Even in the virtual world, such a large time dilation was rare. Usually, it was monopolized by the top families. Seeing one available for him, he couldn't help but be excited. Although he was immortal with an unlimited lifespan, it would still take time to turn it into strength. With unpredictable events, maybe just 1,000 years could put him in crisis. Thus, a time dilation chamber was a must-have when it came to comprehension. Reaching the Tier 9 realm, energy was no longer the major concern, instead it was the comprehension of law. Thus, even if one couldn't cultivate energy in time dilation chambers, it was not a major concern. How much is for the Tier 10 time enlightenment room? Raven hurriedly asked. It's only 1 origin coin, Maximus said with a smile. Origin coins? Raven frowned, not having any origin coins. This is a currency used exclusively by Tier 11 powerhouses. Unless one had an extraordinary standing, it's rare for a Tier 10 individual to possess origin coins in advance. You could also pay in dimensional coins, but because of the difference in currency, it would cost 1.2 septillion dimensional coins, Maximus said, seeing him frown. To power the time enlightenment room, he needed to spend system points. His system had no problem absorbing any type of energy as long as it was sufficient in quality and quantity. Thus, whether it's dimensional coins or origin coins, it could be absorbed by his system in the same ratio. With his pricing on the time enlightenment room, it was guaranteed that he could earn at least 1,000 times of what he invested. 1.2 septillion dimensional coins? Here. Raven said, readily giving the payment. Just choose a room. You will be notified later when your time is up. A dilation ratio of 1 sextillion to 1 is equivalent to about 3 billion epochs in just a day. Such a time was enough to grasp a few origin of laws. In a good mood, Raven leisurely chose a room and began to comprehend one of the origins of law. As thousands of years passed, he noticed something unusual. What happened? Could it be that I'm a genius? Raven felt no barriers whatsoever. Everything he comprehended was never forgotten, and he could even connect it to his other studies. Knowing his ability, he couldn't help but look around, looking for the cause of such phenomena. Feeling the law of time permeating the room, he noticed something different. Huh? Is this the conceptual power of time and enlightenment? Raven said in shock. Although he was not an expert, he still knew about the conceptual power that only a Tier 12 overlord could use. This conceptual power is in a different realm than the origin of law. Conceptual power is the absolute power of their plane of existence. It can rewrite and create everything imaginable in existence. Seeing the dimensional origin library extravagantly use conceptual power, he couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder it's so expensive. Raven muttered. Usually, a time dilation chamber with a 1,000,000,000 to 1 ratio only costs a few thousand dimensional coins. Spending 1.2 septillion dimensional coins on the time enlightenment room was a huge waste of money even with the large time ratio. If he was not in a hurry, he would never waste his money on this. Now, knowing that it used conceptual power that can help in comprehension, he felt it was worth it. While Raven was excitedly comprehending the origin of law, Maximus also had a smile on his face. So this is the origin of law, Maximus muttered, copying all the knowledge Raven was comprehending. This was his solution to the monopoly. If he couldn't get the knowledge, he would steal it. Initially, he thought of exchanging for it, but thinking it too conspicuous, he resorted to stealing it instead. The way he stole the knowledge was quite secretive. Because they were using the system points to accelerate time and comprehend knowledge, it could be copied directly by his system. As long as his shop continued to be popular, he could continue to acquire knowledge for free. Chapter 396 Systemize Ultimate Treasure. While Maximus was eagerly absorbing knowledge, he sensed the arrival of other individuals. Otto? Maximus muttered. Ha ha ha, sorry we're late, Otto apologized. It's okay. I didn't expect you to be the mysterious owner of the Dimensional Origin Library, Otto said with a sigh. Recently, the Dimensional Origin Library was involved in a huge controversy. If the Sterling family were in the same sector, they might even have to intervene. I'm just lucky, Maximus said, waving his hand and gesturing for them to sit down. These are my friends, Otto said, introducing the people behind him. Nice to meet you, I'm Magnus. After introducing each other, Otto turned his attention to the time enlightenment rooms. So, what do you have here? A time dilation room? Close enough. It's a time dilation room with a maximum ratio of 1 septillion to 1. Furthermore, it also has some twists with my treasure. Oh? Then let them try, Otto said eagerly, paying for his friends. Emin, one of Otto's Tier 11 guards, curiously went to experience the Tier 11 time enlightenment room. Since Tier 11 is the highest most can reach in their plane of existence, there is a large dividing difference between them. For instance, the master of the Sterling family has mastered 100% of a top river of law. Meanwhile, Emin can only be a guard for some brat because of his low comprehension, unable to even master 1% of the most common river of law. Possessing an origin-grade physique, Otto is the Sterling family's hope for achieving the status of overlord. Given such a standing, Emin didn't dare to complain in the slightest. Achieving overlord status and creating a piece of the pie solely for themselves, Emin would have no regrets. Upon entering the time enlightenment room, he immediately noticed something different. Conceptual power? The friends of Master Otto are indeed different. Sitting down, he began to comprehend the river of fire. As hundreds of trillions of epochs passed, he couldn't help but frown. Close. Emin muttered, clenching his fist. His progress with the river of fire was stuck at 0.9999999. No matter what he did, he couldn't proceed further. In the beginning, he still made some progress, but as time went on, it stopped. Sigh, what a loss. Emin nearly cried with tears. Because of the impurity of the conceptual power, although it could help him comprehend the river of law, it couldn't help him break this insurmountable barrier. In the lobby, Otto gave Maximus tens of thousands of ultimate treasures. It's 3,182 origin coins in total, Otto said. Because it's a special order, it's a little expensive. Usually, tens of thousands of Tier 7 and Tier 8 ultimate treasures would cost over 1,000 origin coins. However, because of the quantity, the price multiplied 3 times. It's okay. I'm ready to pay more if I can get things faster, Maximus said nonchalantly. Just 3 of Otto's Tier 11 friends paid 3,000 origin coins to experience the Tier 11 enlightenment room. Such a small amount of money was nothing to him. Ha ha ha, I knew you would think so, Otto said carelessly. If not for the quantity, Otto would have even waived the fee. After all, what are mere thousands when he let Maximus borrow 1,000,000 on the spot? If that's the case, then I would like to buy more ultimate treasures. Huh? More? Yes, I want ultimate treasures for each element and law from Tier 0 to Tier 8, with 100 copies of each. Although his family couldn't absorb elements and laws different from the Etherium realm because they are bound to it. In the future, once the Etherium realm advances from Tier 10 to Tier 11 and Tier 12, Maximus will have the treasures ready for them to lay the most solid foundation. So much? Are you trying to drain us? Otto said in shock. Although they were only low quality, what Maximus wanted was too much. Ultimate treasures are just stones on the road. Even in a Tier 12 dimension, it would take time for such treasures to be born. Ha ha ha, I'm depending on you. Maximus laughed, patting Otto's shoulder. I'll try my best, Otto said softly. Otto felt he had made a rogue friend who always asked for his money. Fortunately, it's only low-tier ultimate treasures. From Tier 0 to Tier 6, most of them could be bought in the common market. With their family connections, buying a complete set should be easy. The only problem was from Tier 7 to Tier 8, for which Otto needed to mobilize his family's stock. Turning his attention to the time enlightenment room, Otto suddenly noticed something different. Conceptual power? However, it's a little impure, Otto muttered. Otto has an origin-grade physique, the devouring treasure physique. Sensing a fluctuation of treasure was like breathing for him. This physique allows him to absorb any treasure entirely. The function, the hardness, the elemental affinity, the aura, everything about the treasure could be merged into him. Now, being in the Tier 10 realm and possessing a rank 10 physique, his elemental and law affinity is at the ultimate level. His body is at the ultimate level, his energy volume is at the ultimate level, his abilities are ultimate, everything that can be improved is at the ultimate rank. Otto can be said to embody invincibility, no Tier 10 individual is his match. Even Tier 10 individuals in the Alliance possessing origin-grade physique, except for the Paragon, can barely withstand a few of his moves. This is the result of the ultimate foundation of his family, matching the fit of his ultimate physique. You have a sharp eye, you can see even from outside, Maximus said with a smile. Maximus was not worried about others seeing that the Dimensional Origin Library offers conceptual power experience. He even wanted more people to know it and advertise the shop. It seems that you really have an ultimate treasure. Seeing its presence, Otto understood the vague connection he felt with Maximus. Those possessing an origin-grade physique are vaguely connected to each other. The same can be said for those possessing Tier 12 ultimate treasure, although more vague. These Tier 12 treasures and origin-grade physiques are the conceptual parts of their plane of existence. They are each connected and revolve around each other, thus the connection. I'm lucky, but the one I got seems to be a little scrapped, Maximus said with a sigh. His system is made from a Tier 12 ultimate treasure, but because of an error in its creation, it was a scrapped, barely possessing the power it once had. Otherwise, the conceptual power of time and enlightenment wouldn't be impure, barely helping a Tier 11 comprehend knowledge. Even the conceptual power of potential could only upgrade his physique to rank 10. Up till now, only his power of law was unlimited. Although he had other supplements like the amalgamation of will, it's different from having a conceptual power of infinity. It's not just luck. Looking at your control of the Tier 12 treasure, I'm sure you have more to hide, Otto said meaningfully. Usually, a Tier 12 ultimate treasure can barely be controlled by a Tier 11 individual. Maximus, a mere Tier 10 individual, controlling such a grade of treasure was already a miracle. Yet Maximus had the audacity to let thousands experience a part of an ultimate treasure at the same time. Otto didn't know if Maximus really had the capability or was just ignorant. This is a secret. Maximus smiled. Systemizing the ultimate treasure not only brought out the treasure's full capability but also allowed the user to possess ultimate mastery over it. Otherwise, when Maximus was a mere Tier 0 individual, he would have exploded from the mere existence of the system. Even Otto couldn't fully sense his system, proving its uniqueness. Maximus could only say the Space-Time Bureau was truly ingenious for modifying such treasures. He could only imagine how many ultimate treasures were scrapped due to such recklessness. Even his system was a little lucky that it could still function after undergoing such trials. A day later, after finishing their experience, each person had a different expression. The Tier 10 individuals who experienced the Tier 10 Time Enlightenment Room had expressions like they hit the jackpot. While the Tier 11 individuals looked like they had eaten something unpleasant. Being pulled to their climax only to be cut off was the worst. How was the experience? Otto asked with a smile. Seeing their expressions, it seemed their harvests were not bad. I managed to comprehend an origin of law, Master Otto. Ha ha ha, I mastered 2 origins of law. I also finished comprehending the special technique of the Sterling family. Not bad, not bad. It seems the expensive entrance fee was worth it, Otto nodded in satisfaction, thinking of bringing the rest of his subordinates. A one-day experience only cost 1 origin coin, mastering even a single origin of law was worth it. How about you? Otto asked, looking at his 3 Tier 11 guards. Not bad, we also harvested some. They said softly. Although they were stuck at 0.99999. As long as they were given the opportunity, they could break through and achieve 1% control over the river of law. Chapter 397. Hundreds of octillion books. After entertaining Otto and his friends, Maximus went back to the Etherium realm. Absorbing the ultimate treasure was an urgent matter. Leaving the Nexus ferry he bought to manage the shop, Maximus didn't have to worry about anything. Upon his return, Maximus quickly notified his family about the ultimate treasures. There were tens of thousands of Tier 7 and Tier 8 ultimate treasures, enough for his family and more. Upon receiving the treasure, they didn't ask further questions and also went into seclusion. They were aware of the dimensional war that would happen 1,000 years later. Although Maximus was there to protect them, they also wanted to have fighting power of their own. Leaving Liam to manage the Empire, they quickly went into seclusion. Looking at the thousands of ultimate treasures in front of him, Maximus smiled. I can finally complete my foundation, Maximus sighed. Without absorbing ultimate treasures, although he could still advance, Maximus felt something was missing. Ultimate treasures were an integral part of the Origin Manual. By absorbing the essence of these ultimate treasures, Maximus was also absorbing the conceptual power of their plane of existence, forming an origin of his own. Mobilizing his domain, he began absorbing the ultimate treasures in front of him. A few months later, Maximus slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. At least 3 times stronger, Maximus thought with a smile. Don't underestimate this enhancement. Previously, if he could only kill an abyss god using all his strength at the cost of damaging his origin, now Maximus could do it at a cost of slight exhaustion. Feeling the enhancement, Maximus couldn't wait to integrate the other hundreds of thousands of laws present in their plane of existence. Through inquiries from Otto, Maximus managed to learn exactly how many laws were present in their plane of dimension. In total, there were precisely 161,803 laws in their plane of existence. Maximus couldn't imagine how strong would he be after integrating all laws and their corresponding ultimate treasures. Opening the virtual panel of the virtual realm, Maximus quickly browsed through the shop, instructing the Nexus fairy he bought, Joy, to buy all cultivation manuals she could find pertaining to the other elements. Because he would need to spend the money from his alternate identity, he couldn't use Jixie for the job. Fortunately, a Tier 10 Nexus fairy was more than enough to scour the virtual realm for all the public knowledge that can be bought. Maximus needed these knowledge to fully deduce the elements and law and merge it into the origin manual. In the beginning, to create the origin manual, Maximus only dabbled in other techniques to pave the way for the origin manual's future expansion. He mainly concentrated on the elements and laws present in the Ethereum realm. If he hadn't done this, the time needed to create the following chapters of the origin manual would not only be 100 times longer but 1,000,000 to 1,000,000,000 times longer. Especially in the beginning, he only had a few million system points to spare. Now, using origin coins, he didn't have to worry about system points any longer. Even the amalgamation of will that he paid special attention to was no longer important. A single origin coin is worth a septillion system points. The system points he earned through the amalgamation of will, influencing the whole Ethereum realm, only amounted to a few sextillion system points. Winning 1,000,000 origin coins made him feel he no longer needed to struggle. Furthermore, the Dimensional Origin Library also started earning money. The 10th floor, with a Tier 9 Time Enlightenment room, had thousands of occupants every day. With a sextillion entrance fee, he could earn a few septillion dimensional coins daily. Unfortunately, the Tier 10 and Tier 11 Time Enlightenment rooms had almost no visitors. Besides the unpopularity of the shop, the Time Enlightenment room was too expensive for anyone. Without knowing the benefits, few dared to gamble their money. As for repeat customers, it still needed to wait for later. Without special techniques to withstand such a long passage of time, those who spent a session in the Time Enlightenment room needed to rest for a year to 1,000 years before recovering. Such a large gap further made the Time Enlightenment room less appealing. If not for the income tab showing thousands to tens of thousands of origin coin income every month, Maximus would even doubt the effectiveness of his system. Such income was more than enough for his usual spending, so he no longer had to worry about system points. However, despite all this richness and wealth, the Ethereum realm was still important, as it was related to his future path. As a dimensional master, a Tier 12 dimension would make it easier for him to move in the future. Maximus was even ready to fully invest in cultivating the Ethereum realm. Unfortunately, Etheria was taking too much time to absorb the abyss. Based on his calculations, it would take a few thousand years before the Ethereum fully absorbed the abyss. This is already fast. According to records, a dimension usually needs millions to thousands of epochs to fully absorb a fragment of the abyss dimension. This is because of the impurities and pollution contained in the abyss, which makes it harder to digest. If not for the Ethereum realm having a world's will, it would take much longer. While Joy bought all the cultivation manuals related to the elements and laws, Maximus turned his attention to the world tree. The world tree was now embedded into his core, in a different space within his abdomen. The world tree was producing an endless aura, containing about 100,000 common essence of laws. As for the other laws, Maximus didn't have enough money. To contain the essence of 100,000 common laws, the world tree needed to be over 100 quintillion epochs old. This alone cost him over 100,000 origin coins, plus the auxiliary materials needed to embed about 100,000 common essences of law. Overall, it took about 500,000 origin coins to upgrade the current world tree. Initially, Maximus thought that 100 origin coins would be enough. After all, in the beginning, each trillion epochs, the world tree could accommodate an essence of law. He didn't expect that for each 10,000 epochs of law, the cost would increase exponentially. Especially once it crossed the 100,000 barrier, even if it was for common essences of law, Maximus had to bleed heavily. For the rest, Maximus could only wait until he was rich enough. 100,000 laws were enough for him to fumble for a long time. Furthermore, although the world tree was missing over 60,000 laws, it was already equivalent to a pseudo Tier 11 ultimate treasure. In terms of auxiliary use, it was a perpetual resource-producing machine. After spreading high-tier seeds, the space inside the world tree, equivalent to a tenth of the Ethereum realm, was blooming beautifully. Although the resources were of no use to him, having a back garden of such tier was enough. Maximus and his family even moved their main residence inside the world tree. With resources that could be found all over the ground like stone and grass and abundant pure mana and laws that were exclusively theirs, the space inside the world tree was truly a paradise. Maximus even merged unique small worlds and treasures that he could buy, like the Still World, Timeless World, Healing Spring, Bamboo Grove of Enlightenment, Sword Mountain, the Rains of Dew, God Soil, etc. The space inside the World Tree was full of treasures, making anyone who stumbled inside a legend when they got out. This is only the auxiliary function. As a Tier 11 ultimate treasure, its power is no joke. Containing about 100,000 essences of law, it is akin to a tiered down Tier 12 mini-dimension. Its dimensional barrier defense was as strong as a Tier 10 dimension. Unless one can instantly destroy a Tier 10 dimension, Maximus would have no problem escaping. So far, besides those invincible Tier 11 individuals who had mastered 100% of the River of Law, Maximus was unkillable. While inspecting his masterpiece that cost him hundreds of thousands of origin coins, Joy finished buying the cultivation manuals he wanted. Looking at the pile of books that he couldn't see the end of, Maximus was stunned. Speechless, Maximus felt his head hurt just seeing the books. How many books are these? There are over 398 octillion books here, from Tier 0 to Tier 9. In total, it cost me over 170,000 origin coins, Joy said emotionlessly. Maximus couldn't open his mouth, as he nearly collapsed. 398 octillion books? Who was he kidding? So far, the Dimensional Origin Library only has a few sextillion books for sale. Just that took him over a few months, urging his consciousness to study all day at a maximum capacity of tens of quadrillion epochs every day. Imagining the torture that he will go through to finish these books, Maximus could only gulp in despair. Chapter 398 Tier 6 Ultimate Foundation 3 years later. Exiting his seclusion, Maximus slowly opened his eyes. Complete Tier 6 Foundation. He muttered with a smile. Through the years, urging his independent consciousness to study, Maximus managed to create a complete origin manual up to Chapter 6. Carefully feeling the changes in his body, he couldn't help but clench his fist. First, he felt the change in his power. Cultivating a complete foundation to the Tier 6 realm, his power had multiplied 1,000-fold. His strength, speed, mana amplitude, law amplitude, consciousness, sensitivity, domain, his entire body seemed to have undergone a complete baptism. This also made Maximus realize the terrifying potential of individuals born in a Tier 12 dimension. As soon as they were born, they had access to the complete elements and laws that their plane of existence could offer. Especially those geniuses who cultivated tens of thousands of laws or even all of them. Such horror made Malgren's victory even more significant. Fighting an enemy from a higher dimension who cultivated over hundreds of thousands of laws, while he had cultivated only thousands, was an unimaginable gap. It wasn't something that an ultimate physique alone could bridge. Furthermore, Malgren's enemy also possessed an ultimate physique, and although it was of a lower grade, the gap wasn't that significant. Thinking of Malgren, who was still unconscious even now, Maximus could only sigh. He didn't know what forbidden technique Malgren used, but even after he healed Malgren's origin, Malgren still hadn't woken up after over 3 years. Recalling the fluctuation he felt at that time, it seemed to have been a power sealed inside Malgren. Unfortunately, because he had just won 5 octillion dimensional coins back then, he didn't pay much attention. I wonder what more secrets Malgren has? Maximus thought with interest. Until now, he still didn't know the specifics of Malgren's ultimate physique. His system seemed to malfunction every time he scanned Malgren. This can only mean he had something that could block a scan of a Tier 12 ultimate treasure. Maximus didn't know if this was from Valeros or something innate. Shaking his head, Maximus concentrated on the changes in his body. While enhancing his power, the ultimate foundation using hundreds of thousands of elements, also made his progress slower. If previously he felt that he could advance to peak Tier 9 realm after thousands of years, now even with all kinds of supplements, he felt he needed millions of years to reach the peak of his realm. Fortunately, despite this downside, his origin benefited greatly, becoming more tough. This toughness offered more protection and could bear a greater burden. In the past, Maximus had to suppress all the influence of the River of Knowledge, barely letting a few wisps of energy pass by. This realm of power was too strong and overwhelming for his level, that even a little influence nearly destroyed his consciousness. Now, with more toughness, Maximus could introduce more energy from the River of Knowledge into his origin. Although this realm of energy was overwhelming, the nourishment and benefits it provided were worth it. Not only could it enhance his potential, it also made it easier to comprehend the origin of law. More importantly, without fearing the overflow of energy from the River of Knowledge, his independent consciousness could take on more burden. In the past, when he was at the peak of the Tier 8 realm, his independent consciousness could take on 10 billion epochs worth of information every day. Advancing to Tier 9, this went up to 1 trillion epochs. However, with the enhancement of his origin and without worrying about the influence of the River of Knowledge, after testing, this limit reached 1 quadrillion epochs. Such an enhancement, coupled with enough system points, meant Maximus's progress could be said to be 1,000 times faster. The Dimensional Origin Library was already generating substantial income. Just this year, the shop's income reached almost 3 million Origin coins. With such an income, Maximus no longer needed to gamble. Remembering those timid powerhouse who only dared to bet thousands of Origin coins per game, he couldn't help but shake his head. Knowing that he had an ultimate treasure, those cheapskates didn't dare to bet high stakes with him. Seeing him winning almost every games, fewer and fewer had the guts to gamble money with him. Fortunately, the Dimensional Origin Library was already making real money. Looking at his alternate bank account, which had over 5 million Origin coins, he couldn't help but smile. Converted into system points, this was equivalent to 5 nonillion points. He only needed over 3 septillion points every day to maximize his independent consciousness's ability. 5 nonillion system points were enough for him for decades. This was only the beginning. As time passed, more and more money would come to him. Imagining the Dimensional Origin Library full of customers, his lips curled up into a wide smile. The 11th room, containing the Tier 9 Time Enlightenment rooms, had 100,000 rooms. The 12th room also had 50,000 rooms, and the 13th room, for Tier 11 individuals, had over 10,000 rooms. If all of these were filled, he would have over 10 million Origin coins of income every day. Unfortunately, it was just a dream. Most of the individuals who came to the Time Enlightenment rooms were Tier 9 individuals. Although there were more Tier 10 and Tier 11 individuals using the Time Enlightenment rooms compared to the past, it was still a little low. There were barely hundreds of Tier 10 customers every day, making the collection of Tier 10 knowledge a bit slow. Fortunately, it was more than he could get from legitimate sites. As for studying Tier 11 knowledge, Maximus didn't dare. Maximus could barely suppress the influence of the river of knowledge. How could he dare to dabble in another river of law? However, not wanting to waste such high-tier knowledge, Maximus made sure to store it in his system. Stealing knowledge was probably more important than those Origin coins. After all, even if he could afford that tier of knowledge, no one dared to sell it. Feeling his changes, Maximus looked at the time. There are still a few days. The reason he stopped his seclusion was for the Void Auction. Besides the Tier 9 treasure he needed, Maximus also saw foundational treasures that would greatly help the Ethereum realm. Although Maximus didn't know if he could afford them, he couldn't miss the chance. Furthermore, his progress was starting to slow down. In 3 years, he only finished reading about 500 sextillion books, which were mainly about elements from Tier 0 to Tier 6. Compared to almost 400 octillion books, this was only 0.1%. Fortunately, there were only a few books from Tier 0 to Tier 6, so he quickly created a complete Chapter 6 of the Origin Manual. Next, he needed to study the elemental domains, which contained about 8 octillion books. Knowing he needed to study such a large number of books, Maximus decided to stop and slow down his progress. Although his independent consciousness could study without him doing anything, it was still a huge burden. Filling his brain with all kinds of information of such quantity, every second of every hour, was a torture. Getting out, he saw that his family was still in seclusion. Absorbing thousands of ultimate treasures was not easy. Unlike him, who could cheat, they needed to absorb each one with all their focus. Furthermore, most of them were only at Tier 8, which made it harder. Not having anything to do, Maximus prepared for the upcoming auction. In the virtual void realm. It's so lively. Maximus muttered. Because of the upcoming void auction, all kinds of individuals were concentrated in the virtual void domain. The void auction is the highest level of auction in the virtual void realm. Containing the most secretive and wanted people in their plane of existence, the virtual void realm is full of strong and rich individuals. Magnus, you arrived. Otto greeted upon seeing him. Maximus just nodded, looking curiously at the stalls around. These stalls are for them to quickly cash out their treasures before the void auction, Otto said, noticing his curiosity. Each time, with the coming of the void auction, the virtual void domain was the liveliness. Shall we look around for a while? Seeing unique resources and treasures, Maximus felt a little curious. From unique minerals, elixirs, treasures, and creatures, Maximus had a fun time shopping. With his current net worth, he didn't worry about the price and bought all the things that caught his interest. There were even rare Tier 11 materials that he couldn't buy anywhere else. One had to know that although Tier 11 materials could be sold in the virtual realm, it was somewhat restricted. Besides some common Tier 11 materials, the top families monopolize all the other high-tier resources. In a good mood, Maximus and Otto continued to shop while waiting for the auction. Chapter 399 Book of Inheritance. A few days later. After shopping around, the void auction was about to start. With Otto's identity, they were directly invited to the VIP room without capital verification. If the top genius of the Sterling family still needed capital verification, then the auction would be a joke. Sitting inside the VIP room, they were served top wines and food. Unfortunately, because it was a virtual world, it only had the taste but not the effect. Different from other auctions, all the participants were in their own private rooms. Each had a wide one-way mirror pointed at the auctioneer's platform. Besides the organizer of the auction, no one knew the guests' information. This ensured maximum privacy, allowing the guests to confidently bid any amount. "If you lack money, just tell me," Otto said, seeing the auction was about to start. "Oh," Maximus nodded unconsciously. Having a rich friend is really different. If only Otto was a woman. Unfortunately, he was a macho man. While sighing in weirdness, the auction began. The first bit of our auction would be book inheritance. The auctioneer announced. "Book inheritance?" Maximus muttered with interest. The difference between a book inheritance and a book is their utility use. A book can only be read and comprehended slowly, while a book inheritance can be directly absorbed, ensuring that one can directly have at least initial mastery of the technique. Initial, proficient, expert, perfect, transcendent, ultimate. Now for the opening item. A peak tier 11 book inheritance of the River of Sword. Hearing the announcement, the individuals in the auction room tensed up. A peak tier 11 book inheritance of the River of Sword. This means that with enough resources and talent, they could directly master the peak of the River of Sword. Isn't his the path of dimensional master of the Sword Immortal Realm? Isn't his creating enemies for yourself? Maximus asked doubtfully. Hey, you didn't know? The sword path is just a branch of the River of Killing. This dimensional master was probably fishing to expand the River of Law he mastered. Otto said. A branch? Can a River of Law be branched? Hearing these terms, Maximus asked. Yes, the path to advancement is infinite. The River of Law, the embodiment and will of all living beings, is of course also infinite. In each River of Law, there can only be one master, but it can have infinite dependents. Each person forging the path of the River of Law is also contributing to its rise. Once enough will is gathered and manifested, this River of Law will advance to the Ocean of Law. As it continues to strengthen, the Ocean of Law can branch out, forming rivers of laws for all to follow. I see, Maximus nodded in realization. Maximus had been wondering for a while about the difference between the various dimensional masters of the Dimensional Alliance. Why is it that some are more prosperous than others, despite all of them becoming a master of the River of Law? Could it be that some are smarter than others? Or their paths are more conducive to making wealth? It seemed that his previous conclusion was wrong. Everything in this world is indispensable without the strength to protect it. Even if one's path points directly towards mountain-odd wealth, without strength, one would be a mere pocket for someone stronger. This information seemed to be circulated only among top families and some strong tier 11 individuals. After all, without delving into the rivers of law, how could they know which is which? The top brass also keeps a tight lid on it, ensuring to lure more into the honey trap. With more individuals delving into the rivers of law they master, they would also get stronger in turn, even having the chance to reach the peak of the world. This made Maximus wonder if the River of Knowledge was just a branch of some ocean of laws. Seeing Maximus frowning, Otto thought of something. This benefit is not only for the master of the River of Laws, the dependents also get benefits. With more individuals joining the fray, the pie would get bigger and bigger, in turn making them stronger and stronger. Is that so? That's right. How about I give you a book of inheritance of the Ocean of Creation? This is a true peak inheritance, not like the River of Sword. Otto tempted. Is this the path of the head of the Sterling family? Maximus didn't answer and shifted the topic. He didn't want to be a dependent or anything similar. He would rather choose the weakest River of Law and make it stronger than be dependent, cutting off his path of advancement. Yes, my grandfather is the master of the Ocean of Creation. Otto said proudly. To create one of the richest families, the Ocean of Creation is indispensable. Branching out into alchemy, mechanics, forging, talisman making, refining, etc., this made the Sterling family become the largest producer of treasures in their entire plane of existence. How awesome! Maximus praised sincerely. Occupying almost all the crafting professions, becoming the richest family was only natural. Can you tell me if the River of Knowledge is a branch of some ocean of law? Maximus couldn't help but ask. This was the most likely path he would choose. From the beginning to the present, he had been tirelessly comprehending knowledge. Although it was done through cheating, Maximus had formed some feelings for the River of Knowledge. Unlike merging with the laws, one can only be a master of one River of Law. This is the absolute rule of their plane of existence, even those tier 12 overlords couldn't break it. That's right, you own the Dimensional Origin Library, so the River of Knowledge is quite apartment for you, Otto nodded in understanding. However, as far as I know, The river of knowledge is one of the unconquerable rivers of law in our plane of existence. Many powerful beings have failed to master this river of law, making it one of the forbidden rivers of law. I suggest you just master some branched out river of law, so you do not waste your time, Otto suggested. There is a huge gap between a master and a 99% mastery of the river of law. The master of the river of law can mobilize its full power, becoming invincible to those below it. While those who stop can only borrow part of the power of the river of law, barely having the strength to fight. If you're worried that it would hinder your path, you don't need to worry. According to the overlord of the Interdimensional Council, becoming a master of a branched-out river of law has no effect on the promotion to the Tier 12 realm. Although no one has confirmed it so far, the overlord of the Interdimensional Council shouldn't have lied. I see, I will think about it. Maximus replied. But in his mind, he was more determined to follow the path of the river of knowledge. He was already being influenced by the river of knowledge, so why should he choose otherwise? Furthermore, no matter how hard it is to become the master of the river of knowledge, it isn't harder than reaching the Tier 12 overlord realm. If he couldn't even become the master of the river of knowledge, how could he dare to dream of something higher? While Maximus and Otto talked, the peak Tier 11 book Inheritance of the River of Sword was bought by a Tier 11 individual for over 30 million origin coins. As long as one hasn't become the master of the river of law, one could abandon their path and choose another one. Seeing the ready-made path to follow, how could those Tier 11 individuals stuck at comprehending some river of law not be tempted? This is a book inheritance they could directly absorb, and having some control over the river of law was already a win. Even Otto was a little tempted, but remembering that the Sterling family follows the path of creation, he held back. Soon, the next books of inheritance began to be sold one after another. From different professions, unique knowledge, refining knowledge, forbidden techniques, transformation skills, dimensional skills, and more. Some even tempted Maximus to take a shot. However, looking at his pitiful amount of origin coins, he held back. His goal was to buy the Tier 9 ultimate treasures. Although he didn't know how long and how much he needed to collect over 100,000 Tier 9 ultimate treasures, Maximus was willing to pay the price. With the Dimensional Origin Library earning money, it was only a matter of time before he could collect all of it. Furthermore, he was also preparing some foundational treasures for the Etherium realm. As the master of the dimension, Maximus had the responsibility to nurture the Etherium realm to its full potential. As the auction continued, more book inheritances about the rivers of law were being auctioned. Like the first lot, as soon as they appeared, they were directly snatched up. Amazed by the wealth of the crowd, Maximus watched the auction for several days until the first part of the auction was about to end. Now for the finale, we have Chapter 400 Top Foundational Manual. Now for the finale, we have a top tier 10 foundational manual. This foundational manual contains 161,800 laws, just shy of becoming an ultimate manual, the auctioneer explained. 161,800 laws. The crowd suddenly shouted in disbelief and excitement. The reason those who possess an ultimate manual can surely reach the peak of the Tier 11 realm and become masters of the river of law is because they have a complete foundation, cultivating 161,803 laws. In theory, the larger the number of laws cultivated, the easier it is to comprehend the river of laws. The river of law is the manifestation of how the laws function. For example, the ocean of killing manifests the 161,803 laws in the form of killing, ending everything in its path. Mastering all the laws, one just needed to copy the combination pattern of the ocean of killing to master it. Seeing the manual, Maximus was also a little tempted. Buying this manual would make it easier for him to create the following chapters of the origin manual. Just absorbing this book inheritance was already half the work done. TSK, they even dared to sell this thing. Fortunately, it's a book inheritance, Otto said, looking at the book inheritance with fiery eyes. The knowledge gained through book inheritance couldn't be passed on to others. Thus, book inheritance is a must to pass top-tier techniques. Not only can it ensure the user comprehends the knowledge, but it also ensures that it cannot be passed to others. Maximus had been studying ways to create something similar to book inheritance, but so far, he hadn't been successful. As for creating an actual book inheritance, this can only be achieved by becoming a master of the river of law. Otherwise, turning your knowledge into a book inheritance is equivalent to completely forgetting what you have studied. Although Maximus had system points to quickly comprehend the lost knowledge, he couldn't afford such losses. He sold what he learned to earn some extra money, not to learn for the sake of money. Even if he could earn a lot from it, it would only waste his time, which contrary to his goals. Why wouldn't they dare to sell this book inheritance? Maximus asked, seeing how Otto reacted strongly. It's just a top-tier manual. Given time he could also create a manual that could at least carry 161,800 laws. As for creating another ultimate manual, he was just lucky the first time. Without various coincidence, Maximus didn't have the confidence to achieve this feat again. You don't know the hardship of creating this level of foundational manual. Tiers 1 to 10 are the time to lay the most solid foundation to comprehend all elements and laws. The more solid the foundation, the more likely one can become a master of the river of law. The reason why a top family is a top family is not only because of its wealth and strength but also because it has this top-tier manual creating generations of powerhouses. The method needed to create this top-tier manual is not easy. After merging 100,000 laws, the following process would be a gruesome trial of hell. Even for the Starling family, after countless times and wealth invested, they were only able to create a manual containing 161,756, Otto sighed, thinking of the hardships of his family. Is that so? Maximus frowned. The reason the Origin Manual reached the ultimate level, despite not possessing all the elements and laws, is due to a trick. Maximus managed to deduce a way to make the Origin Manual capable of merging all laws without changing its essence. Maximus had to fill in the vacant laws to make the Origin Manual reach its full potential. Otherwise, the Origin Manual would be a mere trick, without packing any power. He just didn't know if he would encounter a barrier after merging hundreds of thousands of laws. After all, he was only merging elements now. Remembering the hundreds of octillion books that he needed to study, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. Where do you think this foundational manual is from? It seems much stronger than your family, Maximus asked in doubt. It should be from the Eternal Sect. Like the Mercenary Alliance, the Eternal Sect is only second to the overlords of the Dimensional Alliance. According to the database of the family, this sect has at least 10 individuals who are masters of the Ocean of Law, Otto said in admiration. The Sterling family only has 3 people who have mastered the Ocean of Law. Knowing the Eternal Sect has such a foundation, he didn't dare show any disrespect. While they were talking, the bidding went into a high pitch. 7.5 billion Origin coins. 7.7 billion Origin coins. 8 billion Origin coins. Friends, let me have this one, the Montgomery family will thank you for this. Echoed from the VIP room. Montgomery family? Hey, the cheapskate family. Otto muttered in dissatisfaction. The Montgomery family is on the same level as the Sterling family. However, instead of relying on skill to earn wealth, the Montgomery family relied on its strength. They were one of the biggest slave traders, destroying more dimensions than some famous devourers. If not for the various legitimate reasons that the Montgomery family had to justify their actions, they would have long been regarded as a family of devourers. Seeing the nearly ultimate manual in front of him, Otto didn't hesitate any longer and bid. 10 billion Origin coins. Alexander, don't use your fancy names here, this is an auction, let your money talk, Otto jeered, without fearing any backlash. TCH, damn Sterling brat. 11 billion. Alexander Montgomery said, recognizing Otto's voice. His family only had a foundational manual containing 161,728 laws. Getting this book's inheritance would give him an edge in the family. Hee, if you're poor, just say it. 15 billion. Otto said with a smile. Otto was different from Alexander, he was the core of the Sterling family. He had the authority to mobilize the family treasury. Thus, no matter how much Alexander bid, an individual couldn't beat the wealth of a family. Soon after bidding back and forth, Otto easily won by using 125 billion Origin coins to pile up money. Crazy. Maximus screamed internally. Thinking that he only possessed 5 million, Maximus felt like he was in the wrong place. 125 billion Origin coins? Maximus could barely comprehend the foundation of these top families. Getting the Tier 11 book inheritance, Otto couldn't help but laugh weirdly. Having an Origin-grade ultimate physique and a near-perfect foundational manual, becoming a master of the Ocean of Law was only a matter of time. I didn't expect that the Void Auction would even have this realm of treasure. Otto muttered with a smile. The Void Auction happens every 1,000 years, for longer-lived beings like themselves, it was like a daily auction. Thus, Otto would never have even thought that he would stumble upon such a perfect foundational manual. It seems that something is different about this auction, Otto muttered in enlightenment. From the Tier 11 peak book inheritance to the near-ultimate foundational manual, Otto didn't believe that there was nothing wrong. Mobilizing all the family resources, they looked through everything that might have a large impact on the present events. While the auction was on break, preparing for the next category, his subordinate found something. Huh? There's a large movement in the abyss. Are they preparing for a large-scale war? Otto muttered with a frown. Hearing this, Maximus's ears perked up. It seems that the Dimensional Alliance is also preparing for war. Thinking about this, Otto managed to piece it together. The reason why there are so many higher tier items in the auction is to prepare for the upcoming war. In a war of this scale, even dimensional masters and large-scale organizations need to stock up. What do you think triggered the Abyss to go this crazy? Otto asked Maximus. Maybe some heaven-defying treasure? Maximus replied blankly. However, thinking of the titled Abyss that nearly crushed him with just its presence, Maximus couldn't help but shiver. Although he didn't know if he was their target, Maximus was sure he would be in trouble once the war started. Just that crazy titled Abyss creature was already enough for him to eat the pot. In the Scarlet Abyss dimension, under a blood-red moon hanging above, the Scarlet Empress unconsciously tapped her fingers, observing the recent movements of the Abyss. Did it notice? The Scarlet Empress thought, thinking of Maximus. No, it shouldn't be. It must be another matter within the Dimensional Alliance, she concluded, squinting her eyes. Although the dimensional source is an origin-grade physique that is sought after by the titled Abyss, such as herself, it was not enough to mobilize such a movement. It must be something that even the Abyss will itself wanted. Thinking of this, she smiled. He is mine and mine alone, even the Abyss will can only dream of getting a share. Chapter 401 Dimensional Scholars. Soon after the long wait, the next section of the auction began. The next section of our auction will feature creatures from all corners of our plane of existence. From warriors, pets, spirits, guardians, familiars, innate beasts, abyss monsters, void beasts, zergs, everything you can think of. Now, without further ado, let's begin with this Eldrith warrior. The Eldrith clan? How daring! Can this still be in the auction? The crowd asked in horror. Although the Eldrith clan was not as famous as some top families, it was still a top race in their plane of existence. The Eldrith clan is famous for its bodies made for battle, their endurance is endless, ensuring they can fight tirelessly. More importantly, they possess a sixth sense like no other. In battle, they are like machines, anticipating every move of the enemy before it's even conceived. If not for their barbaric tendencies, they would have risen to become one of the strongest clans in the world. Now, seeing an Eldrith warrior up for sale, instead of being happy, they were a little scared. If they bought such a creature, the Eldrith clan would surely come back to haunt them. You don't have to worry about any repercussions, the Eldrith clan consigned this to us, the auctioneer assured upon seeing their concern. It seemed the Eldrith clan also sensed impending changes and prepared to stock up on resources. With their unique sixth sense, even if they didn't know what would happen, they could feel it. Origin coins are a universal currency, with enough number, one could even buy a tier 12 ultimate treasure. For the upcoming change, the importance of origin coins is immeasurable. Meanwhile, upon hearing the explanation from the auctioneer, they calmed down. Now, let me further explain. This Eldrith warrior is a tier 11 individual who has mastered over 10% of the ocean of killing. Huh? Such a monster can still be a slave? It's the ocean of killing, not some river of law. An individual who masters 10% of such a law is already invincible. Don't worry about the specifics, the void auction ensures everything here is legitimate. Now, without further ado, let the bidding begin. In the VIP room, Maximus was also asking Otto some questions. Can a tier 11 being still be enslaved? Usually no, tier 10 is already the limit of slavery. Otto shook his head, also puzzled. Mastering the essence of the world, the river of laws, how could they still be enslaved? It's akin to enslaving the envoys of their plane of existence. It may be that this warrior sacrificed himself and underwent an absolute ritual. This already involves conceptual power, so I don't know much, Otto explained. I see. While they were talking, the bids went up to tens of millions. Otto was also quite interested and placed bids. Soon after his relentless bidding, he bought the Eldrith warrior for over 1 billion origin coins. Even Alexander, who was quite angry with Otto, retreated to a corner, contemplating his life choices. In his estimate, the Eldrith warrior is worth only about 100 million or so. Fighting with such a crazy rich kid, who went over the top and bid over 1 billion, Alexander felt he was hit. You're too rich. Maximus muttered helplessly. When had he, who always bought everything he wanted, become this helpless? Maximus felt like he couldn't afford anything in this auction. This is cost-effective. An Eldrith warrior as my guard? Ha ha ha, I would be invincible. Otto smiled as if he had earned money. TSK, Maximus clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a rich bastard. Now he somewhat understood Alexander's helplessness. In front of this rich kid who had the wealth of the world, they were just paupers begging for money in the streets. Soon, Eldrith warriors were auctioned one after another. However, different from the first one, most of them were only at tier 10. It seemed that the first warrior was to warm up the auction. Seeing that they were only a few 100,000 origin coins each, Maximus became a little interested. The Eldrith clan's unique sixth sense was intriguing. If he could study it, it might be helpful in the future. With such thoughts, Maximus also bid money and bought a good-looking and talented Tier 10 Eldritch warrior. Hey, it seems you're also interested in these warriors. It's just for some research. Soon, more and more creatures from different dimensions were being sold. With most of them being Tier 10 with special abilities, the auction proceeded smoothly. For the next lot, we have a tribe from the Hexen Arcanum realm. Just as he was dozing off, he heard the next auction announcement which caught his interest. The Hexen Arcanum realm is one of the unique Tier 12 dimensions. Although incomparable to top forces like the Sterling family, it was the most respected one. This dimension was inhabited by scholars, with studying as their path to strength. Because of their way of life, they were spread all over the Dimensional Alliance, studying the essence of things and contributing to the development of the Dimensional Alliance. The Hexen Library was their fruits of labor, which is also his #1 source when it came to acquiring knowledge. With comprehensive collections and an interesting way of explaining things, Maximus was a loyal customer. Although they had no combat power, the Dimensional Alliance specially took care of them. Thus, hearing they were for sale, even Otto beside him was a little shocked. How dare they sell such great scholars here? Otto exclaimed in disbelief. Although the Void Auction is quite secretive, once the Dimensional Alliance takes action, one can only pray for their dear life. These scholars are protected creatures, selling them in such an auction is blasphemous. Dear gentlemen, we came here willingly. If we want to understand the ways of the world, we have to experience it personally, the tribe leader, Pallas, said. As our esteemed guests can hear, the Void Auction would never dare to do anything that would disgrace the Dimensional Alliance. Unfortunately, at the request of these scholars, we are quite helpless, the auctioneer explained with a smile. Now, before the bidding starts, I need to remind you that after winning the bid, you need to sign an absolute contract stating that you will never harm these scholars in any way. Huh? No, we don't agree to this. This goes against the laws of nature. A scholar refuted the auctioneer's words. I can't do anything about this, the auctioneer shook his head. Humphrey. Then we don't want to be sold in this auction. They rebelled. I'm sorry, if that's what you want, I could cancel the auction. However, you should know that only the Void Auction dares to sell you. If you go to another auction, they wouldn't even consider putting you in this state, the auctioneer explained. The auctioneer could only sigh helplessly, encountering these stubborn scholars. Who in their right mind would want to be sold as a slave just to study some nonsense? Meanwhile, hearing the explanation of the auctioneer, Pallas shook his head and restrained his tribe. They had looked for many auctions, and as the auctioneer said, none dared to accept even their simplest requests. Continue the auction. Pallas said. Let the auction begin. At the announcement, instead of the expected fever-pitch bidding, there was silence. Although the auctioneer had guaranteed that nothing would happen, and even the individuals being auctioned promised they would not pursue anything, they were still apprehensive. These were scholars of the Dimensional Alliance. Although individually weak, the powers backing them were formidable. Furthermore, what would anyone need these scholars for? Menial tasks? These scholars could only study, they couldn't perform even the simplest alchemy. Even the young master of the Montgomery family, Alexander, dared not breathe heavily for fear of anyone thinking he was bidding. Even a family specializing in slavery didn't dare touch these scholars. Surviving in the Alliance despite doing dirty work required careful navigation to avoid offending anyone. Seeing the silence, the auctioneer was at a loss for words. Anyone? If there is no bid in the next 10 seconds, this auction will be null. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I bid 1 million origin coins, Maximus muttered softly, breaking the silence. Though spoken quietly, those words felt like a nuclear bomb exploding in their ears. Even Pallas looked toward Maximus's room with curiosity. Initially, he thought the chance to continue studying the nature of slavery would slip away. Seeing that someone finally bid, he couldn't help but feel excited. Anyone? 1 million origin coins going once. 1 million origin coins going twice. Seeing no further bids, the auctioneer could only sigh. Regardless, he didn't profit from this. The Void Auction would likely donate this money back to the scholars to erase any karma. Thinking of this, he swiftly completed the transaction without waiting for more bids. I got a bargain. Maximus smiled, seeing he had won effortlessly. Chapter 402 Crazy Scholars You Have Guts. Otto said, eyeing Maximus as if he were a lunatic. I have a library, so it's only natural that I recruit some scholars, Maximus said with a smile. That makes sense. However, be careful, once some lunatic knows what you've done, you're in trouble, Otto advised. I will be careful. Seeing such scholars, Maximus couldn't let them pass by. Deciding to follow the path of knowledge, how could he not have a few researchers? Thinking the river of knowledge would be in his pocket sooner or later, he was more determined to accept them. The reason why the people of the Hexen Arcanum realm are respected but not strong is because of their path. Comprehending the forbidden river of law, the river of knowledge, was path with no return. However, despite knowing this, they would rather die than give up the path they were born with. Such talented creatures, yet stuck due to this unconquerable path, the people of the Hexen Arcanum realm are destined to be mere mascots. However, with his appearance as a cheater, possessing an origin-grade physique, and the ultimate foundational manual, Maximus is destined to become the master controlling this path. At the time, the people of the Hexen Arcanum realm would be equivalent to his dependents, helping him improve the path of knowledge. What's the harm in accepting his people in advance? Planning to advance the river of knowledge to the ocean of knowledge, these scholars are a must. However, being only at Tier 9, Maximus plans to use them differently. Although they couldn't spread knowledge that wasn't available to the public, as famous scholars, their teaching ability is still top-notch. Maximus only needs to provide the topic and resources for them to teach anyone. As the Dimensional Master, Maximus still has to provide convenience for his people. To dive into the world, they couldn't just be ignorant of it. Especially those apex sovereigns, without anyone teaching them, it may take millions to billions of epochs before they can advance to the Tier 10 realm. With things as they are, they wouldn't even have the most basic utility if they couldn't keep up with the Ethereum realm's advancements. Having these scholars teach them is equivalent to having a player booster who could level them up without any barriers. While Maximus thought of his plan, the auction continued. From those talented pets, familiars, and even rare spirits, Maximus felt a little tempted. However, looking at his balance of only over 3 million origin coins, Maximus could only sigh. He needed to save this money for the final segment of the auction. Soon after a few days, the final auction of the second segment began. For the finale, we have a famous devourer, the Duke of Carnage. The Duke of Carnage? How could they capture this maniac? Damn, a famous devourer was captured just like this? Amazed and fearful of the auction's capability, they discussed. Over the thousands of years, the Duke of Carnage continued to cause wave in the Dimensional Alliance. With unmatched strength and 99% mastery of the River of Law, the Duke of Carnage was unstoppable in most dimensions. In the VIP room, Otto stood up in interest. Wow, a master for sale. With the Eldritch Warrior plus this Duke of Carnage, I wonder who dares to compete with me. Otto laughed out loud. Looking at the man covered in runes and restrictions, Maximus could only shake his head. A Tier 11 individual possessing 99% mastery of the River of Law? Apart from dimensional masters of Tier 12 dimensions and a few lucky individuals, the Duke of Carnage was equivalent to invincibility. Soon, the auction heated up, with bids rising to billions in the blink of an eye. 31 billion. 50 billion. 71 billion. 76 billion. 83 billion. Hey, this is too slow. 100 billion. Otto bid with a smile. Since he dared to buy a Tier 11 individual who had mastered only 10% of the River of Law for over 100 billion, he was ready to spend a trillion this time. 101 billion. A bid echoed from the lower private rooms. Alexander had long been silent. Hundreds of billions were not something he could casually put out. Seeing someone outbid Otto despite his earlier actions, Alexander smiled with interest. Unfortunately, with the one-way mirror blocking his view, he had no way of knowing who this brave individual was. Meanwhile, seeing someone bidding against him, Otto just smiled. 110 billion, 111 billion. Oh? You have a lot of money. Otto chuckled. 300 billion. 301 billion. 400 billion. 401 billion. 500 billion. Otto bid with a frown. Seeing that it was someone from the lower levels of the auction, he was already growing impatient. Just who is this rich person who keeps bidding against him? 501 billion. Seeing them bid again, adding just a billion, Otto felt insulted. Fine, 1 trillion. If you can go higher, I give up. Otto muttered forcefully. Meanwhile, in room 107, the person who kept bidding against Otto was sweating buckets. 1 trillion? Are kids these days so crazy? We're just at 500 billion, how can you raise the price like that? He yelled internally. Your Majesty, we can't continue bidding. This is already undermining our foundation. A man beside him said. Do we really have to give up? The man they called Majesty, Julian, sighed. He was the dimensional master of a Tier 11 dimension. Recently, they had the misfortune of being matched with a top-notch dimension in the dimensional war ranking. Considering the life and death of his dimensional empire, Julian gritted his teeth and bid. 1 trillion and 1 billion origin coins. Your Majesty. Seeing their ruler's determination, they couldn't help but call out. This is our chance. Though the odds of us becoming a Tier 12 dimension are low, at least we can survive this ordeal. Julian explained. As a dimensional master of a tier 11 dimension, he didn't even have 99% mastery of the River of Law. Acquiring the Duke of Carnage was akin to securing a guarantee for their dimension. Meanwhile, hearing the determination of the bidder, Otto sighed. Fine, you win. A trillion for an individual who had mastered 99% of the River of Law was already a significant sum. The Sterling family could cultivate dozens of individuals possessing such power for the same price. Although he was rich, Otto wasn't foolish. With Otto forfeiting, Julian won the Duke of Carnage. Thank you for participating in the second segment of the Void Auction. Please wait as we prepare for the third and final segment of the auction. Upon hearing about the intermission, Maximus excused himself from Otto. He needed to attend to the scholars he had purchased and settle them first. In the private room of the Dimensional Origin Library, Maximus gathered the thousands of scholars and the Eldritch warrior he had bought. We greet the master. The scholars said professionally. Studying the nature of slavery, they showed a first-class etiquette they thought a slave should have. Seeing this, the Eldritch warrior he had purchased rolled his eyes. What a bunch of lunatics. Being bought as a slave and still having such passion, these scholars really had mental problems. Humphrey. Ignorant brute, this is called professionalism. Hey, professionalism, you say? Do you see me being happy? A slave being happy is not a slave, the Eldritch warrior retorted. Huh? It seems so. The scholars seemed enlightened, observing the Eldritch warrior like a fine specimen. What are you looking at? I'll gouge your eyes out. The eyes, the expression, even the tone. So this is a slave. They didn't seem to hear the Eldritch warrior and continued staring at him. Damn it. Do you think I care about anything now? Die. Seeing their looks while reminding him of his state, the Eldritch warrior went mad and attacked them. Okay, stop. You can't fight in here, Maximus said, urging the seal to suppress them. The power of the slave master. Is this how they suppress us? A scholar muttered, not listening. The scholars turned their attention to Maximus, looking to see what more could he do. Seeing such a looks, Maximus nearly lost his patience enough. He said, urging his power and the slave seal to suppress them. However, it didn't seem to have an effect, as they looked at him in eagerness. Thinking of this bunch of masochists who begged to sell themselves, Maximus sighed. If you don't stop this at once, I will take you back to the auction. Just think of me as stupid, losing my wealth to buy useless insubordinate slaves, he threatened. Hearing this, they finally come to their senses. They were slave, they should be obedient to their master. No. We are obedient. We are the most obedient slaves ever. Don't abandon us, master. Seeing Maximus unmoved and still emotionless, they panicked. Chief, do something. Seeing his tribesmen in such a state, Pallas sighed. As people of the Hexen Arcanum, their thirst for knowledge was innate. They could die but could never stop learning. Being at tier 10, Pallas was the only one who had slight control, holding his craziness back. Please forgive us, Your Excellency. This is simply the curse of our people. If they offend you, please punish us as you see fit. Pallas bowed deeply. Satisfied with their attitude, Maximus proceeded to introduce himself. I'm Maximus Shadowcrest, your master. Chapter 403 Buying Treasures. After introducing himself and telling them what to do, Maximus quickly arranged for them to be secretly transported to the Ethereum realm. Instructing Joy on the task, Maximus returned to the auction before the final segment began. Thank you for waiting, Your Excellencies. Now, let us begin the final segment of our auction. In our final segment, we will be auctioning treasures. Whether it's materials, weapons, or dimensional items, we have everything. Warming up the scene, the auctioneer quickly presented the first item. For our first item, we have a tier 11 Void Heart Core. A Void Heart Core. Maximus muttered with excitement upon seeing the item. A Void Heart Core is a dimensional treasure that could condense the aura of a dimension, making it purer and more dense. It can independently absorb and purify void energy faster than the dimension itself. A tier 11 Void Heart Core could basically turn a lower dimension into a tier 11 energy environment. You seem to be interested in this. Are you a dimensional master? Otto asked, noticing his reaction. Maximus nodded. There are so many dimensions in the Dimensional Alliance that being a dimensional master isn't a big deal. Unless one is a dimensional master of a peak tier 11 dimension or a master of a tier 12 dimension, it isn't worthy of too much attention. Then you must be interested in the Void Heart Core. Once there is enough Void Heart Core, it could even make the energy concentration of a lower dimension reach tier 12, Otto said with interest. Although the Sterling dimension is their main dimensional territory, the Sterling family didn't only have this dimension. To make it easier to master the River of Laws, the talented prodigies in their family would be given a territory to manage and become dimensional masters. Dimensional master was closer to the laws of the world, thus it's easier to become master of the River of Law. As a result, over the countless number of years, the Sterling family owned dozens of Tier 12 dimensions and a large number of Tier 11 dimensions. Even Otto owned a dimension. Unfortunately, because of the short time, it was only a Tier 10 dimension. Thinking of his dimensional territory, he was also a little interested in the Tier 11 Void Heart. Soon, with such a precious dimensional treasure, an intense bidding began. 72 billion. 74 billion. 80 billion. 85 billion. 90 billion. Seeing the intense bidding, Maximus once again realized how little money he had. Initially, he wanted to see if he could borrow from Otto, but seeing he was also bidding, Maximus just gave up. After 1,000 years, there would be another void auction. At that time, Maximus could buy everything he wanted. Thinking of this, he watched the auction peacefully. Finally, after a few rounds, Otto easily won the Void Heart Core with over 200 billion origin coins. Such wealth was only for Otto to play around with. Maximus couldn't imagine how rich the Sterling family really was. "Do you want it?" Otto asked, noticing his sigh. "No, it's only a Tier 11 dimensional treasure. I'll buy it myself," Maximus said quietly. "Ha ha ha, then I'm welcome." Soon, another Void Heart Core was being auctioned, but this time it was only at Tier 10. Seeing it was only a lower-level treasure of the same kind, Maximus thought he could finally afford it. However, within just a few seconds, the bid on the treasure went up to tens of millions of origin coins. Looking at his pitiful 3 million origin coins, Maximus gave up. "I'll buy a foundational treasure next time," he thought. Not wanting to disturb his mind, Maximus closed his eyes, assisting Joy with transmitting the people he bought, smuggling them to the Ethereum realm. Although transmission was usually encrypted, who knew if it was really encrypted? Once the Dimensional Alliance was involved, it would just take a few clicks if they wanted to know something. Maximus had to ensure there weren't any leaks when transporting this sensitive cargo. Thus each transmission, Maximus would erase their traces and create multiple fake ones. After only thousands of transmissions, and ensuring every detail would they be delivered to the Ethereum realm. Soon, the auction continued as treasure after treasure was being sold. Different from the first and second segments, this segment of the auction was too rich. The lowest item being sold was a rare Tier 10 treasure that you couldn't buy anywhere. There were also many dimensional treasures that made his eyes light up. Like an astral pulse annihilator, this thing was a killer. Mobilizing the power of a dimension, this thing could one-shot a dimension. If the Ethereum realm had this, the abyss would be pulverized as soon as they came. If not for the range of this thing limiting it to defensive power, Maximus couldn't imagine the destruction it would cause. Seeing a Tier 11 astral pulse annihilator that could wipe out a Tier 10 dimension in one shot only cost a few tens of billions, Maximus nearly turned to Otto to borrow some money. Unfortunately, thinking that dimensional treasures were banned from the Dimensional War ranking, Maximus stopped his thought. Dimensional treasures could easily break the balance of Dimensional War ranking. If they weren't banned, even if they plotted all kinds of rules, there would only be chaos. Even an auxiliary treasure, like the Void Heart Core, is banned. When it comes to war, people's thoughts would be open to infinite possibility. This energy condensation treasure could very well be a bomb. While Maximus was dozing off, the Tier 9 ultimate treasure he was waiting for finally appeared. For our next item, we have the Elemental Stellar Orb, a Tier 9 ultimate treasure of stellar law. Finally, Maximus thought with a smile. Fighting head-to-head with poorer individuals in the auction, Maximus bought the treasure with only over 1 million origin coins. Although Tier 9 ultimate treasure is rare, it isn't as popular as some Tier 10 dimensional treasures. After all, only a single person can use it, while a whole dimension could benefit from a dimensional treasure. Soon, it seemed that his luck was finally working as he bought another 2 Tier 9 ultimate treasures for less than 1 million origin coins each. Next is the Mind Stone. Another ultimate treasure? Maximus was a little speechless. He only had a few scraps of origin coins left. "Do you want to borrow some money?" Otto asked with a smile. "No, I remember I can borrow from the bank." "That's right. Your library seems to have advanced to a 4-star establishment recently. It seems you don't need my money." With the addition of the Time Meditation Room, the Dimensional Origin Library quickly advanced to a 4-star establishment. As for the benefits, besides reputation and some authority, Maximus couldn't access most of them as he was operating in the virtual void dimension. Fortunately, he could still borrow money from the bank. When his library was only a 3-star establishment, Maximus could borrow an unlimited number of dimensional coins. Now that it's 4 stars, he could borrow limited number of origin coins. Connecting with the bank, Maximus quickly maxed his credits and borrowed 1 billion origin coins. "What cheapskates!" Maximus muttered, only being able to borrow 1 billion origin coins. Origin coins are different from dimensional coins, which they can print infinitely. Energy is present all over the void, and with the ability of the Dimensional Alliance to absorb and convert it to dimensional coins, they can have as many as they wanted. Meanwhile, origin coins are a limited resource that can only be produced by a dimension or some special place in the Dimensional Alliance. This scarcity made origin coins have such strong purchasing power that it could even buy tier 12 ultimate treasures. Thinking of the stinginess of the bank, Maximus bought the ultimate treasure in the auction. Afterward, a series of tier 9 ultimate treasures were also generously bought by Maximus. 161,766 more to go. Maximus thought happily. Buying 37 tier 9 ultimate treasures in one go, Maximus was already satisfied. Soon, as the auction continued, Maximus became more attentive. With hundreds of millions of origin coins in his pocket, he became more confident. For our next item, we have a complete set of Primordial Guardian Seeds. Primordial Guardian Seeds? Maximus asked, turning to Otto. A Primordial Guardian Seed is a kind of dimensional treasure. Planting it in your dimension, each Primordial Guardian could take over a dimensional law, becoming its guardian. Will this conflict when initializing with the law? Maximus asked. Usually, in a dimension, only one could be a master of the law. With the Primordial Guardian taking over, Maximus wondered if the law would still be available for someone to master. No, it wouldn't affect anything. Basically, a Primordial Guardian is equivalent to the manifestation of law, having its own will and form. With such a guardian, the dimension could cycle all of its resources more efficiently. Not only this, but there are also many unimaginable benefits. Oh? Chapter 404 Primordial Realm. The prospect of having the dimensional law turn into a guardian to manage the world for him tempted Maximus a little. The Etherium realm was well taken care of by Etheria, but the world inside the World Tree was a different story. Maximus had dumped every treasure he could find or buy inside it, making it a mess. Treasures, elixirs, special domains, materials, everything was carelessly thrown up, making it difficult to locate anything. Although everything inside was expensive and rare, but because it was not properly arranged, the beauty of the world was a bit discounted. Don't be too hasty, a Primordial Guardian isn't easy to nurture, Otto said, noticing Maximus' interest. The food for these primordial creatures is the origin of the world. Even with the wealth of the Sterling family, we only managed to nurture a few tens of thousand tier 11 primordial creatures. If you don't have a stable source of origin coins, it's better not to dig this pit. As a guardian of the dimensional laws, these primordial guardians were invincible on the same level. Furthermore, as long as the dimension they were born in is not destroyed, they were immortal. However, because they were special beasts made from each dimensional law, they couldn't master a river of law which is composed of different law. Without it, even with invincible and immortal bodies, they wouldn't be of much help besides being cannon fodder and meat shields. If it weren't for their nurturing benefits to the dimension, the Sterling family wouldn't even waste any origin coins to feed these things. I see, Maximus said, hearing Otto's explanation. However, instead of dampening his enthusiasm, it made him want it more. So what if a primordial guardian could only be cannon fodder? Letting them grow to tier 10 was plenty enough. Imagining over 100,000 tier 10 invincible primordial beasts, the Etherium realm would have no problem advancing to a tier 11 dimension. Furthermore, so what if they were useless at tier 11? What about tier 12? By then, they should be at least on par with tier 11 individuals who mastered a river of law. Unfortunately, because of the cost, no one has achieved it yet. Such an invincible creature was disregarded because of its cost. It made him determined to show the world the glory of these primordial creatures. If others couldn't afford it, he could. Maximus was confident in his earning ability, not because he had the system but because of his ultimate physique and ultimate cultivation manual. His physique gave him the conceptual power of infinite energy, while his cultivation manual allowed him to potentially create everything. Although it didn't show now, it was because he was not yet strong. In the future, when he has enough strength and knowledge, he could easily create even origin coins. It is said that even the tier 12 overlord could create origin of dimension, but for him, given time, could easily achieve it. It's not only that. Once Maximus studied the conceptual power flowing into their plane of existence, he could even create ultimate treasures with his bare hands. Imagining this, Maximus joined the bidding below. However, contrary to his expectations, the bidding rose slowly. 501 million. 502 million. 510 million. Is the primordial guardian seed not rare? Maximus suddenly asked Otto. Not really. A primordial tree can only produce seeds after billions of epochs. Although it's a long time, because of the number of primordial trees and the time of the primordial realm, these seeds are easy to come by. This primordial guardian seed probably only made it to this auction because it's a complete set, which is a bit difficult to collect. Primordial realm? I see, Maximus nodded in understanding. The Primordial Realm is a special resource dimension occupied by the Dimensional Alliance. It is a special type of dimension of their plane of existence without any intelligent inhabitants and control. Even the Dimensional Alliance said to own it only guarded the entrance and banned everyone from entering. It was a dimension at a special node of their plane of existence, which made it have an integrity comparable to their plane of existence. Thus even the Tier 12 overlords could only watch and follow its dimensional rules. The Primordial Realm is opened only every other billions of epoch. During the time it was closed, time inside would pass so fast that the resources inside would multiply to an unimaginable degree. It was said that Tier 11 resources were as common as stones and grass, and even Tier 12 resources, rarely found elsewhere, could be easily found there. Unfortunately, there were only a few ways to obtain entry to the place. The first was meritorious deeds, earned from killing devourers or creating something that could influence the Dimensional Alliance. The second was easier, winning a place in the Dimensional Tournament, held every billion epochs. This is the highest stage for the most talented individuals in their plane of existence to compete. Thinking of Malgren, who already had a quota for the tournament, Maximus thought of a way to secure one for himself. He couldn't pass up this opportunity. Just the Tier 11 resources in the Primordial Realm would be enough to make his journey smoother. Fortunately, there were still 1,000 epochs before the next dimensional tournament. Turning his attention to the auction, Maximus continued to bid. Knowing that the Primordial Guardian seed was not so rare, he controlled his bidding, minimizing the amount he needed to win. Soon, with some luck, he won the complete set of Primordial Guardian seeds for only 700 million origin coins. Seeing his wallet shrink again, Maximus calmed down and silently watched the auction. As the auction continued, Maximus watched in fascination as all kinds of treasures were auctioned, broadening his horizons. With a few 100 million origin coins left, Maximus even bought inexpensive Tier 10 treasures for his family. Although they only cost a few 100,000 each, Maximus was satisfied with their quality. Usually, a Tier 10 treasure was worth a few origin coins, multiplying the cost 100,000 times. Their effect was phenomenal, incomparable to normal treasures. Soon, after months of non-stop auctioning, the final item finally appeared. For the last item of our void auction, we have a Tier 12 dimensional barrier. A dimensional barrier? Holy cow! Even a Tier 12 dimensional treasure appeared. In the VIP room, Otto's eyes were intense. I must get this. Obvious from the name of the dimensional treasure, this treasure could strengthen the dimensional barrier of a dimension. A Tier 12 dimensional barrier could enhance a dimension's barrier to almost the level of a Tier 12 dimension. This means that unless a Tier 12 Realm Overlord or a Tier 12 Ultimate Treasure were involved, the dimension would be equivalent to an impenetrable iron barrel. Even Maximus was a little excited, but looking at the atmosphere, he held back. Even if he could afford such a treasure, it wasn't something he could get. Earlier, as soon as this dimensional treasure appeared, he felt multiple presences comparable to the tidal abyss that suppressed him. This meant that multiple dimensional masters, mastering a river of law, had joined the auction. Otto seemed to notice it too and looked around solemnly. A dimensional barrier seemed not to be of much use to these dimensional masters who already owned a Tier 12 dimension, but it was the opposite. A Tier 12 dimensional barrier is a strategic treasure in the front line. This treasure can create an impenetrable outpost that could form a safe haven in dimensional wars. With a safe retreat place, earning merits would be as simple as picking them. Furthermore, this treasure is removable, equivalent to a mobile fortress on the battlefield. As the bidding started, it quickly reached hundreds of billions of origin coins. This is bad, I need to contact my mother, Otto muttered. At the rate the bid was going, it would probably cost tens of trillions of origin coins. Although he could mobilize the family treasury, if he emptied a large chunk of it without telling anyone, he would be beaten to death. What happened, Otto? Suddenly, a woman appeared in the room, looking at Otto tenderly. Mother, there is my friend in the room. Otto said in embarrassment as his mother was about to hug him. Oh my, what a handsome guy, pity it's fake, Otto's mother said, pinching Maximus' face. Maximus just stood silently, feeling his mind freeze under the pressure. Although the woman suppressed it mindfully, it still heavily affected him. This pressure was stronger than that of those dimensional masters in the auction. This could only mean, Otto's mother was a master of an ocean of law. Oh my, your friend is a little interesting, probing. Otto's mother noticed everything about Maximus. Although she couldn't ascertain his identity, as everything about him was fake, an origin-grade physique wouldn't lie. No matter how Maximus hid it, in her eyes, it was like a sun in the dark. Smiling, she turned her attention to her son. So, what does my little Otto want? Chapter 405 Physique Harmonizer Machine Mother, it's a Tier 12 dimensional barrier. I want it, Otto said coquettishly like a little kid. Oh? Those old guys were willing to give up even this treasure, huh? Just buy it. You don't have to worry. Otto's mother reassured him. Really? Thank you, mother. Otto exclaimed. Anything for my darling. Saying goodbye to Otto, his mother took a brief look at Maximus. I would like to welcome you to the Sterling Dimension one day. It would be my honor. Maximus bowed slightly. Although the pressure emitted by Otto's mother was gone, Maximus didn't dare to be disrespectful. Ha ha, good. It seems you found a good friend, Otto. Mother. Otto muttered in embarrassment. Take care. Seeing his mother leave, Otto heaved a sigh of relief. Acting coquettishly to get what he wanted, Otto felt disgusted with himself. You're quite an actor, Maximus said, noticing his reaction. Hee, this is nothing. My father acts better than me. Otto said, thinking of his father, who acted like a baby to his mother. Then you're quite a family, Maximus said, missing his wives and children a little. Turning back to the auction, Otto began to bid wildly. With his mother's permission, Otto didn't care if he emptied their family treasury. Although origin coins were the strongest currency and the most universal resource in their plane of existence, the Sterling family's wealth was in their treasures, not origin coins. If compared, all their origin coins were not even worth to most of their priced treasures. 10.1 trillion origin coins. 10.3 trillion. 10.5 trillion. 10.6 trillion. As the bidding continued, the pressure in the auction grew heavier. These unscrupulous dimensional masters began to use their pressure as the bids went higher and higher. They were not like those top families and organizations. Although they owned a Tier 12 dimension, the wealth they could mobilize was limited. Most of it came from borrowing. Seeing the treasure about to slip from their grasp, they couldn't help but use power to force their way in. Unfortunately, although most individuals in the room felt the pressure, they were not affected. This was a virtual world, the rules were up to the owner to decide. Without fear of backlash, some Tier 10 and Tier 11 individuals began to form alliances, hoping to buy the treasure. If they could buy the dimensional barrier, using it on the front line, they could earn money just from renting a safe place out. Soon after a grueling bid, under the shock of many, the Tier 12 dimensional barrier was sold for 43 trillion origin coins. Insane, this is insane. Hearing such an amount of wealth, most individuals at the auction felt like they were dreaming. Even Maximus was a little shocked, looking at Otto like he was a monster. Don't look at me like that. Even for the Sterling family, this is almost half of the reserve origin coins we have, Otto sighed, spending such a large amount of money. By now, even with his mother's guarantee, he still sweated thinking about what his grandfather would do to him. Almost 50 trillion origin coins, even for top families and organizations, was an insane amount. Maximus calculated that if the dimensional origin library were always full, earning that amount would only take tens of thousands of years. Thinking his wealth was about to catch up to the Sterling family, Maximus' eyes lit up. Unfortunately, origin coins were not an accurate measure of wealth. To produce many powerhouses, the wealth spent by the Sterling family was not just billions and trillions of origin coins. Furthermore, to 3 oceans of law powerhouses, origin coins were probably the least of their concerns. Thinking about this, Maximus calmed down. After the auction ended, the individuals in the VIP rooms were invited to a banquet. Initially, he didn't want to go, but hearing that a large gambling bet was about to proceed, caught his interest. Void auction banquet room, as they entered, they were greeted by a brawl between 2 individuals. Damn. Pay your debt, or I'll kill you. What debt? I don't remember anything. Then what about this contract? What about this evidence? Is this a joke? Ha ha ha, such shoddy contracts. Who knew if you faked those? Hearing their argument, Maximus reminded himself again to always sign the highest level of virtual contract. Although it was expensive, he didn't want to go through all this trouble. Finding a seat, Maximus and Otto ate quietly, waiting for the gambling bet to begin. Otto, do you have a physique harmonizer machine for sale? Maximus asked. He remembered one of his goals at the auction was to buy this kind of machine. A physique harmonizer machine is a device that can harmonize one's physique to be more suitable and adaptable to all the laws. This would advance any level of physique, whether mortal or heaven physique, to the dimensional level. Mortal, heaven, dimensional, ultimate. This device had been widely used in the Dimensional Alliance to earn money from lower dimensions. To harmonize a physique to the dimensional level, the minimum consumption is 1 origin fragment. 1 origin fragment is equal to 1 origin coin. Although it wasn't expensive to harmonize a physique to the dimensional level, the Dimensional Alliance wouldn't make it that easy. Multiplying the price 100 times, to use a harmonizing machine, you needed to spend at least 100 origin coins. One couldn't even use dimensional coins to pay, it must be only in origin coins. This is only a minimum. The more origin coins you spent, the higher the harmonization of your physique to the laws would be. This is why all this time, Despite having millions of origin coins, Maximus still didn't enhance his family's physique. Most of his wives and a few of his children only had heaven physiques. Even those with dimensional physiques were lacking because of the incomplete law in the Ethereum realm. To maximize their potential, Maximus was preparing to accumulate more origin coins. One could only use a physique harmonizer machine once in his life. He didn't want to regret it in the future, just because he wanted to save some money. Moreover, he didn't dare to spend such a large amount with his real identity. Thus, buying a physique harmonizer machine was his only choice. Unfortunately, even the Void Auction, which dared to sell anything, didn't dare to sell this kind of monopolized item. Even Otto paused a little, looking around to see if anyone heard them. Seeing that there was no one besides them, Otto heaved a sigh of relief. Turning on a barrier, Otto looked at Maximus seriously. Magnus, you shouldn't speak about buying and selling physique harmonizers so carelessly. Even the Sterling family didn't dare to touch this business, Otto said. Although the business of physique harmonizer machines is owned by the Dimensional Alliance, the creator of the machine and the main beneficiary is the Interdimensional Council. Anyone who dared to imitate this device had long been wiped out. This made the physique harmonizer machine unique only to the Dimensional Alliance. Fortunately, as a member of the ruling party, the Sterling family didn't have to pay any additional cost when using the device. Explaining the danger to Maximus, Otto hoped to persuade him. Interdimensional Council, huh? Maximus muttered with a frown. This organization had been getting on his nerves lately. As the organization that creates and promulgates laws, there were many things that he hated about them. However, what he mainly hated was the knowledge monopoly. They promulgated strict laws that made it hard for those without background to advance to Tier 10. It seemed to be a scheme to drag all lower dimensions to their side for them to use. This is just for the benefit of those who hold power, effectively gathering talented individuals while curbing the rise of another force. Such a huge inconvenience made everything harder, delaying his advancement a lot. Now there was another, the ban on the physique harmonizer machine. How could he proceed in the future without such a convenient device? Even if Maximus had all the money, he wouldn't want to spend extra and feed this greedy organization. Do you have any way? Maximus asked. No, as your friend, even if I had a way, I couldn't sell you this spent item. Fine, but can I use one at a discount? Maximus asked with a plan in his mind. If he couldn't buy it, he would create it. Unfortunately, with his current ability, he couldn't copy such a complicated machine. Unless he was given one to disassemble, there was no way he could create a physique harmonizer machine. Fortunately, he was not that helpless, he had Lilith beside him. With eyes that could see the essence and the origin of all things, a ready-made blueprint could be presented to him. With such a bug, even with the encryption of the virtual world, Maximus was confident he could copy anything. Meanwhile, seeing Maximus didn't insist and just wanted to use a physique harmonizer machine at a discount, Otto heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, I promise to give you the highest discount. Chapter 406 Origin Grade Potion. As Maximus and Otto were talking, the main protagonist of the party finally arrived. Emperor Julian, the Dimensional Master of Noblesse Realm, has arrived. Beast Emperor Livicus, the Dimensional Master of Primal Beast Domain, has arrived. Who are they? Maximus asked. They are the contestants of the upcoming Tier 11 Dimensional War ranking, Otto said with interest. A fight between two Tier 11 dimension is a rare occurrence. When it happens, it causes a significant upheaval in the alliance. After all, there is a huge chance that the winning side will advance to a Tier 12 dimension. Their plane of existence only has thousands of known Tier 12 dimensions. The appearance of another one is a phenomenal event that deserves attention. So the bet is about which dimension will win the war? Yes, this is a carnival. If you pick right, you could earn tons of money. Otto said with excitement. Unlike normal gambling, the bets on Dimensional War ranking concerning such high-tier dimensions are without any limit. From origin coins, treasures, resources, territory, physiques, anything one could think of. The virtual realm would be the one to arbitrate the bet, ensuring the bet will be enforced. Thus, even if he bet all their family property and destiny, it would be possible. Knowing the rules, Maximus was also a little excited. Who do you think has a better chance of winning? Based on the data, Primal Beast Domain has a 70% chance of winning. Their chances of advancing to a Tier 12 dimension are also about 90%, Otto said, sharing the inside news. Isn't this a sure win? What more do we need to bet? That was the case at first, but the Void Auction revealed that Emperor Julian bought the Duke of Carnage. Is that so? Maximus sighed. This auction establishment is indeed insidious. The Noblesse realm could have the Duke of Carnage as a trump card, making their chances of winning higher. However, to make the game more exciting, the auction dared to break their reputation and reveal the winner of the bid. Emperor Julian agreed to this. Otherwise, the void auction wouldn't break its reputation for some money, Otto said, understanding Maximus' worry. It seems they gave Julian a huge discount to make him agree. Oh, Maximus was speechless. While they were talking, Julian and Livicus finished drafting an agreement under the witness of the crowd and the virtual realm. Soon, a betting pool was presented in front of the guests. Noblesse realm chances of winning, 49.99% odds, 1, 10, Primal beast realm chances of winning, 50.01% odds, 1, 1.5, so precise? Maximus was a little shocked by the odds. Even with only a 0.01% difference, their odds were like heaven and hell. This is calculated by the virtual realm. Although it's only 0.01 more, it's almost a sure victory. Then what's the point of still betting? This is the fun of gambling. Even if the opponent has almost a 100% chance of winning unless it has already happened, everything is uncertain in the end. Furthermore, this analysis is only from data collected by the virtual realm. If someone from their dimension is proficient in anti-reconnaissance, the victory may flip around. I see, so it's better to bet on the Noblesse realm since its odds are higher. You can't say that either, there is rarely any error when it comes to the analysis of the virtual realm. So who to bet on? Maximus sighed, having a headache. Ha ha ha, this is what gambling is all about. But I have information about both parties here. If you have your own analysis, you'll have more confidence in who to bet on. After most of them bet on their favored winner, the guests came to the stage one after another to advertise their stores or products. The guests were all high-quality customers who could spend millions of origin coins. Having 1 or 2 customers could already earn a lot. Even Otto came to advertise his private property. Maximus also thought it was a good time to advertise the Dimensional Origin Library. Although the Dimensional Origin Library was already 4-star, most of his customers were still Tier 9 individuals. No matter how many of them there were, Maximus couldn't earn much money. Hello, I'm Magnus, the owner of the Dimensional Origin Library. Many of you may not know the function of my library, so let me reiterate. The Dimensional Origin Library possesses a broken ultimate treasure that has the conceptual power of time and enlightenment. Hearing what he said, a commotion appeared. Conceptual power of time and enlightenment? I didn't expect this little shop to possess this kind of treasure. I thought it was fake. It seems the rumor is true. However, I heard it isn't very effective for Tier 11 individuals. After all, it's a broken ultimate treasure, we should be content that it's still effective. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Maximus nodded in satisfaction. The Dimensional Origin Library also offers an unlimited number of Tier 9 soul potions of origin grade for sale. Huh? Origin grade potion? An origin grade potion is a potion that could directly affect the origin of an individual. This kind of potion is rare, as it needs ultimate quality ingredients to create. How much is it, and what is the effect? Although it's only a 9th grade potion, it's still an origin grade potion. For the loyal customers of the Dimensional Origin Library, it only costs 1 origin coin for a Tier 9 soul potion. As for the function, it could heal the trauma of the origin caused by an overdrive or large stress. Huh. Awesome, it's so cheap. An origin grade potion only costs 1 origin coin? How is that possible? Origin grade potions of that grade usually cost hundreds of origin coins. Furthermore, even if one has money, it's hard to buy. Remembering that the Dimensional Origin Library offers an unlimited amount of soul potions, they couldn't help but be excited. Although it's only a Tier 9 potion, it should have a slight effect even at their tier. Especially for the Tier 11 individuals in the room, the stress and pressure of time are immense. If the soul potion could have even the slightest effect, it's already a huge help. I hope to see you at my shop soon, Maximus smiled. It seems that the launch of the soul potion is a success. It may be hard for others to create origin grade potions, but it's easy for him. Most of the essence needed for the soul potion is something that could affect the origin. This essence could only be found in ultimate treasures. However, with his cultivation mainly targeting the origin, such essence could easily be synthesized at 0 cost. If not for his lack of knowledge with the Rune of Law, he could even create a Tier 10 origin grade potion. Fortunately, Tier 9 soul potions are enough. He didn't use this to earn money but for his customers to recover quickly. Maximus couldn't wait for his customers to recover for hundreds or thousands of years to use the time enlightenment room again. With a soul potion, a Tier 9 individual could recover in just a few days. As for Tier 10 individuals, because of the gap, they needed a few years before they could recover. However, if they use multiple soul potions, they could recover in a month minimum. As for Tier 11 individuals, soul potions aren't that effective. However, if they use it every day, it could still shorten their recovery time from millions to thousands of years. Walking back to his seat, Otto looked at him curiously. Is this potion created by you? Yes, What's the problem? Awesome. Even my family only has a few people who can create origin-grade potions. Even so, they still couldn't provide unlimited quantities like you can. I'm just lucky, this is just another byproduct of the ultimate treasure I possess, Maximus reasoned. Even so. Otto couldn't help but sigh. While they were talking, a group of individuals dressed in luxury surrounded Maximus. Hello, can we buy soul potions from you? Gladly, Maximus nodded. He had already reserved tens of thousands of potions, so it's not a problem to sell some. We want 1,000 each. Paying money on one hand, they quickly tried the tier 9 soul potions. It's really an origin grade potion. I feel my origin purified and free. What a refreshing feeling. TSK, what a worthy investment. As they are only in the tier 10 realm, the tier 9 soul potions still have a slight effect. Drinking a few soul potions at one time, they felt refreshed. The taste is also good, I can just use it as my usual drink. Hey, you have a good idea. I wonder if it's still effective if I use it as a bath? We could even use it to water the garden and feed the fish. I wonder what the effect will be? Hearing their extravagance, Maximus' mouth couldn't help but twitch. Treat it as water? Bath? Even watering plants? Just how rich are these individuals? As expected of the Void Auction, which gathered all the rich individuals in the Dimensional Alliance. Even a tier 10 individual dared to utter such insane words. Using an origin-grade potion to do such things, Maximus could only sigh. Chapter 407 Laundering Schemes. A few months later, in the Ethereum realm. After thousands of transmissions, the scholars and the Eldritch warrior Maximus bought, quietly arrived at the castle. We greet the master. They bowed. Good, it seems you still have the ability to learn, Maximus said with a sigh. The scholars finally held their temper and didn't act like everything in the world is their experimental subjects. Let's modify your appearance first. Although he couldn't change their origin, changing their physical appearance, energy frequency, and all their identifying marks was easy. Knowing that a scan was about to be performed in the Ethereum realm, Maximus quickly finished his job. Because of the upcoming Dimensional War ranking, the virtual realm scanned the Ethereum realm every 3 days. This also made it harder for him to tamper with the information the virtual realm gathered. Thus, besides important information that he couldn't let anyone know, the Ethereum realm was already fully exposed. Thinking of this, he opened the Dimensional War ranking panel to see if the odds of Ethereum realm winning had changed. Blood Ragnarok realm, chance of winning, 67.21%, Ethereum realm, chance of winning, 32.79%. It only went up by 3%. Initially, he thought that the Ethereum realm's chances of winning would skyrocket by about 10 to 30% with the addition of the tier 10 Eldritch warrior. It seems that the Blood Ragnarok realm isn't as simple as it seems. Based on the jump in data, he concluded that there should be a large number of tier 10 individuals in the Blood Ragnarok realm. A pseudo-tier 11 individual was also a possibility. Otherwise, an Eldritch warrior, an almost invincible existence in the same realm, should add more to the winning percentage. Should I buy more people? Maximus thought with a frown. Although he was sure to win if he took action, Maximus didn't want to show his strength as much as possible. Thinking of his wealth, he should be able to buy a few tier 11 individuals. By then, no matter the trump cards of the Blood Ragnarok realm, it would be a sure win. Unfortunately, a tier 11 individual in a battle of a tier 9 dimension is over the top and against the rules. Unless it's an aboriginal of the realm, an individual 2 tiers higher than a dimension is banned in the Dimensional War ranking. Just by a few more. Anyway, he had money, so just beat them in quantity. Maximus didn't believe that the Blood Ragnarok realm was richer than him. If 1,000 wasn't enough, then 10,000, if not, then 100,000. Maximus was determined to crush them with sheer numbers. After his little promotion in the auction, the profits of the Dimensional Origin Library skyrocketed to over 1 million origin coins a month. Furthermore, there were also the sales of soul potions. In the first month, he sold a few million potions, with the following month stabilizing at 100,000 sales. It's not that he couldn't sell more, but he couldn't keep up with the production. Manually creating the soul potions, he didn't even have time for himself. 100,000 a month was already his maximum, taking a few hours of his life every day. If not for the trouble, he could wholesale them and earn millions of origin coins every day. Suddenly, he remembered that he couldn't wantonly spend the money earned by his alternate identity. The Eldritch warrior and the thousands of scholars could still be explained after he disguised them. However, if he bought thousands of tier 10 warriors, his connection with his fake identity would be exposed. Thinking about it, he nearly cursed. Having money that he couldn't spend was a tragedy. Suddenly, his mind thought of many laundering schemes. If he wanted to use the money his alternate identity earned, he needed to legalize his source of money. There are only two ways to legalize money in large amounts, through banking and gambling. In banking, he could exchange, lend, manipulate, and use currency as he liked. It could directly give him the authority to stamp a legal seal on his money. Unfortunately, this is a bit troublesome. Without reputation and starting funds, he couldn't just set up a bank as he liked. Furthermore, without any origin of source, where would he get the money to operate the bank? In gambling, on the other hand, the winner can legalize any amount of money without question. As the owner, he could also tamper with the accounts, turning losses into wins. As long as there are people playing, he can write any amount as the profit of the casino. The only disadvantage of this is he would need to spend extra to legalize his money. However, thinking of the pros, the disadvantage didn't matter. The largest casino owner? I like it. In Ethereum Realm, Ethereum Alliance Council, after settling the Eldritch Warrior and the Scholars, Maximus conducted a meeting with the Ethereum Alliance. Although setting up a casino was important, the affairs of the Ethereum Realm were also important. You brat, what is this all about? Alabaster asked in anger. Even Redius sat quietly, looking for Maximus's explanation. Joining the Dimensional Alliance, and with the resources of the virtual realm, they felt progress in their training again. Furthermore, as the Ethereum realm was about to advance, they felt their bottleneck loosen. Conditioning their body, they were sure to advance to Tier 10 as soon as the Ethereum realm advanced. Calling them at this time was depriving them of their chances. Don't worry, this is important, Maximus said helplessly. Who knew they already went into seclusion? It's only been a few years since they joined the Dimensional Alliance. Maximus thought that they were still enjoying the scenery in the virtual world. It better be. Alabaster snorted. First is the establishment of the Ethereum Academy. Ethereum Academy? Isn't there already the Origin Arcana Institute? What's the use of another academy? This academy is not for others, but for us. I invited teachers from other dimensions to teach us, Maximus said, waving to the top scholars he bought. Hello, gentlemen, just call us Arcanum Scholars. Pallas, the only Tier 10 individual and the chief of the Hexan Arcanum tribe, said. These will be the teachers. A few Tier 9s and a Tier 10 what? Arcanum Scholars? Alabaster said dismissively. A Tier 10 individual teaching him was still possible. But these flimsy Tier 9 individual calling themselves Arcanum Scholars teaching him? What a joke. It seems that you don't believe in our ability, Pallas said with a smile. Hexan Arcanum Scholars are the bearers of knowledge in their plane of existence. The knowledge they possess is not based on their tier alone. The scholars in the room alone possess mastery of peak Tier 10 inheritance. As for Pallas, he was already studying Tier 11 knowledge. Hey, so what if I don't believe you? Alabaster said arrogantly. With his ability, killing a few Tier 10 individuals is nothing. How could they possibly teach him anything? How about letting my disciple give you a few pieces of advice? Pallas suggested. Your disciple? Are you insulting me? Alabaster nearly flared up. A Tier 9 and trying to teach him, the Beast Sovereign? Relax, Alabaster, let them try, Maximus said, calming him down. TSK. Alabaster clicked his tongue, sitting down. I'm Ness, disciple of the Honorable Pallas. May I have the honor of giving you some advice? Ness asked calmly. Do your thing, Alabaster waved his hand impatiently, wanting it to be finished quickly. Then can you give me a strand of your energy and blood? Here. Taking out exquisite equipment, Ness quickly looked through the essence of Alabaster's energy and blood. What a miracle species, possessing a body that could accommodate the origin of law in advance. If not for the limit of the world, you would have long advanced. As for the bloodline, it's the purest bloodline of the peak Heavenly White Tiger race. Your Excellency should be a wild inheritor of the Heavenly White Tiger race. Ness looked at Alabaster with respect. Heavenly White Tiger race? It seems you have some noble blood in you, Alabaster. Redius jeered. The Heavenly White Tiger race is a peak race of a Tier 12 dimension. It's also part of the ruling force of the Dimensional Beast Alliance, which is comparable to forces like the Mercenary Alliance, Eternal Sect, and Ashura Sect. Hey, so what? I don't need some shit bloodline to be strong, I'm strong because I am me. Alabaster said, hearing he was being compared to others. Indeed, even if Your Excellency Alabaster didn't have the Heavenly White Tiger bloodline, he still had an almost perfect foundation. If not for the laws of the world, you may even be comparable to the top prodigies nurtured by the entire Heavenly White Tiger race. Ness praised sincerely. Enough of your chatter, now tell me what I am lacking. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, your state is beyond my understanding. Figures. Alabaster sneered, expecting the response. Teacher, this disciple has let you down. Ness bowed in defeat. Chapter 408 Ethereum Academy. With Ness giving up, Pallas come forward and looked through Alabaster's essence of blood and energy. You have no shortcomings. Even though your cultivation methods are not suited for you, after endless tempering and a tough spirit, it was all forcibly forged to fit you, Pallas said in admiration. Oh, you have a good tongue? Alabaster smiled, hearing his words. The Beast Continent is the only continent in the Etherium realm with a different species. All the other 3 continents are human continent with their own kinds of inheritance like magic, night, fighting spirit, and even faith. The people in the Beast Continent can only rely on their blood and lifespan to barely survive. As the smartest and most talented beastman, how could Alabaster be satisfied? Sneaking onto the human continents, he studied all professions and paths he could find. Using his body as a molding stone, he forcibly combined these paths and created an alternative way for his people. Cultivating supernatural powers, forging the body, awakening deterrence, and setting totem of belief. The Beast Continent absorbed all it could find and converted it into its own. However, as the pioneer, Alabaster suffered countless injuries and shortcomings that earned him the title of the weakest sovereign of the 4 continents. Yet now, after countless epochs and forging an invulnerable path of his own, Alabaster was confident to say that besides Melgren, he was the strongest one. Seeing Pallas couldn't teach him anything, he turned to Maximus. Maximus, it seems that the teachers you brought couldn't teach us anything, Alabaster jeered. That's not true, Your Excellency, before Maximus could answer, Pallas spoke. Although you have a nearly perfect foundation without any apparent shortcomings, we Arcanum scholars can still teach you a thing 1 or 2 that could make you stronger, Pallas humbly said. Oh? Yes, for example, Your Excellency's heavenly white tiger bloodline. Although you may despise it, it's still one of the peak races on our plane of existence. Their incomparable battle instinct, invulnerable body, heavenly power, and noble bearings. If you can fully utilize your pure bloodline, it would be easy for you to defeat any opponent higher than your tier. Is that so? After explaining more things and demonstrating examples, Alabaster was a little excited, feeling his strength grow slightly stronger. He was already at his peak and beyond. In his current state, even a little enhancement was a miracle. How about it? Establishing the Etherium Academy is a must, especially for the Apex Sovereign, Maximus said. This is indeed a good idea. I agree to the establishment of the Etherium Academy, Phelan said, agreeing. I agree, Alabaster and Redius also nodded. Then for the establishment of the Etherium Academy, the Etherium Alliance will have to fully fund it, Maximus finalized. Although the Etherium Alliance didn't interfere with power, its share of the Etherium realm was still significant. From all transactions and business, whether in the real or virtual world, everything would be taxed. Especially in the virtual realm, 80% of income earned in it would go to the Etherium Alliance. 10% would go to him, while Melgren, Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius would each have 5%. The remaining 50% would be stored in the Etherium Alliance's its budget. Such a ridiculous tax, yet no one dared to voice it out. First, they were already used to it, especially the Apex Sovereigns. Even in the seemingly free Arcane continent, the Apex Sovereigns had to donate regularly for the betterment of the continent. Especially now, copying Maximus' previous style, they bought rare resources in the virtual realm and resold them to their people. To afford what they sold, their people began to work tirelessly, producing raw and processed goods, which were then sold by them. With this cycle, even with such exorbitant taxes, the income of the Apex Sovereigns was more than they could imagine. The 5 of them were also happy to see it. With such hardworking people, the taxes they received reached about hundreds of septillion dimensional coins each day. Such an amount meant Maximus could have about 100 septillion dimensional coins per day. If it wasn't for the Dimensional Origin Library, this might be his main source of income. Opening the virtual bank account of the Etherium Alliance, they saw a balance that nearly popped their eyes out. 412 octillion dimensional coins? Although compared to their overall wealth it was nothing, thinking that this was only the tax for a few years, they were still shocked. This let them know that the earning capacity of a dimension is limitless. Furthermore, this is only the beginning. It's only been a few years since they joined the Dimensional Alliance. They still hadn't fully absorbed and digested the benefits yet. As time passed and as they became more proficient and stronger, the profits they could earn would be more and more. This money should be enough to configure an academy according to the Dimensional Alliance standards, Maximus said after calculating. Huh? Are we going to spend all of it? Redius said, reluctant to spend any money. This is to nurture the people of the Etherium realm. This would also increase our income in the long run, Phelan advised. He was knowledgeable when it came to the benefits of nurturing people. The Origin Arcana Institute he built was proof of this, making the Arcane continent the richest continent in terms of wealth and talent. Fine, Redius said with a sigh. Then it's decided. Furthermore, as the leader of the Etherium realm, I can't be empty-handed. I promise to donate books of 161,803 elements and laws from Tier 0 to Tier 10, Maximus promised. Tier 10 books? Do you have it? They looked at him in shock. Until now, they were still scrambling to buy any substantial knowledge of the Tier 10 realm. Hearing Maximus has a complete set of books about 161,803 Origin of Law, they were shocked. Well, I don't have a complete set yet, but I have about 3,000 books of different Origin of Laws. About 400 of which pertain to the laws of the Ethereum realm. Do you really have it? They asked in disbelief. Ha ha ha, here, take a look, Maximus said generously, giving them the knowledge he copied. He didn't worry that they would spread the information that they have some monopolized Tier 10 knowledge. The members of the Ethereum Alliance still had a binding contract. As for those weaker, as the master of the dimension, Maximus could silently put a restriction on their origin. Looking eagerly at the books about the origin of law, they felt their mind opened and enlightened. So that's it. This is how the origin of fire works, huh? It seems that I was a little biased about the origin of wind. TSK, what an ingenious idea, I didn't know you could do this. Oh, my idea is right. I just need a little polishing. Because they studied the origin of law all by themselves, they had their own understanding of it. Reading the book Maximus gave them was like reviewing and consolidating what they had learned. Looking at them like this, Maximus was speechless. Let's talk about building the Ethereum Academy first, you can read that later. What do you mean? Didn't we already discuss it? Just follow the standard of the Dimensional Alliance academies. If the money is not enough, we would top it up, they said carelessly. With heavenly books in front of them, how could they still bother about other things? Fine, then the establishment of the Ethereum Academy is finalized, Maximus said haphazardly. Next is the promotion of the Codexia world. I want all the people to be able to play it, Maximus proposed. His next plan was to launder money by setting up casinos. To differentiate his casino from others, Maximus planned to put rare resources as prizes. These rare resources are all kinds of monopolized items in the Dimensional Alliance. Using Lilith's special physique, Primordial Origin I, Maximus was determined to copy everything in the virtual world. Copying was easy, the only problem was producing them. Just producing 100,000 soul potions per month was already testing his patience. How could he still have time to synthesize rare items to be the prizes of the casino? To make his life easier, he was ready to remake the Ether Forge. This time he wouldn't be using cheap low-tier items. Maximus was ready to use even Tier 11 materials he could buy. Although it might be expensive, as long as the capacity of the Ether Forge could keep up with demand, it would be enough. This is not for him to earn money but to launder money. As long as he could use his money legally, everything was worth it. Meanwhile, hearing Maximus' senseless chatter, they frowned. Just do what you want, you are a dimensional master. You don't have to inform us every time. Alabaster complained. TSK, then I would gladly, Maximus clicked his tongue at their double-facedness. Seeing that they didn't want to talk to him any longer, Maximus returned to the Moonlight Empire. Chapter 409 Codexia World Update. Returning to the Moonlight Empire, Maximus began instructing Liam to promote the Codexia World. Over the years, the Codexia World continued to be popular. With enticing prizes, the game has about hundreds of sextillion active players at all times. Basically, for every 10,000 people, there is one playing the Codexia World. It might seem low, but knowing that most of the inhabitants of the Ethereum realm didn't have access to the virtual world, it's understandable. What Liam had to do now was to promote the game and give everyone a login device for free. With his net worth, the cost of this was almost nothing. Mobilizing the Ethereum Alliance, those Apex sovereigns also had to mandatorily promote the Codexia world. While all of this was happening, Maximus began to reconfigure the inner program of the Codexia world. With Tier 10 virtual programming mastery, the Codexia world became closer to the real world with perfect self-cycle rules. Maximus also enhanced the infinite expansion and generation of the world, making it more natural by following certain rules of a dimension. After that, he reconfigured the rewards mechanism, perfecting its rules and repairing various loopholes. He also added rewards to entice players, which he outsourced through Auto. With the Sterling family connection, he could buy various rare resources that were hardly found in the virtual realm. Finally, to set up a craze, Maximus boldly added Origin coins as rewards. This a currency that only Tier 11 individuals could possess. Even Phelan, Redius and Alabaster should be tempted. With such big shots joining the game, he could print new rare resources faster. 3 years later. After vigorous promotion and endless modification, the Codexia world reopened. Careless, the guild leader of the Hermit Guild, looked eagerly at the Codexia world, which had just finished updating. Careless was a humble Tier 6 figure in the past. Tempted by the various prizes in the Codexia world, he dived into it without much thought. Now, after over 1,000 years and countless hours spent, Careless managed to reach the Tier 8 realm. The Codexia world is a virtual world ruled by Tier 8 individuals. Although the rewards are enticing, the Apex Sovereigns aren't interested in them. The time and life crystal that caught their interest in the beginning could now be bought directly from the Emperor of the Cursed Continent. As an alternative world where he lived more than in reality, seeing it back in service again made him jump in excitement. Diving into his top-grade treasure pod, he logged into the virtual world. Logging in, looking around, he felt something different. How come the rules here are the same as the real world? Curious about the change, he browsed the screen that appeared before him. Update notice, Realm Expansion Packs Update. Essence of Law Update. Ragnarok Invasion Update. Codexia Mall Resources Update. Looking at the four glaring updates, he eagerly read them one by one. Reading the Realm Expansion Pack, a smile appeared on his lips. Finally, the Codexia world won't be as monotonous as before. In the past, as the Codexia world expanded, the newly generated map didn't contain anything but soil, rocks, trees, grass, water, etc. It was just the bare minimum, and there weren't any substantial resources to be found. The joy of land expansion could only be found in building bigger bases. Bigger land was just more space for the newcomers to conquer. Now, with a new update, every expansion is a thrilling adventure. In the past, they could only get materials that they synthesized, but now they could finally be mined, farmed, and nurture, giving the world a touch of reality. Besides new materials and resources that could be found, there is also danger and new species to be discovered. Based on the description, each expansion pertains to the ancient history of the Ethereum realm. Thinking about seeing giant dragons, titans, raging beasts, and ancient tree people, Careless couldn't help but be excited. Reading the second update, he understood why he felt different. In the past, the Codexia world only had the power of law regulating the world. This limit was also the major reason the Apex Sovereigns didn't enter the world. Without the essence of law, entering the world deprived them of their power. Even though they could see, hear, smell, feel, and taste, with their senses working perfectly, everything felt fake without the essence of law. Seeing the update, instead of feeling happy, he felt a little worried. He wondered if his interest would be encroached upon with this coming update. Suddenly he thought of something. I can upgrade again? The Codexia world has a unique leveling system that could enhance the soul of an individual in the real world. Based on the player's level in the game, after a long time, one could synchronize their realm in reality. This is also why it was flooded with players. Getting passively stronger while playing a game is the way to go. Unfortunately, because of the level limit, after reaching Tier 8 and level 900 in the game, they couldn't level up any longer. But now they could level up again. Careless wondered if the passive ability of the game could still make them advance to Tier 9. Reading the third update, a frown appeared on his face. Ragnarok Invasion? Reading out the name, he seemed to remember it from the huge roulette that appeared a few years ago. Although he didn't know how they were connected, he still felt a sense of gloom and crisis. Reading the description of the update, it seemed that creatures from the Blood Ragnarok realm would invade the Codexia world in 10 years. They, as players, needed to defend their land and prevent it from being destroyed. In the case that the Codexia world was completely destroyed, all the life in it would perish. And they, as players, would also face unimaginable consequences. Besides the Apex Sovereigns, in the case that the Codexia world was fully destroyed, players at Tier 8 realm and below would be deprived of their power. This would instantly suck up all the power they cultivated and turn them into mortals. Thinking of this, he was horrified. How dare the creator make this? Is he insane? This is making the enemy of the entire world. The Codexia world has almost 50% of the low to high powerhouses in the Ethereum realm. Depriving them of their power all at once was unbelievable. But reading the rules, he felt a binding force in his body that made him believe it. Thinking of such craziness, he quickly navigated the panel planning to delete his account. Anyway, all that he wanted was already exchanged. Playing the Codexia world was simply to reminisce and pass time. However, as he was about to delete his account, a glaring notification popped up. Warning, deleting the game is default as giving up and has the same consequence as Article 8, depletion of power, insane. This is insane. I'm not even allowed to quit? This game is killing me. Besides Careless, all those who read the Ragnarok Invasion update wailed in despair. Knowing that someone was holding their neck, they felt uncomfortable all over their trembling body. No, this is not over yet. Suddenly Careless came to his senses. They would only be deprived of power once the Codexia world was fully destroyed. But how is that easy? They, as players, could be resurrected once killed. Although they would be deprived of some levels, they were immortal nonetheless. Grinding the enemy to death, as long as they don't give up, no one could defeat them. Ha ha ha. So this is the way. Humphrey. How could a mere Ragnarok invasion defeat us? They are mere experience points that could make us stronger. After venting his despair, plan after plan came into his mind. They only had 10 years before this fateful invasion. Although it's not long, it's not short either. Relaxing his tense body, he looked through the last update. Codixiamol? TSK, there better be more amazing rewards. Browsing through the new items, his eyes lit up. From weapons, armors, and potions to unique treasures, most of the resources in the mall could even tempt Tier 9 Apex sovereigns. Unfortunately, no matter what it is, it's not as important as time crystals and life crystals. After all, these things could help you comprehend law and extend life. Still, looking at the treasures that could forge one's body and improve the foundation, he was still excited. As he was browsing through the mall, he saw an item with an unbelievable exchange price. What, the origin fragment? Looking at the ridiculous exchange price of 1.5 septillion points, he felt he was dreaming. The Codixia system points are worth about 1,000 top-grade magical crystals, which are 1 million low-grade magical crystals each. Over the years, after slaving himself to the game, he only managed to earn a few billion points. How could he imagine this number? Even if he mobilized his guild's entire funds, it was only a few trillion. Wondering what this incredulous item was, he slowly read its description. Chapter 410 Ragnarok Invasion 10 years later, in the Codixia world. Agon, the Sage of Games, turned his attention to his base, looking for any shortcomings. This should be enough. Agon concluded. Agon was a Tier 9 Apex sovereign, attracted by the origin fragments. He had also dived into this game. He didn't expect that as the Sage of Games, the pioneer of almost all virtual games in the Ethereum realm, he would reach this point of playing other people's games. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Agon needed origin fragments, the ultimate training resource of their plane of existence. Not only were they purer than the merit crystals absorbed from the abyss, but the energy quantity of a single origin fragment was a septillion times more. Being at Tier 9, when using origin fragments, every year of their cultivation is equivalent to an epoch. Using an origin fragment for cultivation is like putting on a million experience multiplier. Furthermore, depending on the absorption rate, one could use a single origin fragment for hundreds to thousands of years. Such an ultimate resource, if used by a mortal, could direct reach Tier 9 realm after some time. The only limiting factor that would slow it down is comprehension. Maximus was also using these fragments to quickly reach the peak of his realm. Using origin fragments, his cultivation was billions of times faster. Basically, each day was like an epoch worth of cultivation. Unfortunately, because of such wanton absorption, a single origin fragment can only last a few days. Unfortunately, even with such insane training speed, he didn't even advance to 1% of his realm. As more and more elements and laws were added to his cultivation manual, his progress became even slower and slower. If not for the inability of his body, Maximus would like to absorb hundreds, if not thousands, of origin fragments every day. Looking at the origin fragments in the exchange mall, Agon felt greed in his heart. Origin fragments is equivalent to origin coins. The only difference is that origin coins are processed and branded by the virtual realm so that it can be used as currency. Knowing this, Agon was more eager to earn origin fragments. Origin coins being a universal currency is not a joke. To operate more freely in the virtual realm, Agon undoubtedly needed origin coins. Especially for his plan of creating a gaming empire in the Dimensional Alliance. As the Sage of Games, he couldn't just give up his dream. Unfortunately, to put up games in the virtual realm, besides top-notch virtual rune programming master, one also needed origin coins to buy game resources. Agon was already studying virtual rune programming. Now, all that was left was some origin coins. Seeing the time for the Ragnarok invasion was about to begin, excitement filled his eyes. Get ready, mark your positions, and set the formation. Don't let any enemy get inside the base. Soon the sky was dyed red, and a rain of blood began to descend. As their bodies began to tense from the atmosphere, the void began to crack as humanoid creatures began to appear. They were like humans but taller with perfect proportions. The only difference was that they possessed devil horns of different shapes filled with rune marks. Is this the warriors of the Blood Ragnarok realm? Agon thought. However, looking at their eyes without a light of wisdom, he understood that these were just some puppets. As the enemy descended, they looked at them with their eyes flashing red. Soon hundreds of thousands of Blood Ragnarok warriors began to attack Agon's guild base without regard to anything. Attack! Agon instructed. As the sound of magic cannons was fired, the enemy began to fall. Listening to the points ringing in his ears, Agon couldn't help but smile. As a privilege, Apex sovereigns who join the game would be directly at full level, which is 1000. With such power, Agon was able to quickly form a solid base. Furthermore, with billions of subordinates, a piece of Codexia world was basically turned into a solid steel base. Even some powerful Tier 9 Blood Ragnarok enemy appeared, he could stably farm for points. Suddenly, just when he was smiling at his masterpiece, an aura began to lock onto him. Oh? The enemy is finally here, Agon smiled. After knowing that the enemy didn't have the light of wisdom and only moved according to the program, he held no fear. Let's see how I fare against a Tier 9 enemy. 1,000 years later, the real Blood Ragnarok realm would invade the Etherium realm. Taking this chance, he wanted to see how strong the enemy was. Looking at the monster that directly attacked him, he could only shake his head. It seems that it's a low-end monster, he muttered with a sigh. However, as soon as they began to clash, Agon felt horror in his heart. Different from the enemy's emotionless eyes, its fighting skills were unmatched. Coupled with powers he couldn't recognize and an absurdly strong body, in just a few exchanges Agon was injured to the point of coughing blood. Impossible. How can the enemy be this strong? Gritting his teeth, Agon began to mobilize the rules of the world, using all his strength to fight. However, under a fist that could break all laws, Agon was once again kicked out in defeat. No. This is fake. Agon muttered in disbelief. He was not scared of the enemy in front of him. Knowing this is a virtual world, even if he died, he wouldn't lose anything. However, if he died because of some simulated enemy, then with the invasion of the Blood Ragnarok realm 1,000 years later, the Etherium realm would surely be destroyed. What he didn't know was that the simulated enemy Maximus programmed was stronger. From their powers, skills, and body, everything was up a notch. Although he couldn't yet simulate a Tier 10 Blood Ragnarok inhabitant, simulating weaker creatures was not a problem. Getting samples from the Sterling family, Maximus could easily recreate all the living beings in the Blood Ragnarok realm. Preparing the people of Etherium realm for an unprecedented war, Maximus figured that simulating an enemy of the same magnitude wouldn't help much but may instead cultivate their arrogance. Being beaten back, Agon could only hide in his base, resisting the enemy. Furthermore, because of unequal strength, some of his bases began to be destroyed and collapsed. Damn, my base. Thinking of the base he painstakingly created, he couldn't help but felt loss. Undoubtedly, Agon was already lucky. Because he was prepared, only some of his base fell. However, for most of the guilds in Codexia world, in just the first bout, most of them fell in an instant. Fortunately, the resurrection mechanism of Codexia world is merciful, resurrecting them in intact bases so they wouldn't continuously lose levels. As the one-sided fight continued, Maximus, Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius looked at the fight with interest. TSK, what a bunch of weaklings, Alabaster complained. Especially seeing his Tier 9 subordinates being killed one after another, he couldn't help but want to beat them. That's natural. Each of these Blood Ragnarok warriors is equivalent to an elite. Unless they had suppressing power, they could barely even survive. Is this the strength of the Blood Ragnarok realm? Phelan asked in worry. No, they're much stronger. Maximus shook his head with a sigh. Although he enhanced the enemy up a notch, it's only up to Tier 9 enemies after all. The Blood Ragnarok realm still has hundreds or even thousands of Tier 10 individuals. Plus the suspected pseudo-Tier 11 enemy, the Etherium realm wouldn't have a chance in hell of winning. Fortunately, they have him. Maximus alone could ensure keeping the Etherium realm intact after exposing all his strength. Because of this, sometimes he wondered if the dimensional roulette, an ultimate treasure deciding the match, saw his real strength. Do we even have the chance to win? Redius asked, already planning his escape plan. They were not only facing Tier 9 enemies but multiple Tier 10 enemies. If it's only a few, Redius was confident he could win. But looking at Maximus's expression, there should be at least hundreds of them. Relax, we still have Malgren, Maximus said meaningfully, looking at Malgren's resting place. That's right, we still have that monster. They nodded unconsciously. Although they know Maximus was strong, being a dimensional master and all, Malgren was still the strongest being engraved in their very being. Until now, Malgren was still unconscious. However, instead of getting weaker, he became stronger and stronger. Just a few months prior, Malgren was promoted to the Tier 10 realm. Breaking the dimensional rule, how could they not be shocked? Despite comprehending and absorbing an origin of law, because of the dimensional rules, they couldn't advance to the Tier 10 realm. Seeing Malgren do it was like looking at a miracle. Etherium realm is different from the Blood Ragnarok realm. The Blood Ragnarok realm was able to have Tier 10 inhabitants because it's a regressed dimension. It might be harder to advance, but with a foundation of a Tier 11 dimension, advancing to Tier 10 is still feasible. Looking at Malgren breaking the dimensional rule, they gathered, looking for the possibility of imitation. Chapter 411 Creating Suido Ultimate Treasure. A few years later. A Tier 12 Ultimate Treasure? After investigating and studying Malgren essence by essence and using his connection with the Sterling family to browse through public and semi-secret information, Maximus managed to conclude that the killing aura emanating from Malgren, which was strengthening him, was a Tier 12 Ultimate Treasure. It's not just a normal ultimate treasure but the suppressing ultimate treasure of the Ashura sect. This is one of the top forces in their plane of existence that rules over the ocean of killing and multiple branches of it that reach the level of the ocean of law. Ashura sect can be said to be strongest battle force in the Dimensional Alliance. A suppressing treasure from such a force, even when broken beyond recognition, was still stronger than the one he had. According to Maximus's calculation, such a treasure could unleash an attack comparable to a peak Tier 11 individual mastering the ocean of law. This is because it's broken. If it were in full condition, it might even be able to threaten a Tier 12 individual. As for the ultimate treasure's auxiliary function, it all pertains to killing. From fighting instinct, physique, and spirit, this ultimate treasure would transform one into an ultimate killing machine without weaknesses. Malgren being the strongest was also because of this. Unless one could crush him in realm and foundation, Malgren was unbeatable. Unfortunately, there is him. Even though Malgren was molded into a perfect killing machine, it's still not enough to bridge the gap between the grade of physique. After investigation, he saw that Malgren possessed the killing Ashura body, which is just a supreme grade physique. Compared to his REM grade physique, it was a whole magnitude difference. Furthermore, although his ultimate treasure, the system, is weaker, it's only relative. His ultimate treasure is an auxiliary one, thus didn't possess any strong attacking power. With a systemized ultimate treasure, his control on it was on transcendence level, not like Malgren who could only passively receive his treasure's power. Even then such a treasure made Maximus a little greedy. Unfortunately, it's not possible to steal a Tier 12 ultimate treasure once it's bound to someone. Tier 12 ultimate treasures already have a consciousness of their own. Unless one has the absolute strength of a Tier 12 overlord, no one can force a Tier 12 ultimate treasure to recognize someone. Maximus was lucky that his ultimate treasure is a systemized treasure which made the treasure consciousness mechanized. Without sentient consciousness, Maximus unknowingly bound it, without passing any trial or requirements. Finding everything he needed, Maximus stood up. "Are you going to leave?" Phelan asked. "Yes." "Did you find the cause of Malgren's surge in strength?" "No, my realm is too low to investigate this." Maximus shook his head and lied. "It's too early to give up." "Maybe you'll find it soon enough," Phelan advised. "Instead of wasting my time here, I'd better prepare for the Dimensional War ranking." "Then do your thing. I will tell you if we find anything." Curse Continent, Moonlight Empire. Returning to his castle, he looked through his family, busy absorbing the ultimate treasures. It has been a few decades since they went into seclusion. Seeing that there was less than half of the ultimate treasure left, Maximus smiled. "I better finish the Ether Forge first." Maximus thought. The Codexia world are already producing finished rune resource programs. With the invasion of Ragnarok, the players were having a desperate fight. Not having the strength to repel the enemy, they thought of using the mechanism of the game to fight. First is the resurrection mechanism. Sacrificing their lives, they thought of studying the fighting patterns of the enemy. After a few years of endless death, they succeed and memorize the fighting rhythm of the enemy. Fighting back they earned points crazily while hiding for the world bosses. For stronger enemies, especially those Tier 9 Blood Ragnarok warriors, they could only hide, and defend their base. Even the Apex Sovereigns could only be beaten back. Studying their fighting rhythm was no use, as each Tier 9 enemy was specially programmed by Maximus. Just when Maximus thought they would be finished and was about to release some items to make the game easier, an ingenious player, the sage of games, Agon, used the very principle of the game to fight back. Codexia game is a creative game where one draw runes until they have a complete, unlimited generatable resource. As long as they finish a rune resource program, they can generate it as much as they want. Agon abused this mechanism of the game, forcing his guild members to draw strategic rune resource programs and create unlimited armies and firepower. Although it was not enough to kill the enemy, repelling them wasn't a problem. Given such breathing space, the players became more excited as they drew more strategic resource runes. Most of the Apex Sovereigns even thought it was a bug in the game. They thought that this was a simulation for their coming fight with the Blood Ragnarok realm. But with this kind of bug, this challenge would turn into a mere game. Fortunately, one couldn't generate unlimited Tier 9 resources in the game, making it a little believable. What they didn't know was that the rune language they were using was derived from Maximus's dimensional source physique. This rune language, the rune of Maxim, could directly communicate with the source of his physique, getting unlimited energy. If Maximus wanted, he could disclose the entire Rune of Maxim system for others to use in reality. However, given his current strength, it would only bring more trouble instead of help. Fortunately, this invasion simulation is still useful because of the existence of the virtual realm. With money, just like in the Codexia world, he could provide them with unlimited materials. However, to achieve this, he needed to quickly launder his money. Looking at more and more strategic items being drawn, only the Ether Forge was missing. Getting into his laboratory, Maximus began an experimenting frenzy. 15 years later. Ha ha ha. I finally did it. In rags, Maximus laughed crazily, looking at his masterpiece. Its size was that of a world, filled with runes and precious Tier 11 materials. It emitted dazzling aura. Print Tier 9 Soul Potion, Maximus excitedly instructed. Beginning printing, time estimated, 10 hours. 10 hours later, Maximus looked at the bottled Tier 9 Soul Potion with a calm smile. He had already cleaned himself, looking calmly at the situation. After 15 years and countless epochs of his consciousness studying the properties of the various materials he could find, he finally created a pseudo ultimate treasure. That's right, the Ether Forge reached the realm of pseudo ultimate treasure. Ultimate treasures could mobilize conceptual power. Although the current Ether Forge can't do it directly, by absorbing the power of his physique, the Ether Forge can barely synthesize any item below the ultimate level. However, the cost is too. Maximus thought with a broken heart. Even without counting the cost of research and development, each Ether Forge costs a million origin coins per unit. Calculating that the Ether Forge could synthesize a Tier 9 Soul Potion in 10 hours which costs 1 origin coin, it would take over 1,000 years to earn the capital cost. Fortunately, this is not for him to earn money but to create resources that he could use to launder money. Furthermore, after enough Ether Forges were created, the wealth it could create for him would be enormous. After an epoch, he could earn 800,000 times his investment. After 1,000 epochs, he could earn 800 million times his investment. As long as he is alive, each Ether Forge could produce unlimited wealth. Looking at the tens of millions of origin coins in his account, he could only smile wryly. The Dimensional Origin Library could already earn about 30 million origin coins every year. If not for the cost of developing the Ether Forge device, he would already have hundreds of millions of origin coins. No hurry, I can't spend it anyway. Maximus comforted himself with a sigh. 3 years later. Purchasing the materials needed to create the Ether Forge, it took Maximus 3 years to finally forge 100 Ether Forge devices. This should be enough for now. Maximus didn't need to print Tier 9 Soul Potions. He just needed some rare resources to attract people into his casinos. It shouldn't take the Ether Forge device a few minutes to print these resources. As for the resources monopolized by various forces, Maximus was still waiting for Lilith to wake up. He needed her primordial origin eye to analyze these resources by bypassing all the encryption of the virtual realm. While he was thinking about his next plan, he noticed movements in the seclusion place of his family. Huh? A breakthrough. Feeling such massive movement, his lips couldn't help but arc. Flying in their direction, he took out thousands of origin fragments and scattered them around. With such movement, due to simultaneous breakthroughs, without enough energy sources, it was highly likely that they would fail in their advancement. After ensuring there wouldn't be any danger, Maximus slowly waited, ready to help them at any time. I have waited too long. You're finally coming out. Chapter 412 Simultaneous Advancement. While Maximus was standing outside, Isabella and Lux came out. Welcome back, Maximus greeted. Husband, Dad. It seems that your harvest was not bad. Isabella and Lux had long since reached the Tier 9 realm. After absorbing thousands of ultimate treasures, he felt their auras were at least 10 times stronger. Compared to normal Apex sovereigns, they could be considered invincible. However, thinking about some monsters who regularly visit the Dimensional Origin Library, they were far from comparable. Without any adventures or heaven-defying treasures, they could only be average compared to the top geniuses of the Dimensional Alliance. Because of different path they had chosen, his family couldn't use the follow-up chapter of the Origin Manual. Not following his path, they could only diverge and forge their own. Although through the foundation of the Origin Manual, the path they chose was solid and without any shortcomings, it was incomparable to those truly talented. Unless they polished themselves for billions of epochs, the highest they could reach was the Tier 10 realm. Thinking about this, he thought of diverting his attention to create an alternative chapter of the Origin Manual. He didn't do this before because first, there was a lack of points, and more importantly, he didn't want to limit the growth and thinking of his family. If he always gave them everything, they would be deprived of the freedom to think and would always depend on him. The advancement to Tier 9 is the most important advancement in all tiers. This is like turning an illusion into reality, making the impossible possible. Any shortcomings at this stage would be magnified the higher one advance. Even if one were to rebuild or reincarnate, Truly starting from stage 1 is impossible. Reaching the tier 9 realm, one would immortalize their spirit, body, and soul. No power could change it back to the past. This is also why his wife, Sky, who possesses an immortal physique, didn't dare to advance to the tier 9 realm hastily. It took her countless lives, laying the most solid foundation before daring to do so. If she hadn't met him, she would still be in the process of laying a foundation. While Maximus was thinking, Isabella and Lux came beside him, looking at the spectacle. I didn't expect they would advance simultaneously, Isabella muttered in amazement. Besides Maxine, the child of Max and Della, there were over 30 of them simultaneously advancing to tier 9 realm. This rare spectacle was the first in the Etherium realm. The Shadow Crest family is about to establish the strongest family in the Etherium realm. Lux said in excitement. With over 30 apex sovereigns in a single family, Lux wondered who dared to fight with them. TSK, you kid, we were already the strongest family long ago, Maximus said with a smile. As the Dimensional Master, the leader of the Etherium Alliance, and the Emperor of a whole continent, who still had the strength to match their family. I'm just comparing the numbers, Dad. Lux pouted. While they were talking and laughing, a person suddenly teleported behind them. Freya, Aunt Freya. You are here, why wouldn't I be here? Humphrey, where my sister is my place, Freya said, thinking that Maximus didn't welcome her. Freya, don't be too harsh on my husband, he is just happy to see you, Isabella said, taking her arm. Humphrey, if you weren't my sister's husband, I wouldn't even look at you, Freya said angrily. It's been a few decades since they last saw each other. This Maximus, a stone-hearted bastard, didn't even have time to visit her. She's been waiting and waiting until the trees and flowers wilted, yet no sign of him was seen. Thinking of the promise she made with Lilith, she couldn't help but blush. No, I wouldn't forgive this bastard if he didn't make an effort, she thought. Meanwhile, looking at the angry Freya, Maximus couldn't help but be amused. He had long known that Freya had a thing for him. Often looking at him in a daze, getting angry for no reason, wanting to see him every time. If Maximus didn't get this, he would be blind. Soon, while chattering together, the energy around skyrocketed. As space and time rioted due to the immense pressure, Maximus mobilized his authority as the Dimensional Master and stabilized the space. Minutes after minutes, hours after hours, a few days later, the energy around calmed down. A few months later, after stabilizing their realms, they exited the seclusion room one after another. Looking at them vigorously testing their newfound power, Maximus couldn't help but smile. Don't test it here, you would destroy the place, Maximus. Husband, dad. Grandfather. Father-in-law. Congratulations on advancing. After checking each of them one by one, he led them to the training space he created. With fully equipped exquisite equipment, they could accurately measure their power. Hazel, 52 magnitude, wow, 52 magnitude, too strong. Mother Hazel, you must protect us in the future. The girls cheered. A magnitude is equal to the comprehensive strength of a tier 9 individual in the Dimensional Alliance. 52 magnitude of power might seem low, but it was still 52 times the average strength of the various powerhouses in the Dimensional Alliance. In comparison, most of the Apex Sovereigns in the Etherium Alliance didn't even reach 1 magnitude of power. Compared to the average magnitude of power of the people of the Blood Ragnarok realm, which is 3, it's no wonder they were being beaten back horribly. Soon, one by one, his wives tested their own strength. Erica, 49 magnitude, Luna, 83 magnitude, Livia, 77 magnitude, Angeline, 54 magnitude, Rose, 88 magnitude, Irene, 48 magnitude, Isabella, 107 magnitude, Emma, 43 magnitude, Jane, 95 magnitude, Denise, 65 magnitude, Sky, 15,157 magnitude. Is there an error? They said in shock. The first few were only in 2 digits, seeing Sky reach over 10,000, they were shocked. It's only 15,000? Sky muttered with a frown. Sister, that's 15,000, not 15. Be satisfied. Isabella said. She only got 107 magnitude despite all of her advantages, being the first to advance to tier 9 and all. Seeing Sky had over 15,000 magnitude of power, she could only be amazed. This should be because of the limitation of the Etherium realm, Maximus said after some thought. In the Dimensional Alliance records, people who possess supreme grade physique have over hundreds of thousands of magnitude of power at tier 9. However, taking into account the environment, it's no wonder Sky's magnitude of power was only at 15,000. If Sky were in the same environment, even without the help of his origin manual, she would be able to reach the upper limit of 1,000,000 magnitude of power. After understanding the problem, Sky just nodded, satisfied with her strength. Over 15,000 magnitude of power was enough to grant her invincibility in the same realm. Furthermore, with her confidence in her husband, she was sure she wouldn't just stop here. Soon, Lilith also measured her magnitude of power. Lilith, 9,999 magnitude, the perfect theoretical power, as expected of you, Lilith, Maximus praised. Hee, it's all thanks to you, Lilith said with a blush. 9,999 magnitude of power was the theoretical limit that one could achieve after advancing to the Tier 9 realm. One should have a perfect foundation, without any loopholes and shortcomings, maximizing the power limit of a dimension. With Lilith's primordial origin eyes, achieving perfection was expected. Sky was just an anomaly, because of her incomparable experience reincarnating multiple times in different dimensions. Even Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius, Maximus estimated, have millions of magnitude of power despite being only at the Tier 9 realm. With a hint of origin of law, their power was over their tier. Can I also try? Freya asked. Seeing her sister's amazing strength, she couldn't help but be eager to see how she compared. Sure. After getting permission, Freya quickly tested her strength. Freya, 5 magnitude. Silence rang through the room as they read Freya's magnitude of power. Are they blind or what? Witnessing thousands of magnitude of power, they were unaccustomed to seeing a single-digit number. Is this machine broken? Freya was still confident in her power. Although she might not beat her father, she was still one of the top in the Etherium realm when it comes to combat power. Even in the Codexia world, Freya could still beat 1 or 2 Tier 9 enemies before being repelled. This is already good, Maximus comforted. Reaching 5 magnitude power was already good. But it's only 5, Freya silently said with her eyes turning red. Sister. Seeing her sister was about to cry, Lilith quickly went up and comforted her. Do something, Lilith mouthed, looking at him. Seeing this, Maximus sighed and came to her. Alright, come to me later, I'll make you stronger. Maximus smiled, patting her head. Really? Freya asked with teary eyes. I promised. Chapter 413 Battlefield Domain. After testing his wife's magnitude of power, his children's turn came next. Lily, 107 magnitude, Max, 115 magnitude, Nathan, 321 magnitude, Lila, 97 magnitude, Lydia, 82 magnitude, Sam, 88 magnitude, Luke, 89 magnitude, Serene, 81 magnitude, Syra, 104 magnitude, Lux, 266 magnitude, Asha, 234 magnitude. It seemed the kids have a more solid foundation than us, Erica commented with a smile. Seeing their children stronger than themselves, they were happy instead of being jealous. Because of the resources they had consumed since birth and the training they underwent, their children could be said to have spotless foundation. Maximus also ensured they achieved their maximum potential, so seeing their children's strength did not surprise them. Don't worry, after some time I'll fix your foundation, Maximus muttered. Because they trained late and their nurturing was not up to standard, their harmony with the laws is somewhat discounted. The early years of life are when your harmony with the world is highest, and maintaining that connection benefits you as you progress. Fortunately, it's easy to fix. After creating the harmonizing device, which could enhance the grade of their physique, it should also realign their harmony with the laws. While they were talking, their children were already making a fuss, comparing their magnitude of power and not being satisfied with each other's results. Ha ha ha, eldest sister, I'm stronger than you. You should listen to me from now on, Max said with his hands on his hips. What? Lily said coldly. That I said I would protect you from now on. Max quickly changed his words, seeing his sister's look. The majesty of the eldest sister is something, Max muttered in his heart. What are you saying? Sister Lily, is for us to protect. The girls quickly gathered and defended. Just as they were about to quarrel, they felt Lily's cold aura flare up. Enough, I don't need anyone's protection. Even though some of his brothers and sisters had stronger magnitude of power than her, Lily wasn't deterred. Her father said, magnitude of power only represent the comprehensive strength of the individual. How you use it is another matter. Because her profession was auxiliary, it didn't enhance much of her comprehensive strength. However, if overall ability and combat power was used as measure, Lily was sure she could trash most of her siblings. Yes, eldest sister. They quickly straightened up and said. Ahem, by the way, where is brother Liam? Max quickly shifted the topic. He's still managing the Empire. Hey, what a workaholic brother. While they were chattering, the third generation of the Shadow Crest family tested their magnitude of power. Sylvan, 269 magnitude, Leela, 213 magnitude, Martin, 267 magnitude, Maya, 302 magnitude. Each generation of the family is stronger than the previous one, Nathan praised, seeing his 3 children stronger than them. TSK, our niece even surpasses us, Max whispered in dissatisfaction. It seems we can no longer beat them like before. While they were mulling over their strength, the in-laws of the family also tested their magnitude of power. Amara, 59 magnitude, Elijah, 43 magnitude, Ella, 44 magnitude, Zoe, 41 magnitude, Arya, 42 magnitude. Seeing the results, they were not too surprised. Such strength was already top of the Ethereum realm, so they're already satisfied. Suddenly, they turned their attention to Maximus. Husband, would you show us some of your strength? Looking at those eyes, Maximus had no choice but to let them see his strength. Beep, beep, beep. As the machine kept beeping, rows of numbers appeared dazzlingly, blinding their eyes. Maximus, 124,573,725 magnitude, 124 million? They asked in a daze. Is this number even possible? Remembering they only have a few digits of magnitude power, seeing such a number was unbelievable. I guess I'm a little strong? Maximus joked. Although 124 million was his full strength, it was not his full capability. Using his system to boost the time dilation of his consciousness, he could make his combat power exert 1,000 times its power. Furthermore, he still had the trump card of burning his origin. If that happened, his magnitude of power could still skyrocket. Rolling their eyes at Maximus's humble bragging, they continued to marvel at their newfound strength. Not finding an opponent to vent to, they turned their attention to Maximus, asking for access to the virtual realm. The virtual realm could only be accessed at Tier 9 realm. Because the origin isn't yet solidified at the lower tiers, rashly going to the virtual world is a death wish. Now, finally having the strength to do so, they were a little excited thinking of the vast world that was about to open to them. Alright, I'll also give you some pocket money, Maximus agreed, giving them a septillion dimensional coins each. After getting what they wanted, they quickly went into the virtual realm without asking for any precautions. In the field were only Maximus and his wives left. Well, how about we have some fun, Maximus said with a wide smile. What fun? Lilith asked excitedly, oblivious of his meaning. You'll know soon, sister, don't fall for him, he's bad, Freya suddenly warned. Bad? My husband wouldn't hurt me, Lilith said with confidence. You're done, sister, you've fallen, Freya said with a facepalm. Don't worry, you're also coming with us, Maximus said jokingly. Coming? Suddenly Freya remembered that Maximus promised to make her stronger. As for the methods, various thoughts quickly flashed through her mind, making her blush. As long as I become strong, Freya thought with conviction, as if ready even for death. Meanwhile, Max and the others quickly navigated through the virtual realm. With a septillion dimensional coins each, they easily navigated the place and registered their identities. Soon, under Neo and Sire's information gathering, they quickly found where to test their strength. Battlefield domain? Unlike other virtual realms with order, the battlefield domain was full of chaos. Allowing only Tier 9 individuals for entry, the place was a heaven for battle. Anyone you see is your opponent, anyone who attacks you is your enemy. There are no rules, only chaos. Learning of this, they paid for a special teleportation array to enter the battlefield domain. Virtual realm, battlefield domain. Is this the place? They muttered. Around were ruins of different civilizations and structures. If not for knowing this is a virtual world, they would even think they were in a real dimension. Suddenly, a panel appeared in front of them, introducing them to the rules of the place. First, one could only get a single life in this virtual realm domain. After death, they would no longer be eligible to enter the battlefield domain. The second is the point and ranking system. Each time you kill an enemy, you would get their points. The higher your points, the higher your ranking would become. The ranking, however, didn't have any reward but could only give one prestige that would be crucial if one would like to join the top forces of the Dimensional Alliance. This battlefield domain is basically a large recruitment site for all the top forces in the Dimensional Alliance. Hearing this, they were a little thrilled. The Dimensional Alliance had 3 overlords, 9 organizations, and 12 top families. If they could join one of these top forces, they could finally be a help to their father. Do you have any favorite force to join? Max asked. Of course, it's the Virtual Business Alliance. Lux said without hesitation. As one of the 3 overlords, majoring in business, Lux couldn't ask for more. Hey, figures, Max shook his head. Then what about you? I think your goal is the Ashura sect. Isn't it obvious? My wife and I aim for the top fighting organization in the world. Max said proudly. Alright, don't be too loud, Ella said, pinching his ears. Eternal sect would be good too, Neo suggested. The Eternal sect was the most peaceful sect studying to live forever, fighting even the end of time itself. Even at Tier 9, They were only given eternal lifespan. Being killed, assassinated, poisoned, many things could lead to death. The Eternal Sex people were a bunch of cautious turtles that would do anything to prevent these events. Because of this, it is rumored that the power the Eternal Sect currently shows is more than what it seems. As cautious as they are, how could they show all their cards nakedly? Our sister's goal is the Immortal Palace, Lila said. Different from the others, the Immortal Palace only accepts females. Although Immortal Palace is a female-only sect, it's one of the most feared organizations, second only to the Ashura sect. Ashura sect is filled with a bunch of violent brutes who like fighting and killing. On the other hand, Immortal Palace is filled with crazy protective women who would kill and destroy anyone if they touches one of theirs. With such a reputation, how couldn't they yearn for it? While they were talking, thinking of their dream organization to join, a group of individuals quietly surrounded them. An enemy. Nathan quickly alerted. Hee, my fist was getting itchy from waiting. It seems they're finally here. The feast has been prepared, are you ready? Chapter 414 Immortals. A little while later. What a bunch of weaklings. We didn't even warm up, and they were already dead, Max complained. They didn't have many points, so it should be obvious, Sam replied. TSK, what a waste of effort. They thought they would have a thrilling battle, given that their opponents confidently surrounded them. Who knew that before they even moved, they would be killed like chickens? We are just too strong. Furthermore, we are at the periphery of the battlefield domain. How strong do you think individuals who stay up here are? Lily said, looking at Max, who was always complaining. Yes, sister, you are very right. Max quickly straightened his body. So what is our next plan, sister? Lila asked. We should divide. Points shouldn't be the only criteria those organizations are looking at, Lily said, pointing at the probes above. I see. If we are all together, although we could earn points safely and rank up, we couldn't express much of our personal abilities. But it's still safer to go together. Anyway, if our rank is high enough, there would be no problem, Neo said lazily. Having his brother and sister carry him was the way to go. Fighting with their personal abilities. Isn't that suicide? Probably, but we aren't the strongest here. According to Dad, the strongest magnitude of power a Tier 9 individual has is 1,000,000. If they have that strength, then why still go here and fight such needless battles? Max said, a little scared of such a magnitude of strength. They were only in the hundreds, fighting an individual who had 1,000,000 magnitude of power was no different from suicide. I know, but there should be individuals in the hundreds of thousands or at least tens of thousands magnitude of power here. We have no chance of defeating them. We can only take the route of impressing those organization with our potential, Lily explained. Hearing this, they also fell into contemplation. Because they were born in a Tier 9 dimension, they faced a massive disadvantage compared to the rest. If only the Ethereum realm was a Tier 10 dimension, then they could at least have thousands of magnitude of power. Unfortunately, given their circumstances, they could only accept it now. Finally, after a bit of discussion, they divided their group into 8, each wishing to join a different organization. While they were busy fighting in the battlefield domain, Maximus took his wives and Freya to the Thousand Paradise domain in the virtual world. This domain contains the top 1,000 Paradise-like clans in the entire Dimensional Alliance, making it the #1 tourist spot in the virtual realm. I didn't expect you to be this generous, Freya said, looking at the scenery with a wide smile. Freya thought what Maximus meant by fun was dirty things. She didn't expect he would treat them to an expensive place. As a top tourist spot in the virtual realm, the entry to the Thousand Paradise domain isn't free. Each person needs to pay 100 quintillion dimensional coins to enter. Even then, it's only entry. Each of the 1,000 paradises has different rates as the ranking goes higher. They deserve this much. Reaching the Tier 9 realm, how could we not celebrate? Maximus said, looking at each of them. Humphrey. What a bastard. Knowing that it was not meant for her, Freya was a little jealous. Taking a look at the unique scenery, she quickly calmed down. Not minding Freya, Maximus took his wives around, appreciating the scenery and forgetting everything. From every flower, tree, breeze, the colorful sky, they quickly forgot each of their worries. Maximus, do you think we will have the chance to visit this dimension someday? Sky asked. We are already immortals. We have time to look and try everything this world has to offer. That's right, we are already immortals. They muttered. Reaching the Tier 9 realm, they still felt unreal. Living only 1,000 years, they couldn't imagine what the future would be like. However, looking at their beloved husband, no matter what future awaits, they were sure to face it with a smile and conviction. Whether the stars fade, the sea dries up, and the seasons change, we will be together no matter what. A few months later, in the battlefield domain. Bing flying out after parrying the attack of the enemy, Ella quickly follow up, ending the enemy. "Ha, nice one, darling. You're the best," Max praised, getting up in his wounded body. "TSK, you should be careful. Don't be too reckless," Ella said, looking anxiously at Max. "This is how I fight. As long as I know you're there, I could fight bravely," Max smiled foolishly, holding his wife's hand. "Humphrey. Anyway, you are not allowed to fight recklessly anymore," Ella said, pinching his nose. "But no buts. Otherwise, you could only sleep on the ground from now on," Ella said, flashing her trump card. "Yes, ma'am. I will do everything you say, word for word." "What a good husband," Ella smiled, kissing him as a reward. "Thank you for the reward. Can I have another one?" Max pushed. "No, this is a battlefield. We can't do it here," Ella said with a blush. "Oh, how about we log out for a few days? How many points do we have now?" "About 700,000, Max said, checking his points. "Then we have to work more. We should earn 1 million points before resting," Ella said after some thinking. "Hiss. 300,000 more? What a bother." For the first time, Max felt that fighting was troublesome. "Humphrey, look at your sisters. They already have tens of millions of points," Ella said, checking Lily and the others' points. "But there were 8 people. We have no match for them. Lily, Lila, Lydia, Serene, Syra, Asha, Leela, and Maya formed a girls' party, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. With absolute strength, they can run rampant before those ranked individuals. They didn't care about numbers, they fought anyone they could see. Meanwhile, the two of them could only scout the place, looking for suitable opponents to fight. What about Neo and Arya? They are at millions too. They are much better than us, Ella said with a pout. She was competitive, seeing others better than them, she couldn't just sit around. Hey, maybe they are cheating. I know my brother. With his lazy ass, it was even a miracle he was willing to fight in this virtual battlefield, Max said in puzzlement. Seeing his brother's points, Max was more shocked than Ella. Knowing Neo, who would rather lie on the bed than do anything else, it was shocking that they had more points than them. I don't care. We need to reach 1 million, or else. Ella said, squinting her eyes. Yes, ma'am, I'll look for the enemy right away. In the ruins, a massive explosion occurred as hundreds of individuals in the group were annihilated. Who did this? It's too cruel. They were just walking around looking for prey, they didn't expect they would fall into such a trap. From array, terrain arrangement, talismans, runes, and explosives, the place was like a death trap. They could only slowly watch as their bodies disintegrated in the virtual world. In the hidden basement thousands of miles away, Arya and Neo watched in excitement as points kept sounding out in their ears. This is too easy. Neo yawned lazily, looking at their climbing points. How is it easy? I worked dozens of hours and only killed a few hundred people, Arya said in dissatisfaction. Then I'll try to deduce more thoroughly this time, Neo sighed. Wouldn't that be too tiring? Arya asked, worriedly. To deduce anything, they needed to first have enough information. From the remains of the enemy, they set a soul-gathering memory array that would get the information they needed. Neo simply needed to gather these memories and deduce the possibilities, then make a trap in advance. However, because he only had a heaven rank physique, his ability was limited that he overdrive himself, just to deduce something. If not for the origin manual he practiced, all the memories he gathered might even alter his personality. Don't worry about me. As long as we stay safe, everything is worth it, Neo said. They couldn't fight face to face like others, they could only conspire using their brains and abilities to earn points. Then let's rest first. You look pale, Arya said, looking at Neo. Okay. Meanwhile, in the shadow hinterland of the battlefield domain, Nathan and Zoe silently blended into the shadows, waiting for the enemy to relax. Unlike others, their fighting style is assassination. They didn't need to take any risk, killing anyone before they could even react. Although they were a little slow at turning points, so far, no enemy had even seen them. Now, seeing their target relax, Nathan quickly signaled his wife. Swish as the wind blew, blood wisps silently dripped into the ground. Plus 1,535 points, plus 1,247 points, plus 1,316 points, plus 1,427 points, plus 1,272 points, plus 1,247 points, is that all? Zoe asked. HMMPH, no one in sight, let's retreat. Nathan said coldly as if they had just chopped some vegetables. Chapter 415 Shadowcrest Market. A year later, in the Virtual Realms battlefield domain, a group of 5 individuals cautiously walked, searching for their next prey. There are 2 people up ahead, be ready, commanded Hans, their leader. However, as they prepared to advance, their scout noticed another group of individuals not far from them. Stop, Stay in position, Hans ordered. In the battlefield domain, they only had one life. If they failed, they could only remain mediocre for life. Suddenly, as they cautiously moved forward, waiting for their chance, they noticed more and more groups. More groups mean more uncertainty and chaos. Are we being ambushed? One of the members said. No, something must be attracting them here, Hans concluded confidently. He still trusted in his group's camouflage. Observing the direction everyone was heading, he could only deduce that something lay ahead. Curious, they cautiously followed the flow of people until they reached a somewhat intact city. Shadowcrest Market? They murmured, reading the plaque. Markets were not uncommon in this battlefield domain. Despite the chaos, there was still some order to follow. Most of these markets were resource points spontaneously created by prodigies with affluent backgrounds who preferred not to fight. In this virtual battlefield, aside from the natal weapon integrated into their origin, all external treasures, talismans, jade amulets, armors, mount, anything external to the body were banned. They could only mine and harvest resources around them to forge their weapons. Fortunately, most who reached the Tier 9 realm had at least a skill or two in their arsenal that could utilize resources. Furthermore, resources in the battlefield domain were abundant. Even Tier 10 materials could be found with patience. Using these resources, they could demonstrate their adaptability to their environment better. Seeing others enter and exit the Shadowcrest Market freely, they were sure it wasn't a trap. Perfect, let's replenish our supplies. Entering the city, they were halted by a puppet. Please pay 10 points for entry, the puppet said mechanically. 10 points? Why not just rob us? 10 points were already a significant sum. Each individual entering the battlefield domain was only worth 1 point. They would need to kill 10 newcomers just to earn the 10 points for the entrance fee. Moreover, this was only the periphery of the battlefield domain. The land is barren and weak individuals roam. Even those who had been here for a few years only had a few thousand points. Looking at the puppet, who was at the same tier as them, they reluctantly complied. Pay up, Hans said coldly. Reluctantly paying the fee, they entered the city market. Inside, they were somewhat shocked to find order amidst the chaos. Rows of shops, pavilions, restaurants, entertainment venues, hotels. It resembled a real city. Did we come to the wrong place? Joked one of the members. Building such a city wasn't easy. Even though it was just the periphery of the battlefield domain, the dangers it held were not trivial. Such a large city meant a bigger target, a gathering of a large number of points. With the madness of people in the battlefield domain, without sufficient strength, this city would have been trampled long ago. You seem new here. Curious how this place came to be? A fruit seller asked with a smile. Can you tell us? Hans asked. Haha, sure. Why don't you buy some of my fruits? Pack it all, Hans replied generously. What a generous patron. That will be only 30 points, thank you. The fruit seller thanked with a grin. Though reluctant, Hans quickly paid for the fruits. Inviting them to sit, the fruit seller methodically recounted the city's story. Shadowcrest Market was built just a year ago. Initially, there were only a few individuals in this ruined city. After roughly restoring the city lord, Lux began recruiting people within a 1,000,000-mile radius. Regardless of disability or weakness, as long as they had some ability, he generously compensated them in dimensional coins as long as they worked for him. Most who came to the battlefield domain didn't have the delusion that they would be accepted by those top organizations. They would already be satisfied if some middle-tier forces took an interest and recruited them. Others were also here to test their strength against the world's best. After clashing with others, most of them realized that they were just mediocre and were ready to give up. They already reached their peak and have eternal life. With their skills, living decently shouldn't be a problem. Lux exploited this mentality, recruiting them with a large remuneration. He had a few hundred septillions in his bank, which most Tier 10 individuals didn't even have. Spending it to earn points, even if he spent it all, was worth it. With such a fragrant bait, millions of individuals who received the recruitment notice quickly joined the market. In normal times, they might only earn a few million dimensional coins working around the clock for a year. Now, by producing daily necessities and treasures, they could easily earn billions in the city. The city lord, Lux, was also generous, exchanging their points at a rate of 1,000,000 per point. With such generosity, how could they not be loyal? Amazing. What a rich man. Looking at their points, even they were a little tempted to sell it. 1,000 points is 1,000,000,000 dimensional coins. Such a large sum was enough for them to enjoy for a while. How does the city lord manage to keep the city? Hans inquired. Though city lord Lux recruited many people, it wasn't enough to defend the place. Gathering the weak couldn't thwart the plots of the strong. Oh, that. Do you see the puppets patrolling around? They were created by the brothers, His Excellencies Sam and Luke. Though individually weak, their numbers are massive. Hidden in the city's underground base are probably millions of puppets. The fruit seller reminisced. A few months earlier, a group of individuals dared to attack the city. Who knew what was waiting for them was a swarm of fully equipped Tier 9 puppets. No matter how powerful, they were easily subdued by the sheer numbers of the puppet and the city array defense. There are also the 8 Valkyrie Guardians of Shadow Crest Market. Though they seldom take action, in their presence, no enemy dared to stand eye to eye. In the city's early days, there were too many enemies. However, the 8 Valkyries treated the city as a harvesting machine, luring even more people to their deaths. Thousands upon thousands lost their thoughts and attacked the city regardless of consequence, only to be killed in the end. Thinking of the past sent shivers down the shopkeeper's spine. Anyway, besides being expensive, the city is very safe. In the Battlefield Domain Observation Center, a group of powerful individuals patiently analyzed each participant, seeking potential seeds. Hey, these husband and wife are amazing. Jonathan, a Tier 11 powerhouse of the Ashura sect, murmured seeing Max and Della fight. Husband and wife? My target is also husband and wife, Albert, a Tier 11 powerhouse from the Eternal sect, noted. Who? It's another couple, Neo and Arya. Oh, those two? Their fighting style seems well suited to your turtle fighting style, Jonathan joked. Haha, it seems so. TSK, what a bunch of brutes, Alexandra from the Immortal Palace muttered in dissatisfaction with their loudness. Alexandra, don't be so moody. We're discussing potential seedlings here, Albert chided gently. Don't worry about that Amazonian. What do you think about those 8 Valkyries, Albert? Do you think they'd suit our Ashura sect? 8 Valkyries? No, they've already been booked by the Immortal Palace. Alexandra interjected, hearing their discussion. Haha, I don't believe in advance bookings. I might recruit them later, see if they like us more. Jonathan retorted nonchalantly. Humphrey. You dare. Alexandra responded with a fighting spirit. Oh? What interesting discussion are you having there? Charlotte from the Divine Sect interjected, turning her attention to the trio. We're talking about these seedlings, Albert replied, sharing the information. They seem related to each other, Charlotte observed with interest. As a top seer, even though the virtual world obscured most information, Charlotte quickly deduced their familial resemblance. It seems so? Pondering this, they quickly rewound the virtual battlefield feeds. Seeing the seedlings they were interested in together from the beginning, they confirmed they were related. Oh? The others are interesting too. Lux, a talented businessman. And these two, what talented mechanics. With excitement, they regarded each seedling as though searching for treasure. Just where in the Dimensional Alliance are these monsters from? Though the seedlings only have a few hundred magnitudes of power at most, they were already impressed. The energy they emitted indicated they were from a Tier 9 dimension at best. Most didn't even possess dimensional level physique. To have even hundreds of magnitudes of power was a miracle in itself. If they were from a Tier 12 dimension, they wondered how they would fare against the prodigies of the Dimensional Alliance. It seems we've found something good this time. Chapter 416 Lord of Truth. Seeing such fine seedlings, they quickly mobilized their resources to see where they came from. Ethereum Realm? Upon discovering their origin dimension, they swiftly employed a remote viewing treasure to look directly into it. To produce such geniuses in batches, how could they not be curious about the place they came from? Meanwhile, in the Ethereum Realm, a part of Maximus's consciousness integrated with the dimension quickly detected the scan of the remote viewing treasure. Someone is spying on us? Unlike the passive scanning of the virtual realm, this scan came from the void. Whatever. Seeing that it was not harmful, Maximus's consciousness quickly modified the information being fed back to the void. 4 possessors of ultimate physique? Furthermore, there are 2 supreme grade physiques and 2 mythic grade physiques. Heroic, mythic, supreme, and origin, ultimate physiques can only be born stably in a Tier 12 dimension. From Tier 11 9 dimensions, it would already be lucky to possess even one. Furthermore, even in a Tier 12 dimension, it can only be guaranteed that the grade of ultimate physique reaches heroic grade. With some luck and investment, it is also possible to reach mythic grade ultimate physique. As for supreme grade physique, it is almost impossible to produce artificially. No matter how much is invested, or how high the treasures used, without a spark of luck, it is impossible to produce. Seeing a Tier 9 dimension possess them, how could they not be shocked? It's like finding a group of billionaires in a beggar's street. As they investigated further, they also noticed the uniqueness of the Ethereum realm. A fusion of 4 realms? What an interesting idea. I wonder if it's also possible to fuse Tier 12 dimensions? Albert muttered with interest. The others were also intrigued and pondered. If one could fuse a Tier 12 dimension, those with multiple territories could ascend to unknown heights. Efficiently using resources, quick mobilization of manpower, easier management, and more concentrated energy would be possible. This should be the work of the Lord of Truth, Charlotte said after noticing the familiar artificial signs. It seems so. The others also noticed. The Lord of Truth is a hidden powerhouse in their plane of existence. Having the power of the ocean of law, he roamed the world studying the truth. Unfortunately, because of his unscrupulous actions, he was wanted by the Dimensional Alliance and the Devourers simultaneously. The Lord of Truth could only hide in gaps of the void to save his life. Knowing that it was the creation of the Lord of Truth and the benefits of replicating the experience, they urged the remote viewing treasure to further investigate every detail of the Etherium realm. However, before it could continue, the remote viewing treasure exploded into dust. Suddenly, a red warning appeared before them. Warning. In violation of Code 57, please be mindful of your actions. Repeat, please be mindful of your actions. Seeing the warning, cold sweat silently ran down their necks. How could this be? They muttered in fear. Code 57 is simply a violation of the invasion of privacy of a participant in the dimensional war ranking. Although they knew they would be warned, they thought they only needed to pay some insignificant compensation for breaking such a violation. However, looking at the warning, it's clearly a threat. If they don't stop their actions now, they will be at their own risk. Holding their breath, they quickly reorganized their thoughts. Thinking further about the topic might trigger more violations. The virtual realm could simulate them, much less read their thoughts. Fortunately, they had great control of their minds. After erasing their memories, they shifted their attention to the seedlings. Should we recruit them now? Jonathan asked, shifting the topic. He didn't care about points accumulation and wanted to quickly recruit these talented seedlings. With such a background that even the Dimensional Alliance's Oracle paid attention to, recruiting them was certainly not a loss. As for being born in a Tier 9 dimension and only having a few hundred magnitude of power, he didn't have to worry. There are many ways to enhance their fundamental foundation. The first is to directly upgrade the Etherium realm to at least Tier 11 dimension. Although it would only contain 112,358 elements and laws, it would be enough to give them a huge boost. Most of the geniuses in the Dimensional Alliance didn't train with all the laws. 112,358 elements and laws should be enough for them to catch up to the upper echelons. The second was to move their origin to a Tier 12 dimension. With the baptism of a Tier 12 dimension, they could quickly fill their fundamental foundation, reaching invincibility. The third method was the easiest, which was to bind their origin with their sex power of casualty. Although it was not as thorough as directly moving the origin to a Tier 12 dimension, it's harmless and without any disadvantage. This is also the usual way they recruit individuals from different dimensions. Meanwhile, hearing Jonathan's suggestion, they became alert, thinking he wanted to poach their favorite seedlings. Just stay with the normal procedure, don't be too eye-catching. Furthermore, we don't want to deprive them of the benefits of points. Alright, then let's wait. Virtual Realm, Thousand Paradise Domain. Maximus and his wives lay on the grass, looking at the sun. Smelling the breeze, and the fragrance of flowers under the slight shade of a beautiful tree, they couldn't help but relax. What are your plans next? Maximus asked. This, we don't know. Reaching the Tier 9 realm has always been their goal. Now that they had reached it, they felt empty not knowing the way forward. Although they knew they could still advance, it would still take epochs. Currently, they can only think of being with their husband, enjoying every moment of their life. However, thinking of the coming dimensional war, they knew such a peaceful life needed to be earned. Thinking of this, they didn't know what to do to help. Noticing their thoughts, Maximus smiled. You know, having you here is plenty enough. The encouragement, support, motivation, your mere presence gives me the drive to be stronger. To continue our peaceful life, to make it more perfect and memorable, I would do anything. Hearing his words, they couldn't help but be moved. Meeting Maximus was probably the luckiest thing that happened to them. Lying on the grass, teasing the birds and butterflies that flew around them, while listening to Maximus's touching words, felt like the most beautiful moment. We know you can take care of everything, no matter the danger, no matter the difficulty, we are sure you could solve it all. However, we didn't want to be mere flowers in a vase, giving you nothing but appreciation and encouragement. Even a little bit, we want to help you, Erica said, grabbing his hand and intertwining her fingers with his. Help me? Getting on top of Erica, a smirk appeared on his lips. How about we create more people? Blushing, Erica quickly pushed him aside. This is public, be serious. The other also rolled their eyes in embarrassment and a hint of eagerness. Laughing, Maximus thought of a method to ease his wives' worry. Although he could block everything that came to them, he didn't want his wives to be bored. He can't be with them all the time. Although his cultivation and comprehension are automatic, sometimes he needed to personally do something that would take a while. If they only stayed home and continued to train, they might be bored to death. Here, I have two proposals for you. First is like our children, you can join those top organizations. With your strength and ability, joining one of them shouldn't be a problem. Second is to develop your career. With my support, you don't have to worry about miscellaneous things and can concentrate on what you like. Maximus didn't need the help of those top organizations as his children thought. Although he didn't have much now, he didn't lack anything either. The money and knowledge he needed were already solved by the Dimensional Origin Library. In terms of connections for rare and private resources, he also had the Sterling family. Although he needed to pay premium, with his money, it wasn't a problem. All that was left now was the precipitation of time, the time for him to absorb these and turn them into strength. Unless those top organizations could directly give him a Tier 12 ultimate treasure, they were not much help. However, thinking that his children had already grown up and were thinking about him, he just let them do their thing. A bird that can't fly on its own is no different from chickens and ducks. Experiences that can only be faced alone are needed for one to grow up. Chaining them would only hinder their growth and deprive them of their potential. Meanwhile, hearing Maximus's proposition, they fell into thought. They didn't consider joining those top organizations. It may indeed be good, but the restrictions must be demanding. Although they wanted to help Maximus, they didn't want to be away from him either. What they're considering is what career should they pursue. There is plenty of time, you should think about them carefully. We are here to enjoy ourselves, and we should do just that, Maximus said, looking at them in deep thought. Chapter 417 Freya's internal struggle. After a few months of playing in the Thousand Paradise domain, Maximus and his wives returned to the Etherium realm. Although they had already stabilized the realm, it was still empty and needed some polishing. In the castle, Maximus and Freya were left alone while his wives solidified their realms. Maximus, what about the thing you promised? Freya asked. Over a year ago, Maximus had promised to make her as strong as her sister. Thinking that Maximus had forgotten, she reminded. How could I forget? Maximus smiled. Come here. Oh, although doubtful, Freya stepped closer to Maximus. Closer. Stepping until her face was a fist away from Maximus, Freya's heart started to beat rapidly. Do you really want to be stronger? Maximus asked softly. Feeling his breath, Freya became more and more nervous. Yes, I would do anything, she said with uncertainty. Anything? Maximus teased. Why yes. Then close your eyes. In an erratic mood, Freya unconsciously closed her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a soft touch on her lips. Opening her eyes, she saw Maximus kissing her. Before she could think further, dense information rushed through her mind. Forgetting about Maximus, she concentrated and quickly absorbed the information. It's a bit sweet, Maximus murmured, watching Freya concentrate while frowning, unconsciously licking her lips. These sisters are sweeter than the others, Maximus thought, thinking of Lilith's lips. Soon after a few hours, Freya partially absorbed the information in her mind. Looking at the unscrupulous bastard who took advantage of her, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Was this necessary? Freya asked. No, I just think you're cute, Maximus teased. You! She yelled, feeling angry and flattered at the same time. Before she could vent her emotion, the door to the room opened. Brother Maximus, what do you need me for? Lilith asked. Oh, you're here, sister. Lilith greeted, noticing her sister, Freya, in the same room. Lilith. Freya muttered with a little guilt. Because of this bastard, she had cheated on her sister. What happened to you, sister? Are you sick? Lilith asked in worry, seeing her sister's face beat red. And no, I'm fine. Freya nervously said. Worried about her sister, Lilith used the ability of her ultimate physique. Usually, it was closed and only used when she was training and studying. Peeking into others was not only uncomfortable but also a bit unethical. Using her physique's ability, she quickly scanned her sister's body looking for possible problem. Not finding anything, she suddenly noticed a familiar breath on her sister's lips. Sister, you! Lilith stared wide-eyed at her sister. Lilith, I can explain this, sister, we can finally be together forever. Lilith said, jumping to hug her. Huh? Freya was in a daze looking at her sister. With the same husband, we won't be separated anymore. Lilith smiled happily. You're not mad. Huh? Why would I be? With my husband's charm, it's only natural that he attracts bees and butterflies, Lilith said, thinking of the quote her sister Erica had said. Humphrey. This bastard is poisonous. Freya snorted, looking at Maximus's clueless face that seemed like their affair had nothing to do with him. Sister, you can't say that, Lilith lightly reprimanded. Anyway, let's just watch him and see if he dares to attract more vixens. Freya coldly said, acquiescing to her relationship with Maximus. As long as my husband still loves me, I don't mind, Lilith insisted. For her, having Maximus was enough, She didn't care about any other things. You've fallen, sister. You have fallen. Freya said angrily, hating she couldn't teach such a stupid child. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Maximus heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was acting calmly, he was a bit nervous inside. With their feelings growing together, Maximus had to break the barrier blocking it. Looking at the result, he couldn't help but smile. Lilith, Maximus called, seeing she seemed to have forgotten him. Oh, brother Maximus, Lilith smiled, rushing to Maximus's embrace. Hey, you nearly forgot me, Maximus said, acting pitifully. No. I'm just comforting my sister, Lilith said sweetly. Then I need a kiss as compensation. Seeing her husband was about to cry, Lilith hurriedly kissed his lips. Is that enough? No, I want more. More. Seeing her sister keep getting fooled by that bastard, Freya couldn't help but get angry. You. Stop acting like a kid. Your sister scolded me, she needed to kiss me too. Maximus said, tightening his hug with Lilith, asking for comfort. Sister, no, I would not be fooled. Freya said stubbornly. Freya hurt your husband's feelings, Lilith's sister, please, Lilith requested. Fine. Damn it. Seeing her sister's pitiful eyes, Freya could only acquiesce. Looking at Maximus, although Freya was angry on the outside, she was looking forward to it inside. Getting nearer and nearer with a nervous heart, she closed her eyes. However, what greeted her was a finger on her lips. No, I don't need it anymore, Maximus teased. You. Before exploding in anger, she was blocked by Maximus's lips. Looking at her interestingly cute expression, Maximus couldn't help but kiss deeper. After tens of minutes of frolicking and teasing each other, Maximus remembered he still had something to do. Freya, Lilith and I still need to do something first. In the meantime, just study the cultivation technique I passed you. Will it take long? Freya asked with reluctance. Being with Maximus, she felt alive and human. Remembering the past, she was like a puppet on a string with the only goal of fighting and getting stronger. Not wanting this feeling to end, she was quite reluctant to let Maximus go. Don't worry, it will only take a few months, Maximus said, gently tapping her nose. Then be sure to come back soon. Virtual Realm, Sterling Domain. Greeting Your Excellency. Magnus Alfred, one of the butlers of the Sterling family, greeted, then turned his attention at Lilith. This is Lydia, my partner, Maximus introduced. Greetings, Your Grace, I'm Alfred, one of the butlers of young Master Otto. Nice to meet you, I'm Lydia. Thank you for taking care of my husband, Lilith said elegantly, taking Maximus's hand. Alfred, we are here to take on the Dimensional Harmonizer, Maximus said straight to the point. He had been in the virtual Sterling domain quite a lot. Buying information, rare resources, and issuing some tasks, it can be said that he treated this place like his house. Initially, all of these conveniences could only be accessed by the members of the Sterling family. However, with his friendship with Otto, he got a bit of leeway. Besides some core resources and information, it can be said everything is open to him. Even the monopolized Tier 10 knowledge could easily be accessed here with just some origin coins. Unfortunately, even with his net worth, he couldn't afford it. He needed not 1 or 2 Tier 10 knowledge but billions upon billions. If he relied on buying knowledge for his needs, he would be bankrupt sooner or later. The knowledge he was copying in the Dimensional Origin Library was enough. In countless epochs in the Time Enlightenment Room, each Tier 10 individual was comprehending thousands, even millions of knowledge he could quietly intercept. I have already applied for approval, please follow me. With Alfred leading the way, they teleported to various checkpoints and came near the core area of the Sterling domain. In the place was a massive machine the size of the sun. It floated silently in the void as various components and gears filled with runes slowly rotated, harmonizing the laws around it. Even though it's in the virtual realm, Maximus couldn't help but be mesmerized, like looking at a pinnacle of work. This is a Tier 11 dimensional harmonizer machine. It's a pseudo-ultimate treasure that could harmonize all 161,803 laws to the peak of the dimensional level. Does that mean there is a Tier 12 dimensional harmonizer? Lilith asked curiously. Yes, each of the 3 overlords possesses a Tier 12 dimensional harmonizer. It is said that using it, one could enhance physique up to the heroic grade ultimate physique. Oh? Can others use it? Lilith asked, thinking of her sisters. If they could have an ultimate physique, they would have a smoother path ahead of them. Unfortunately, no. Even the Sterling family only have a few quotas, Alfred replied. The Tier 12 dimensional harmonizer didn't just consume an origin of a world but also the conceptual energy of their plane of existence. If used frequently, there is a risk of their plane of existence collapsing. Unless it's for important individuals, the Tier 12 harmonizer machine was hardly used. What a pity. Lilith sighed. Can you introduce us how to use this machine? Yes, this dimensional harmonizer has 4 modes: basic, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate, which could harmonize the physique up to 5%, 20%, 50%, and 100% of dimensional level. Correspondingly, the cost would be 1,000 origin coins, 10,000 origin coins, 100,000 origin coins, and 10 million origin coins. Chapter 418 Dimensional Harmonizer. Hearing the various modes and prices, Maximus frowned. This is already with a discount, with Auto only charging him for the cost of using the machine. If it were the public price, it might even reach hundreds of millions of origin coins, that is if one had the qualifications. As far as he knew, the maximum degree of harmonization open to the public was up to 50% of the dimensional level. Furthermore, it cost as much as 1 million origin coins. Even a tier 11 individual would cringe at the price, much less spend hundreds of millions for a full degree of compatibility. Why is it so expensive? It's 100 times different from 50% harmonization, Lilith couldn't help but ask. Although she knew Maximus had enough money, she was still reluctant. Because the machine needs to run in overdrive, thus the cost is also multiple times higher than normal, Alfred explained. It's still expensive, Lilith said, looking at Maximus. Don't worry, I have the money, Maximus smiled at Lilith's concern. Taking out 10 million origin coins, he graciously handed them to Alfred. Although his balance shrank a third, thinking it would benefit Lilith, Maximus didn't say much. Paying the charge fee, Alfred quickly operated the dimensional harmonizer machine. This way, my grace, Alfred invited. Taking one last look at Maximus, Lilith entered the machine. Good luck, Maximus thought in his heart. Once inside, Lilith quickly opened her primordial origin eye and looked around. This is quite difficult, Lilith thought with a frown. Looking at it with her ability was like looking at a whole dimension. From material composition, combination, runes, elemental harmony, and laws, it was too much. Even if she could see it, there was no way she could remember it by the time she walked outside. Although, at the Tier 9 realm, one possesses an unforgettable memory, one still needs to read the book before one can memorize it. In this case, she needed to pierce each and every layer of the machine before she can engrave them into her mind. Suddenly, before she could think further, a magnificent energy began to descend, enveloping her. Is this the harmonization of law? Feeling the myriad of laws baptize her body, Lilith couldn't help but moan in comfort. Each particle of her body seemed to be caressed by the world, molding it and harmonizing it to perfection. While marveling, she suddenly noticed her special physique advancing. There are also these benefits? Lilith muttered in delight. Soon, as her body was harmonizing with the laws, her physique advanced to rank 10. Suddenly, with the advancement of her physique, she felt her view of the world open. In the past, she still needed to pry open what she wanted to see. Now, with the scan of her eyes, everything seemed to open up to her and imprinted in her origin. Timely Lilith smiled widely, feeling her ability. Without wasting any time, she scanned everything around, not letting even the tiniest detail escape. Days turned into weeks, and with all the information getting imprinted in her origin, her consciousness began to ache. It seemed like it was being squeezed out of its content. Despite the pain, she pushed through, remembering Maximus's instructions. I must copy, I must imprint everything in my mind. As her consciousness began to fade due to overload, she finally finished imprinting every detail of the machine into her origin. A few months later, the dimensional harmonizer machine finally opened. Lilith! Maximus screamed internally, seeing Lilith lying on the ground. Just exhaustion. Checking the problem, Maximus heaved a sigh of relief. I am sorry for my negligence, Your Excellency. Alfred apologized, a little puzzled. This was the first time he saw someone fainting inside the dimensional harmonizer machine. Usually, those who came out would be lively, marveling at their newfound strength. Alfred wondered if there was something wrong with the machine. It's fine, knowing the problem, Maximus didn't blame Alfred. Still, it was my negligence, please take this, Alfred said, taking out a Tier 11 potion. It was a Tier 11 soul healing potion, even he was reluctant to use. However, as the guest of young Master Otto, he couldn't let something happen to them even at the slightest. I will tell Otto about this, you don't need to worry. Seeing his worry, Maximus quickly said. However, he still took the potion, healing Lilith was a matter of urgency. Although there was no problem, he didn't want to see his loved one in pain. Soon, with the potion, Lilith opened her eyes, looking at him with a smile. Everything can be fed back by the virtual realm. Besides dying, the damages, whether physical or spiritual, would be fed back to the real body. Thus potions, treasures, and special items could world in the virtual realm. This is also why Maximus was worried. Lilith may not die, but the injuries she might suffer could be irreconcilable. I did it. Lilith mouthed, waiting for a praise. Fool, you made me worry. Maximus flicked her head. Seeing Lilith was fine, Alfred left the place, giving the two privacy. But you said no matter what I said, your safety should take precedence. I just did my best. Instead of praising me, you still scolded me, Lilith muttered with a pout. Sigh, fine. Kissing her on the head, he looked into her eyes. Next time, you should take your safety into consideration before doing anything. You wouldn't want me to be sad, would you? No, I don't want Brother Maximus to be sad. That's good. By the way, I accomplished what you said. Lilith reminded. You did it? Maximus asked in surprise. Seeing that the dimensional harmonizer was a Tier 11 pseudo-ultimate treasure, he had long given up hope that Lilith would be able to copy it. Furthermore, such a treasure of this tier, even if he could create it, he might not be able to afford it. That's right, Lilith replied proudly. You little thing, so that's why you collapsed. Maximus said in worry. I am confident nothing would happen to me, look. Lilith said, spreading her hands. Looking closer, Maximus finally noticed Lilith's strength. Just the aura she was radiating was about 100,000 magnitudes of power, 10 times she had in the past. Furthermore, feeling her physique, it seemed to have advanced to rank 10. It seems that you have gained quite a lot. Maximus sighed, feeling 10 million origin coins were worth it. That's right, I am super strong now. Lilith clenched her fist. It's still not enough to be reckless, Maximus insinuated. Oh, do you need the information now? I had already imprinted it in my mind. Maximus was also curious about how the Tier 11 dimensional harmonizer was created. Close your eyes, Lilith said, smiling mischievously. Although doubtful, Maximus followed her command. Closing her eyes, he suddenly felt his lips touched. Before he could say anything, dense information quickly rushed through his mind. Mobilizing his independent consciousness, the information was quickly absorbed. Looking through the materials needed, Maximus unconsciously frowned. The Tier 11 dimensional harmonizer needed Tier 11 law materials for each element. In general, a Tier 11 law material costs from about hundreds of thousands to millions of origin coins. By estimate, Maximus needed at least 100 billion origin coins before he could create a dimensional harmonizer machine. With his current income, it would take him thousands of years before he could afford it. Fortunately, contrary to his expectations, creating the machine isn't too difficult. One didn't need to comprehend rivers of law or higher knowledge. As long as one had at least proficient mastery in all the origin of laws, they could build the machine. At the pace he learned the origin of laws, mastering each of them to proficiency in 1,000 years shouldn't be difficult. The only problem was the money. Thousands of years just to accumulate enough money was too long. Sighing, he opened his eyes. Before him was Lilith, who was still red embarrassed at her bold action. Who did you learn this from? My sister told me it's better to pass information this way, Lilith said cluelessly. After asking her sister about how the aura of Maximus on her lips came about, this is what her sister told her. And you believe it? Maximus muttered speechlessly. Why not? I think this pretty is good. Lilith said, thinking of kissing Maximus every time she passed information. You're so bold. See if I don't spank you. Maximus said funnily. No. Lilith, fulfilled her duty, instead of a punishment. I deserve a reward, Lilith said righteously. You already kissed me, so we're even. Maximus teased. Humphrey. A kiss isn't enough, I want something more. Lilith snorted, thinking Maximus didn't treat her sincerely. Oh? You want something more than just a kiss? Maximus said meaningfully. As if getting his meaning, Lilith quickly blushed. No, I want a date and do stuff, like shopping, eating, playing. Furthermore, I want it to be only the two of us. This is only natural, I will treat you like a princess today, Maximus said, pinching her cheeks. Chapter 419 Central Domain Virtual Realm. Central Domain. In the heart of the virtual realm, Maximus and Lilith walked side by side, marveling at the prosperity of the place. No matter how many times Maximus visited here, he was always mesmerized. The Central Domain contained everything the virtual realm had to offer. Money, status, power. In the Central Domain, everything was possible. This place gathered all the top industries and elites of the Dimensional Alliance. However, such a place was not easy to enter. Besides the stringent requirements on wealth, one also needed the corresponding status to gain entry. Only elite of the elites had the chance of coming here. Even being a Tier 9 dimensional master barely granted the qualifications to be here. Fortunately, his alternate identity, Magnus, was the owner of a 4-star store. This status was already in the top middle strata compared to the rest. Maximus was equivalent to a Class A VIP that could bring anyone without restrictions. All the exclusive places could also be freely accessed by him, allowing him to go even to the most private auctions. Class, SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, Looking at the excitement, Lilith didn't know where to go. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "No, I am still full from the energy of the dimensional harmonizer machine." "Then how about we listen to some music to calm down?" "Sure. Where should we go?" Lilith asked excitedly, taking his arm. "I know just the place. Immortal Palace Music Pavilion. Wow, so beautiful," Lilith muttered, looking around. This music pavilion was a property of the Immortal Palace, one of the top sects in the Dimensional Alliance. As a sect that only accepted women, their taste and aesthetics hit Lilith's spot. Lilith felt the place was dreamy. The smell, the sound, the view, everything she wished for seemed to be here. "We're here to appreciate music." "Let's go," Maximus said, dragging Lilith out of her daze. "Oh, right." Coming inside the venue, they quickly found their seats. "Is there something special here?" "You will see." Each of the performers was a Tier 11 powerhouse that mastered a branch of ocean of music. With such top performers, this place costs hundreds of origin coins per performance. If there was nothing special about the music, this establishment would have long been closed. Soon, the next performer went onto the platform. Taking out a million string zither, she started to play. As the music began, the crowd grew silent. The sound seemed to reach their souls, calming and enlightening them down. A sound that could affect origin. "How grand," Maximus muttered, unaffected by the sound. Looking at Lilith closing her eyes as if her whole body was being cleansed, Maximus smiled. The massive increase in strength had caused Lilith's mood to fluctuate greatly. Listening to the sound of origin should help stabilize her mood. Soon after the music finished, the crowd opened their eyes and began cheering. Even Lilith was amazed, cheering like a fangirl. "How was it?" "It was so good, I want to listen to more," Lilith said excitedly. "Sure." A while later, Immortal Palace, Jewelry Pavilion. In another establishment of the Immortal Palace, Lilith dragged Maximus to shop. Looking at the expensive jewelries, Maximus sighed in defeat. "Just right, I can also take this opportunity to copy rare resources," Maximus thought. "Welcome to the Jewelry Pavilion, how may I help you?" The attendant greeted. "I want a necklace," Lilith said after some thinking. She didn't need a matching ring, as Maximus had already given her one. Compared to the rings here, no matter the quality, design, or even the meaning behind them, it was severely lacking. If Maximus knew Lilith was comparing the ring he gave to her, he would surely spank her. The rings he gave to his wives were unique and one of a kind. Each of them was engraved with a piece of his very origin. Although it didn't have much power, the ring he gave ensured that they would be together eternally. No matter where they are in the plane of existence, Maximus could find them. Whether an enemy attacked them, he could help, and even in death, Maximus could bring them back to life. Maximus could also remotely help them, passing energy in time of need. It could be said that with this ring, each of them was invincible. To create such a ring, the resources and pain it took was immeasurable. He even had to rest and heal for months to make each ring. Looking at Lilith, who was excitedly looking around the venue, he only felt his pocket tremble. Soon the attendant took them to the necklace jewel collection. Looking at the collection, Lilith's eyes lit up. Not caring about anything, she pointed at the necklace in the center of the room. "How much is that?" "This is the ocean blue origin, one of the prime showcases of our jewel pavilion. It is made of a Tier 11 ultimate treasure, costing 180 billion origin coins," the attendant patiently explained. "So expensive," Lilith muttered, shocked. "What a treasure. Unfortunately, I can't afford it," Maximus thought. Immortal Palace was truly one of the top sects. A Tier 11 ultimate was just one of the top showcases in the jewel pavilion. Thinking that Immortal Pavilion had hundreds of branches in the central domain alone, Maximus could only imagine their grandeur. Knowing Maximus couldn't afford such an amount, Lilith looked through other necklaces. Although they were on a date, Lilith didn't forget to open her primordial origin eye. One of the tasks Maximus told her was to copy rare resources and treasures. Seeing these beautiful pieces of jewelry, they must be rare, right? Furthermore, if she could copy them, there was no need for Maximus to buy them. Although knowing Maximus had a lot of money, she was reluctant to spend it on useless ornaments. In a bright mood, she looked through the most beautiful gems she could find. As she was scanning them, she felt her vision blocked by layers of rune inscriptions. "Humphrey, it's not gonna stop me," she thought. Before coming here, Maximus had already taught her virtual rune programming. Especially in rune inscription decoding, as long as it wasn't too advanced, it couldn't hinder her. As Lilith continued to copy jewelry after jewelry, Maximus came to find a gift he could give to Lilith. Knowing Lilith, as long as she could copy it, she would never buy it. After seeing Lilith's primordial origin eye, Maximus concluded that its limit was up to the origin of law. In the past, Lilith's rank 9 special physique could see the essence of things. Now, after advancing, it could see the origin of things. Anything that contained the path of law and conceptual power was out of her ability. With such restrictions, they were lucky enough that the dimensional harmonizer machine didn't go out of reach. Although it's a Tier 11 pseudo-ultimate treasure, it didn't contain the path of law, making Lilith smoothly copy it. Knowing Lilith's limit, he came to the section of Tier 11 necklaces, choosing something that could complement her beauty. After a few hours, Lilith was exhausted from copying various jewelry. Around her, the attendant was also sweating from following and giving explanations to her endlessly. Fortunately, they were trained professionally. No matter how crazy the customer, they would smile and solve their problems. Otherwise, Lilith would have long been kicked out of the store. Tired? Maximus asked, seeing her rest. Not much. Although it was tiring, Lilith was having fun. This was a zero-credit shopping spree. How could she not have fun? Furthermore, knowing that she was of help to Maximus, Lilith was full of motivation. You know you don't need to copy everything, just look for the more expensive and rare stuff, Maximus secretly advised, not letting anyone hear him. Oh, that's right. Lilith seemed to be enlightened. With Maximus's advice, she stormed through the shop looking at the most expensive jewelry. Soon within a few hours, she copied everything of worth. Maximus also bought a Tier 11 necklace, giving it to Lilith as a surprise. Thank you, Lilith said, kissing him sweetly. It's nothing. You deserve this much. Otherwise, how could it be a date if I don't give you gifts? Maximus said with a smile. Oh, filled with sweetness, Lilith became energetic. Dragging Maximus, they wandered around all the popular shops. With Lilith's ability, they copied all rare materials they could see, from metals, ores, stones, wood, plants, herbs, monster parts, unique livestock and crops, natural elements, sea products, etc. They also copied the specialty products of each store, which were synthesized by secret methods. Like unique technologies, weapons, potions, medicine, pills, treasures, coatings, fuels, fabrics, biomaterials, energy storage, nanomaterials, etc. Although Maximus couldn't use them openly as he would be hunted, it was still handy for personal use. Looking at their harvest, Maximus couldn't stop smiling. Last one. We just need to go to the Dimensional Alliance Potion Mall and we can return home, Maximus comforted Lilith, seeing her a little tired. It had been a few months since they started the copying spree. Although they were both excited thinking of the money they would make, Maximus noticed that Lilith was already getting tired. They had already visited various Dimensional Alliance branches, from the Treasure Mall, Technology Mall, Spiritual Plant Mall, Unique Species Mall, etc. The Potion Mall was their last stop. The Dimensional Alliance Potion Mall, huh? Leave it to me. Chapter 420, Setting a Casino Virtual Realm, Dimensional Alliance Potion Mall. Inside were rare potions, each in their showcase booth. Opening her primordial origin eye, Lilith was a little stunned. The inscription security of each potion was higher than everything else she had seen. Even in other Dimensional Alliance malls, the encryption security wasn't as high. These are origin-grade potions, so don't be surprised, Maximus said, seeing what Lilith was thinking. Oh, they were not in a cheap Dimensional Alliance mall, this was a high-grade potion store only selling origin-grade potions. From training, auxiliary, healing, and poison, to even potions that could enhance the physique, everything was for sale. This was also Maximus's goal. To enhance his physique to rank 11 and rank 12, he needed to take physique enhancer potions. However, each potion was too expensive. A Tier 11 physique enhancer potion was about 1 million origin coins each. The Tier 12 physique enhancer potion, on the other hand, cost 1 billion origin coins each. If this were the only problem, Maximus would have bought them long ago. However, according to the description, a single physique enhancer potion could only ensure a dimensional level physique advancement. If it's at the ultimate level, one would need multiple potions. According to the data, a heroic grade physique needed at least 10 times the normal amount. A mythic grade needed at least 100 times the amount. A supreme grade needed at least 1,000 times the amount. As for origin grade physique, although it was not in the description, Maximus estimated that it would need at least 100,000 to 1,000,000 times more than normal. With his yearly income, it would take him thousands of years to even enhance his physique to rank 11, let alone rank 12. Taking his chances, he thought of Lilith's ability. How is it? Can you crack it? Maximus asked anxiously. No, it's a little advanced, Lilith replied. This hearing the problem, he frowned. Synchronize your thoughts with me, Maximus quickly suggested. Synchronizing their thoughts was easy. After a few tries, Lilith felt another brain stuffed in her body. Is that you, Maximus? Lilith thought shyly. Yes, it's you. Lilith thought happily, being closer to Maximus. Let's start. Opening her primordial origin eyes, Maximus saw what Lilith was seeing. It's a fascinating world filled with wonder. Although his origin domain could also analyze the essence of things, it was like going from a light microscope to an electron microscope, with more resolution and clarity. Not wanting to waste time, Maximus quickly used his independent consciousness to crack the inscription. So fast, Lilith thought in amazement. Even for the easiest one, it would take Lilith a few seconds to crack an inscription. However, for Maximus, it seemed the barrier inscription was a mere illusion. Before she even knew it, potion after potion was getting copied into her mind, quickly starting to give her a headache. Noticing this, Maximus hurriedly stopped. Sorry, I am a little fast. No, it's alright, let me rest for a few minutes, and it will be fine. Are you sure? Maximus asked worriedly. Resting for a few minutes, Maximus and Lilith began to wander in the store, looking for potions to prioritize copying. Finding their goals, Lilith and Maximus restarted their copying spree. This time, learning his lesson, Maximus consciously slowed down, estimating Lilith's maximum capacity. Soon after a few hours, with his help, they quickly copied origin-grade potions from Tier 110. Most were duplicates, so it didn't take much time. Finally, there's only the last one, Maximus thought. Copying the Tier 9 and 10 physique enhancer potions, they turned their attention to the center of the shop. In such a prime showcase of both, Lilith turned her attention to the Tier 11 physique enhancer potion. What inscription is this? Lilith thought in shock. Each rune was so small and dense that it looked like a block. If not for the strength of her primordial eye, Lilith wouldn't even see the different light tones and grooves between them. Can you crack it? Lilith asked worriedly. On it, Maximus answered briefly. His independent consciousness was already working at full power trying to crack the inscription. No matter how advanced it was, as long as he could see it, no rune inscription could stop him. With millions of epochs each second passing by his consciousness, if not for a little isolation, Lilith might also be overwhelmed. Finally, after about 30 seconds, the rune started to fade as Lilith began to imprint the blueprint of the potion. It failed, Lilith said after staring at the potion for a few minutes. Failed? Maximus sighed as if foreseeing the result. The Tier 9 physique enhancer potion contained a combination of the essence of the law, while the Tier 10 physique enhancer potion contained a combination of origin of law. Naturally, the Tier 11 physique enhancer potion was more complicated, containing the path of law. I am sorry, Lilith said after seeing Maximus sigh. No, it's okay, this is expected, Maximus comforted. It seemed that Lilith's physique should be enhanced to rank 11 before they could think of copying the Tier 11 physique enhancer potion. Calculating the lowest estimate he would need at least 100 billion origin coins to buy 100,000 Tier 11 physique enhancer potions. At worst, if it's not enough, he needed 1 trillion origin coins to buy 1,000,000 potions. With the addition of the dimensional harmonizer, if Maximus didn't increase his income, it would take at least tens of thousands of years to afford them. However, looking at the long term, it was already fast. Many couldn't even afford such an amount, even if they waited for eternity. Now, Maximus just needed to be steady, and everything would come his way. Comforting Lilith, they roamed around the store to see if they missed any potions. Not finding anything, they had fun for a while and returned to the Ethereum realm. A few months later, Ethereum realm, after sorting out the various resources they copied, Maximus heaved a sigh of relief. This should be enough, Maximus muttered. Looking at the 100 Tier 9 pseudo-ultimate ether forges, Maximus quickly inputted the rune inscription he had written in the past few months. Maximus didn't wait any longer for the Codexia world to produce the necessary rune inscription code but did it himself. He couldn't delay laundering money any longer. Once this stabilized, he would have to think of a way to make more money. Waiting for thousands of years to achieve his goal was not his way. Looking at the ether forge that was operating normally, he couldn't help but smile. Now I just need to set up the casino. In the virtual realm, Central Domain, coming up with his true identity, Maximus went to the Dimensional Alliance Center to process some documents. As a Dimensional Master, although he was only equivalent to a Class C VIP, he was still qualified to rent land in the Central Domain. To earn big money, Maximus needed to set up his shop in the most prosperous place. Only the Central Domain, where the use of origin coins was the norm, was the perfect place to start his business. Otherwise, if he set it up in another virtual domain, he could only earn dimensional coins. What Maximus needed was to launder origin coins. After all, no matter how many dimensional coins he had, he couldn't spend them to buy high-end resources. Looking at the tall building in front of him, Maximus quickly entered. After being greeted by the attendant, Maximus was quickly led to a private room. Leasing land and putting up a casino? The manager asked in confirmation. Yes, do you know about the special policy of the Central Domain? I have already looked it up. Different from other virtual domains, not only was the land in the Central Domain super expensive but there were also various stringent rules. If one wanted to set up an establishment, one had to follow the minimum standards of the place. Whether it is design, service, ambience, etc., then there is the income flow. The income should be above standard, or it would be closed instantly. Even if one had money to rent, they would be immediately evicted if their income fell below the standard. Such a disgrace shouldn't appear in the virtual realm's most prosperous domain. Every rule ensures that the central domain stays prosperous, eliminating any redundancy and untalented individuals. His only complaint was the insane income tax. For all the income of a one-star establishment, one needed to pay a 30% income tax. Most of the virtual domain didn't have tax, and some even offered exemptions and incentives. Central domain was the only arrogant one, asking for a 30% income tax right off the bat. This insane tax was like cutting his flesh. Basically, for every 100 origin coins he laundered, 30 went to the Dimensional Alliance. Furthermore, Maximus couldn't cheat and evade tax. Besides the strict measures taken by the Dimensional Alliance, Maximus's goal was to launder money. He couldn't even lower his income but only increase it. Thinking of such a fate, Maximus quickly signed and processed various documents. Congratulations, Your Excellency. I hope for your successful business. Chapter 421 Shadow Casino. A few months later. In the central domain, Star Area, Gambling District. Joel, a gambler, was strolling down the street. Suddenly, a newly opened casino caught his attention. Shadow Casino? How grand. Unlike other casinos in the Star Area, aka the poor area, the Shadow Casino was luxurious, comparable to the top casinos in the central area. Standing in the Star Area, it was like a phoenix among chickens. I still have some money, how about I gamble a little? Joel muttered as he was tempted. Entering, he was greeted by the staff. Hello, welcome to the Shadow Casino. Please enjoy your stay. Proficient in gambling, he quickly went to the counter to exchange some chips. However, just as he was about to pay in dimensional coins, the staff informed him that they only accepted origin coins. What? Origin coins? Are you crazy? Although this was the central domain, they were in a poor area. Most people here didn't have an organization and were just getting by. Even if they had a skill or two that could earn origin coins, it was nowhere near enough to gamble. Sorry, sir, this is the casino policy, the staff apologized. I don't accept this. If you don't give me an explanation, I will report you to the Dimensional Alliance Council. Joel shouted. Sir, you may look at our prize catalog, and you will understand the situation, the staff patiently explained. Many people had come complaining at the Shadow Casino once they saw the policy. Only allowing origin coins to be used in a casino was insane, even in the central domain. Even casinos in the central area were still allowing the use of dimensional coins, just restricting the places they could gamble. Fine, there better be good prizes, or else. Joel threatened the smiling staff. What is this? Origin grade potions? Origin grade elixirs? Even rare void grade metal? This is unreal. Joel muttered like a lunatic. Looking at the various prizes he could exchange for, his eyes reddened with greed. Most of these resources couldn't be bought even if one had money. One needed the corresponding status to be eligible to buy them. Looking at the treasures, he couldn't wait to empty his wallet. Suddenly, he thought of something. Turning to the staff, he asked, "Can I directly exchange for treasures here?" After a few epochs of gambling, he still had a property of thousands of origin coins. Buying a few treasures shouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, you can't do that, sir. Only the money you have won can be used to exchange for these treasures. Can't I just add some money? I am sorry, sir, even if you add 100 times the amount required, it's not possible, the staff said in apology. The staff of the Shadow Casino received strict training. No matter what the customer demanded or did, they would still proceed according to the protocol. Maximus recruited them from top agencies to ensure the casino ran smoothly without his supervision. Maximus only had to worry about the account, ensuring he could launder money without any problems. Knowing he couldn't get his way, Joel reluctantly exchanged some chips. Having the chips, he entered the casino. Smelling the familiar scent, Joel felt like he had returned home. Going to the dice area, he picked some easy games. Betting a chip worth about 0.1 origin coins, he wanted to test his luck. As the roulette kept spinning, the dice fell onto the table. 1, 3, 5, 1, 4. Damn, no way I won. Joel shouted in surprise, seeing his money triple in amount. Do you want to place another bet, sir? The dealer asked. Ha, of course. Betting a chip worth 1 origin coin, Joel was more confident his time. Sure enough, as luck would have it, he matched 2 numbers, earning 50% of his bet. Damn, am I a god or what? Joel felt like he had been blessed this time. A brainless game of dice led him to win again and again. If not for looking at the chips in his hand, he would have thought he was dreaming. Feeling his luck, he became bolder and bet more aggressively in the following games. Winning most of the time, Joel felt his time had come. Maybe he could advance in his profession, being named as a god of gambling. Near the end of the day, he had won thousands of origin coins. With unstoppable luck, he didn't want to cash out yet and played some more. Unfortunately, as they say, if you consume your luck, what follows is a rain of bad luck. In the end, holding himself back at the last minute, he still won hundreds of origin coins and happily exchanged them for rare treasures. Exiting the casino, he couldn't help but clench his fist. Just wait, I will bankrupt you sooner or later. A few months later. Looking at the account, Maximus couldn't help but smile. I finally laundered 1,000,000 origin coins, he mused. After creating hype and letting most players win in the first few days, the Shadow Casino became a hit. With more and more people winning and losing, manipulating the account became easier. Furthermore, what he didn't expect was that the casino could still make some money. Using the tricks he comprehended to transcendence mastery, the Shadow Casino could be said to be full of deceptions. Even a battle-hardened gambler would be bankrupt if they weren't careful. From psychological manipulation to mechanics, the lights, sounds, and everything in the casino felt dreamy, making one indulge in it. If unprepared, the Shadow Casino would strip anyone who entered bone dry. Because of this, the Shadow Casino was also called the Abyss of Wealth by most who survived. Fortunately, under the good publicity, the Shadow Casino was still running smoothly and prospering. The casino exchange prizes even caught the attention of people in the central area, making them gamble in his casino. Those big spenders who could part with millions of origin coins were his real customers. This was also the reason he easily laundered 1,000,000 origin coins in just a few months. However, earning 1,000,000 origin coins in just a few months was not without trouble. Such a huge income attracted the attention of some people in the Dimensional Alliance, leading to an investigation. Although more income equals more tax, for the Dimensional Alliance, keeping the central domain safe and secure was a priority. Who knew if the Shadow Casino was a front for the Devourers to launder money? This had happened before, damaging the Dimensional Alliance's reputation. Although the virtual realm is a free land, the central domain is not. If other virtual domains could still tolerate the existence of Devourers, the central domain could never. This is the main base of the Dimensional Alliance in the virtual realm. Letting the enemy run rampant in their territory was a disgrace. Fortunately, after a deep investigation, the Shadow Casino was cleared of suspicion. All transactions were clear and logical without any flaws. As for the rare prizes one could exchange for, they didn't care about their origin. As long as it wasn't the Devourers operating the store, everything was fine. After clearing his name, Maximus became more cautious and only dared to launder tens of thousands of origin coins every month. Although he calculated and faked everything to make it almost real, he could slip if he wasn't careful. Anyway, his money should be enough. The reason Maximus was in a hurry to launder money was to buy Tier 10 slaves to protect the Etherium realm in the upcoming war. More importantly, he also needed to further reinforce the Etherium realm. If a fight occurred there, even if they won the war, the place could be destroyed. There were only about 900 years before the official war started. If he didn't hurry, the Etherium realm would be trashed. Reinforcement was not an easy job. Even with all the manpower, Maximus estimated that it would take hundreds of years to fully reinforce the Etherium realm. Having the money, Maximus quickly went shopping. In the Void Domain. Using his real identity, he walked to the largest slave shop in the domain. Although slave trading is loathed and cursed, it is not entirely illegal. However, for the good of many, the Montgomery family, the biggest slave trader in the Dimensional Alliance, moved their headquarters to the Void Domain. The Void Domain is a land of freedom and the exiles. For most people in this place, slave trading is a mere convenience of the strong. They didn't loathe the business, instead, they praised it for being the arbiter of the strong. Of course, most still loathed and cursed the Montgomery family. If not for their strength, some righteous hero would have already destroyed them. Entering the building, Maximus was greeted by a warm scene. If not for looking at the sign, one would even mistake it for a kind of expensive club. Chapter 422 Barbarians and Void Ant. Welcome to our store, how can I help you? The staff greeted. I am here to buy warriors and some builders, Maximus stated directly. Do you have any additional preferences? Preferably Tier 10 warriors. They don't need to be too strong as long as they're cheap, Maximus replied after some thought. He was here to buy hundreds or thousands of Tier 10 warriors. If they were too expensive, 1,000,000 origin coins might not even buy a dozen. What about the builders? Just someone who can process large amounts of materials. It doesn't matter if they have the specific profession or not. Maximus planned to use the builders for the construction of the Etherium Academy. It's been 5 years since the beginning of the construction of the Academy. However, until now they were still in the process of laying the foundation. At this rate, the academy wouldn't be built even after thousands of years. Those apex sovereigns also needed to cultivate and couldn't just stay and work. Otherwise, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Understanding his intention, the staff guided him to the selection of warriors. Around them were projections of various mighty figures of different species. One could also control the projection, simulating their abilities. After trying one by one and comparing the pros and cons, Maximus chose the warriors from the barbarian tribe. The barbarian clan is only a low-range clan among the myriad of races in the Dimensional Alliance. They were not proficient in any auxiliary professions like alchemy, refining, puppetry, etc. Any delicate work seemed beyond them, leading to them being regarded as one of the lowest clans of species. Their only redeeming factors were their fertility and fighting ability. Similar to humans, their fertility ranged from a year to a few years depending on strength. However, unlike humans who still needed to train, the barbarian clan was born powerful and proficient in combat. They were the best cannon fodder when it came to fighting. Such a fate can be said to be worse than death, giving them the ability to fight but not much ability to comprehend. The barbarian clan's limit is only up to the tier 10 realm. Even occasionally having a lucky powerhouse that could advance to the tier 11 realm, without enough comprehension, they could never become a master of the River of Law. Without such a figure to represent the barbarian clan, they were destined to become only cannon fodder and slaves. Fortunately, humans had a different fate. Although they didn't have a tier 12 overlord to represent them, they had many powerful figures to rely on. Thanks to their powerful fertility and comprehension, they were at the top ladder of the Dimensional Alliance. Sighing at the impermanence of fate, Maximus quickly turned his attention to the staff and asked for the price. Each tier 10 barbarian is worth about 100 to 100,000 Dorigen coins depending on their potential, the staff briefly said, introducing the difference between the prices. Give me 3,000 Class F barbarians and 3 barbarian kings, Maximus said after a little calculation. Class F barbarians are equivalent to or even a little stronger than normal tier 10 individuals. Costing only 100 Dorigen coins can be said to be a bargain. However, not having any ability besides fighting, the price was a little reasonable. After all, even the Eldritch warrior he bought costing hundreds of thousands of Origin coins had a profession or two and could earn its own money. As for the barbarian king, each was worth 100,000 Dorigen coins. Like the Eldritch warrior, they were also invincible in their realm. Even compared to the Eldritch warrior they were stronger in frontal battle. Meanwhile, hearing what Maximus wanted, the staff was a little shocked. 3,000 Class F tier 10 barbarians and a tier 10 barbarian king cost 600,000 Dorigen coins. It's not that he had not seen larger transactions, but seeing Maximus was only in the tier 9 realm, he couldn't believe that he could afford it. This is my bank statement, Maximus said, frowning as he saw the staff's hesitation. I am sorry for my negligence, Your Excellency, the staff hurriedly apologized. Although his thought was only a curiosity, for such a distinguished store, it was a disgrace. It's okay. Sighing in relief, the staff quickly processed Maximus's order. Where do you want to transport them, Your Excellency? The staff asked for coordinates. Ethereum Realm, 18573.24672.13571. Given the long string coordinate, the staff submitted the order after Maximus paid the required amount. Soon after, the staff took Maximus to the builders area. Around them were different races proficient in some auxiliary profession or another. Some races were even born with a touch of creation in their genes, making them natural creators. After looking at each unique species, a group caught his attention. Void ants? Reading the introduction about the race, Maximus couldn't help but be amazed. Void ants are said to be the natural builders of the void. From natural void pathways, void stabilization, and void expansion, they were basically the children and the creators of the void. Not only that, but because of their natural void affinity and creation ability, they have a unique habit, collecting void debris. Natural dimensions, treasure spaces, and secret realms would be formed from the debris they collected. Each of these dimensions could be said to be a natural treasure house that is coveted by many. Unfortunately, to have such ability, one needed not 1 or 2 void ants but septillions upon septillions of them. Each void ant was only the size of a fist, with some stronger ones the size of a truck. Thus, to form such a building force, one needed as many of them as possible. Looking at the price, he couldn't help but frown. Unlike others who could only be bought with Origin coins, void ants could also be bought with dimensional coins. Each tier 0 void ant costs 1 dimensional coin, tier 1 costs 10, tier 2 costs 100, tier 3 costs 1000, and so on. However, reaching tier 9, each void ant would cost 1 Origin coin, and with the tier 10 void ant cost 100 Origin coins. His current balance was certainly not enough to form enough army for his Ethereum realm. Fortunately, it's barely enough to build the Ethereum Academy. Give me 1 octillion tier 0 void ants, 100 septillion tier 1 void ants, 10 septillion tier 2 void ants. Spending most of the million origin coins, Maximus returned to the Ethereum realm. A few days later, Maximus quietly received his orders. Looking at 3,000 barbarians and 3 barbarian kings, Maximus felt a little pressure. Fortunately, the control seal given to him was quite handy. With just a little control, Maximus quickly erased the pressure they emitted. After introducing each other and knowing each of their abilities, Maximus quickly assigned them responsibilities. Each barbarian king would be assigned 1,000 barbarians. Finally, under his name, they would train in the virtual realm and simulate war. Although they already have innate fighting ability, after testing, Maximus felt it was not enough. Their fighting style was too rough and lacked a little finesse. If they fought with the warriors of the Blood Ragnarok realm, it would still be unknown who would be winning. Spending such a large amount of origin coins, Maximus was not satisfied with such a result. Fortunately, there is a complete set of training routines in the virtual realm. With just a little payment, these barbarians could train to their utmost potential. After assigning each of them a task and goals, Maximus took them inside the world tree. Their power is still too much for the Ethereum realm. As a dimensional master, Maximus could feel the Ethereum realm being torn by the aura they naturally emitted. If they lived here long enough, it might even cause permanent damage to the dimensional space and origin. Fortunately, the space inside the world tree is large enough. The laws inside were also complete, making the space more tough and solid. After settling the barbarian clan, Maximus turned his attention to the void ants. The void ants were already in his system space. As creatures of the void ants were not picky with the environment. Looking at the void ants energetically floating around the system space, he couldn't help but smile. Just after getting inside, the ants, who had a perfectionist complex, couldn't help but get agitated seeing the mess inside. Because of laziness, besides the rough organization, most of the items he bought were dumped carelessly inside the system space. From books, materials, treasures, plants, origin coins, marrowed crystals, and even some mortal resources he bought in the past were floating messily in space. If you look through them from a macroscopic perspective, it looked like stars and galaxies floating around orderly. However, from a microscopic perspective, everything looks like trash floating in the ocean. For the void ants, the scene was like a massacre, even the chaotic void looked cleaner in comparison. What good babies, just clean the mess a little. You still have another job to do. Maximus thought. Chapter 423 Star Lord's development. A few months later, Ethereum Realm, Nova Island. Leo Nova, the Star Lord of Nova Island, looked at the catalogue of their harvest from the past few years. It's too little, Leo muttered with a frown. Compared to the casualty rate, the harvest was too small in comparison. Is the high chaotic sea only this much? After 1,000 years of development, the Star Lords became like the stars of the chaotic sea. With the end of the abyss, those Tier 7 and Tier 8 individuals had nowhere to go. They had no foundation in the Ethereum realm, and with such a large number of returning powerhouses, there was no land left for them to fight over. Fortunately, with the new path, the Star Lord, a new line appeared for them to follow. Without worrying about financial difficulty, Maximus launched the Star Lord path with full strength. No matter the ethnicity, strength, or ability, Maximus would grant them a Star Island, giving them a chance to become a Star Lord. Although there were many casualties, the number of people who succeeded in the Star Lord path was much higher. Now, in the Ethereum realm, there are already millions and billions of Star Lords roaming the chaotic sea. Because of this, the seemingly infinite Ethereum realm became a little crowded. It's not that it's small, but because the chaotic sea that is safe is not enough. From the seas near each continent, the unrestricted sea, and the high chaotic sea, these 3 divisions divide the danger levels of the chaotic sea. The sea near each continent can be considered safe area for Tier 4 to Tier 7 individuals to roam freely. It's a war-free zone that only allows development. One could even call for immediate reinforcement in case of emergency. This part of the sea was full of vitality as the Star Lord put light on the dark sea. As for the unrestricted sea, it's the battlefield of the Tier 8 individuals. Without rules, limited support, and lack of supervision, the unrestricted sea is the real battlefield of the Star Lords. Furthermore, with the frequency beast tides and the occasional appearance of Tier 9 sea beast monsters, it can be said that life in the unrestricted area was perilous. In addition to the danger, however, the resources one could get were incomparable. Tier 9 mines, herbs, top-grade magic crystal veins, rare exotic species, and all kinds of high-tier resources could be found in the unrestricted area. Then there is the high chaotic sea, unlike the unrestricted area where one had to worry about attacks from other Star Lords. In the high chaotic sea, the enemy is only the sea beasts and the ever-changing weather. The sea beasts that appear in it were ferocious, and could even eat a Tier 9 apex sovereign alive if they were not careful. Besides, it was the ever-changing weather making the chaotic sea 100 times more dangerous. From space cracks, powerful storms, poisonous mist, high gravity, high tides, the highly chaotic sea was like hell in the sea. Without the capability of an apex sovereign, just staying in the high chaotic sea would be a problem. Fortunately, the Nova family had accumulated enough. As the first batch of the Star-Lords, Nova Island was comparable to a Tier 9 warship. With Tier 9 energy weapons, Tier 9 protective barriers, and other auxiliary means, they can barely survive in the high chaotic sea. What Leo couldn't accept was that despite staying in the highly chaotic sea and enduring high casualties, they still didn't find a single worthy resource. Suddenly, the door to his room opened. "Dad." "What?" Leo asked with a frown. "We found a Tier 10 gold void mine." "Tier 10 mine?" Leo muttered in shock. Although the Etherium realm is only a Tier 9 dimension, because of the presence of the chaotic energy, producing higher resources is possible. Unfortunately, also because of its interference, Maximus' ability as a dimensional master was hindered. Calming down, Leo quickly asked his son about the specifics of the mine. There are a few Tier 9 chaotic sea beasts, which should not be a problem. However, the environment in the mine is filled with space turbulence. Dad should know that gold space mine only grows in chaotic space nodes. Is that so? Leo frowned upon hearing his description. Leo had already experienced mining in a chaotic space node in the past. What he could only say is although the profits were high, the labor and torture they had to go through were like hell. With a chaotic space node, all equipment basically couldn't be used. If they didn't want the space to go haywire, they could only mine using their body. Even using a bit of magic power was dangerous as it could agitate the space to explode. Withstanding the pressure, the darkness, and the coldness of the sea, they could only mine with gritted teeth. While Leo was deliberating about their next course of action, his Star-Lord seal began to vibrate. Taking the seal in his hand, he read the announcement on the virtual screen. Recruitment tab? Void Ants? What is this? In the recruitment tab, there is only one recruitable being, the Void Ants. As a new feature of the Star-Lord path, Leo was a little curious about what the Void Ants were. Reading the description of their ability, his mouth couldn't close. Isn't this a tailor-made solution for me? Leo muttered in shock. Void Ants were the perfect miners in the chaotic sea. They didn't fear any environment, had unlimited stamina, liked to work, didn't need to eat, and didn't care about anything. Void Ants were like the epitome of recruitable species for Star-Lords like them. However, looking at the price to recruit the Void Ants, Leo felt like cold water was poured on top of his head. 1,000,000 low magic crystals for a single Tier 0 Void Ant? Why don't you directly write scam next to it? Leo muttered in dissatisfaction. Recruiting a Tier 0 Void for 100 years costs 1,000,000 low-grade magic crystals. If it's not a scam, then what is it? Seeing the following price, his frown deepened. Basically, for every tier increment, the cost would go up tenfold. Looking at the last Tier 9 Void Ant, he was not even eligible to rent it. What a scam. However, Maximus was not to blame for the pricing. Each Tier 0 Void Ant costs a dimensional coin, converted to low magic crystals it's exactly 1,000,000. This is already with a discount because he bought them in bulk. If you bought them normally in the virtual realm, a single Tier 0 Void Ant costs dozens of dimensional coins. Cursing, Leo suddenly saw a partial recruitment section. So I could recruit the Void Ant for a day minimum? If he recruited a Void Ant for a whole 100 years, he would need to pay 1,000,000 low-grade magic crystals. However, if it's only a day, it only costs 100 low-grade magic crystals. This is feasible. Leo muttered in excitement. If he recruited enough, it would only take the Void Ants a few months to mine the gold Void mine. Excited, he quickly called his subordinate to arrange the island. A few months later. As Leo expected, it only took a few months for hundreds of billions of Void Ants to mine the whole gold Void mine. Such wealth. Counting the entire yield of the mine, even if he sold it in bulk, he could earn hundreds of thousands of quintillion magic crystal. Compared to the cost of labor, which is only few quintillion magic crystal, it's a huge profit. However, it's not over yet. During the few months the Void Ants were mining, he browsed through the Star-Lord forum and found that the Void Ants also had the ability to refine raw materials. With the acquisition task for the Etherium Alliance for the Etherium Academy, Leo could earn over 10 times the amount if he let the Void Ants refine what they mined. This is the era of the Nova family. Leo muttered excitedly. While the Star-Lords were busy earning the money of a lifetime, Maximus was busy comprehending thousands and thousands of elemental domains. The Dimensional Library and the Shadow Casino were already on the right track. earning tens of millions of origin coins and laundering millions. Maximus had no problem with money for the time being. His wives were also busy with their things, setting up businesses, or training their abilities. As for his children, they were still fighting in the battlefield domain to join their dream organization. The Ethereum realm was also on the right track. Without resource pressure, more and more powerhouses were appearing. Unfortunately, because of the limit of the Ethereum realm, advancing to the Tier 9 realm was still a heaven-defying task. There is also the Ethereum Academy, with the Void Ants' help in mining and refining materials. Maximus estimated that it would only take a few hundred years before it could be opened. So far, everything is smooth sailing, and Maximus has nothing to do. He could only hasten his progress and become stronger as soon as possible. Furthermore, deep inside, he felt a premonition that something dangerous was about to happen. I hope I am just hallucinating. Chapter 424 Perfect Tier 7 Realm 50 years later, in the Ethereum Realm Perfect Tier 7 Foundation Realm. Maximus muttered in excitement. After years of cultivation, Maximus finally perfected his Tier 7 Foundational Realm. Feeling the control of 161,803 domains, Maximus felt omnipotent. Although there was not much power amplification, his mana began to flow and change faster according to his will. From 1118 elements to 161,803 elemental domains, a complete change of software made him utilize his power more efficiently. However, the biggest change was his origin domain. First is the expansion. In the past, Maximus thought that the infinite expansion of his domain was invincible. However, as his strength grew, it became an obsolete ability. Without the baptism of epochs of time, his domain would be almost the same as the rest. Now that the rate of his domain expansion was thousands of times faster, it could better utilize this unique ability. Besides the faster domain expansion, his domain also began to have the ability to break barriers. As the range of his domain became bigger and bigger, more and more obstacles came into play. From array formation, unique space environment, chaotic energy line, supernatural interference, many things could hinder the vision of his domain. If Maximus wanted to have a clearer vision, he needed to compress his domain, making the range advantage disappear. With the ability to break barriers as he became stronger and stronger, everything in the world would soon be open to his eyes. Maximus even felt that as his domain developed, it would have the same power as Lilith's primordial origin eye. Satisfied with his improvement, Maximus turned his attention to the World Tree. Besides him, the biggest change in these few decades was the World Tree. To hasten his comprehension of the elemental domains, Maximus frantically improved the World Tree regardless of the cost. Without worrying about money, he upgraded the World Tree from having 100,000 Essence of Law to the complete 161,803 Essence of Law. With the complete Essence of Law, the dimension inside the World Tree underwent massive changes. First is the solidity of the dimensional barrier. If in the past, it could only help him block some partial attack of a Tier 11 being, now most of the Tier 11 individual attacks could be blocked. Maximus estimated that even those invincible Tier 11 individuals would take some time to break the World Tree dimensional barrier. Finally, besides the solid dimension barrier, the World Tree could also give birth to ultimate treasures. Usually, this feature was only present in a Tier 12 dimension. However, with complete laws, the World Tree could also produce its ultimate treasures. Furthermore, because of his unique connection with the World Tree, he could forcibly create an ultimate treasure of any element at the cost of origin. These consumed origins could be easily replenished with origin coins, so he didn't need to worry about any hidden damage. Unfortunately, because the World Tree only contained the complete Essence of Law, the ultimate treasures it could produce were only limited to Tier 7. However, such an ability already made Maximus satisfied. He hadn't heard of any dimensional master being able to artificially produce ultimate treasures. Although they could urge their dimension to produce ultimate treasures, it would be random whether the element or tier. Maximus, on the other hand, only needed to spend enough origin to condense an ultimate treasure of a specific element and tier. Thinking about this, it seemed that he wasted money buying ultimate treasures from Otto, which were just delivered not long ago. However, considering the hassle and the time needed to condense millions of ultimate treasures, Maximus would rather pay a premium. Even for the Sterling family, it took decades to gather over 100 million ultimate treasures of different tiers. With his current capability, the time needed to gather such a large number of treasures would probably take millions if not epochs of time. However, despite the time need, the ability of the World Tree to give birth to ultimate treasures was really priceless. Just the Tier 9 ultimate treasures were already giving him a headache, much less treasures of higher tiers. If the World Tree could be further cultivated, his need for ultimate treasures would be solved. Imagining he could casually condense a Tier 12 ultimate treasure in the future, he couldn't help but smile. Taking out the World Tree from his body, he quietly admired his creation. From a mere branch to having a complete dimension stronger than the Ethereum realm and being able to give birth to ultimate treasures. Maximus felt the hundreds of millions of origin coins he invested were not in vain. While looking at the miniature bonsai-like world tree, Maximus suddenly felt a movement in the Ethereum realm. Using his dimensional authority, he saw the Ethereum realm frantically sucking the essence of the world tree. It seemed to treat the world tree as part of it, eagerly circulating the energy around. Master. Etheria suddenly appeared beside him, eagerly looking at the world tree. Why are you here? Diligently devouring the abyss and suddenly feeling such a majestic energy source, how could Etheria not pay attention? This Etheria pointed at the world tree like a child asking for a lollipop. Feeling Etheria's greed, Maximus couldn't help but pat her head. You want this? Maximus said, giving her the little world tree. Yes, Etheria quickly nodded, hugging the world tree. As Etheria hugged the tree, the energy circulation around the Ethereum realm became faster and faster. Other elements and laws different from the Ethereum realm also began to appear. While this was happening, Maximus quickly noticed the world tree being quickly depleted of its origin energy. Not good. Taking out the origin fragments from his system space, Maximus quickly replenished the world tree. Etheria nearly drained the world tree of its source, making him sweat. Seeing Etheria was oblivious to what was happening, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. What a greedy world's will, he muttered. Not daring to be distracted, Maximus cautiously stood by, looking at Etheria. 10 years later. After spending tens of millions of origin coins to replenish the world tree's source in time, Etheria finally stopped circulating and synchronizing with the world tree. As Etheria opened her eyes, light shone out in her eyes as she looked at Maximus as if waiting for praise. You have done well, Maximus said, patting her head. Although the Ethereum realm didn't directly advance, it made a major leap in quality. Now, although it had only 1,118 essences of law, 160,685 essences of law were hidden deep in its origin. Having such potential, the Ethereum realm was like a heaven-defying beast that was just about to grow. Given enough time, the Ethereum realm would surely suppress many dimensions in its path. Moreover, Maximus felt that with such a deep foundation, even the Ethereum realm lost in the dimensional war ranking, the winning dimension couldn't fully absorb the essence of the Ethereum realm. There would be a huge gap like an ant wanting to swallow an elephant. Besides such a strong foundation, the additional 160,685 hidden essences of law also made the energy and resources in the Ethereum realm more abundant. Even because of this, there was a commotion a few years ago. Fortunately, with Maximus's guarantee, many thought that he just bought a dimensional treasure that could improve a dimension's energy. It was also what Maximus wrote in the information the virtual realm scanned. He didn't want others to know that the Ethereum realm had such a foundation. Although he didn't know if other dimensions also had such potential, he better hide what he could. Finally, with all the improvements of the Ethereum realm, the powerhouse could be born faster and with a higher limit. In the past, Tier 8 realms were already the limit. Unless one was extremely talented, reaching the Tier 9 realm was like fighting against the sky. Even the treasure in the virtual realm that could directly enhance the realm to Tier 9 was not usable. One would have to fight tooth and nail for the Ethereum realm to grant them their wish. Now, with such a foundation, the birth of pseudo-Tier 9 realms, an individual not being a master of law yet possessing immortality and immense power was finally possible. Thinking that all the people of the Ethereum realm could be immortal, Maximus smiled happily. Maximus still had friends and relatives he cared about. From his ministers, subordinates, friends, relatives, in-laws, etc. Although Maximus could give them time crystals to live until the end of time, without reaching the Tier 9 realm, they would self-destruct sooner or later. Everything in the world had a limit, no treasure could allow them to live truly eternal. The corruption of time, the erosion of the soul, the numbness of life, without reaching the Tier 9 realm, eternal life would only be an eternal torture. Seeing Etheria back to the abyss to continue its task, Maximus went to his wives to relax. Chapter 425 Ethereum Academy 100 years later, in the Ethereum realm in the middle of the chaotic sea, a large mass of land the size of a continent floated above the water. In the plaque was a domineering calligraphy, Ethereum Academy, showing its majesty to the world. What a grand academy! Maximus sighed at the grandeur of the Ethereum Academy. Investing all the tax the Ethereum Alliance gathered, the academy cost about 10 million origin coins alone. With the addition of manpower, connections, and labor, the academy was officially the most expensive man-made creation in the Ethereum realm. The size of the Ethereum Academy was even a little bigger than the initial size of the Curse Continent. If not for Liam's effort to expand the current Curse Continent, it would be dwarfed by this academy. Fortunately, the Curse Continent was already vastly different from the past. In terms of landmass, The current Curse continent was bigger than the Beast continent and almost half the size of the Arcane continent. As for population, there were already over 10 septillion citizens of the Moonlight Empire. Although it's incomparable to the other 3 continents, the prosperity of the Curse continent is unmatched. With an abundance of money to spend, the Curse continent underwent major renovation and advancement. From the array, architecture, transportation, energy density, resource points, secret realms, etc. the Curse continent became a veritable paradise on the Ethereum realm. Maximus also achieved his dream of having all the races on the different continents live in his empire. From the Arcane continent, Divine continent, and Beast continent, most dreamt of living in the Moonlight Empire. The Moonlight Empire also became known as the Land of Opportunity, with all kinds of jobs, secret realms, training, fights, and resources booming in the empire. Because of this, many wanted to change the name of the continent, as the Curse continent, the Land of Doom, was no longer appropriate for such a place. However, because there was no unified statement, many names appeared, calling the Curse continent the Central Continent, Astral Continent, Shadow Continent, Promised Continent, etc. Maximus was also undecided, not knowing what to name the continent. Turning his attention to the Ethereum Academy, he couldn't help but sigh. Such a grand academy, I hope it doesn't disappoint me. A few months later, the Ethereum Academy officially opened. Unlike what most expected, the Ethereum Academy is open to all as long they are in the Tier 8 realm. There is no test, trial, or various requirements in talent and comprehension. The Ethereum Academy is open to all aspiring people who want to change their fate. However, to encourage students and cultivate their mindset, everything in the academy uses academy points. From classes, books, resources, dorms, training facilities, etc. one can't function without academy points. It is the only currency that can be used in the Ethereum Academy. To earn academy points, they would have to either top their subject, meet the required milestone, win in competitions, or do miscellaneous jobs. In the center of the academy was the Ethereum Tower. It contains 13 floors and an underground floor. From the 2nd to the 13th floor, there are books from Tier 0 to Tier 11, with the underground floor containing a Tier 11 dimensional server. Meanwhile, on the first floor was the administrative hall, managing the enrollment and all activities needed by the students. It's also the living quarters of the teachers brought by Maximus, the arcane scholars. Moreover, besides the arcane scholars, some talented PKPEX sovereigns were also assigned by him to be teachers, including his wives. In the living quarters, Hazel, Erica, Luna, Livia, Angeline, Rose, Irene, Isabella, Emma, Jane, Denise, and Freya eagerly talked about their incoming tasks. Hazel, what are you going to teach? I don't know, my profession is a mentor, I am good at enlightenment, I just don't know how effective it is for those Tier 8 students, Hazel said unconfidently. Just set up a question and answer class, I am sure you would do great, be confident in our husband's training. Livia cheered. Over 100 years ago, Maximus created an alternative version of the Origin Manual. Not only did it specify the paths they had chosen, but each one was also tailored to their chosen profession. Like Hazel as a mentor, the 9th chapter of Origin Manual gave her the ability to see all the shortcomings and weaknesses of the students she taught. Looking at any knowledge, Hazel's eyes would be like a grammar checker, correcting all the wrong words. Even in terms of evolution, she could point out the best and alternative paths for her students to choose. It can be said that having Hazel as a teacher, one would have a perfect path pointed out to them. This seems good, Hazel nodded, agreeing with the idea. What about you? Me and Livia would create a music and performance lecture, Luna said, deciding long ago. Oh, that's nice. What about the others? I will just teach gastronomy. The kitchen of the Ethereum Academy was worth looking forward to, Erica replied. The Ethereum Academy was configured according to the standard of those top academies in the Dimensional Alliance. Although some of it was mere imitations, Maximus still went out of his way to cater to his wives' professions. Like the kitchen, alchemy room, battle arena, music hall, medical facility, etc. This was out of his pocket, costing tens of millions of Origin coins, which was even higher than the budget of the Academy. Thinking of this, the others also told their excitement about the facilities in the Ethereum Academy. Like Erica, they would also teach according to their profession. With Angeline and Irene teaching alchemy, Emma teaching the art of healing, Denise managing student affairs, and finally Rose, Isabella, Jane, and Freya teaching how to fight. What about Sky and Lilith? Do you know where they went? Freya asked. She had just come out of seclusion a few days ago. Not finding her sister and Maximus, she joined the others to teach in the academy. Maximus, Sky, and Lilith went to the virtual realm a few months ago. Is that so? Freya sighed, connecting the dots. Maximus, Sky, and Lilith had ultimate physiques, Knowing their potential, it's understandable that they went with each other to seek opportunities. Don't worry, we can also help, they comforted. Even if they couldn't fight side by side with their husband, they still hoped to help and support him behind his back. Teaching the powerhouse of the Etherium realm, they hoped it would be of some help to Maximus. Etherium Tower, 13th floor, Tier 11 book. Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius looked at the door with expectation. Do you think there is a Tier 11 book here? Redius said in doubt. My son-in-law shouldn't lie, Phelan said proudly. Since Maximus married his 2 daughters, Phelan had been living at ease. From money, resources, and information, as long as he asked, Maximus would give it right away. However, as a father, Phelan didn't abuse his relationship, fearing that Maximus would treat his daughters like a transaction. TSK, old Phelan, if nothing is in here, you better reprimand that son-in-law of yours, Redius teased. Alright, that's enough, let's go inside. Opening the door, they were greeted by orderly orbs floating across the room. Is this elliptical inheritance? Phelan muttered. Elliptical inheritance is a unique way of passing information, like the Book of Inheritance. Although one couldn't directly learn what was written on it, the elliptical inheritance prevented anyone from passing or even telling what they had learned from it. It really is. The other 2 said in excitement. They didn't care if they couldn't pass the knowledge they had learned, anyway, it is the same anywhere in the virtual realm. Instead, they were more excited, feeling that it was more authentic with such encryption. Inside the room were tens of thousands of elliptical inheritances, representing tens of thousands of origin of laws. As Redius touched the closest elliptical inheritance before him, a virtual panel appeared. Origin of Illusion, Degree of Difficulty, Common Chapters, 161,803 Cost, 100 DA Contribution Points per Chapter, 100 Etherium Alliance Contribution Points per Chapter. Redius muttered in shock. Etherium Alliance contribution points are each worth an origin coin. They, as the leaders, could get 5% of the Alliance income, meaning they could earn 4,000 or 5,000 contribution points each year without doing anything. However, to price each chapter of Origin of Law at 100 DA contribution points is ridiculous. Looking at their accounts, they barely hundreds of contribution points, which couldn't even afford a few chapters. They cashed out most of their contribution points to buy resources, and the remaining ones were their income these past few months. While frowning, they saw Phelan leisurely choosing an Origin of Law to study. Do you have reserved contribution points, Phelan? They asked in puzzlement. Huh? What do you mean? Aren't they free? Free? Are yours free? They asked in shock. See, it's free, Phelan said, showing them the virtual panel. Origin of Power, Degree of Difficulty, Common Chapters, 161,803, this chapter 426 Domain of Trials. How come yours are free? They asked in disbelief. Phelan was also clueless, but thinking of his son-in-law, it seemed to be granted by him. Eternal Voyager, why does Phelan have free access to Tier 10 knowledge? Alabaster asked, summoning the Academy's spirit. Eternal Voyager was the ship spirit of the previous Shadow stronghold in the Abyss. Retiring from fighting, Eternal Voyager was transferred to manage the Academy. The host granted Sovereign Phelan S-level authority. Everything in the Etherium Academy is thus free. What? What about us? What do we get? Alabaster asked in anger, hearing it for the first time. As one of the leaders of the Etherium Alliance, Sovereign Redius and Alabaster were granted A-level authority. Besides the free access to Tier 10 materials and knowledge, you have the same benefits and authority as S-level authority. Understanding their worth, Redius and Alabaster couldn't help but click their tongues. What about borrowing EA points? Can we? Yes, as holders of A-level authority, you are eligible to borrow up to 100 million EA points. However, this credit can only be used in the Etherium Alliance and can't be cashed out to Origin coins. This is enough. The 2 heaved a sigh of relief. Calculating the cost of a common Origin of Law, they realized they could study about 6 of them. Let me borrow 100 million EA points. Me too. Although borrowing would overdraft their share for tens of thousands of years, it was better than nothing. They managed to wait countless epochs comprehending a trace of the Origin of Law. Now that it was available in front of them, no matter how expensive or long it would take, they could manage. However, not wanting Phelan to get ahead of them because of his biased son-in-law, the 2 were thinking of doing tasks to quickly earn contribution points. However, realizing that they fell to the point of working for such a brat who hasn't even lived for an epoch, they couldn't help but sigh. What a tragedy. Redius and Alabaster thought, sympathizing with each other. Virtual Realm, Domain of Trials. This is the Domain of Trials? Lilith muttered in amazement. Like the Battlefield domain, the Domain of Trials is an alternative recruitment site. The only difference is that instead of the top organizations recruiting, It's the individual powerhouses who are around the domain. Tomes of different shapes spread across, swords, halberds, hammers, furnaces, sticks, statues, books, buildings, etc. What kinds of inheritance can you get here? Lilith asked curiously. Completing the trial, you would get the inheritance left by the powerhouse. From knowledge, wealth, and treasure, all of it was vetted by the virtual realm and would be given to the successor, Maximus explained. Oh, how about we sweep through them? Lilith asked, her eyes lighting up. Learning badly from Maximus, Lilith got accustomed to getting everything for free. Stupid, how can such a loophole appear here? Sky said, tugging Lilith's arm. Don't think about free things all day long, Maximus said helplessly. Many proud geniuses had once thought of emptying the domain of trials. Usually, the powerhouses who laid their inheritance here were at least tier 11. Their wealth, knowledge, and treasures would be a huge gain even for prodigy with deep background. However, after succeeding in one or two inheritances, they came to the realization that everything has consequences. Aside from the benefits, the inheritance also came with calamities. The enemies, rivals, and all the cause and effect, would also be borne by the inheritor. Even if the virtual realm adopted top confidentiality protection, as long as the inheritor used the skills, treasures, and property they inherited, they would be caught sooner or later. Then what are we here for? Lilith asked in puzzlement. Taking them to the virtual realm, Maximus said that they were here for an opportunity. However, after taking Sky to the Sterling domain to have her physique harmonized, they just went shopping and playing. It should be the virtual tower. Sky said, looking at the infinitely tall tower in the center of the domain of trials. Is that an inheritance of a tier 12 powerhouse? Lilith said in expectation. To dwarf all of the inheritances in the virtual domain, the virtual tower should be of a different magnitude. Maybe, I don't know, Sky shook her head. Although she knew of the virtual realm from her previous life, it all came from the rumors she gathered. Being only at tier 8 in all of her past life, she couldn't access the virtual realm. Turning their attention to Maximus, they asked for answers. It's indeed an opportunity created by the tier 12 powerhouse. To be exact, it's the inheritance of the Dimensional Alliance. Even top prodigies from 3 overlord organizations, top sects, and families rush eagerly to the virtual tower to get opportunities, Maximus explained. According to Otto, on the top floors of the virtual tower, the reward would even reach tier 12 ultimate treasure. This is also how most of the top sects and families got theirs. Unfortunately, to reach that floor, one must at least have the strength to become a master of the River of Law. In Maximus's current state, where he barely is in the tier 9 realm, he still has a long way to go. Then should we bring others here? Lilith said. When she saw good things, she always thought of her family. It's not the time, one could only get to the virtual tower 3 times. Their foundation is still not at its peak, it would be a waste to use it now. The virtual tower could only be accessed 3 times, once from tier 9, tier 10, and tier 11. Each tier of the trial had 161,803 floors. Passing above 161,000 floors was the milestone he had set for his family. Advancing to this floor, one would be rewarded with the blessings of casualty. This blessing, like the tier 12 dimensional harmonizer, could improve the grade and rank of physique but at a greater amplitude. At tier 9 virtual trial, passing above 161,000 floor guarantee that one's physique would directly advance from heroic to mythical grade, which was deemed impossible to artificially produce. If Maximus wanted to maximize the potential of his wives and children, he had to wait until they couldn't improve anymore. That means their realm should be at peak tier 9, comprehended insights of the origin of law, harmonized all 161,803 essences of laws, and finally have a rank 11 heroic grade ultimate physique. This is the minimum Maximus set and could achieve before sending his family into the virtual tower. Reaching the peak of the tier 9 realm and comprehending insight into the origin of law is just a matter of time with the help of abundant resources and the time crystal from his system. Harmonizing all 161,803 laws in advance without the Ethereum realm reaching the tier 12 dimension should also be achievable. Maximus was already simulating this possibility with the help of World Tree and Etheria. As for having an ultimate physique, Maximus planned to have his family take the tier 12 dimensional harmonizer. Although it would consume the power of Calamity and may damage their plane of existence, he didn't care. Once his physique, the dimensional source, advanced to rank 12, Maximus would have unlimited power of casualty. Replenishing their plane of existence should be easy. As for how he could let his family use that tier of machine, Maximus hadn't thought it through yet. However, he would do everything in his power to give his family the best chance and potential he could. After achieving the ultimate he had set, passing above 161,000 floors should be easy, making their physique advance to mythical grade. As for passing the Tier 10 trial and having a supreme grade physique, and passing the Tier 11 virtual trial and having a possible origin grade physique, Maximus was not sure. It was too far away and unclear for him to make any plans. He didn't even know if it was possible. After all, if such a grade of physique could be artificially produced, the Dimensional Alliance would have long dominated their plane of existence. Taking Sky and Lilith to the virtual tower this early is because he was sure that they were strong enough. Possessing a supreme grade and origin grade physique, with the addition of his guidance using the origin manual, if they couldn't even pass the threshold of the Tier 9 virtual trial, then no one could. Although the blessing of Calamity of the virtual tower couldn't purify their physique to a higher quality, it should be enough to enhance their rank. Especially for Lilith, once she enhanced her physique to rank 11, Maximus wouldn't need to spend hundreds of billions of origin coins. After her physique reaches such a rank, it should be able to copy Tier 11 physique enhancing potions. After explaining to them the ins and outs of the virtual tower, they hurried to their destination. Chapter 427 Origin Ability in the Virtual Tower Plaza. Coming near the virtual tower was a lively scene, with screens showing all-time rankings, records of exciting fights, and the current live feed of the testers. For Lilith and Sky, it was an eye-opener, especially the records of some special fights. Those who came here were confident in their skills, being especially recorded by the virtual tower for others to remember, proves they're the top of the top. Maximus was also amazed, watching different fighting techniques and combinations. With such a feast for the eyes, the three stayed in the plaza for a few days. Let's get going. Watching here does us no good, Maximus said. It's time to fight? Lilith muttered in a daze while eating. Sky, on the other hand, was still concentrated, as if trying to remember each move, ingraining it into her mind. Sky, Maximus called. Let's go. It's much more fun if you fight yourself. That's right. Sky nodded excitedly. Reaching the entrance of the virtual tower, they didn't attract much attention. They were just one of the endless number of individuals challenging the virtual tower. If not for the entry barrier requiring one to pay 1 million origin coins to come to this place, the domain of trial would have long been crowded. 1 million origin coins may be steep for 99.9% of Tier 9 individuals. However, if they didn't even have what it takes to earn such a sum of money, they would only waste their time in the domain of trials. Even Phelan and the others could earn thousands of origin coins using their overwhelming strength to dominate a piece of Ethereum realm. Although, most of it was exaggerated because Maximus directly exchanged their income with origin coins. Still, a Tier 9 domain could naturally produce hundreds to thousands of origin fragments. If they could dominate such a dimension, earning the entrance fee would be a cinch. As Maximus entered the tower, a prompt appeared, telling him the rules of the place. Looking expectantly at the place, Maximus clicked enter. Virtual Tower, Tier 9 Trial Floor 1 appearing in a white field, Maximus faced his first enemy. A mind guard right off the bat? He muttered. A mind guard is one of the top species in the Dimensional Alliance proficient in mental power, taking down most of their enemies without even moving a muscle. Soon, with a wave of sonic attack, Maximus felt his soul vibrating at a unique frequency. 10 magnitudes of power? Gauging the power of the Floor 1 Guardian, Maximus was a little impressed. Although it might seem low, it was still 10 times stronger than the average. However, compared to the hundreds of millions of magnitudes of power he possesses, it was nothing. Turning his eyes to the Guardian, it slowly disintegrated into pieces. Soon, coming up to the second floor, the Guardian's strength went up to 20 magnitudes of power. Double multiplying? Maximus guessed with a frown. If the Guardian's power continued to double, no matter how strong he would be screwed. Fortunately, coming to the third floor, the Guardian's strength only went up to 30 magnitudes of power. Adding 10 magnitudes of power? This is easy. With overwhelming strength, Maximus blasted through the trials without any effort. A few months later, the 100,000th floor, boom, as the huge explosion subsided, Maximus boredly waited to get to the next floor. Too weak, Maximus sighed. Even on the 100,000th floor, the enemy only had 1 million magnitudes of power. However, considering that 1 million is the limit magnitude of power most Tier 9 individuals can reach, it's understandable. 1 million magnitudes of power could already fight hand-to-hand with any Tier 10 individuals. Without any special treasure, physique, or technique, few even reach 1 million magnitudes of power. After Maximus went up to the 100,000 first floor, he waited for the time to count down while assessing the enemy. 1,100,000 magnitudes of power? The increment went from 10 to 100? Maximus frowned. It's not that he was worried about the hundreds of increments, but their meanings. If the increment could increase in the 100,000th floor, would it also change in the 110,000th? Although he was sure to take on any challenge, he was worried about Sky and Lilith. I wonder how the two are doing. Maximus muttered, quickly killing the enemy. In an alternate space in the virtual tower. 150,000 first floor, Sky was fighting a life-threatening battle, taking out all her arsenal to defeat the Guardian. This is fun, Sky muttered as her lips curled up. Unlike Maximus, who was blazing through the virtual tower like walking through a park, Sky was fighting with all her life. Initially, she only had over 10,000 magnitudes of power. However, with the harmonization of law, the revised origin manual, and her physique advancing to rank 10, her magnitude of power rose to nearly 1,000,000. Fighting an opponent stronger than her, Sky felt the thrill of battle. A little weak, it only has the power and not skill, Sky complained a little. Wanting to end the fight faster, Sky withdrew all her defense and focused on attack. Condensing a sword, she slashed the Guardian with all her strength. However, due to her being defenseless, before the Guardian died, she was also hit by an attack. With Sky's vital sign fading out of existence, the virtual tower decision administrator didn't immediately declare the fight over as if waiting for something. Soon, as Sky's body began fading out of existence, beside it, human-shaped energy began to condense. After a few seconds, the energy condensed into Sky. Opening her eyes, Sky frowned. It's too slow, it seems I need more training. Sky's ability, derived from her physique and origin manual, is absolute resurrection. No matter how many times or how she dies, Sky could resurrect where marked before her death. In the past, utilizing her physique, Sky would resurrect in a random place as a mortal without any power. Although she was immortal, her next life would be up to where fate took her. Now her ability granted her conscious resurrection in her most powerful state. Thus, no matter how strong the opponent is, Sky is invincible. Unfortunately, because of the rank of her physique and origin manual, Sky was only immune up to the origin of law. The power of the River of Law and the power of Calamity could still send Sky back to zero, that is, to reincarnate randomly in time and space. However, with such origin ability, as long as Sky had the will, no enemy from Tier 9 and Tier 10 could defeat her. Even Maximus was helpless against such an ability. No matter how strong he is, the highest tier of power he could use is the power of origin of law. Maximus couldn't even seal up Sky, as she could automatically commit suicide with a thought or if deemed that she could no longer move or think. With such strength, even with a supreme-grade physique, Sky could fight toe-to-toe with those who possess an origin-grade physique. Such an insane ability made Maximus feel that he created a monster. Next floor, Sky muttered, licking her lips. Looking at the Guardian, who was the size of a kitten with pitiful eyes, Lilith couldn't help but pet it. In another alternate virtual space, 150,000 first floor, Lilith looked at the floor Guardian with conflicted emotions. Should I kill you or not? Lilith muttered. Looking at the Guardian, who was the size of a kitten with pitiful eyes, Lilith couldn't help but pet it. But you're so cute, how could I kill you? Meow, roared the Guardian. Initially, the Guardian was a gigantic beast the size of the world. However, in the blink of an eye before it could even attack, it shrank to the size of a kitten. Sealing is so powerful, it could even turn a ferocious beast into a cute kitty, Lilith muttered, taking the Guardian in her arms. Lilith's ability, derived from her physique and the revised origin manual, is absolute seal. Any attack, treasure, or phenomenon, no matter what it is, as long as it didn't exceed her physique, could be sealed. This means, Lilith is invincible at both her realm and above. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as it is sealed, it would be a harmless animal that could only be petted. Unfortunately, such an origin ability also had a bearing capacity. Like Maximus, who had hundreds of millions of magnitudes of power, although Lilith had the ability to seal him, she had no power to make it happen. It's like a lock. Although Lilith has the keys to lock the gate, she doesn't have the power to turn the keys down. Maximus estimated that Lilith should at least have about 1 out of 100th of the enemy's strength before she could seal it. With over 1,000,000 magnitudes of power, Lilith could seal up anyone below Tier 11 who has over 100 million magnitudes of power. Such an ability is truly worthy of an origin-grade physique. While Sky had to fight for her life, Lilith only had to point at the enemy to make it kneel. After having had enough fun petting such a cute little creature, Lilith remembered that she still had to climb up the tower. Goodbye, kitty, Lilith said reluctantly, sealing the Guardian's life away. Chapter 428 Absolute Origin. A few months later, Virtual Tower, 150,000 first floor. Another increase in power increment? Maximus muttered, gouging the enemy's magnitude of power. The Guardians from floors 1 to 100,000 increased in strength by 10 magnitude of power on each floor. The Guardians from floors 100,000 1 to 150,000 increase in strength by 100 magnitude of power on each floor. Then the Guardians starting from the 150,000 first floor increased in strength by 1,000 magnitude of power on each floor. This is getting harder and harder. In the early floors, He only had to stare at the floor guardian to bring it down. Now he had to attack, taking more time and effort. The guardian he was facing already had over 6 million power units, way past the peak that a tier 9 individual should have. Thinking about the state of Sky and Lilith, Maximus moved faster in his attack. A few months later, 160,000 first floor. Another ink raise, this from an increment of 1,000 magnitude of power each floor to 100,000 ink raise. This is insane. The floor guardian he was facing had the strength of over 16 million magnitude of power. With each floor increasing by 100,000 each floor, even he was getting nervous. A few weeks later, 161,400th floor. Huff huff huff. Maximus breathed heavily, looking at the floor guardian with concentration. All his arrogance was already thrown out of the bag, leaving only concentration and seriousness for the enemy. After passing the 161,000th floor, the virtual tower had gone nuts. Each following floor's strength skyrocketed to 1 million magnitude of power each floor. Reaching the 161,400th floor, the floor guardian he was fighting had a whooping 516 million magnitude of power. Maximus only had about 401 million magnitude of power. The enemy severely overpowered him by over 100 million magnitude of power. Fortunately, the enemy didn't have much fighting intelligence. Maximus could barely get by using his Transcendence fighting ability. Looking at the monster swooping at him, he hurriedly dodged. Seeing an opening, Maximus hurriedly counterattacked, concentrating his power at one point. Boom! Before the explosion even subsided, a massive fist suddenly descended, crushing him down. Seeing he couldn't dodge, he quickly put out his arms, sacrificing them. Regenerating his arm, he teleported out of the way. Taking a look at the enemy who didn't even have a head and could still charge at him, Maximus could only click his tongue. How is this even a trial? Maximus complained, wondering if anyone had ever passed this sick trial. Thanks to his origin ability, the absolute origin, Maximus still had the power to fight back. His origin ability granted him the inviolable power to ignore everything. In terms of power, no defense could ever block his attack, as it directly targeted the origin. Treasure, skills, and even ultimate treasure were useless in front of him. Even Sky's bug resurrection skill was useless once he trained his ability further. In terms of auxiliary use, the absolute origin granted him the ability to ignore any bottleneck. That meant any limit had nothing to do with him. In mastery, skill, and technicalities, as long as Maximus has time and patience, everything could be improved without bottleneck. Such as the limit of mastery being only at Transcendence, as long as Maximus put in some time, he could break such a barrier and achieve greater mastery. There is also the power limit. A tier 9 individual could only possess 100 million magnitude of power. This is the bearing capacity of the essence of law, the absolute rule of their plane of existence. No matter the physique, talent, skills, or ultimate treasures, nothing could surpass this barrier, as the essence of law would begin to break at 100 million magnitude of power. However, he was different. Since he practiced origin, he was already diverging from the thread of fate, the power of rules set in their plane of existence. Having the ability of absolute self-contained origin, the limitation of power did not apply to him. Instead of breaking, his essence of law began to change, diverging from its original path. As long as he was given time, even if he didn't advance to a higher realm, his strength would continue to grow until he could crush anyone. Using skills and finesse, Maximus quickly took down his enemy. This trial is not made to be passed at all. Maximus muttered with a sigh, as he lay on the ground resting his mind. Thinking about the top leaderboard, the number 1 passer reaching the 161,800th floor, he even began to doubt his strength. If his guess was correct, the guardian on the 161,800th floor possessed about a billion magnitude of power. It seemed breaking the rules of power was not only something he possessed. I wonder how he did it. However, thinking that he was still ignorant of the world, he didn't bother to think much. After all, he still had trump cards he hadn't used. His ability, the absolute origin, was just the passive skill he derived from the origin manual. As for the combination of the origin manual and his origin grade physique, it's an active skill that could destroy the world. Thinking about this, he smiled confidently. However, he suddenly grew worried, wondering how Sky and Lilith were doing. I hope they're okay. In alternate space, 160,000 first floor, looking at the frightening enemy in front of her, instead of despairing, Sky smiled. An enemy with over 16 million magnitude of power, while possessing only a million magnitude of power, Sky could only be crushed instantly. This is already out of my league, Sky thought. She didn't even have time to dodge. Even if she could see through the enemy's attack pattern, Sky could only die. However, with a smile on her lips, before Sky was crushed to death, she attacked with all her strength. A few milliseconds from death, Sky quickly resurrected, checking for the damage she would done. Sure enough, I can still inflict damage. Sky thought confidently. As long as Sky could damage the enemy, she was sure to win. Exchanging her life to inflict only insignificant damage seemed like a losing move. However, with infinite lives, for Sky, it was a sure win. During her fights on the lower floors, after uncountable deaths, Sky had already mastered her origin ability. Instead of a few seconds, it would only take her a few milliseconds to resurrect at full health. Furthermore, each time she resurrected, it would be in the blind spot of the enemy, giving her time to attack. Boom! As Sky continued to attack, resurrecting in the blind spot of her enemy, the Guardian gradually accumulated serious injuries as its stamina and energy began to deplete. Soon, grinding her enemy to death, Sky smiled at her hard-fought victory. A little more. In another alternate space, 161,000 4th floor. It's finally the end. Lilith sighed. Unlike Sky, who had to fight such a torturous battle, Lilith felt like she was doing a laborious task. Sealing enemies, Lilith had to fully concentrate on analyzing its essence. After a few months of doing so, she already felt her head swelling up. Especially since the stronger the enemy, the more laborious it is. Looking at the Guardian sealed by her, which had about 120 million magnitude of power, she felt relieved. This was her last fight, the limit her sealing ability could handle. Lilith only had 1.2 million power units, and her absolute seal required her to have at least 1% of the enemy's power units before she could seal it. The 161,000 4th floor Guardian was already past her limit, anymore, and she would explode. Fortunately, I already completed my husband's task. Maximus only required them to advance to the 160,000th floor, any more would be up to them to choose. Opening the virtual tower panel, Lilith was ready to tap on surrender. However, thinking of her husband, Lilith gritted her teeth and closed the panel. One more. I don't want to disappoint my beloved. Choosing to continue the trial, Lilith looked through the countdown, ready to fight to the death. 161,005th floor, roar. With a roar that shook the world, Lilith's heart started pumping. Looking at the sound wave crashing towards her, Lilith hurriedly sealed the space and teleported out. While dodging, Lilith turned the limit of her primordial origin eye, analyzing the essence of the enemy. Tick tick tick. As the clock ticked by, Lilith's movement space began shrinking. If she didn't seal the enemy quickly, she would die. With her eyes turning red, bleeding out with blood, Lilith's frown finally turned into a smile. You're done. Waving her hand, Lilith quickly formed rune patterns to seal the life of her enemy. The floor guardian seemed to notice the threat of the attack and hurriedly dodged. Unfortunately, Lilith's seal was pointed directly at its essence. Every move, every breath, every thought of it was already anticipated. Roar. Unable to dodge, the floor guardian roared, resisting the seal acting upon its body. Feeling the resistance, Lilith didn't let go and pushed harder with all her strength. Bleeding through her nose, mouth, and ears, Lilith's body slowly began to crack. It's useless. Lilith muttered with a smile. Roar. With unwilling roars, the floor guardian's life slowly faded as if its life is cut by at the source. Looking at the enemy dying before her, Lilith's smile widened. It's over. I didn't disappoint you, right? Lilith muttered as her life also faded away. Chapter 429 Ultimate Origin Explosion. A few months later, on the 161,700th floor. Looking at the enemy with 816 million magnitude of power, Maximus smiled dryly. It seems this is the limit of my power. With double his magnitude of power, Maximus didn't stand a chance against the enemy. A 400 million magnitude of power difference was too big of a gap. Maximus felt like he was facing a Tier 11 powerhouse. 100 million magnitude of power was already equivalent to Tier 10 invincibility, and reaching hundreds of millions was the realm of Tier 11 powerhouses. Without using any trump card or forbidden technique, Maximus had no way of defeating the enemy. That's right, Maximus' only problem was defeating the enemy. He had no problem escaping or even grinding the enemy to death. However, without much output, it would take a long time for him to advance to higher floors. I didn't expect I would use these weapons so early. Initially, Maximus wanted to take this chance to train himself. Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong and mindless, so he couldn't get any training experience. Sighing in loss, before the countdown could be finished, Maximus took out tens of thousands of energy weapons the size of a car. Ether guns. I wonder how these babies will fare. Ether guns were weapons he derived from the Ether Forge. Absorbing his unlimited energy, the ether gun could fire up to 100 million magnitude of power each round. His profits over the past 100 years were basically used to form this set of armament. Although it was lower than his maximum attack, looking at the 30,000 ether guns, he felt confident. Each of these ether guns cost him 100,000 origin coins to make. His profits over the past 100 years were basically used to form this set of armament. Now for the first round. Fire. Pulling energy from him, the ether guns quickly condensed a concentrated essence of law and fired at the enemy. Boom! Drowned in a barrage of fire, the floor guardian went flying like solid trash. What a beautiful sight, Maximus smiled. Although each attack from the ether guns wasn't very powerful, with the blessing of absolute origin, every round could inflict true damage. No matter how little, it could chip the enemy's life away without giving it a chance to recover. This will be easy. Without worrying about firepower, Maximus leisurely kited the enemy to death. For him, dodging the enemy's attacks was like strolling in a garden. No matter how fast, it would be as slow as a turtle crawling in front of his eyes. Using his system, Maximus could slow everything his consciousness perceived up to billions of epochs each second. Thus, unless the enemy could directly seal his movements, Maximus was invincible. Soon, with the firepower of tens of thousands of ether guns, Maximus whittled the 161,700th Guardian's life down in just a few days. Next one. In another alternate space, floor 161,040. Sky continued to grind her enemies to death, advancing to higher floors. Looking at the enemy, Sky's eyes were a little numb. From a few days to a few months, it took longer and longer to defeat the floor guardians. 140 million magnitude of power. Sky frowned. Her damage just now only caused little to no harm, making her a little shaken. Should I continue? Sky had long fulfilled her goal, going further was only torture for her. No, let's go on further. Sky gritted her teeth. With unbreakable resolve, Sky continued to fight, dying every moment she unleashed her attack. Soon, a few years passed by, and Sky continued to fight, reaching the 161,100 floor. 200 million magnitude of power. Sky smiled wryly. This is the end, huh? Despite her unbreakable will, facing an enemy over 200 times stronger than her, Sky gave up. The enemy couldn't be damaged, all her attacks seemed like mosquito bites that were quickly healed. No matter how stubborn she was, Sky knew she couldn't defeat such a monster. However, knowing she did her best and surpassed limits she couldn't even think of, Sky was already satisfied. This is as far as I can go. On floor 161,800. The last floor before the final 3 trials, Maximus sighed. After a few years of fighting, Maximus grew a little bored. Watching the enemy's slow movements, dodging their attacks, and letting the ether guns whittle the enemy's health, Maximus felt a little tired. Especially on the higher floors, the floor guardians had such thick health that it took a few months to kill them. Maximus estimated that if he didn't have absolute origin to inflict true damage, he wouldn't even be able to hurt the enemy. No wonder only a single person passed this floor, Maximus thought while dodging the floor guardian's rampage. Over the countless epochs of Dimensional Alliance's existence, only a single person managed to pass the 161,800th trial. Looking at the floor guardian who had almost a billion magnitude of power, Maximus could only sigh. Such strength could only be possessed by those who became masters of law. Having such a guardian for a Tier 9 trial was insane. Fortunately, the guardians could only use the essence of law. If it were a higher form of energy like the origin of law, no matter what trump card he had no chance of winning. This virtual tower seemed to defy the rules of their plane of existence, managing to surpass the bearing capacity of the essence of law. However, thinking that this was a virtual realm, Maximus could understand. In this virtual realm, all the rules were up to the creator to set. No matter how insane and illogical it was possible. Soon, after a few months of grinding the enemy with almost a billion magnitude of power to death, Maximus looked expectantly toward the next floor. If there was someone who could pass the 161,800 floor, then Maximus was confident he could too. Maximus didn't believe anyone was stronger than him in the same realm. However, facing the unknown following floor, Maximus was a little nervous. Given the insanity of the virtual tower, Maximus didn't know what to face next. Next floor. 161,801 floor. As soon as Maximus descended to the floor, he felt an overwhelming pressure. His heart started speeding up, and his blood began to stagnate. Different from the gigantic enemies he faced until now, the one before him was only the size of a human. Sensing the power it emitted, a horrified look appeared in his eyes. This 10 billion magnitude of power? With no countdown or preparation, the floor guardian quickly attacked as if sentient. Fortunately, his system was operating all the time, slowing everything in his consciousness. Dimensional barrier. Maximus shouted internally. As a fist was about to come through his face, the World Tree quickly set up a barrier defending the attack. Boom! Flying out, the floor guardian followed with another attack. Maximus could only look helplessly. Although he could see the attack, the whole space was locked out. Movement, thoughts, and even time seemed to be frozen. Looking at the relentless attacks, Maximus finally understood why no one was able to pass this floor despite the countless epics. 10 billion magnitude of power, 10 times the previous floor. With such a change, no matter how powerful his trump cards were, without a life, they couldn't be used. If not for the World Tree's dimensional barrier, he would have already died in the first attack. Feeling the dimensional barrier crack a little, Maximus frowned. Time to use my ultimate ability. Deciding to use his final trump card, Maximus' body suddenly began to glow as enormous energy began spewing out. The frozen space and time seemed to move again as his immense energy clashed with the Guardian. Noticing this, the Guardian paused in its attack and looked at him interestingly, as if it had consciousness. 10x 20x 30x Maximus' power suddenly skyrocketed to over 12 billion magnitude. You're done. Looking at the smug look on the Guardian's face, Maximus clenched his fist as the space between the Guardians squeezed out. Snap in the blink of an eye, before the Guardian could react, it was squeezed out of existence like getting deleted by the virtual tower. Exiting his hyperstate, Maximus began to breathe heavily like he was drained of power. Strong. Maximus muttered in shock. Although he knew the active ability he conceived could destroy the world, he didn't expect it to reach this state. The ultimate origin explosion, an explosion of power burning his origin at the expense of his unlimited energy. His mana, blood, power of law, essence of law, an amalgamation of will would be like fuel boosting his power. Theoretically, as long as he had enough energy, Maximus' power could multiply endlessly. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times, this ability had no limit. Unfortunately, he only had unlimited mana, blood, and power of law. Feeling his essence of law empty and amalgamation of will he stalked for hundreds of years missing a large chunk, Maximus felt a little loss. Fortunately, it only took Maximus a few moments, otherwise he would have really been drained. Thinking of his next opponent, he couldn't help but sweat. I hope it will be fine. Chapter 430 Last Floor Virtual Tower, 161,800 Second Floor. Learning from the previous round, before Maximus ascended to the next floor, he put up the dimensional barrier of the World Tree. Similar to the previous floor, the Guardian's strength was overwhelmingly powerful, freezing space and time to a standstill. In just a glance, Maximus felt the horror of facing the Guardian. From the previous 10 billion to 100 billion magnitude of power, this was already the peak strength of a powerhouse mastering a river of law. Such overwhelming strength made Maximus feel that even a genuine Tier 11 powerhouse would kneel before it. As Maximus looked at the Guardian, it too seemed to gaze back at him. Is it sentient? Maximus thought, puzzled. Recalling the behavior of the previous Guardian, who had scrutinized him similarly, Maximus cautiously held his breath. As it slowly approached him, Maximus couldn't help but hold his breath. You! A heavenly voice pierced his mind, nearly tearing through the dimensional barrier. This is the end. With suppressing pressure, the Guardian pointed a finger slowly towards him. This time, Maximus saw the true power it wielded. With time and space tearing at the concentrated essence of law, the dimensional barrier of the World Tree slowly cracked like glass. Seeing the dimensional barrier couldn't last longer, Maximus didn't hesitate and activated his ultimate origin ability. Origin explosion. He thought internally. 10x. 20x. 30x. 50x. 80x. 100x. 150x. 200x. 300x. Over 120 billion magnitudes of power surged through Maximus's body, almost tearing it apart. Noticing his body was on the verge of destruction from such pressure, Maximus quickly turned his attention to the Guardian. Not yet. This is just the beginning. Punching through the Guardian's stomach, it flew into the void and disintegrated upon reaching an unknown distance. Exiting his hyperstate, Maximus coughed wildly, feeling unbearable pain throughout his body. His origin, guarded by crystal will, now showed noticeable cracks due to immense pressure. Is this the limit of my body? Maximus smiled wryly. His origin was damaged and the amalgamation of will stored in his body depleted. Facing the Guardian of the next floor left him uncertain. Analyzing the rules of the place, Maximus calculated that the next floor's Guardian would possess at least a trillion magnitude of power. Compared to his modest 400 million magnitudes of power, he was severely outmatched. A trillion magnitudes of power was something only a Tier 11 powerhouse mastering the ocean of law could possess. Facing a being only below the Overlord in their plane of existence, defeat seemed inevitable. Fortunately, there was a silver lining. Although the Guardian possessed a power that surpassed limits, it could only utilize the essence of law. No matter how powerful it was still an inferior energy. Testing the tolerance limit of the dimensional barrier of the World Tree, Maximus calculated that even if the enemy possessed a trillion magnitude of power, it could still be blocked for a brief second. To defeat the next floor's guardian, he only needed to achieve a 3000x origin explosion and attack. The problem was that even if he had the energy to reach such magnitude of power, his body simply couldn't handle it. With just a 300x origin explosion, his body was already on the verge of breaking down. Thousands more, and he would die instantly. Maximus didn't know if this virtual realm could resurrect him if his origin was directly destroyed. While there hadn't been any instances of anyone dying in the virtual realm, Maximus didn't want to be the first. If he relied on his immortality, however, Maximus didn't know how many epochs it would take before he could be resurrected. Weighing the pros and cons, Maximus called out the thing that was watching him. During his fights, Maximus noticed that something was always watching him. Especially on the higher floors, this scrutinizing gaze became more and more relentless. After calling out, a blob of fire suddenly appeared before him. "Who are you?" Maximus asked. "I am the administrator of this place. You may call me Zero," it replied. "Zero? The origin spirit of the virtual realm?" Maximus asked in shock. The origin spirit was the highest level of spirit in their plane of existence. Like ship's spirit, Jixie fairies, token spirits, treasure spirit, every other species of spirit was beneath it. Although Zero was unknown to many, given his interactions with the Sterling family, how could Maximus not know the core of the virtual realm? "Oh, you know of me?" Zero said impassively. "Anyway, why have you called me?" Zero asked, not wasting any time. If not for Maximus's potential and power, Zero wouldn't have even bothered attending to Maximus personally. Could the virtual realm still resurrect me even if my origin is destroyed? What about treasures? Seeing that Zero was straightforward, Maximus immediately asked. "This is the virtual realm. Everything here is virtual and was only generated. You were only sustaining damage in reality because my master willed it so. In this trial, you don't need to worry about your existence. As for treasures, for your achievements, I will make an exception." Hearing Zero's explanation, Maximus heaved a sigh of relief. Especially regarding treasures, otherwise, Maximus would feel at loss sacrificing the world tree. "Thank you for your consideration, Lord Zero," Maximus said respectfully. "It doesn't matter. I look forward to you passing this trial," Zero said as it vanished without a trace. With Zero's assurance, Maximus began to prepare for the last floor. Firstly, he replenished and healed his body. Taking various Tier 11 potions he had prepared, it took Maximus a few months to fully recover. Next, looking at 30,000 ether guns, Maximus began to reconfigure them. Each ether gun could unleash 100 million magnitudes of power. If he could harness this energy and feed it back to himself, Maximus would have no worries about the lack of energy to fuel his origin explosion. 30,000 ether guns spewing out 100 million magnitudes of energy each moment totaled over 3 quadrillion energy units. Amazed by this idea, Maximus busied himself for several years reconstructing the ether guns. "I will name you Ether Fusion," Maximus muttered after some thought. Looking at the ether fusion in front of him, with a long tube as thin as a thread, he couldn't help but smile. Each of these tubes could feed energy back to him, harnessing his unlimited energy. Unfortunately, due to the lack of time, there were various shortcomings. Firstly, the ether fusion had to be directly connected to him to function. To increase efficiency and decrease delay, Maximus had to imbue it directly to him. Secondly, because it wasn't directly linked to his origin, there was some loss of power and a slight delay. Of the 3 quadrillion magnitudes of energy, only 1,000th could pass through his origin. There was also a delay of a few nanoseconds, further reducing the boost it could provide. Nevertheless, it could supply him with 1.5 trillion magnitudes of power at full capacity, more than enough to defeat the last floor. Connecting tens of thousands of wires the size of threads into his body, Maximus felt a bit uncomfortable. "I will definitely fix this later," Maximus thought with a frown. Next floor. 161,803rd floor. As soon as Maximus ascended, he quickly reinforced the dimensional barrier to its full capacity, urging the ether fusions to start working. Feeling an abundance of energy coursing through his body, Maximus immediately activated his ultimate origin ability to harness even greater power. Meanwhile, the Guardian had learned from the previous mistakes. Without delay, it attacked Maximus with full force. Fortunately, Maximus had anticipated this. In a fraction of a second, time seemed to freeze as Maximus maneuvered the dimensional barrier to deflect the incoming attack. However, just as he anticipated its attack would shift, the Guardian adjusted the position of its strike. Seeing the attack change direction, Maximus swiftly adjusted the dimensional barrier once more. Changing its target again and again, the Guardian had no choice but to concentrate more power, aiming to destroy the world tree. In these milliseconds of anticipation and counterattack, the Guardian lost its aim, managing to strike only Maximus's shoulder. Meanwhile, Having prepared his attack and feeling trillions of magnitudes of power coursing through his body, Maximus smiled. "Goodbye," Maximus murmured as the energy concentrated in his mouth. Boom. With a ray of destruction, the virtual space trembled as if experiencing an earthquake. The entire virtual realm also suffered a momentary lag, causing countless losses. Financial losses, information losses, and even lives were lost due to erroneous coordinate transfers. With the masses panicking, some wondered if a tidal abyss creature was attacking the virtual realm. Fortunately, Zero quickly suppressed the phenomenon, restoring normalcy before further losses occurred. Zero explained that the virtual master had attempted something that briefly disrupted the virtual realm. With Zero's announcement, most calmed down, believing it was a false alarm. As for the losses, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck, never considering it the virtual master's fault. Chapter 431 Calamity of Evolution. After a self-destructing attack, Maximus found himself in emptiness. Although conscious, he couldn't sense anything, neither touch, sight, or smell. Even time and space were nowhere to be found. Is this death? Maximus wondered. Feeling curious, Maximus couldn't help but study his state. In his death state, he couldn't feel or do anything. Although he could think, he couldn't comprehend the laws and things he had learned. Besides his core memories, all the things he had mastered seemed to be gone. Is this inside my origin? Maximus guessed. His origin contained everything he was made up of, his memories of his family, the world, all of his living experiences. Because his origin was fragile, all the things he had mastered were only backed up in the real world, waiting for him to be resurrected. Origin is a raw state of life. Besides containing the genetic makeup of life, spirit, and soul, it couldn't contain anything more. Only because of Maximus's practice could it contain memories, so he wouldn't forget himself once he was resurrected. While he was wandering around in the emptiness, he seemed to touch something. A broken crack-up bubble. Near it he felt comfortable, like he was being nurtured. Is this the system? Feeling the cognition it sent to him, he confirmed the existence next to him was the system. It seems that it's bound to my core origin. Maximus thought happily. In the future, knowing that the system would still be bound to him even in death, Maximus felt relieved. Who knew if he would reincarnate in another plane of existence? At that time, his backup memories couldn't be used. By then, he would only have his living memories and the origin manual automatically circulating in his body. Although he could still power through with such an advantage, without the system, his early stage of reincarnation would be rough. Tinkering with the system, it seemed to be in an inactive state. Maximus couldn't check whether the information it stored or the system space was also bound with it. Having nothing to do, he played around with the system, not feeling the passing of time. Soon, feeling a pulling force, he knew it was time for him to be reborn. Virtual Tower. In the center of the room, huge energy was condensing layer by layer, starting from the origin, spirit, soul, and body. Although Zero had said that the virtual realm could resurrect everyone as everything in it was only generated, the attempt Maximus put off was another matter. If the destruction of others' origins was like burning wood with ashes left, Maximus was like a mirage vanishing into existence. Fortunately, using its computing power and the almightiness of the virtual realm, Zero found traces of Maximus's origin. In many parts of their plane of existence, many fragments of Maximus's origin were hidden. It seemed as though Maximus expected his death, waiting to be resurrected using the fragments of his origin. Such a clever plan made it convenient for Zero to resurrect Maximus. Otherwise, if someone died in the virtual realm, it would be a massive loss of face for its master. Seeing Maximus fully condensed, Zero flickered a little, as if a little of such shenanigans. Breathing in the fresh air, Maximus felt happy to be alive. After a little while, all the backup memories he left merged into him, waking him up to reality. Looking at the time, he saw that it was only a few days before and after his death. Remembering his previous state, Maximus wouldn't want to experience it again. A day felt like an eternity in such an empty space. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. What about my reward? Not hearing any answer, he saw the Tier 9 trial still had another floor he didn't go. Understanding, Maximus ascended toward the next floor. Virtual Tower, Treasure Terrace, so this is where my reward is. Looking around, he saw a grand and solemn room. Treasures brimming with energy were encased as if waiting for a victorious challenger. Before he could look around further, a majestic energy suddenly descended on him. Calamity of Evolution? Maximus muttered as information about the majestic energy appeared in his mind. Calamity of Evolution can evolve and enhance anything in existence, whether physique, power, potential, technique, treasure, everything one could think of. What a reward! Maximus muttered with a smile. Getting the Calamity of Evolution, Maximus was a little tangled about where to use it. Using this majestic energy, he was sure his physique could advance to rank 11. No, It would be a waste, Maximus thought. Enhancing his physique using the Calamity of Evolution would be a waste. After this trial, Lilith's physique should have advanced to rank 11. Before coming here, he already planned to use Lilith's ability to copy a tier 11 physique enhance potion. Maximus even advised Sky to use the reward to enhance the grade of her physique. Thinking of this, he also thought of using the Calamity of Evolution to enhance the grade of his physique. Unfortunately, it was too far-fetched. Although the reward is not enough to enhance her physique from Supreme to Origin grade, it would at least make it stronger. Furthermore, with more accumulation, there is a possibility of it advancing in the future. Thinking of this, he also thought of using the Calamity of Evolution to enhance the grade of his physique. Unfortunately, it was too far-fetched. The Calamity of Evolution he had was too little to experiment with, it might not even work as the grade of his physique was already the highest. The second thing he thought of enhancing with the Calamity of Evolution was his realm. Until now, he hadn't even reached 1% of his realm. His cultivation seemed to come to a halt as he couldn't advance even a little bit using the highest available resources. If his progress remained the same, it would take him hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years to advance to the peak of Tier 9. This is still when he hadn't incorporated the other 160,685 other essences of law. By then, it might take epochs before he could reach the peak of his realm. This is not it either, Maximus decided. Even if he could use the Calamity of Evolution to reach the peak of his realm with more than enough spare for the other 160,685 laws, it would be impractical. The Calamity of Evolution was the reward he fought for, sacrificing his life. To use it because he couldn't wait a few years was blasphemous. Maximus had no problem with his combat power now. Even if he fought ordinary Tier 11 powerhouses, he could still fight one or two. Thinking of this, he shifted his attention to the Amalgamation of Will. Amalgamation of Will is a Tier 9 energy, similar to the essence of the law. Having Origin coins as a replacement for system points resources, it became almost obsolete. However, the potential of the Amalgamation of Will is still huge. This is a renewable energy that could be sustainably harvested from conscious living beings. This is an entirely new system. Although it is similar to faith, an energy derived from the will of people, faith is tainted energy like polluted water. Not only would the believers be affected, but even the gods would be polluted by the faith they follow. Their personality, attitude, and persona would be closer and closer to their chosen godhead as they advanced. Because of the influence of disordered personality, they had a hard time advancing to the Tier 11 realm. Amalgamation of Will on the other hand is a pure belief and recognition of people. It's untainted and has a wide variety of uses. If it advances to Tier 10 or 11, Maximus may be able to create an entirely new path for himself. It's too far away. Maximus suddenly thought. He still had many more important matters to attend to, and creating a path with unknown potential wasn't worth it. Thinking of his death state earlier, he remembered the system that is bound to him even in death. My system! He exclaimed. The system that had been bound to him since the beginning of his journey, giving him a chance of another life and glory. However, because it's severely damaged, it can only help up to the Tier 10 realm. As time passes, its usefulness will become more and more negligible. If only the time points could help Tier 11 individuals' enlightenment. If only the potential points could also be used by other individuals. If only it could add other functions. Thinking of the possibilities, Maximus felt excitement. That's it. Without thinking further, he directed all the Calamity of Evolution towards the system. As it resonated with the Calamity of Evolution, the cracks it once had slowly repaired, becoming more solid and real. Furthermore, the previous impervious system security was suddenly open to his eyes. A rune security that couldn't even be seen by the primordial origin eyes was presented before him. Not wanting this chance to pass by, his mind began to overdrive, consuming countless system points, and accelerating his consciousness to an unknown degree. Even if Maximus died because of overdrive, he was determined to engrave the core operating runes of the system in his mind. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to get a glimpse of this higher power. Chapter 432 Eon Plane. A few months later. It's done. Maximus muttered excitedly, looking at the system. After absorbing all the energy from the Calamity of Evolution, the system underwent significant changes. The system that was once cracked was now renewed with more power. Feeling the system's strong aura, Maximus couldn't wait to open it. Family and Power System, Host, Maximus Shadow Crest, Power, Tier 9, 0.000234%, Physique, Dimensional Source, Origin Grade, 0 out of Unknown, Rank 10, 0 out of 100, Magnitude of Power, 405 million, Family, Time Points, 124,153,235, Potential Points, 125,583,212, Calamity points, 7,146. Looking at the panel, Maximus noticed that besides the addition of the Calamity points, there were not much changes. Condensing a time point, he tried using it to comprehend a piece of Tier 11 skill. It worked. To his surprise, the once obscure knowledge was easily understood in his mind. In the past, using the system, reading a Tier 11 knowledge was like looking at a bunch of garbled language. No matter how he pieced it together, he would only get a headache. Now using the system, he could forcefully understand and even master Tier 11 knowledge. Although the efficiency was way off than when he studied Tier 9 and Tier 10 knowledge, it was still effective. For him, who could have as many points as he wanted, efficiency didn't matter as long as it was effective. I wonder if it could also work with Tier 12 knowledge? Maximus contemplated. Unfortunately, he didn't have any Tier 12 techniques or skills. Things that only an overlord could use were beyond his reach. However, affecting Tier 11 knowledge comprehension was more than enough. With this, his path up to Tier 11 would be smoother. After a few more tests on the time points, he found that besides working on higher tier knowledge, its ability to help comprehend knowledge had become faster and harmless. It seemed that the quality of time and enlightenment it possessed had become purer and could be absorbed more smoothly. This alone would multiply his efficiency in comprehending knowledge 2-3 times faster. Potential points. Maximus muttered hopefully. Looking at his system panel showing he could add points to the grade and rank of his physique, he couldn't help but be hopeful. Especially regarding the grade of his physique, although it showed that it would take an unknown amount of points, as long as there was a chance, he would bet on it. The limit that his physique could provide was only at the origin of law. At rank 9, it could provide him with unlimited mana, stamina, and blood. At rank 10, it could provide him with unlimited power of law and the corresponding type of energy he could use. At rank 11, Maximus expected it would provide him with an unlimited essence of law. Finally, he concluded that at rank 12 it would only provide him with unlimited origin of law. As for the energy from the River of Law and the power of casualty, it was unlikely. For the energy of the River of Law, Maximus could understand. The River of Law is just a path, a product of how one would combine and use the 161,803 origins of law. The essence lies in the combination, its core is still the origin of law. The river of knowledge, creation, killing, truth, destruction, etc., no matter in what form, is still made up of origin of laws. As for the power of casualty, if their plane of existence could provide a physique that could produce an infinite amount of casualty, then why would there be a consumption of this power? If it's unlimited, there wouldn't be only a few fingers worth of Tier 12 powerhouses. Thus, seeing that his physique grade could still be upgraded, Maximus felt hopeful. Perhaps this change had nothing to do with the system itself but because of his practice. Being separated from the origin of their plane of existence, he was not limited by it. The quality of evolution is used to evolve, not repair. Seeing the potential he had, the quality of evolution just guided its way to a more grand possibility. Calming down, Maximus tried to add potential points to the grade of his physique, but unfortunately, as he expected, he encountered an error. Trying to use the quality points worked without surprise. It seems that finding how to get the power of quality will be my problem in the future. Maximus sighed. Quality points are an energy derived from the power of casualty. The thousands of quality points he had were probably leftovers from enhancing the system. The only problem was he didn't know where to obtain the power of casualty. Although ultimate treasures produce quality of power, it's impure and can't be absorbed and purified by the system. Maximus concluded that this was likely because the system was only an ultimate treasure itself. If it could absorb its or the same energy, it would form a paradox. The only way Maximus thought he could obtain the quality of power was through some special place in their plane of existence, which was inaccessible for now. Sighing, he thought if the potential points could finally be used by other individuals besides himself. Unfortunately, with only him in the room, he couldn't test the effect of potential points on others. Forgetting about the problem, he shifted his attention to the treasures in the room. Feeling the aura they emitted, it somehow felt similar to his system. Tier 12 ultimate treasures? Maximus muttered in shock. Around the room, there were over 10 Tier 12 ultimate treasures. Walking to the ultimate treasure closest to him, he read the introduction. Time Source Crystal, the core river of time, an ultimate treasure that could help one travel in the history of the past. Just reading the first sentence of the introduction, Maximus was shocked. This wasn't some lower or defective treasure that could help one travel briefly in time or create an illusion of reality. Whether it's 10 years or billions of epochs, as long as it happened, one could go back to that time of history. Maximus had heard that those who study the path of the river of time could travel through time. From the past appearance of resources, treasures, powerhouses, major events, or people, they are even called walkers of history because of this. Unfortunately, their power is limited. Unless they are the master of the River of Time, their power can only interfere up to the Tier 10 realm. Anything above it, such as Tier 11 dimensions, individuals, treasures, and opportunities, is out of their reach. As it would have it, the River of Time is a forbidden river of law, like the River of Knowledge. It's a thorny path that could never be conquered. However, reading further into the introduction of the Time Source Crystal, it mentioned that as long as one mastered the use of this treasure, besides Tier 12 overlords, the user of this ultimate treasure can interfere with anything. One could even use it to find ultimate treasures that appeared in the past and get there first. Although there is no guarantee that they could be recognized by the ultimate treasure, the Time Source Crystal is still an exceptional treasure. Maximus was even tempted to grab it immediately. Unfortunately, based on the reminder on the virtual tower panel, he could only take out one treasure here. A pity. Maximus sighed, taking his eyes away from the treasure. Although he was eager for all the resources and treasures he could possibly find, he simply didn't have the motivation to do all the work. If he could simply buy it, why would he go out of his way in the past to fight for it? The only use of this ultimate treasure would be to find other ultimate treasures or change major nodes in history. Even then, without the power, one couldn't change much. Like killing a future Tier 11 peak powerhouse. These individuals who became masters of River of Law were already one with all their past and future selves. Going to the past to kill them would only alert the said powerhouse to kill you across time and space. Thus without power, this treasure could only be a toy. Shaking his head, Maximus looked through the other treasures. The Eternal Eye, the primordial eye that watches over the world, this is also amazing, Maximus commented. The Eternal Eye's function was to watch everything. No matter the distance, obstacles, or any other interference, the Eternal Eye could see through everything. The past, the future, distant treasures, missing things. Mastering the Eternal Eye would be like opening a world map. As long as the user wills it, the Eternal Eye can find anything. This would be overpowered if paired with Lilith's primordial origin eyes, Maximus muttered. If Lilith could view everything in their plane of existence, then she could stay home and copy anything that she needed. From resources, treasures, techniques, secrets, there are so many possibilities. Holding back his greed, he read through the other treasures. Plane Gate, the barrier that protects the Eon Plane, this was also in the prize pool? This time, Maximus was truly shocked. The Plane Gate, an ultimate treasure that protects their plane of existence. He didn't expect such a treasure to exist. Even the name of their plane of existence was something he had never heard of before. Eon Plane. Chapter 433 Choosing Ultimate Treasure. Reading further into the introduction, Maximus noticed a warning at the end. Unlike other ultimate treasures, the Plane Gate couldn't be bound directly. Other ultimate treasures could be bound forcibly with the help of the virtual realm. The Plane Gate, on the other hand, only had coordinates. As for how he would subdue it, or if he could even subdue it, that was up to him. Seeing this, Maximus's lips couldn't help but twitch. Why place such a treasure if it can only be seen? He cursed. Maximus felt that this virtual tower was scamming him. Placing a treasure that couldn't be retrieved was a waste of his feelings. Looking at the awesome introduction of the Plane Gate, he nearly drooled. Ultimate indestructibility. Possessing the Plane Gate would make one invulnerable to any attack in the Eon Plane. No matter the quantity or quality, it wouldn't have any effect. Mastering the Plane Gate was equivalent to invincibility. Unfortunately, the large glare of the warning threw him off. The Plane Gate was one of the top 3 ultimate treasures in the Eon Plane. According to the Overlord's deduction, one had to be at least the Plane Master of the Eon Plane for one to be recognized by the treasure. Becoming a Plane Master? It's an impossible prerequisite. Based on the Dimensional Alliance database, there are 6 known entities that possess the power of Overlord. 3 from the Dimensional Alliance, and 3 from the side of the Devourer. Yet, since the beginning of time, no one from them had become the Master of the Eon Plane. If one had to be the Eon Plane Master just to be recognized by the Plane Gate, then this treasure might as well not be here. If those Overlord powerhouses couldn't be recognized by such a treasure, then how could he? Sighing in disappointment, he looked through the other 10 ultimate treasures. Tome of Life and Death. Decide the life and death of anyone in the Eon Plane, another domineering treasure. Maximus couldn't help but click his tongue. This ultimate treasure was basically what its description says. It decides life and death. Mastering this treasure would make one the arbiter of life, deciding who can rightfully live and die. All the beings that had lived or had been living in the Eon Plane would be written in the Tome of Life and Death. Thus, anyone who hadn't surpassed the user's strength could be killed or resurrected with one thought. Unfortunately, it didn't have much use to him. The only things he cared about who had been dead were the parents of this original body after he transmigrated. However, after such a long time, without any interaction, he had long forgotten them. If not for this treasure which reminded him of his parent, he might never have remembered them. I will resurrect you and your son after I am strong enough. Maximus vowed. Although he was only given a physical body, the debt of another life should still be repaid. Turning around, he looked through other treasures. Dream Gate, the key to reality and dreams, the way through all parallel realms. This is also awesome. The Dream Gate could enter and create any dreams and make them real. The resources, knowledge, and lives inside could be condensed to become a reality. Possessing the Dream Gate would be a key to an unmanned and untouched virtual reality. However, he didn't have a shortage of resources. Although Dream Gate could also be used to attack, it didn't have much appeal to him. Thus, after a short look, he went to other treasures. Eon Chart, the bridge of the Eon Plane, a map that interconnects all of the void and dimensions, a space treasure. The Eon Chart is like the sibling of the Eternal Eye. If the Eternal Eye could watch anything, then the Eon Chart could take one anywhere. As long as one had been in the place or even had a vague interpretation, the Eon Chart could directly teleport one to their destination. If these two could be mastered at the same time, the whole Eon Plane would be at hand. Maximus wondered why these two were still here. Sitting in this treasure room was a waste of these treasures. Using these two treasures, those overlords could have plundered the entire Eon Plane long ago. What Maximus didn't know is that there is a limit to the ultimate treasures one could possess. Even a Tier 12 overlord powerhouse could only possess 3 ultimate treasures. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the Eon Plane for plundering its world. They were already at the peak of the world, all material and worldly desires were just within an arm's reach. A treasure that could only be used as an auxiliary was not on their list of choices. Thus, until now, besides the Plane Gate, Maximus still hadn't found a treasure that could boost his power or defense. Every ultimate treasure here was auxiliary, making him a little depressed. If Maximus hadn't seen Malgren's attack-type ultimate treasure, he would doubt that there is only an auxiliary treasure in the Eon Plane. Browsing all the ultimate treasures that possess the quality of time, space, life, death, destiny, balance, order, truth, creation, etc., Maximus remained undecided on what to choose. It's like an automatic checker, you feed it an instance, and it would judge whether it's true or false. He was torn between 2 ultimate treasures. First is the Seal of Truth, an ultimate treasure that could judge the truth of everything in the world. It's like an automatic checker, you feed it an instance, and it would judge whether it's true or false. You ask it a question, and it would answer yes or no. Although it's a simple treasure, for Maximus, this is the most amazing auxiliary treasure he has ever seen. With his consciousness running at billions and trillions of times compared to reality, every movement of his could be verified. Would moving 1 atometer to the left be dangerous? Is the word spirit appropriate for the next sentence? Would this move of mine succeed? With too many possibilities and immediate answers, possessing the Seal of Truth would make him omnipotent. From his daily life to his cultivation, the Seal of Truth was a perfect match. Another treasure he was deliberating about is the Philosopher's Source. This is a creation-type ultimate treasure that could create anything in existence. By anything, it means literally anything. This is a heaven-defying treasure that could even create a clone of a Tier 12 overlord if he willed it. Just with the prospect, Maximus nearly chose it instantly. With it, he would no longer have to worry about anything ever. It could even condense an origin-grade physique for him to play with if he wanted. Having the Philosopher's Source was like holding the power of the entire plane. Unfortunately, like all great things in the world, there is always a downside. The Philosopher's Source requires a terrifying amount of energy. There are 2 steps to using the Philosopher's Source: input the idea and provide energy. To input the idea, the clearer the subject, the less the consumption. Unfortunately, even the most detailed idea, down to the very essence, every particle of the object one wanted, would still consume 100 times the energy needed to normally produce it. In the past, the overlords tried to test it and create an ultimate treasure, but before it could continue, they hurriedly cut it off. They concluded that to produce the ultimate treasure, it would require 30% of the entire Eon Plane energy. Such a consumption would crush the Eon Plane out of existence instantly. Thus, one of the top 3 ultimate treasures besides the Plane Gate, has remained untouched all this time. Although the Philosopher's Source has such a downside, for Maximus, it's nothing. Possessing unlimited energy, he didn't need to worry about consumption. Unfortunately, the rank of his physique is still weak. Furthermore, even if it reached rank 12, it could only provide him with unlimited amounts of origin energy. Guessing from the Overlord's use of the Philosopher's Source, origin energy is certainly not enough. Maximus guessed that the lower the tier of energy, the slower it is to condense the object one wants to create. To create an ultimate treasure, using only origin energy, an epoch isn't enough to measure the time it would take to condense. Otherwise, with various time treasures and techniques, those overlords wouldn't need to worry even if they used lower tier energy. They could just use void energy, which is everywhere in the Eon Plane, and put a time array that could speed time a billion epochs per second, yet they didn't. Maximus concluded that such a means would take eternity, with all life in the eon plane entering a cycle before it could even condense. Such a huge disadvantage made him hesitate. He was a little tier 9 weakling. If he chose the philosopher's source, he would indeed have unlimited possibilities in the future. However, at that time, he might not even need anything. Reaching the peak of the world and further surpassing it, everything he desired would be within his grasp, so why would he need such a treasure? Thinking of this, he took the seal of truth decisively. Immediate strength is better than unlimited possibilities that he may not even live to see. Chapter 434 Seal of Truth. After getting the Seal of Truth, Maximus quickly tried to bind it. Trying on his own, the seal in his hand looked like an ordinary object and didn't move. Seeing that even with his power he couldn't forcefully bind an ultimate treasure, Maximus stopped being stubborn and asked the virtual tower for help. A few months later, Maximus looked at his origin, which now had another edition of treasure. The Seal of Truth. Maximus smiled excitedly. Without any delay, Maximus quickly tried to test its power. What is my current standing in the eon plane in terms of power? Maximus thought. After waiting for a while, there was no reaction. It seems it can only respond with yes or no, Maximus tested. I'm one of the millionth strongest people in the eon plane. Maximus changed his question. No, I'm one of the billionth strongest people in the eon plane. No, I'm one of the trillionth strongest people in the eon plane. No, I'm one of the quadrillionth. No, I'm one of the quintillionth. No, I'm one of the sextillionth. Yes, finally getting the answer, Maximus sighed at the impermanence of the world. Defeating the 161,803 Tier 9 Floor Guardian, Maximus felt that he was invincible. That was a being that could rival a Tier 11 powerhouse who mastered the power of the ocean of law. However, looking at the result of his deduction, it seemed he was still ignorant of the world. Calming down, he thought it was natural that he was only at the top sextillion. First, the one he fought in the virtual tower was only a simulation. Although the top guardian possessed the same magnitude of power as an individual who mastered the ocean of law, the two were still in different dimensions. One uses the essence of law, while the other uses the path of law. No matter how high it is, the essence of law can never harm those who forge the path of law. This is also why, although Maximus could fight a Tier 11 individual, he could never defeat them. Understanding this, he was no longer disheartened. Changing his mentality, he deduced his standing among all the Tier 9 individuals in the eon plane. As expected, with just one question, he confirmed that he was the strongest Tier 9 individual. Trying the same for Tier 10, he was shocked to discover that he was only in the top 7 in terms of strength. Who are the other 6 in front of me? Maximus muttered in puzzlement. Activating his origin explosion, Maximus's magnitude of power could reach trillions. Although it's a lower tier energy than the origin of law, to achieve the same magnitude of power, the origin of law needed to be at least 1/10 of the essence of law. In other words, to match his power, one needed to have hundreds of billions in magnitude of power. This is already a staggering number. A normal Tier 10 individual only has tens of millions in magnitude of power on average. The slightly stronger ones have hundreds of millions, with the elites in billions. To reach hundreds of billions in magnitude of power at Tier 10, having an origin-grade physique is certainly not enough. One also needs a powerful technique, a Tier 12 ultimate treasure, and, more importantly, 99% mastery of the River of Law. Although one can only partially manipulate the River of Law at Tier 10, with enough mastery, the power it can send out would multiply one's power. As far as he knows, there are only over 10 individuals possessing origin-grade physiques. Each from the 3 top overlords, 9 top sects, and some from other top families. After a bit more deduction using the Seal of Truth, Maximus confirmed that the 6 prodigies in front of him were from the 3 top overlords, 2 from the top sects, and 1 from the top families. Otto is also stronger than me? Maximus muttered in shock. After deducing, Otto was the 6th strongest individual under the Tier 11 realm. What about their strength? After trying all the numbers, he managed to pinpoint the strength of those above him. Otto, at number 6, had 650 billion magnitude of power. The number 5 from the Mercenary Alliance had 670 billion magnitude of power. The number 4 from the Ashura sect had 730 billion magnitude of power. The number 3 from the Virtual Realm had 2.7 trillion magnitude of power. The number 2 from the Space-Time Bureau had 2.8 trillion magnitude of power. Finally, the number 1 from the Interdimensional Council had 3.5 trillion magnitude of power. Seeing the power difference, Maximus was shocked. Those ranked number 6 to 4 could still be understood and should be achievable. However, the top 3? Just what kind of monsters are those overlord organizations raising? Hundreds of billions magnitude of power were already at the range of Tier 11 individuals who mastered a river of law. As for trillions, this kind of magnitude of power could only be possessed by those who mastered the ocean of law. Although, they used different tier of energy, to reach this kind of power was insane. If Maximus hadn't confirmed it with a seal of truth, he might thought this power was impossible to achieve. After further deduction, Maximus learned the source of power the top 3 had. Origin Grade Rank 12 Ultimate Physiques, Ultimate Cultivation Manual, Attack Defense Support Ultimate Treasures, and a complete variety of Tier 12 treasures. This is insane. Such resources, such might, indeed, these are the monsters the overlords cultivated. All of his advantages seem to vanish in front of these existences. However, I'm not completely helpless, Maximus muttered confidently. Although he didn't have the foundation of those monsters, he had the luck and fate to have what it takes. Until now, the only missing elements in his arsenal were another ultimate treasure, a complete set of Tier 12 treasures, and the rank of his physique. Given time, Maximus was confident that he could catch up to them. Just as he was deducing the strength of his competitors, he noticed a peculiarity. Is there a Tier 11 individual who possesses an origin grade physique? No. Do those who possess origin grade physique in danger? Maximus asked gravely. Yes, suddenly, feeling his question was a bit vague, he asked again. Do the overlords mean harm to those who possess origin grade physique? No. Hearing the answer, Maximus heaved a sigh of relief. We're not livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Maximus muttered, holding his beating chest. An origin grade physique could only appear once in tens of billions or even trillions of epochs. However, Maximus had noticed that the appearance of those who possess an origin grade physique had come en masse in the past billions of epochs. Basically, every powerful organization had someone in their ranks. Seeing this, Maximus was a little doubtful. There are only 2 instances of this happening, either something big is about to happen or is happening in the Eon plane, or they are being cultivated as livestock. Fortunately, it's the former. Trying to deduce what this great change was, he failed. Maximus couldn't get any answer from the seal of truth. This is bad. Maximus frowned. Based on this incident, Maximus concluded that the change about to happen was so devastating that the Eon plane might collapse. Either that or those overlords blocked the truth to prevent the matter from spreading. However, no matter what the change was, he will be gravely affected. As one of the individuals possessing an origin grade physique, he had automatically become a piece in the game that was about to be played. What a fate. Maximus muttered sadly. Putting away the seal of truth, Maximus calmed himself down. No matter what, I just need to be stronger. In the depths of the void, at the core of the virtual realm. Master, someone has passed the Tier 9 trial you set, Zero reported. Someone passed? Is the generation today already that strong? The virtual master said jokingly. It should be. Otherwise, the era the 6 of you set would be a failure, Zero said seriously. Ugh, don't be so stiff, Zero. You should smile more, the virtual master teased. I'm a spirit, I can't make any expression. TSK, so boring, the virtual master clicked his tongue at Zero's seriousness. Thinking of the brat who had passed the test he painstakingly built, he couldn't help but be curious. Maximus Shadow Crest. What a good lad. He achieved all of this without the help of any organization? Is this kid a monster, or a reincarnation of some powerhouse? Waving his hand, he opened the River of Fate, tracing Maximus's origin in all timelines. No. Just some lucky individual nurtured by the void? This lad even surpassed that arrogant little brat from the Interdimensional Council. Ha ha ha, this will be fun. I wonder what face that old man will make after having his disciple suppressed. Zero, do you think I should invest in this kid? The virtual master asked, thinking of using Maximus to slap that hateful old man. Master, we already have Genos. According to the Dimensional Alliance Treaty, each power can only have a single Genesis seedling, Zero said seriously. Oh, what a bummer. Well, anyway, as long as that old man's disciple isn't first, I would be satisfied. Chapter 435 Acquiring Calamity Points. After exiting the virtual tower, Maximus noticed that Sky and Lilith had sent him a message a few years ago, saying they had already finished the trial. Seeing this, Maximus didn't delay any further and returned to the Ethereum realm. In his castle, Maximus used his dimensional authority to locate his wives. In the Ethereum Academy? Knowing where they were, Maximus quickly teleported to the place. In the core area of the Ethereum Tower, Maximus looked around and saw Luna and Livia in the room, practicing a choreography. Listening to the music and watching the alluring dance, Maximus couldn't help but pause, mesmerized by their performance. Seemingly aware of his presence, Luna and Livia smiled, taking their performance up a notch. How is it? They asked after they finished their rehearsal. Fantastic. Maximus said, clapping his hands. Is that all? They murmured, a little dissatisfied with his perfunctory response. No, I'm just speechless. Maximus quickly reassured them, taking them into his arms. Feeling his warmth, the two calmed down and laid their heads on his chest. How was the trial? Luna asked. With Sky and Lilith returning a few years ago, they had learned about the virtual tower. Knowing the difficulty of the trial, they understood why their husband hadn't told them about it. Given their stubbornness, they might have dived into the trial without a second thought. It went well. I climbed to the highest floor, Maximus said with a smile, recounting his experience in the trial. Listening to his life and death experience, Luna and Livia couldn't help but clutch his clothes, their eyes filled with worry. Hearing that the enemy's strength reached hundreds of billions of magnitudes of power, they couldn't imagine the hardships Maximus had gone through. It's all right now. As you can see, I'm alive and well, Maximus comforted them. Fortunately, he didn't tell them that he had died, otherwise, they might never let him out again. While waiting for the others to return from their classes, Maximus flirted with Luna and Livia to pass the time. Missing his wives, Maximus felt happy holding them close. Suddenly remembering the enhancement of his system, he couldn't help but look at Luna and Livia's status. Family and power system, wife, Luna Shadow Crest, power, tier 9, physique, nether body, dimensional level, 0 out of 100,000, rank 9, 0 out of 100, magnitude of power, 992, family and power system, wife, Livia Shadow Crest, power, tier 9, physique, nether sound, dimensional level, 0 out of 100,000, rank 9, 0 out of 100, magnitude of power, 987. This, Maximus felt excitement seeing the changes on the panel. Looking at the progress bar beside their physique, it seemed he could directly use system points on them. Without hesitation, he tried adding one to Luna. Feeling a slight change in her, Luna frowned. It's okay, I just tried something, Maximus said with a smile he couldn't conceal. Oh? What is it? I'll tell you later, Maximus said, kissing her lips. Not fair. Although she didn't know what happened, Livia still pouted. You have it too. Maximus wasn't partial and kissed her as well. The reason Maximus was happy was because of the change in Luna's panel. Family and power system, wife, Luna Shadow Crest, power, tier 9, physique, nether body, dimensional level, 1 out of 100,000, rank 9, 0 out of 100, magnitude of power, 992. Using the conceptual points, Maximus was able to increase the level of her physique. This meant Maximus could directly grant his wives, and even his family, an ultimate physique. To confirm the limitations of the system, Maximus hurriedly used the Seal of Truth. Earlier, because of the heavy news he had received, Maximus was a bit scared to use the Seal of Truth. Who knew if he would learn another devastating piece of news? Now, feeling the warmth of his family, Maximus calmed down and wanted to use the Seal of Truth to learn every secret of the Eon Plane. Determining the limits of the system, Maximus discovered that he could only enhance the physiques of those connected to his system, his wives, children, their spouses, and grandchildren. He could also use the system to help them upgrade the level and grade of their physique up to supreme grade. As for the origin grade, once he deduced the number, the Seal of Truth didn't answer. This could only mean the range of the Seal of Truth was limited, or his system lacked the ability to do so. Now his only problem was how to acquire Calamity points. To upgrade their physique from heaven to dimensional level required 10,000 Calamity points. To upgrade their physique from dimensional to ultimate level required 100,000 Calamity points. For the grades, non-grade to heroic grade cost 1 million Calamity points. Heroic to mythic grade cost 10 million Calamity points. Finally, mythic to supreme grade cost 100 million Calamity points. Such a staggering amount of points was out of reach for him. Based on his deduction, the power of Calamity he earned in the virtual tower was only worth billions of Calamity points. To gather enough for his family, he needed billions of Calamity points. Thinking of the virtual tower tier 10 trial, Maximus deduced that he needed to be at least at the tier 10 realm before he could take it on. If the tier 9 trial could still be passed with talent, the tier 10 trial was only for monsters. Considering how he could earn Calamity points faster and safely, he deduced countless possibilities one by one: trading, stealing, adventures, relationships, creating. Opening his eyes, Maximus couldn't help but smile, eager to confirm his deduction. Taking a wisp of amalgamation of will, Maximus used his system to refine it into Calamity points. Plus 0.00001, it worked. Maximus cheered loudly in his mind. Maximus hadn't expected that the solution to his problem would be so close to him. The amalgamation of will that had long retired from the ranks had some use again. Although looking at the conversion rate, taking 1 million units of amalgamation of will to condense a single Calamity point, it was enough. Maximus had the belief and recognition of over 800 septillion individuals in the Ethereum realm. Although most of them were shallow, with enough quantity, Maximus could get tens of octillion units of amalgamation of will every day. It would only take him hundreds of thousands of years for all his family members to have a supreme-grade physique. It may seem long, but for the potential of his family, Maximus was willing to wait even epochs of time. It seems that Sister Luna and Sister Livia are enough to make you smile like a fool. Erica said with a hint of complaint, suddenly appearing beside him with the others. You're here. Maximus didn't care about their jealousy and wrapped them up in the bed. No matter how dissatisfied, after a fierce fight, they would turn soft. After a few days of intimacy, Maximus finally told them the good news. You won an ultimate treasure? Furthermore, it can upgrade our physique and potential? That's right, Maximus nodded with a smile. Maximus finally had the chance to talk about his system. Disguising it as the ultimate treasure he won in the virtual trial, they didn't doubt anything. Sky and Lilith also won a piece of Tier 12 treasure. While Sky got a complete set of battle armor, Lilith got an auxiliary treasure that could enhance her mind. Thus, knowing that he had won a Tier 12 ultimate treasure, they were not too surprised. What shocked them was the ability of the ultimate treasure. Being able to enhance their affinities, comprehension, and physique was too heaven-defying. Affinities and physique could be enhanced by potential and quality points. Comprehension, on the other hand, was an alternative way of using time points, accelerating their understanding. Being his family, Maximus didn't want to hide anything from them. However, to be happier in life, he needed to hide some things. If his wives knew that he only married them to become stronger, they would heartbroken, although after a long time, his feelings for them had deepened beyond mere love. The truth was better buried with him. After the initial excitement, they managed to calm down. Suddenly, Lilith looked at him, tugging his shoulder. I already copied the Tier 11 Physique Enhance potion. Do you still need it? After receiving her rewards, Lilith directly upgraded her physique from rank 10 to rank 11. Now, all Tier 11 treasures, as long as they didn't contain any conceptual energy, could be copied. However, hearing that Maximus could directly enhance their physique to rank 11, Lilith felt somewhat useless. Looking at Lilith, Maximus smiled helplessly. Don't think too much. No matter what, I love you because you're you, not because of your ability, Maximus comforted her. Furthermore, who said I didn't need the copy of the potion? It would be more useful now than in the past. Really? To me, you are the most important, so don't ever feel useless, Maximus said, kissing her on the head. Hearing this, the others were also touched. Complaining about his biasness, Maximus was drowned in another round of bliss. Chapter 436, Relative Truth. Time passed, and Maximus's life returned to normal. However, with the seal of truth, instead of having a life easier, he had become busier. His current goal was to quickly enhance the physique of his and his family to rank 11. Using the system, Maximus needed 10 billion origin coins worth of system points to upgrade his physique from rank 10 to rank 11. Compared to the hundreds or even trillions of origin coins required to buy enough Tier 11 physique enhancer potions, this was more cost-effective. As for condensing the potion, it was time-consuming and a little more expensive. However, looking at his balance, barely a billion origin coins were left. Due to his extravagant expenses, no matter how fast the Dimensional Origin Library earned money, it wouldn't be enough. Currently, the Dimensional Origin Library could earn about 100 million origin coins each year with its growing reputation. This meant it would only take him 100 years to gather enough to upgrade his physique to rank 11, instead of the thousands of years initially calculated. However, this was not fast enough for him. Knowing that there were individuals stronger than him, Maximus felt a sense of urgency. There was also the unknown catastrophe that might occur. The catastrophe could happen anytime, maybe in 1,000 years, a year, or even tomorrow. It was imperative that he became stronger as fast as he could. Based on his deductions using the seal of truth, there were only two ways he could earn money quickly. The first was to renovate the Dimensional Origin Library and utilize the enhanced ability of the system. A purer power of quality that could even help a Tier 11 individual would cause the library's profits to skyrocket hundreds of times. However, when Maximus deduced the consequences, he immediately abandoned this path. He was not the only one who could use the power of casualty. Although more expensive, other top organizations also had enlightenment rooms that could accelerate comprehension. If he continued on this path and drew the interest of these top organizations, Maximus would face countless troubles. Even the Sterling family might turn against him due to the pressure. Although he might remain safe with some manipulation, Maximus wouldn't risk his safety and stability for mere profits. The second way to earn money was to copy potions and improve them. Copying potions was straightforward. Maximus just needed to reproduce top potions and sell them in large quantities. With his current ability, Mass-producing tier 10 potions would be easy. The only problem was the sales channel. To sell such a large quantity of potion, he needed to create multiple fake identities. After, he could register with various organizations as an alchemist to legally sell potions. Besides the hassle, it was a safe alternative he could choose. Improving potions, on the other hand, required the help of the Seal of Truth to deduce the improved version of the potion. This path was effortless and more profitable, allowing him to hold the full patent for the produced potions. Not only could he sell them legally, but he could also sell the enhanced formula to earn more. Looking at the Tier 11 physique enhancer Lilith copied, Maximus couldn't help but frown. The formula was composed of rare Tier 11 materials of each element. Furthermore, to merge them, it had to undergo over 28 billion syntheses. If he wanted to improve the formula, each change in materials would require 28 billion verifications to pass. Although he had the help of the Seal of Truth, pinpointing exactly what was needed, it would still require quintillions of trials to verify. No, this is impossible, Maximus quickly gave up. Such a troublesome task was too much for him. There was even no guarantee of success, as he still lacked all the necessary knowledge about materials, methods, processes, etc. He would only waste his time recklessly trying down this path. As for using the Seal of Truth to gamble, it was not possible with his current ability. To deduce something, Maximus had to put in the possible instance. Without full knowledge of the hidden operations, methods, and rules, Maximus would only fumble around getting inaccurate answers. At one time, Maximus tried to deduce who could be the winner of a dimensional war. At first, Maximus deduced the party would win the war. The second time, it was a tie. The third time, it was the party be winning. With rapid change of odds, Maximus wouldn't try to bet on such a risky thing. There are two types of truth, a static truth and a relative truth. Static truth is set in stone, it is the rules of the Eon plan that couldn't be changed or hardly change. The relative truth, on the other hand, is changeable. With the interference of a variable, the truth could be altered to one desire. A paper might be white, but with a change of material or a splash of ink, it could immediately change color. This relative truth is what limits the power of the Seal of Truth. Although Maximus could respond to this rapid change of truth, he was powerless to use it in gambling. I still need to accumulate knowledge, Maximus muttered. Ultimately, his limiting factor was the lack of knowledge. If he could master the river of knowledge, with the help of the Seal of Truth, there would be nothing in the world he couldn't deduce. Relative truth is still connected with the static truth. If he could master and consider all variables, he could know the absolute truth. Whether it is used in gambling or to know the absolute future. With the omniscient power of the Seal of Truth, everything in the world would only be yes or no. For now, let's solidify my foundation, he decided. With the help of the Seal of Truth, the progress at which he created the Origin Manual reached an astonishing degree. He originally needed thousands of years to create the improved Tier 8 Origin Manual. Now, the only limiting factor was how quickly he could comprehend octillions of books about the power of law. In a few decades or 100 years, Maximus could solidify his Tier 8 foundation. In the meantime, Maximus planned to push a population explosion in the Ethereum realm. This was the only source of Calamity points he could easily access. The larger the population, the higher the amalgamation of will he would receive, thus earning more Calamity points. It could even subtly improve the origin of the Ethereum realm, making it stronger. Currently, the Ethereum realm has over 800 septillion people. Thanks to the Ethereum Alliance and Academy, Maximus was highly regarded in the Ethereum realm. With no concerns about a lack of trust or belief, Maximus only had to focus on expanding the population. Using the Seal of Truth to check for omissions, Maximus began his plan. Years passed, and the Ethereum Alliance began vigorously promoting new policies. One of the most notable was the Marriage Act. All individuals in the Ethereum realm, upon reaching the age of marriage, must have a partner. Whether they were the coldness goddesses, the prince of the country, the child of a noble, or a talented prodigy. Unless they are connected to or are an apex sovereign, they can't refuse or run away from this policy. With such a mandatory policy, the Ethereum realm went into upheaval. Riots and cheers went hand in hand, making the place a chaotic mess. However, with the iron fist of the Ethereum Alliance, no one managed to oppose the new policy. With no choice, people could only go to the branches of the Ethereum Alliance to register with their chosen partners. Initially, he wanted more softer approach, promising benefits and wealth. Unfortunately, once he proposed such a plan, Alabaster and Redius mocked him for being too soft and wasteful. A marriage created for profits would also be broken for profits. Using befits and spending money for copulation was not only slow but may also foster defiance among the masses. Compromising at the littlest of things only shows cowardice and indecisiveness. The reverence and obedience of people would turn into defiance once they were given everything they asked for. It might not be seen for thousands or even millions of years, but after a few epochs, it would cultivate people's ungratefulness. Alabaster and Redius had been practicing and perfecting the method of copulation for countless epochs. Especially Redius, to have the largest population in the Ethereum realm, it is unknown how many peaceful and cruel methods he tried. Knowing he was a little inexperienced, he let go and assigned the two for the task. Hearing this, the two smiled, knowingly asking for benefits. Knowing their intention, Maximus promised they could have free access to Tier 11 knowledge if they completed the task according to his requirements. Chapter 437, Marriage Act 100 years later. In a star island floating in the chaotic sea. Astra Novaire, a child of the Star-Lord, gazed blankly at the sky, looking a little lost. Am I, one of the top reincarnators, really about to get married? Astra muttered mockingly. With the Marriage Act promulgated 100 years ago, all individuals, regardless of gender or identity, are required to get married before the age of 100. To be exempt from this rule, one must either have a Tier 9 Apex Sovereign backing or possess an overwhelming talent to reach the Tier 8 realm before turning 100. Unfortunately, Astra had neither of these conditions. Although his parents were Tier 8 Star-Lords, it wasn't enough. Even as a reincarnator blessed by the reincarnation space, Astra's talent was barely sufficient. This might sabotage my mission. Astra sighed. Astra was a reincarnator of the Time-Space Bureau, one of the overlord organizations in the Eon Plane. Their mission was to watch, protect, eliminate, and rebuild everything in the Eon Plane, maintaining a state of balance. As a top reincarnator, Astra's mission was to observe or even spy on this emerging variable. According to the Reincarnation Master, the Ethereum Alliance was a hegemonic force that appeared in the mid to late stages of the catastrophe. To prevent any uncontrollable factors and to increase their chances of winning, the Reincarnation Master sent him here to act as a spy. Astra felt it was a waste of manpower to use a top reincarnator as a spy. The Ethereum realm was only a Tier 9 realm, and even given another billion epochs, it would at most reach Tier 12. How could it be one of the variables in the future? Agent 7, your thoughts are in disarray, you must concentrate on your mission. I'm about to get married. How can I concentrate? Astra muttered in dissatisfaction. In all his missions, Astra had completed them perfectly without any romantic entanglements. He felt it was a hindrance that might compromise his mission. History also proved his point, with all his seniors dying or getting demoted due to such missteps. This is the last mission given to you by the Reincarnation Master. After this, you can retire. Really? Can I retire? Astra asked in disbelief. Although the life of a reincarnator was full of fun and adventure, it was also a tragic experience of life and death. Thinking of the times he nearly died during missions, his heart raced. If he could retire after this mission, Astra would buy a dimension and live the pastoral life of his dreams. Yes, you can retire. If you fail, the Eon Plane might be destroyed by then. Easy, Neon. I will fulfill this task even at the cost of death. Astra said firmly, fearing Neon would continue to scare him with the Eon Plane's destruction. You better be, Astra, you brat, where are you? His enraged mother said, finally finding him. Mom, Astra stuttered, looking at his fierce mother. The girl is already waiting for you. What are you still doing here? Your father and I had to find the perfect girl for you, and yet you're still brooding here? Mom, I'm not used to this. I'm only 57 years old. Why are you in such a hurry? Astra said helplessly. He was already a Tier 4, a talented prodigy for his age. With 1,000 years of lifespan, he was like a toddler who had just learned to walk. Humphrey. You're already so old. I heard that the old Nova next to us had his grandson married at the age of 18. That's different. I'm so talented and handsome, I should preserve myself and wait for my value to increase. What nonsense are you talking about? Can you compare yourself to those geniuses? His mother said, speechless. The prodigies his mother was referring to were the sons and daughters of the Apex Sovereigns. The exemption clause of reaching the Tier 8 realm before the age of 100 could be easily achieved by them. With top-notch resources from the virtual realm, these prodigies could reach the Tier 8 realm in just a few decades, even without much effort. Unlike them, who had to work hard for every bit of resource. Those geniuses only need to lie down and concentrate on cultivation. Although Astra had a dimensional physique, it was not fully awakened. His resources were barely even enough to cultivate to Tier 4 in over 50 years. Astra's real cultivation level was Tier 11, a master of the River of Law. However, to cut his cause and effect and reincarnate successfully, Astra had to degrade to the lowest level. All his knowledge, ultimate physique, and mastery of the River of Law had to be deactivated or degraded. Astra could only regain them once he cultivated to the corresponding realm. Soon after being reprimanded by his fierce mother for a few minutes, Astra had no choice but to bow to fate and allow himself to be dragged along. Entering the family hall, Astra met his fiancée. Looking at the girl's innocent eyes, lovely eyebrows, and tempting lips, Astra couldn't help but gulp. Agent 7, hold yourself, Neon, his system teased. Unfortunately, it was too late. His mother noticed his reaction and smiled knowingly. It seems the Ethereum Church matchmaking service is indeed impeccable, his mother thought. The Ethereum Church is a branch of the Ethereum Alliance that handles all marriages in the Ethereum realm. Whether it's weddings, disputes, punishments, or matchmaking, the Church ensures a smooth process. Using data gathered by 4 spirit goddesses from each continent, the Ethereum Church could choose the perfect partner for each other. Whether in aesthetics, temperament, goals, likes, dislikes, everything would be matched perfectly. An apex sovereign or a god proficient in fate and divinity would even confirm if what they chose is perfect. This service ensures that everyone has a perfect marriage. It's one of Maximus' compensations for the forced maneuvers happening in the Ethereum realm. Securing perfect marriages was conducive to cultivating amalgamation of will and reduces resentment among the people. Meanwhile, seeing the girl in front of him, Astra's resistance to marriage lessened a little. "Hello, I'm Astra," he greeted. "I'm Alice, nice to meet you," the girl said cutely, at least in his eyes. Seeing the two talking softly, both Astra's and Alice's parents looked at each other and excitedly discussed the marriage. What used to be a mundane event for mortals had become quite significant. Even apex sovereigns were actively involved in arranging the best partners for their relatives. Although the marriage act was forcefully enforced, the benefits it brought were real. Besides happiness, the continuation of the bloodline, and marriage alliances, it also provided practical benefits. Even though Redius and Alabaster claim rewards were redundant and a waste of money, Maximus couldn't afford to be stingy. Every successful marriage and childbirth would be heavily rewarded, with rare resources or top exercises freely exchangeable within the Ethereum Alliance. However, Astra and Alice's parents meticulously arranged the marriage not only for these benefits but also to uphold their status. As Star Lords, a shabby wedding could invite ridicule among their peers. It might even incur bullying when their children set out to the world. Meanwhile, fascinated by his fiancée, Astra took Alice around Star Island for a stroll. "Your island is beautiful," Alice said, smiling beautifully. "You're more beautiful," Astra muttered unconsciously. "What?" "And no, nothing," Astra hurriedly said. "Really? Really? Oh." Heaving a sigh of relief, Astra felt that having a partner wasn't so bad after all. A few years later, after the grand wedding, Astra and Alice became mighty Star Lords. Looking at his wife sleeping peacefully in bed, Astra couldn't help but reminisce about his innocence. Opening her eyes, Alice looked fiercely at Astra. "Where is my good morning kiss?" Hastily fulfilling his wife's request, Astra gave her a kiss. "Good. Prepare breakfast, I'm hungry." As ordered. Astra hurriedly stood up, shaking off his previous drowsiness. Hurrying to the kitchen, Astra quickly prepared breakfast for his wife. "Agent 7, I didn't expect you to fall this low, what do you know?" "This is the power of love," Astra replied through gritted teeth. Astra thought he would live happily with his gentle wife but didn't expect to become the servant of a little tigress. "Do you want me to annihilate her? Then you'd be single," his system joked. "No. Don't you dare," Astra muttered coldly. Even as a joke, Astra didn't take it lightly. Although his wife was far from his imagination, the care and warmth he felt were so real that he felt like a living being. The time he was with his wife, Astra felt alive, not just a robot focused on completing missions. "Chill, Agent 7. With the Dimensional Master watching over this world, I can't even mobilize a bit of my power," Neon said helplessly. The power of the Dimensional Master, overseeing the Ethereum realm, was so immense that even a slight leak would be noticed. If Neon wasn't careful, they would be discovered instantly. "Anyway, don't talk about this, and don't ever disrespect my wife," Astra said seriously. As ordered, Agent 7, Chapter 438, The Mysterious Curse. A few years later. After getting married, Astra's life underwent massive changes. The life he once lived for duty had now become a life devoted to protecting his wife and children. Looking at another little one born from her wife, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. "How cute," Astra said softly, fearing he would wake the baby. "My genes are indeed top-notch," Alice, his wife, said proudly. "You're still the most beautiful," Astra hurriedly said, knowing how his wife's mind worked. "Humphrey. I'm glad you know. Anyway, you must protect me and our daughter forever, you can't look at other women," Alice warned cryptically. She knew something was up with her husband. Although he was devoted and loved her deeply, she saw worries in his eyes, as if he was always wondering. She felt that one day, her husband might even leave them without a moment's notice. Don't worry, I will be by your side forever, Astra muttered, solidifying his resolve. Over the years, he didn't realize how much he had changed. From the taunting of his wife, the notifications from his system, and the mission the reincarnation master gave him, Astra was torn, unable to decide. He now felt that his seniors were right, having a partner was the graveyard of life. Although one knows it's where they end up, they can't do anything about it. Astra's love for his wife was overflowing, making his mind clouded and clear at the same time. Seeing the fruit of their love, Astra decided to live and die in the Etherium realm. Although he would still complete his mission, he would never leave this place and abandon his family. It's good, you must love us forever, Alice said in satisfaction, holding her husband's face. Agent 7, it's time to report, Neon suddenly reminded. Wait for a while, Astra replied nonchalantly. After letting his wife and daughter rest, Astra went into the secret room on Star Island. With a Tier 12 barrier array set by his system in place, Astra didn't worry about any snooping. After writing the report he had gathered in the past year, he sent it to Neon. Agent 7, your report is getting more and more perfunctory. You're not doing your job, Neon said in dissatisfaction. As a partner, its evaluation depended on Astra. Fewer points meant less income. Neon was a perfect systemized Tier 12 treasure. With consciousness and cognition, Neon still wished to ascend to higher heights and become an ultimate treasure like its predecessors. This is as much as I can find. Without much strength, I can only look through public information, Astra said helplessly. Humphrey. You're wasting your time with your wife, that is, Neon complained. This is assimilating with custom. If I'm different, sooner or later they will spot me, Astra reasoned. Anyway, since I can't get much information, how about changing the yearly report to once in a decade? No. Once in a century would be better, Astra suggested. No, this would make us lose more points, I don't care. Just send it and see if HQ agrees, Astra said, not caring about points. He decided to live here with his wife. As long as he regained his former strength, he didn't care about anything. What about your ambition? What about your dreams? I don't care. You deal with it. Before Neon finished speaking, Astra cut it off, going back to bed with his wife. In the astral continent, the land of stars, the starting point of Star-Lords, and the land of the Moonlight Empire. Formerly known as the Curse Continent, the astral continent gained its glory as the land of hope and beginnings. With the consensus of the majority, the name Astral Continent became more and more prominent. Not only did the name Astral Continent represent the image of the land, but it also represented its ambition. The Sea of Stars, the Seas of Continents, the Sea of Dimensions. The continent hoped to merge all the lands known in the world. In the castle, Maximus watched the replay on the screen with a smile. I didn't expect this spy to fall so easily, Maximus thought with amusement. That's right, the one playing on the screen is the playback of Astra and his system's conversation. Sensing the message they sent, Maximus hurriedly caught it before it passed through the dimensional barrier. Deleting some sensitive information, he flicked it back to return to its original path. All these years, Maximus had been tampering with the information Astra sent. Although there was not much substance in the intelligence he compiled, if one carefully analyzed it, they might find something amiss and send higher-level spies. Changing the essence of Astra's writing not only hid the Etherium realm better, but he could also feed them false information. Done. The two thought they were very secretive, but the first time they came, Maximus had already spotted them. When Maximus's system was undergoing evolution, the rune programming of his system became loose, allowing him the opportunity to copy it. Although he couldn't deduce it in its entirety, hiding it was easy. Furthermore, using his familiarity, he could easily sense a system from the same source a dimension away. Thus no matter how Neon hid, it was like a sun, no amount of cloud could dim its brightness. As for the Tier 12 secret formation array, it was indeed formidable. Even with dimensional authority, he couldn't see through it. Fortunately, it was not his only reliance. All over the Etherium realm were his tiny little eyes the size of atoms. After hundreds and thousands of years of improvement, the microsurveillance spots he created had already reached atomic size. Although each surveillance array could only see a meter radius, it was undetectable by any means. Even with his powerful consciousness, he couldn't see it. If not for the microsurveillance spots bound to his origin, he wouldn't even know where they were. Occupying all the living land in Etherium realm, no secret could be hidden from him. Unfortunately, he still failed to conquer the chaotic sea. It seemed that no remote investigative means could cross it. Once the microsurveillance spots dived into the sea, they would quickly corrode and melt. Even under the deduction of the seal of truth, he couldn't pinpoint the origin of this chaotic energy. What he only knew was that this chaotic energy was the reason for the creation of dimensions, even the eon plane. It seemed to be a higher energy that created everything. Sighing at the grandness of the world, He looked through the Calamity points he accumulated over the 100 years. Family and power system, host, Maximus Shadow Crest, power, tier 9, 0.000324%, physique, dimensional source, origin grade, 0 out of unknown, rank 10, 0 out of 100, magnitude of power, 1 billion, 2 million, family, time points, 114,153,235, potential points, 112,583,212, Calamity points, 10,346, 10,000? Good enough, Maximus muttered with a sigh. In over 100 years, he only earned over 3,000 Calamity points. Compared to the billions he needed, it was but a drop in the bucket. It seems I need to continue my effort of populating the Ethereum realm. In the first years, Maximus couldn't even earn 10 Calamity points every year. Now, in just 100 years, the Calamity points he earned every year nearly reached 100 points. This was thanks to the population of Ethereum realm breaking from 700 septillions to 1 octillion. Nearly doubling the population in just 100 years gave him a surprise. This was not 10 doubling to 20, but hundreds of septillions reaching octillions. Even in his joy, Maximus had allowed Redius and Alabaster to borrow tier 11 knowledge freely. Their contribution to the Ethereum realm was insurmountable. Unfortunately, after an explosion of growth, it was beginning to slow down. The larger the number of children, the harder it is to give birth. This seemed to be a curse that he could never get rid of. After giving birth to Asha, none of his wives could conceive another one. Since he had been exposed to the virtual realm, he had been fighting a solution to this curse. However, no matter how he searched, all he saw was a similar curse preventing the expansion of sentient beings. The higher the strength, potential, and intelligence, the more powerful this curse was. Using the seal of truth, he searched for the solution and the source of this problem. Unfortunately, the same thing happened. He found nothing. Like the chaotic energy, except for the known and common knowledge, he couldn't find anything about this curse. Even the solution, no treasure or technique could be found that could break it. Some treasures and techniques could only assist, giving a higher chance for a sentient being to conceive the next generation. Fortunately, his deduction still gave him a clue. The origin manual. If he could deduce and practice this ultimate cultivation manual to perfection, it might have a solution to his problem. Chapter 439, Unified Test. 1 billion magnitude of power? Looking at his current strength, Maximus couldn't help but smile. Over the past 100 years, his achievements were not only limited to the expansion of the population. During this time, he also perfected his Tier 8 realm foundation, creating the Tier 8 chapter of the Origin Manual. Unfortunately, because he didn't have a complete set of Tier 8 ultimate treasures, his strength didn't increase much. From 400 million to a billion, Maximus reluctantly broke through the billion mark. Calculating it this way, it seems that having trillions of magnitude power didn't seem so difficult. Ultimate treasure. Maximus murmured. Otto could only sell him ultimate treasures from Tier 0 to Tier 7. From Tier 8, although available in the market, it's scarce. Even after hundreds of years scouring the market for all the news, he only managed to gather tens of thousands of Tier 8 ultimate treasures. It seems that I need to condense them myself, Maximus decided. For the rarer Tier 8 ultimate treasures, Maximus decided to condense them using the world tree. With the perfect 161,803 elements, power of law, and essence of law, the world tree should be capable of perfectly condensing Tier 09 ultimate treasures. However, because it was a semi-dimension made of treasure, its ability to condense treasure was limited, only capable of condensing up to Tier 7 ultimate treasures. Fortunately, using the seal of truth, he deduced a solution that could allow the world tree to condense ultimate treasures of higher tiers. The first condition was to have the corresponding lower tier ultimate treasure of the element he wanted to condense. The second is to have the power of Calamity acting as a catalyst to evolve the ultimate treasure to a higher tier. Fulfilling all the conditions, Maximus deduced that it would take him less than a Calamity point to condense a Tier 8 ultimate treasure. Although he would have to spend his hard-earned treasure and delay the advancement of his family's physique, he still had to do it. Thinking of his following plan, Maximus got on with his work. A few years later, after giving birth to a daughter they named Kathleen, Astra's mindset had gone from mild to worse. He seemed to have forgotten that he was a reincarnator on a mission and just lived however he wanted. If not for the urging of Neon, Astra wouldn't even train himself and just let the residual power from his peak automatically return. Agent 7 has fallen, Neon muttered sadly. Hearing this, Astra didn't react. Years of nagging from Neon had already made him immune. This world is really dangerous, even a single-digit reincarnator could fall, Neon continued. Although he knew that Astra still had the heart of the organization, seeing him act differently from his previous missions, Neon couldn't help but sigh. At Astra's previous strength, his will should be invulnerable, and relationships should be but mere scenery. However, due to the consequence of cutting off his cause and effect, Astra was left with his bare origin. Only his core memories, emotions, mode of action, and temperament were left. Even the information of the reincarnation hull was only transmitted to Astra once he regained awareness of the world. Unfortunately, the influence of the Etherium realm, from the beginning of birth to adulthood, caused Astra to become degenerate. The Etherium realm seemed to be a big machine that devoured everything inside, turning it into its nutrients. The variety of emotions one experiences living in the Etherium realm couldn't help but make one indulge in it. Seeing that it couldn't persuade Astra, Neon finally gave up. Anyway, this was their last mission. Furthermore, unlike their other missions to save the world, they were only here to spy and give information as timely as possible. Astra didn't need to overreach, he just needed to be mindful. After recollecting his thoughts, Neon looked at the cute Kathleen with a little joy through its little flame of soul. Agent 7, your daughter is already 3 years old. It's time for the unified test, Neon reminded. I know. Little Kathleen is about to go to school. Astra muttered, feeling happy and distraught at the same time. Daddy, what is school? Kathleen asked. School is for cute babies like you to study. Astra explained. With the explosion of population, the life of the new generation became more standardized. From birth to 3 years old, they were to stay with their parents at all times. At least one of the parents should be with the child, or they would be punished under the law of the Etherium Alliance. Although many complained, as time passed, they noticed the benefits of taking care of their children. The sentiment and the joy it brought made them feel their existence was meaningful, honing their minds. This is also why Astra didn't train much. Needing to take care of his wife and daughter, how could he still have the time to do such a boring thing? After 3 years of bonding and nurturing emotions with the child, they were required to go to a unified testing. There, their talent, potential, affinity, passion, etc., would be evaluated. Based on the characteristics evaluated, they would be grouped and sent to the designated academy to conduct their 100-year study. The years they could be at school were until the age of 100. If they married halfway through, they could temporarily or permanently leave the academy to take care of their family. After getting married, Astra directly chose to quit school and pursue the path of Star Lords according to the suggestion of his parents. Thinking of his previous classmates, Astra couldn't help but reminisce. At the young age of 50, he was already married. With an indescribable mood, how could he continue to study? The school was also too hectic with all kinds of tasks that would drown you. Astra felt tired. As his strength grew, his previous knowledge was also recovering. Thus, taking school was only to torture himself. However, unlike him, Alice didn't quit school. She continued to attend, getting exemptions from time to time. Especially once she gave birth to Kathleen, as long as she willed it, she could leave the school and take care of her child. It can be said that the Etherium Alliance was too considerate and caring for the new generation. From birth to adulthood, everything was already paved a way for them. No need to think, no need to plan, they just needed to move and do what they were told to. Although it was a bit boring, such a unified training regimen was indeed effective. Especially designating various talents together, the competition and challenges that each had to face made the first 100 years of their life quite memorable. Playing with Kathleen, who was curious about school, the time unknowingly passed. Soon his wife, Alice, finished the preparation and came to them. Let's go, or we will be late. Mommy. Kathleen, seeing her mother, smiled and ran to her. Baby, let's go, you are about to start your journey. Astral continent, testing ground. Taking their child to the testing ground, they looked nervously, fearing for the future of their daughter. Daddy, Mommy, can you take me there? Kathleen said, looking at the playground in front. As the testing ground for 3-year-old children, the place was filled with many fun attractions. From amusement parks, food, plays, scenery, music, dancing, etc., the testing ground can be said to be a paradise for these babies who still haven't seen the world. Alright, but Kathleen needs to go to the test later, Alice said. They had already queued Kathleen for the test. They just needed to wait for the announcement. Playing in the park and eating delicious food, Kathleen became excited in school more and more. She felt that school must be more fun than this. Finally, a few hours later, it was Kathleen's turn for testing. After undergoing a comprehensive test, Alice and Astra eagerly wait for the results. S-class potential? Husband. Kathleen has an S-class potential. Alice shouted happily. S-class potential is the highest rating one could have. The S-class potential is the jewel of the Etherium realm. The Etherium realm treasure vault would be practically opened for them, making sure they reach their potential as soon as possible. Over the 100 years, there had been less than 1,000 who had this evaluation. Looking at Kathleen's evaluation sheet, Astra looked stunned. Kathleen Nover, Physique, Ultimate Level Affinity, S-Level Comprehension, S-Level Will, S-Level Luck, S-Level, this. Looking at the evaluation, Astra thought he was hallucinating. Looking at the row of S-Level and Ultimate Level evaluations, Astra felt that if there were a higher grade, his daughter would reach it. Is this the blessing of the Reincarnation Master? Astra thought, clenching his fist in excitement. Astra only had a dimensional physique. As for his physique, although he had an ultimate physique, it was later acquired through various means. Seeing his daughter reach such heights from the beginning, Astra felt overflowing happiness. As expected of my daughter. Chapter 440, War Preparation. While Astra and Alice were celebrating in happiness after seeing their daughter's talent evaluation, the Ethereum Alliance was in a frenzy upon seeing the result of Kathleen's evaluation. Ultimate level. Although they knew of its existence, they didn't expect it to be born in their dimension. S-level potential was already rare. Having such talent could already guarantee one to reach Tier 8, furthermore with enough resources and time reaching Tier 9 is not a problem. Seeing ultimate level potential, they couldn't imagine what height such a person can reach. After calming down, they hurriedly reported it to their superior, the 5 Supreme Ruler of the Ethereum Realm. As for the safety of Kadin, they didn't worry. They were in the testing ground of the Astral Continent, one of the safest place in Ethereum Realm. Especially in this time of unified testing, there were always 100 Apex Sovereign on standby. Since the establishment of Ethereum Alliance, security has always been the #1 concern. Although fighting and killing still happened, it was only in designated areas like the Chaotic Sea, arenas, Wildland, Secret Realm, etc. If there had been fighting and killing everywhere, forget about fighting and winning in dimensional wars, they could just kill themselves. The Ethereum Realm couldn't progress if there is no feeling of safety, thus safety is the first priority even for the weakest individual. Still, to use manpower more efficiently, the degree of protection depends of potential, importance and contribution. An S-level talent basically had the highest protection. As soon as they were born, a Tier 9 Apex Sovereign would be sent immediately. Until they reached Tier 8, this guard would be watching at all times to prevent any accidents. Now having a phenomenal prodigy surpassing S-level, 3 Apex Sovereigns were already on their way to escort the child. With the Ethereum Alliance causing such a commotion, Maximus' attention turned to Kathleen. Kathleen? I didn't expect the appearance of the ultimate physique would be this soon. Although the Ethereum Realm is only a Tier 9 dimension, with the help of the World Tree, it already has a prototype of a Tier 12 dimension. Giving birth to talented individuals was only natural. The proof of this is 1,000 individuals possessing dimensional level physiques being born in just the past 100 years. One had to know that in all of Ethereum Realm's existence, there have been less than 100 individuals born with dimensional level physiques. Now, in just 100 years, it multiplied the amount tenfold. Looking at Kathleen, Maximus thought of his unmarried sons. No, too young. Maximus hurriedly shook his head. Kathleen was only 3 years old, it was too young to marry his 1,000-year-old sons. No matter, just let it be. Not wanting to delve into the emotional life of his children, Maximus couldn't help but think of their current situation. It's been about 300 years since they had gone to the dimensional battlefield except for the first 100 years, when they were still leisurely, having the time to go back home. In the last hundreds of years, they barely returned, fearing that they would be killed on the dimensional battlefield. Logging out in the dimensional battlefield was not simply returning to the original world. Depending on how many points they earned, they would be imposed with various restrictions. In the last 100 years, they were not even allowed to log out. Unless they were killed or surrendered, they couldn't return home. I hope they are fine. Virtual Realm, Dimensional Battlefield. In the Shadow Crest outpost, Liam was listening to the report of his wives, Amara and Elijah. The forces in the inner area is coming to us? Liam frowned in worry. The dimensional battlefield is divided into 3 areas, Exile Area, Outer Area, and Inner Area. The closer to the center, the stronger the enemy was. The Exile Area was usually where individuals without foundation stayed. They were the disregarded talent, with no chance of joining any organization. Those with little talent and who were confident in their strength, however, stayed in the outer area. Not only was the area more prosperous with higher materials that could be mined, the points they earned were also double that of the Exile Area. The Shadow Crest outpost, the base of their operation, was in the outer area. Staying in the outer area, the Shadow Crest outpost managed to freely expand, having trillions of population. Managing such a large place, the points they earned even managed to catch up with the top list in the inner area. Unfortunately, such an anomaly also caught the attention of those covetous eyes from the inner area. The inner area was equivalent to the noble area, where first-rate families and organizations stayed. They had huge backgrounds and resources that allowed them to stay in the place for millions to billions of years. They were high and mighty and could cultivate talent to send into the top organizations every other year. Seeing a maverick rise from the slums, not only were they shocked but also angry. The more points the Shadow Crest outpost gathered, the more losses they would incur. It's because of my husband's management, that even those from the inner area were inferior to us, Elysian muttered mockingly. After stabilizing the Moonlight Empire, and with his idle father, Liam also dived in the dimensional battlefield. Besides the benefits that he could get, Liam also missed his wives, with his brother and sister calling him for help. With their urging, Liam landed in the dimensional battlefield 200 years ago. Leading his brother and sister, their conquest in the dimensional battlefield became smoother. Compared to Lux's haphazard management style, Liam has a lot of experience. Managing septillions of people in Moonlight Empire, a few trillion was like a plaything for him. Using his talent and experience, their base of operation expanded to an unknown degree. Not only it is more in quantity and better in quality, it is more united and more efficient. The points they earn become more and more that they weren't even allowed to log out 100 years ago. Looking at the consequences of his actions, Liam couldn't help but smile wryly. I guess this is the end. Liam muttered. He didn't think they stood a chance against those forces in the inner city. Those families and organizations were from Tier 12 dimensions, the top talent of the Dimensional Alliance. Beside having ultimate physique, they also cultivate close to 161,803 laws. They only have heaven and dimensional level physique, worse yet I could only cultivate 1,118 law. Although there is the origin manual created by their father, they were still severely outmatched. Then should we inform others to return? Amara said in reluctance. The more points, the more status they could have in the organization of their choosing. If they didn't want to join, they could also use the points they earned to exchange for rare resources. There is even a Tier 12 ultimate treasure that could be exchanged if they had enough points. No, we still have to fight. Let us give this place a battle to remember. Liam smirked. Send a message to the others, let them prepare. Soon, time began to pass. While the forces from the inner area marched in high profile, the Shadow Crest outpost was in a state of martial law. Inside the base, trillions of individuals were sweating as they worked without rest. Pieces of materials were getting transported, buildings were being built, weapons were being deployed, and the army was getting stationed. In the front line, the 9 Valkyries Lily, Lila, Lydia, Serene, Syra, Asha, Leela, Maya, and Maxime stood proudly, waiting for the battle. Lily and the others were the most active on the battlefield, earning the most points in the family. They were the sharp sword that destroyed all the enemies that dared to disobey the Shadow Crest outpost's order. Sister, when will the enemy arrive? I'm sick of this place. Lila said with a pout. Fighting all year round, Lila and most others had the urge to just quit and return home. However, not wanting to waste all the hard work they put in, they didn't want to give up just because of boredom. Just a few more months, Lily said looking at the intel. Finally, we can get out of this place. The others celebrated. In the streets of the outpost, Max and his wife Ella were oblivious to the tense situation at the base. Eating when they were hungry, resting when they were tired, and playing when they were bored. For the two of them, fighting had long been engraved in their bones. Even as they slept, they would dream about fighting. Max, hurry. This will be the last time we'll taste the delicacies in the dimensional battlefield, Ella urged with her mouth filled with food. But they aren't as delicious as Mother Erica's cooking, Max shook his head, missing the food at home. What do you know? We are tasting the feeling and atmosphere of the battlefield. Ella rolled her eyes. However, I also miss Mother Erica's food. Ella pouted. Not being home for over 100 years, she wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. Soon, we'll return home soon. Max muttered, hugging his wife in his arms. Chapter 441, Super Cluster Bomb in the Shadow Crest Outpost office. Liam was with Neo, Arya, Luke, Sam, and Lux. They looked at the virtual map, showing the entire structure of the Shadow Crest outpost. What is this, Neo? Liam asked, not knowing why Neo had called them here. This is the super bomb I designed and planned with my wife, Neo said, pointing to the virtual map. The outpost? You plan to turn it into a bomb? Luke asked excitedly, thrilled by the plan. Awesome. Sam also gave a thumbs up. Is this even possible? We only have a few more months before we are attacked, Liam asked in disbelief. Although he was tempted by the plan, he doubted they could accomplish it in just a few months. The Shadow Crest outpost spanned a large area. From above, it looked like a fortified continent. In the past hundreds of years, Arya and I were quite bored, so... Neo explained, scratching his head. With the stabilization of the Shadow Crest outpost, Neo and Arya didn't have much to do, and could easily earn points while lying down. Bored, Arya decided to make the Shadow Crest outpost into the largest trap she had ever conceived. Thus, when creating the blueprint of the base, Arya designed secret nodes that could be connected to form a super-clustered bomb. Unfortunately, before it could be fully implemented, Arya was dragged by her lazy husband to lie down and relax while collecting points. Hearing Neo's explanation, the people in the room couldn't help but be speechless. What are you two thinking? What if something goes wrong with your plan and it explodes? Liam reprimanded. Fortunately, it's just the main nodes and structure of the bomb. If you also add the explosives. Luke couldn't imagine such a tragic scene. While enjoying a feast and celebration after the completion of the outpost, suddenly the largest firework show exploded at their feet. I consulted with my father-in-law. This is not a defective product, I swear. Arya said, fearing that Liam would scold her husband. Oh? You consulted with father? Liam suddenly paused and asked. If it was checked by their father, then Liam had absolute confidence. He didn't know what his father's brain was made of, but he could say for sure that it would always come with foolproof and perfect ideas. Yes, there are only some problems in a few places. Arya muttered, hiding behind her husband. Arya consulted Maximus about the blueprint when the deed was already done, too lazy to change anything. Arya just let it be. So it's still defective. Liam muttered, reprimanding the two for their recklessness. What Liam was angry about was not their recklessness and wild ideas, but that they didn't tell them. As the eldest brother, Liam was willing to go along with his brother and sister's craziness. Even if they wanted to do things that were borderline deadly, Liam would do his best to keep them alive. However, putting them in danger without even telling them was inconsiderate of the others' lives. Brother, no need to reprimand them. Anyway, nothing happened, Sam suddenly chimed in. Neo and Arya also got the cue and quickly apologized. We are sorry, brother. Brother Liam, this will never again, we promise. Fine, Liam took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. After seeing his brother calm down, Neo continued to introduce his plan, talking about the points that needed to be renovated and improved. While taking notes and seeing the massive project, Liam frowned. We can't use the people in the base, or the trap would be useless. A trap that is known by everyone is not a trap by a show. Using the people in the base is equivalent to putting up a sign, warning people that it's a trap. Luke, can your little toys do this? Liam asked. No problem, leave it to me. Luke hadn't been idle in the past hundreds of years. With an abundance of materials, that even the soil and rocks they were on were tier 9, Luke managed to create his dream robot army. Containing hundreds of trillions of robots, his army was invincible. Not to mention, slight modifications to the outpost base, Luke was confident he could even recreate it in just a few years. However, I need Sam's help. Some parts need to be more delicacy and power. While Luke's robots were in quantity, Sam's robot was in quality. Although he only had one, it was a super robot with tier 10 power. At full power, Sam's super robot could even possess millions of magnitudes of power. Can you help? Gladly, Sam quickly nodded. That's good. Continue. Liam motioned. While they discussed the renovation work, Lux, who was at the side, continued to be silent. Initially, Lux planned to sell the Shadow Crest outpost once they left the dimensional battlefield. Lux had even made deals in advance with second-rate families and organizations in the outer domain. Shadow Crest outpost was undoubtedly the biggest and most perfect outpost in the outer domain. If obtained, these second-rate forces would have the earning capacity of those from the inner domain. However, hearing they planned to turn the outpost into a bomb, Lux knew his transaction couldn't continue. Although he was confident of selling even an empty box with his eloquence, it would cost his reputation. Reputation is the most important thing in business. It was also Lux's #1 greed. He could die, but he couldn't let his reputation be tarnished. Unfortunately, the promise he made was about to be broken. After the meeting ended, Liam noticed Lux's unusual behavior. Tell me your problem, Liam motioned to Lux. Lux sighed and told him his problem. Another thoughtless brat. Liam muttered, ruffling Lux's hair. Brother, What, you thought you'd grown up, that you don't take your brother and sisters into consideration anymore? Seeing his brothers being so secretive and uncommunicative, only thinking of their interests, Liam felt he had failed as the eldest brother. Was he too busy managing the Empire and his outpost that he couldn't even take care of his brothers? With a fire in his chest, Liam looked at Neo, who was smiling while he reprimanded Lux. You two, it's time to teach you the Shadow Crest ancestral punishments. A few days later, after escaping his elder brother's evil clutches, Lux wiped the sweat from his brow. In the beginning, Lux still wanted to fight back. With a stronger magnitude of power and powerful treasure, Lux was sure he could defeat his brother. Unfortunately, reality taught him that an elder brother is an elder brother for a reason. Calling the others for backup, Lux was beaten into submission without Liam even moving an inch. Furthermore, Because he fought back, he was beaten more tragically than Neo by his sisters and nieces. Under such a desperate situation, he can only use his eloquence and escape the immediate punishment. They were at war. Any delay in time was deadly. Temporarily escaping his punishment, Lux hurriedly met up with the second-rate forces in the outer area he was in contact with. During these few days, while Liam was giving him hell, Lux thought of a way to salvage his reputation. If he couldn't sell the Shadow Crest outpost, why not sell the blueprints? Not only would he earn more, but his business partners would also be more interested. After meeting at their usual spot, Lux began to tell them about his plan. You plan to sell us your outpost's blueprint? Yes. I didn't expect you to be so willing. The reason they were eager to acquire the Shadow Crest outpost was to study it. Otherwise, with their manpower and connections, why couldn't they just create their own massive outpost? Unfortunately, creating such a big outpost in the dimensional battlefield was not easy. Not only do they need an overwhelming power that could suppress everything, but they also needed the perfect plan and layout to execute it. Seeing the rise of the Shadow Crest outpost, an unknown force rising from impossibility, they were greatly astounded. Thinking Lux wasn't willing to sell the blueprint of the outpost, they thought of directly buying the outpost. They didn't expect Lux to offer the blueprint so easily. Thinking it was a trap, they hurriedly asked various questions, looking for any loopholes. After being drowned in the barrage of questions, Lux smiled. Don't worry, I wouldn't sacrifice my reputation for this little money. This blueprint not only has the structure of the outpost, but it also includes resource allocation, industrial models, weapon models, points farming strategies, and more. The most important thing behind the blueprint was the thought behind it. It is not just some haphazard plan that anyone could conceive with some time and resources. Liam created the Shadow Crest outpost using his knowledge and experience with the Moonlight Empire. The Moonlight Empire blueprint plan was deduced and perfected by their father. Although their father was somewhat lazy, the empire building plan he created was a perfection. They even thought that there was no other empire building plan more perfect than their father's. What they didn't know was that Maximus deduced the empire building plan using his transcendence knowledge and hundreds of trillions of epochs worth of time. It was the most perfect and efficient plan he could conceive, combining all the possibilities and problems one might face. If a person could get their hands on it, they could rule multiple dimensions without any problem. Meanwhile, hearing Lux's proposal, the people in the room couldn't help but be tempted. However, hearing the price Lux proposed, they couldn't help but be speechless. What little money for the sake of reputation. The price Lux proposed was almost all their reserves. How is it, gentlemen? This is a one-time deal, Lux tempted like a devil. Gulping down in temptation, they sealed the deal after an intense discussion and bargaining. Now, it's time to seal the finale, Lux muttered, looking at the points in his accounts. Chapter 442, Twilight Alliance. A few months later. Trillions of kilometers from the Shadow Crest outpost, a sentry hidden from the ground was set up. Enemy sighted. Zoe, Nathan's wife, muttered. Zoe's physique is called the Heavenly Eye. It grants her the ability to see, hear, and smell farther than an average individual in the same realm. They've already arrived? How far? Nathan frowned and asked. 1,030 trillion kilometers. I estimate they will reach the Shadow Crest outpost in a few days. The time has come. Nathan sighed, taking out a device to report the news to the base. While doing so, he suddenly noticed his two sons, Sylvan and Martin, sneaking out. Where are you going? To help uncles and aunties. Sylvan replied uncertainly. No, that's not how our family fights. We sneak silently and strike from the back. Staying on the front line would only promote your recklessness in a fight, Nathan said seriously. But why is Leela on the front line? Martin asked, pouting like a child. Leela has her aunties as her backup. You, as a man, can only stand on your own, so you'd better stay here, Nathan said coldly, ending the discussion. His two sons were a bunch of brutes who couldn't control themselves. If Nathan and Zoe's fighting style was neat and silent, then Sylvan and Martin's fighting style was dirty and loud. These two bloody sons of his were fighting maniacs, wild beasts craving for blood. Martin especially, if he didn't paint the battlefield with blood, he would tremble as if he were having a withdrawal. At first, Nathan thought something was wrong with Martin. However, after consulting with his father, he learned that Martin's reaction was due to his physique. Blood-horror is a physique that seeks excitement and blood. If not appropriately controlled, Martin had a high chance of going mad and becoming a bloodthirsty beast. Not wanting Martin to grow into such a bloodthirsty beast, he suppressed his son's actions and taught him his fighting style. He also obtained a complimentary origin manual for Martin to internalize his strength and not be controlled by it. Now, as long as Martin was controlled appropriately, his withdrawal syndrome would no longer appear. Meanwhile, after being shut down by their father, Martin sulked to the side like a little kid. Because of his physique and the origin manual, Martin's mind retained childlike innocence when not in a fight. "Brother, does father hate me?" Martin pouted and asked. "Silly brother, father loves you the most," Sylvan said, ruffling his hair. "But why won't he let me fight? Killing the enemy sneakily is not something a righteous knight should do." Martin complained, remembering the quote from his uncle Max. "But we're not righteous knights, we are protectors from the shadows. We exist to protect everything important to us," Sylvan said, teaching his little brother. "Really?" Martin asked, his eyes lighting up. "We are protectors. We fight not to kill but to protect." "We fight not to kill but to protect?" Martin repeated as if understanding the meaning behind it. "Then can't we just kill all the enemies? With that, no one could hurt everything important to us," Martin said as if enlightened. Not having the words to refute his little brother, Sylvan couldn't help but sigh. "Let's just stay here with Dad, otherwise, he might scold us." Sylvan quickly changed the topic. "Oh, right." Martin hurriedly agreed, forgetting the matter. A few days later, near the Shadow Crest outpost, the Twilight Alliance, one of the most notorious alliances in the inner areas, looked at the Shadow Crest outpost before them with greed. "So this is the organization that surpassed us in ranking?" Lord Valen, the young master of the Duskarain family and one of the Alliance's prodigies, said disdainfully. "That's right. I've already investigated. It seems the leaders of the Shadow Crest outpost are from a Tier 9 dimension," Varric, one of the leaders, said. "TSK, I didn't expect we would be surpassed by mere pariahs. What a bunch of lucky bastards. They only surpassed us in points because of cheating. Maybe they sold their bodies? I heard the 9 Valkyries are all beautiful women. Hee hee, how great. How about we play with them before killing them?" While the group was discussing and jeering at the enemy, the leader of the Twilight Alliance, Leopold, frowned. "What a bunch of aristocratic buffoons," Leopold complained in irritation. Leopold had been managing the Twilight Alliance for millions of years. Every few thousand years, a batch of talent from top families would be sent to use the Twilight Alliance as a springboard to join top organizations or attract marriage partners. Understanding the spoiled mentality of these noble children, Leopold could only complain. "Be careful. Don't treat the enemy as a joke," Leopold warned. To reach such heights in the outer domain, Shadow Crest certainly isn't simple. If not for these young masters, he certainly would not dare to offend the Shadow Crest outpost. With the performance and ability they showed in the dimensional battlefield, they would undoubtedly be chosen by one of the 9 sects. By then, their background might skyrocket that these first-rate families couldn't fathom. Unfortunately, the batch sent to him was a bunch of brainless children who had all their intelligence sucked by the law. Leopold could only suppress his anger and follow the orders of the Twilight Alliance's main branch. Meanwhile, hearing Leopold's warning, they just laughed it off, thinking the rumors about the leaders of the Shadow Crest outpost were unfounded. Knowing that they were from a Tier 9 dimension, no matter how heaven-defying their talents were, they didn't stand a chance against them. They were the cream of the crop from a Tier 12 dimension, possessing at least heroic-grade ultimate physiques, using high-quality cultivation manuals containing at least 161,000 laws, and having complete sets of Tier 11 treasures. They were invincible. And what could people from a Tier 9 dimension have? Even if they were dimensional masters, they could still pummel them to the ground. Shaking his head, Leopold could only continue to march forward, leading the team. Soon reaching the front of the outpost, they finally saw the famous 9 Valkyries. "Their beauty is indeed as the rumors said, the goddesses that fell from heaven to grace our eyes," Valen said, whistling in awe. Although he had seen many beauties, Lily and the others were so unique that they quickly captured his attention. Their beauty seemed otherworldly, like unique gems in the world. "Ha ha ha, Valen, looks like we are in for a treat. I wonder how they taste. Such soft bodies, I want to ravage them and put them on display. Valen, choose your pick. We'll choose right after you." Valen had the highest status among them, hailing from the Duskarain family, a ruler of a Tier 12 dimension. How could they not flatter him? If not for embarrassment, they would want to flatter Valen with every other sentence that comes out of their mouth. Gladly. Valen felt satisfied with the flattery, flying forward confidently as if choosing which toy to play with first. Just when Leopold wanted to warn him to be cautious, Valen's protector gave him a look as if saying not to interfere with the young master. Each top talent, even in the virtual world, had protectors. "Tier 10? Leopold muttered, feeling the protector Valen had. Although Tier 9 is the limit the dimensional battlefield allowed, top forces and organizations still had a way around it. Using special means, they would suppress the protector's strength, fooling the virtual adjudicator. Of course, this loophole was an open secret. It was a convenience tacitly approved by the top brass of Dimensional Alliance. "Oh, what a bother. Leopold shook his head in helplessness. Meanwhile, having heard all their conversation, Lily and the others frowned. Although they were used to others admiring their beauty, it was usually not so obscene. "Hello, I'm Valen Duskerain. I must say, your beauty has captivated even me, a noble person. For this reason, I shall grant you the gift of being with me. How does that sound? Are you excited? Are you thrilled?" Valen asked in confidence. Hearing this, Lila, the most outgoing among them, was trembling with anger. "You there, I see your face is red. Are you blushing because of joy at the thought of accompanying me?" Valen said, pointing at Layla. "What a sick bastard." Lila no longer cared and flew toward Valen, kicking him with all her might. As the kick was about to land on his face, Valen easily grabbed her foot. "What a feisty little cat, I like you more and more." Valen didn't care about Layla's presumptuousness but became more excited. "Then die for me," Layla said coldly as her body exploded. "You can't die even if you want to," Valen said, thinking Layla would rather die than be humiliated. Unfortunately, Valen's skills were inferior and couldn't suppress Layla's suicide explosion. With disappointment, he could only look at the other 8 Valkyries. As for the suicide attack, it didn't even leave a scratch on his skin. Possessing a complete Tier 11 armament, how could a mere pariah from a Tier 9 dimension damage his skin? "I can only choose another one," Valen muttered. However, as he walked forward, his body suddenly felt weak all over. Thud. Falling over, the dust began to cover his pristine garments, causing silence on the battlefield. Chapter 443, Despairing Fight This. Valen has fallen. How is this possible? How can a mere pariah bring a noble son of Duskerain down? This is impossible. It must be a trick. It must be a trap set by other forces in the inner area. Yes, it must be. How dare they? Just don't let me find out who they are, or I will mobilize my family to destroy them. Although deep inside, they felt amused, mocking Valen for his incompetence, they still had to show their indignation, flattering the noble son of the Duskerain to the very end. As they were about to rush forward to avenge Valen's humiliation, Lila, who had just exploded, reappeared beside the fallen Valen. "You're alive," Valen muttered in shock upon seeing Lila. "I didn't expect you could still speak despite being dosed with a Tier 11 origin-grade poison," Lila marveled. The potion had been given to him by his father hundreds of years ago, claiming it could bring down even a Tier 11 powerhouse. Seeing Valen can still talk, it didn't seem to be very effective. Thinking of reminding her father that he had purchased a shoddy product, she turned her attention back to Valen. Smiling evilly, she slowly walked toward the fallen Valen and trampled on his face. Stamp. 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 Lila continued to stamp on Valen's face to vent her anger. Seeing this, Valen's followers, who had been rushing to avenge him, paused in shock. This was more shocking than Valen's being killed. A noble son of the Duskerain family being trampled upon was comparable to openly slapping the Duskerain family in the face. "How dare you? Just wait for death. The Duskerain family won't let you get away with this. Death has already signed upon your name, give up." Lila didn't care about their taunting and continued to kick Valen's face. Valen, on the ground, felt a burning in his chest, suffering in such a manner. Looking at his protector, who just watched from the sidelines, he felt furious at his incompetence. Knowing no one could help him in this situation, Valen could only urge his treasure at the cost of severe pain and injury. This treasure was a Tier 12 ultimate treasure, lent by the family in case of emergency. Because of the difference in the realm and imperfect harmony, using such treasure would cost his life. This was another loophole left in the dimensional battlefield. According to the rules, only natal treasure could be bought inside. However, going around the rule, one could forcefully suppress the treasure and disguise it as their natal treasure. Even then, a Tier 12 treasure forcefully bound in this way would cause significant damage to its user. Die. 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 You will all die. Bleeding through his nose, Valen thought in anger as he was about to explode. Seeing Valen's rebellious look, Lila laughed out loud. "What's with your look? Stamp. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Stamp. How dare you flaunt your ugly face in front of me? Stamp. How dare you pretend in front of me? Stamp. This lady's mind was now tainted by your words. Stamp. How are you going to compensate me, huh? Stamp. Answer me, you dickless bastard. How are you going to compensate me?" Hearing such uncivilized profanity, Valen had had enough. Not caring about anything, he activated his Tier 12 treasure regardless of the cost, instantly clearing the poison from his body. "Enough, you uncivilized witch, die." Getting up, he waved his hand, crushing Lila out of existence. Lila also let go and didn't struggle, leaving with a smile. Seeing Lila smile at death, Valen felt unsatisfied, not having vented his anger enough. Turning his attention to the others, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. "It's your turn." However, before he could finish speaking, a kick landed on his head, sending him to the ground. "You! How are you still alive?" Valen asked in shock upon seeing Lila still alive. "Haha, you can't kill me." Lila laughed, ready to attack Valen again. "It doesn't matter. I can kill you once, I can kill you again, but this time, prepare for more pain." Learning his lesson, while grabbing Lila, he tried to use the power of his treasure and prevent him from committing suicide. However, under his incredulous explosion, Lila still exploded, looking at him mockingly. Fortunately, the poison could no longer work, so he didn't sustain any damage. Soon, Lila's image reappeared behind him again. Such a repeated routine was nothing as he casually blocked it with his arms. However, like magic, it passed through her body as if he hit an illusion. In a daze, a real kick landed on his face, sending him tumbling to the ground. Flipping a few more times, he finally discovered Layla's ability. "Clone. You, pariah, possess a cloning ability." "Bingo. I didn't expect a dickless bastard like you still had a brain." Layla possessed the heavenly true clone physique, allowing her to condense 8 1-to-1 copies of herself. Furthermore, because it was a true clone, each clone's life was equivalent to her life. Initially, it was only a common weak physique. One could just kill each clone one by one and be done with it. However, with the origin manual given by her father, she gained the ability to perform extreme regeneration. As soon as one of her clones died, as long as she had energy, it could immediately regenerate. Thus, unless all 8 of her clones plus herself died, she was invincible. Humphrey. Now I know how your ability works. Just wait and die. According to his knowledge, all those who possess clones have top-notch invisibility techniques to hide their true body. Once he cracked Lila's invisibility, she would be in his sights. Mobilizing his Tier 12 treasure, he quickly found Lila's position. Without saying a word, he quickly killed the clone nearest to him. Wrong. Lila teased as another clone regenerated. Valen didn't know that all of Lila's clones were equivalent to her life. Thinking that one of them was the real body, Valen rampaged, using the Tier 12 treasure to kill Lila's clones one by one. Wrong. 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 It's all wrong. Soon after a few bouts, Valen's mind began to be clouded with anger. In his mind, as long as he could kill Lila, even if he sacrificed himself, it was worth it. "I don't believe this." In rage and out of his mind, Valen began to use his origin to fuel the Tier 12 treasure, wanting to obliterate everything in sight. Seeing this, Valen's protector, watching from the sidelines, changed his expression and hurriedly mobilized his power to stop Valen from self-destruction. "Young master, stop." Unfortunately, no matter what he did, Valen was already manic and could no longer hear or think about anything. "Young master." Feeling the danger, Lila hurriedly escaped, sprinting out frantically. However, Valen's indiscriminate attack had an enormous range, affecting all of the Shadow Crest outpost and the surrounding land. Seeing Lila in danger, Lily and the others quickly deployed a barrier using all their power. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful and skilled they were, an explosive attack from a Tier 12 treasure was beyond their range. "Sister." Boom. As the explosion began to expand, the Shadow Crest outpost activated an indestructible barrier, protecting them from the destruction. Leopold, on the other hand, used a Tier 12 treasure to keep the Twilight Alliance safe from the explosion. Soon, as the explosion subsided, they saw the ground sink a few, forming a crater with a radius of trillions of kilometers. Besides the Shadow Crest outpost and the Twilight Alliance, all life at the scene perished. Looking at the destruction, the people on both sides were in shock. Especially those from the Twilight Alliance, who didn't expect the Shadow Crest outpost, a backward base built on the fringe of the dimensional battlefield, to withstand such an explosion. Meanwhile, Valen's protector, Gale, was at a loss, seeing his young master die in front of his eyes. With such a large explosion, young Master Valen's origin was probably severely damaged. At worst, he might even be crippled. Thinking of the punishment he would face, he trembled in fear. Gale was a mere Tier 10 servant of the Duskarain family, only serving Valen due to his modest talent. Initially wanting to hone his young master's mind, he only watched from the sidelines. Now, forget about honing his young master's mind, this would probably leave a deep scar in his mind. "I'm dead," Gale muttered, thinking of his punishment. Then obediently die. Suddenly, in front of Gale was one of the Valkyries surrounded by green light. "Hey, no, you should die. I'll collect you as collateral first," Gale said in anger, blaming these bitches for being disobedient. However, Lydia, the Valkyrie before Gale, was already hysterical in anger and could barely hear anything. Her once soft eyes, touched with innocence, were now full of killing intent and destruction. Lydia, who couldn't even bear to kill a worm, had gone frantic as the green glow she emitted darkened. Sister, I'll end all the enemies who hurt you and meet you on the other side with father and our mothers. Chapter 444, Invincible Valkyrie's Infinite Wood World. In Lydia's clouded mind, she activated a massive attack. Quickly, the barren ground blasted by the explosion began to glow green as plants began to grow and twist upward. Then, under the shock of the members of the Twilight Alliance, the plants started binding them like snakes. What is this? Wood magic? How can it be so strong? I can't get it off me. Blast it with fire. In a panic, they hurriedly tried to pry away the plants binding on them. Seeing this, Lydia just smiled coldly. Life drain. Like a devil's vines, the plants began to suck away their power and vitality. As it sucked their power, the plants started to grow and tower over them, making them weaker and weaker. Not good. Leopold, do something about this. I don't want to die under this pariah. Leopold, damn it. Hurry up and move. We pay you to protect us. Do something quickly, or I will report you to my family. Hearing their words, Leopold could only shake his head. What a bunch of weaklings. Activating his power and using a Tier 12 ultimate treasure, fire quickly burned the ground, freeing them from the plant's bindings. How close? I didn't expect a pariah would trap us in this disgrace. You're dead, bitch. While they were screaming and charging forward at Lydia, Gale, who quickly broke through the plant bindings, looked gloomy. Sneaking behind Lydia, Gale tried to take her life in one fell swoop. However, as his sword was about to strike Lydia, a golden barrier popped up. Clang. Noticing the enemy behind her, Lydia attacked back. However, Gale just smiled at such a useless struggle. He was initially a Tier 10 powerhouse, and although he was suppressed and couldn't even use the Origin of Law, the amplitude of his power was vastly different. As for the life barrier, Gale just thought it was a barrier treasure. Exchanging a few blows, the members of the Twilight Alliance grew closer and closer. Lydia's anger was also boiling to the extreme. The green glow she initially had now looked eerie, like the colors of a devil. Stretching forward her hand, Lydia shot an attack at Gale. Wood imprisonment. Life drain. Infinite wood tree. Under the conjunction of these three attacks, Lydia's energy and all the energy she absorbed from her earlier attack were quickly drained. Gale, seeing he couldn't dodge, just smiled. No matter what you do, you can't hurt me. You people are just mere tricksters, exploiting the mind of my young master. In Gale's mind, Valen only lost because of his weak mind. If Valen could be patient, he could defeat everyone and bring them to their knees. Unfortunately, this possibility was no longer possible. Looking at Lydia, he clenched the weapon in his hand and attacked with all his might, not noticing his body was becoming wood-textured. Too late. Now die. Lydia said coldly. Before the attack reached Lydia, Gale froze. His body turned into wood, planting him to the ground. Gale also realized something was wrong as his body couldn't move an inch, turning him into a tree. Different from Wood World, Infinite Wood Tree was a single attack skill, sucking the enemy alive and growing until it withers. Soon, the wood tree grew until it pierced the sky, stunning the battlefield. However, without any energy left, Lydia fell to the ground, coming back to her senses. Remembering her sister's death, Lydia couldn't help but tear up. Lila was the closest person to her. Since birth, they had always been inseparable. Seeing Lila killed before her eyes, Lydia felt something digging into her flesh. Looking toward the charging enemy, Lydia clenched her fist. Unfortunately, she could no longer muster any power. It seems that I will see you soon, sister. Lydia muttered, smiling wryly. Not yet, don't give up yet. Suddenly, her head was patted from behind. Sister Lily. Lydia muttered in a daze, seeing her eldest sister. Remember, this is a virtual world. Lila isn't dead. Furthermore, she may be watching right now. You wouldn't want her to see you in disgrace, right? Lily said with a smile. A virtual world. Because of Lila's unexpected death, Lydia's mind was somewhat clouded. Remembering this, Lydia came to her senses. My sister can't see me weak, I'll have to stand up, Lydia muttered, trying to stand. Unfortunately, Lydia's body was already too weak to move. No matter how she tried, her legs wouldn't budge. Here, let me help you. Healing light. Serene from the side hurriedly healed her. Unlike Lydia, who was a fake healer who stole life instead of healing, Serene was an out-and-out support healer. The golden barrier that blocked Gale's earlier surprise attack was her doing, preventing another casualty from appearing. Thank you. Standing up, Lydia steadied herself. With the remaining 8 Valkyries standing together, the charging members of the Twilight Alliance hurriedly stop. Remembering the battle just now, they couldn't help but sweat nervously. A single Valkyrie took out the noblest person among them. Another one took out a mysterious protector with overwhelming strength. Now, with 8 Valkyries standing together, how could they fight? Wanting to escape this nightmare of a battlefield, they slowly walked backwards, looking for an escape. Oh? Why are you escaping? The party isn't over yet. Lily smiled coldly. Be good and stay here forever. Heavenly swords descent. Soon, like stars filling up the sky, thousands upon thousands of lights began to descend to the ground, piercing the enemy to death. Sister is so strong. They admired from the side. Lily's physique is called the Heavenly Sword Heart. It might seem low, but just with a heavenly physique, Lily could suppress all her brothers and sisters to the ground. When it comes to fighting, Lily's talent comes first in the second and third generations of the Shadow Crest family. Lily had the ability to quickly mobilize her energy reserve whenever and however much she wanted. While others could only use their energy bit by bit, Lily could instantly use all of hers, landing a killing blow before the enemy could hit. This thing is really powerful, Lily thought, holding the necklace given by her father. Despite Lily's overpowered attack, it had a fatal weakness. Lily could only attack a single or a few times before she was drained of energy. To combat such a fatal weakness, Maximus gave her a Tier 12 treasure. With Maximus's current wealth, he certainly couldn't afford any Tier 12 treasure. However, by buying some Tier 12 materials, he could still create something of value. Lily's necklace is one of such. Maximus engraved it with the rune of Maxim, providing unlimited energy, mana, power of law, and essence of law. With the bearing capacity of a Tier 12 material, it could supply Lily with almost unlimited energy. Unfortunately, a Tier 12 material was still too expensive. Just a few grams of it cost hundreds of millions of original coins, which Maximus couldn't afford to mass-produce. Meanwhile, Leopold, the leader of the group, was already looking for an escape path. Even with a Tier 10 realm and a Tier 12 treasure, Leopold didn't have enough confidence to defeat the enemy. Taking a few influential members of the Twilight Alliance, he quickly escaped. Seeing this, Lily frowned and concentrated a rain of swords towards Leopold. Unfortunately, although Leopold didn't have the confidence to win, as the leader of the Twilight Alliance, he still had a skill or two. Escaping like walking out of his house, Leopold quickly disappeared from the battlefield. As for the other remaining members, Lily no longer bothered. Kill them. With Lily's order, the other 7 Valkyries began to move, slaughtering all the enemy in their sight. Far away from the battlefield, Leopold and a few others who were escaping suddenly stopped in their tracks. Who are you? What? I know the two behind, it's the bloodthirsty Ashuras. From the Shadow Crest outpost. Leopold frowned, feeling danger. Especially the man in front looking at his eyes, it seemed that Leopold was already sentenced to death. You don't need to know. Kill everyone, Nathan said coldly. Finally, some action. Sylvan muttered. Brother, did I hear it right? Father said we can kill them as we want? Martin asked excitedly. Well. But remember the rules Father set, no blood. You must kill them cleanly. Oh, although Martin was a little disappointed, he still felt excited regardless. With Nathan's signal, Zoe, Sylvan, and Martin charged toward the enemy. Escape on your own, I'll hold them back, Leopold said gravely. Although these people were not as noble as Valen, they still had some background. Hoping to reduce his punishment, he would do his best to protect these people. Hearing Leopold, they didn't ask much and quickly escaped. You can't escape. Sylvan, Martin, I'll leave this man to you. We'll get the others. Nathan quickly planned the course of action. Roger that, Father. Seeing Nathan and Zoe rushing toward the enemy, Leopold quickly stopped them. However, before he could, he felt wind coming through his neck. With quick reflexes, he blocked a knife with an energy barrier. You're ours, Sylvan said. Then I'll kill you first, brat, Leopold said angrily. Mobilizing his power, he attacked Sylvan back. Unfortunately, he only hit an empty space. Soon, he felt a tearing sensation behind his back and saw Sylvan attacking him. This is too repetitive, Leopold said, quickly blocking the attack. However, to his surprise, his attack passed through Sylvan as the sword in Sylvan's hand continued to lodge in his throat. Not happening, with awareness of a Tier 10 powerhouse, Leopold blocked with his other hand. You're not easy. Sylvan said, retreating. Chapter 445, End of Dimensional Battlefield Brother, no fair. Let me join. Martin said, seeing Sylvan soloing the enemy. Then he's yours, ha ha ha, thank you, brother, Martin said, unconsciously licking his lips. With surging blood-red energy, Martin charged toward Leopold like a beast. Humphrey. Foolish. Leopold muttered, meeting Martin head-on. As their fists connected, Leopold felt pain as his hand cracked under the impact. If Leopold's hand crashed, with the difference in their body mass due to realm difference, Martin's hand was directly disabled. However, instead of grimacing in pain like him, The look in Martin's eyes was only more excitement and euphoria. Another insane brat. Leopold cursed. Before Martin's hand regenerated, his fist was followed by a kick in midair. Blocking the attack with his other hand, Leopold felt his hand turning into vegetables. How is this possible? A technique? What ability is this? Leopold thought. Having both his hands disabled in just an exchange, Leopold retreated, weirded out by Martin's ability. Everything around me would be vulnerable. I seek blood, thus, I fight for blood, Martin answered, his childlike innocence disappearing. Seeing the blood, his mind was incomparably clear, like a beast ready to devour prey. Now, kill. 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 In excitement, Martin attacked consecutively without stopping. Regardless of Leopold's counterattacks, Martin didn't stop. If his hand were injured, he would use his feet. If both were injured, he would use his head. No matter how battered he was, with blood all over his body, Martin didn't stop. Meanwhile, Leopold, who was suffering a beating, cursed inwardly. Martin's fighting style was too bloody. Feeling his vulnerable body suffering a beating like a mortal, he wanted to escape. However, as soon as he tried, another brat would attack him across space. Trapped like a beast and suffering a beating a few more times, Leopold finally had enough. He didn't care any longer and decided to escape using all his might. Using the Tier 12 treasure the Twilight Alliance lent him, he urged it using his origin, forming a barrier for his escape. This treasure could form an indestructible barrier that could even block a Tier 11 attack. In turn, the damage it suffered would consume his energy. Suffering from Valen's earlier suicide attack, Leopold barely had energy and could barely fight. Now, meeting these two crazy brats, Leopold could only burn his origin, regardless of injury, to escape this place. You can't run, Martin said, seeing Leopold turning to escape. See you later, brat. Leopold only smiled wryly, trying his best to escape. Finally, after a few hours of pursuit, with Leopold coughing blood and his body battered with injuries, he finally escaped. Seeing the enemy escape, Martin sighed in disappointment. Don't worry too much, Sylvan said, seeing Martin's disappointment. Although he could lock the space, Leopold was too powerful and had more experience escaping from their clutches. You better clean your body, or father will scold you, Sylvan reminded, seeing Martin didn't listen. Oh, right. Martin's eyes widened, using a few cleaning spells and taking out a new set of clothes. A while later, Sylvan and Martin met up with their father and mother at the vantage point. In the core of Shadowcrest Outpost, Liam was looking through the battlefield, assessing the power of the enemy. Too weak. It seems that the forces in the inner area didn't take us seriously, Liam commented. His sisters didn't even exert themselves, and the enemy already fell to the ground. What more for his brothers on standby? While the battle was going on, Max and Ella were still dating. Luke and Sam were even tinkering with their machines like nothing was happening. Neo and Arya were even worse, since giving away the blueprint to turn the entire outpost into a super bomb, the two never went out and played games all day. As for Lux, he was still completing some deals. If not for the massive explosion, they would not even know that they were under attack. Suddenly, feeling someone sneaking behind him, he shook his head. As the core of the base, controlling it was the top priority, thus, seeing an assassin, Liam was not too surprised. Kill it. I don't need intelligence. Hearing this, the shadow behind him trembled and then quietly disappeared into the virtual world. How dare you order us like that, Liam? Quickly killing the enemy, Amara and Elysian were dissatisfied with Liam's tone. I'm sorry, I acted without thought, Liam quickly apologized, seeing his wife's looks. Because of working around the clock during this war, Liam's voice had gone cold, like an emotionless leader. Turning to his wives, Liam couldn't change for a while. Humphrey. As I said, too much work is bad for you. Elysian complained. You should rest. You should trust your brother and sisters to hold on while you rest, Amara said, putting her hand on Liam's shoulder. No, at a time like this, I can't be careless. This is only the first wave of the enemy, a mere cannon fodder to test our strength, Liam shook his head, thinking deeply. The forces in the inner domain shouldn't be too weak. According to his investigation, the Twilight Alliance was only equivalent to a group of gangsters in the inner area. Besides Valen, who had some strength resulting in her sister's death, he didn't see anyone noteworthy. If you say so, but tonight you have to do something with us, Elysian said, breathing hotly into his ears. This. A few months later, the Shadowcrest outpost suffered another attack. This time, it was more intense, causing two of the Valkyries, Lydia and Leela, to be out of commission. Although they were prepared, even mobilizing Max and Della as backup, the enemy was too tough. However, according to the reports, Lydia only died because she was fighting too recklessly. Thinking of Lydia's emotions during this time, It should be because he wanted to meet Lila as soon as possible. As for Leela, she had no fighting power and could only act cute. According to the reports, Leela seduced the enemy too much, causing a talented woman prodigy to go insane, sacrificing her life to take Leela with her. Reading these reports, Liam's mouth couldn't help but twitch. These two girls are too rebellious, Liam sighed in defeat. Ha ha ha, don't let it get to you. These two girls are too cute. Elijah laughed, seeing the reason the two died. Hey, kids these days, Amara muttered, also speechless. However, the attack this time was weird. It seems that not only are we being tested, but we are also being used as a sharpening stone for those geniuses, Liam muttered. Then once we are fat and juicy, they would come in droves and end us, Amara continued, guessing the plan behind the scenes. Living for billions of epochs, the intrigue and tricks from the inner area were too straightforward to guess. It doesn't matter, they are using us, and we are also using them. After reaching a milestone, the points they earned wouldn't disappear after the enemy killed them. Although the points the enemy would get depended on how much they had, the two were independent of each other. Thus, Liam didn't hate those forces from the inner area, he was even somewhat thankful. With attacks coming one by one, not only would they earn more points, but they could also train at the same time. Soon, days, months, and years passed by. The once vibrant Shadow Crest outpost was now tattered all over. The trillions of population in the base had already perished under the never-ending battle. We are at the end of our ropes, huh? Liam muttered wryly, looking at the scene. Every few months, the Shadow Crest outpost would be attacked. From one genius to two geniuses to three geniuses, the enemy they faced became stronger and stronger. Within the span of 30 years, they were attacked over 100 times. As for the geniuses, they fought, some escaped, and some died. However, no matter who they were, they couldn't destroy the Shadow Crest outpost. Brothers, after we get back, we must drink until we get knocked out, Max said with a big smile. Sure, Liam nodded readily. Nathan nodded, somewhat missing his wife's home-cooked meal. A few decades ago, when they were killing people who escaped, they met a tough nut, causing his wife Zoe to sacrifice herself. Although knowing it's a virtual world, he still feels hurt remembering the scene. Vowing to avenge her, he fought regardless of injury and fatigue, causing him to be the last one of the few to survive. Hey, what about us sisters? You can't leave us out, can you? Asha asked in dissatisfaction. Asha's luck had always been invincible. Coupled with the origin manual and corresponding treasure, Asha managed to survive by the skin of her teeth in the last 30 years. Although Asha wasn't the strongest, her luck always tried to keep her alive. You can join, of course. Sister Lily and Maya too, we should drink with the whole family. Max replied. Liam, Max, Nathan, Lily, Asha, and Maya were the only survivors after decades of never-ending battle. With their strength, ability, intelligence, and luck, they kept the Shadow Crest stronghold standing to this very end. Looking at millions of individuals raging with incomparable ores they only felt from the geniuses they fought, they didn't have any will left to fight. Should we leave here? Liam asked. Time to go home. Looking one last time at the base they built for hundreds of years, Liam reluctantly detonated the place, seeing the enemy arrive before them. Boom. Chapter 446, choosing a sect after the explosion, Liam and the others instantly died. However, instead of returning to the real world, they found themselves in a white space. Looking around, they saw other people in the place as well. Suddenly, they heard voices calling out their names. Brother Liam. Brother Max. Brother Nathan. Sister Lily. Sister Asha. Maya. Such a loud voice. Who else would it be besides their brothers and sisters? You're here. They smiled, greeting the bunch with a hug. Hundreds of years of fighting life and death couldn't make their relationship more closer. What is this place? Liam asked after they calmed down. This is the evaluation trial place. Here, we will be evaluated for points. The 3 overlords, 9 sects, and 12 top families will also give us invitations if they find us worthy, Syra explained. As the intelligence officer of the family, seeking information was Syra's job. Oh? Then why are you still here? The evaluation shouldn't take too long, Max asked in puzzlement. 30 years had passed since the earliest of them had died, yet they were still here, looking quite bored. We were waiting for you, dummy. Ella said, slapping Max. Although they could return once they had chosen an organization to join or spent the points they earned, they waited until all of them were here. They didn't want to be selfish and return to the real world without the others. They wanted to come back together, sharing their weals and woes. Hee, I knew my wife would wait for me. Max quickly changed his tone. You're too cheesy, Dad. Maxine complained. While they were chattering about all kinds of things, Liam, Lily, Max, Nathan, Asha, and Maya's evaluations were settled. With a panel appearing before them, they looked through the points they had earned. A few quintillion points? Good enough, they muttered. Seeing that their points were at the top rank, comparable to the top prodigies in the inner area, they were not too surprised. The surge of points must have come from the outpost explosion at the very end. Even if not all those millions of invading enemies died, there would still be a lot of points given to them. Looking below the panel, they saw invitations from the top forces. All of them have given me invitations. What about you guys? Max asked with a hint of bragging in his tone. We also received invitations from all the 24 forces, Asha said, rolling her eyes. Oh, so it's not special then, Max jeered, thinking the top forces were not that special after all. Idiot, that's because of how many points you got. I only got a few quadrillion points and only received invitations from the 9 sects and a few of the top families, Ella said, seeing Max's complacency. Ha ha ha, so it's because I'm too strong and handsome. Max laughed, causing Ella to bash him in irritation. So, which sect do you want to join? Do you have any idea? Liam asked. In the invitations, besides the introduction of their organization, there were also the extra benefits they would get for choosing to join. Looking at the offers, it seemed that they were eager to recruit them into their organizations. As for why they didn't invite them personally, according to Syra, it was to make the recruitment transparent and open. Those recruiters have at least tier 11 strength, mastering the river of law. Even the virtual realm could suppress them, a little leak of their power could manipulate them to their bidding. Meanwhile, hearing Liam's question, they fell into contemplation. First, erase the families. Unless you want to be tied by marriage, there is limited promotion space and future in them. Joining the top sect, on the other hand, would give you huge rewards and high positions as soon as you join. The overlord organizations, on the other hand, although they have a high limit, you can only start at a low position. Unless you have overwhelming talent, the benefits you would get with them are incomparable to joining a top sect, Liam patiently explained his conclusion. We sisters already chose a sect. Before coming to the dimensional battlefield, we decided to join the Immortal Palace, Lily started. Lily and her sisters were not set on the resources they could gain but on the environment that could nurture them. Joining the Immortal Palace was the #1 choice for females, even against the overlord organizations. Sisters, we will be together forever. Lila shouted, holding Lydia in her arms. Hearing this, the 9 women who were hailed as the 9 Valkyrie goddesses chose the Immortal Palace as their destination. What about the others? Which organization will you join? We will join the Ashura sect, Nathan said, dragging his wife and 2 sons. As for his daughter Leela, he already had his sister to accompany her. My wife and I will also join the Ashura sect, Max added as they tapped on the Ashura sect. Besides the Mercenary Alliance, the Ashura sect is the strongest fighting sect, only below the overlord organizations. If the Immortal Palace is for women, the Ashura sect is the destination for fighters. Understandable. What about the others? Sam and I will join the Mechanic Alliance, Luke replied. Although the Mechanic Alliance was at the bottom ranks of the 9 sects, it was the most appropriate for them to grow. All technological advancements were hailed by the Mechanic Alliance. Thus, although it is weak, it is still the richest and has the most comprehensive scientific knowledge and theory in existence. My wife and I will join the Eternal sect, Neo said after a bit of consideration. The Eternal sect was the most peaceful and neutral sect. They do not fight with anyone, only focusing on cultivation and comprehension of the myriad of laws. Neo concluded that by joining the sect, he would have a lot of time to laze around as usual. What about you, Lux? I would want to join the Virtual Business Alliance, but the benefits they offer are too trash, Lux complained. If the other sects offered him a high position, top resources, and even a tier 12 treasure of his choosing, the Virtual Business Alliance only gave him a free storefront of his choosing. It may seem great, but isn't this a virtual world? Space and architecture could be created instantly with just a few taps of a button. All those restrictions and bindings just for a piece of virtual land? Isn't this not taking him seriously? Then don't join. If this is all they can give, they are indirectly mocking us, the Shadow Crest family, as beggars. Liam snorted, not caring if those so-called officials from the Virtual Business Alliance were watching. Should I? Lux said hesitantly. Although the Virtual Business Alliance offer was insulting, if he chose a good location, it would kick off his business instantly. Humphrey. Don't even consider it. We have money to run our business. Just ask father if you want some, Liam advised. As the regent of the Moonlight Empire, although he didn't know his father's exact wealth, he estimated that it was enough to buy a few pieces of tier 9 dimensions like the Ethereum realm. Hearing his brother's advice, Lux was enlightened. Indeed, his father was too rich. Remembering his early days when he had to beg his father for some pocket change, he couldn't help but feel excited. A long time had passed since he last asked his father for money. His father should be richer now, right? Thinking of this, he closed the panel, not caring about his wasted effort. Anyway, there were still points that could be used to redeem treasures. What about you, brother Liam? It seems you don't want to join any of the forces. Lux turned back and asked. I'm just helping you cope with the dimensional battlefield, giving you more choices. After this, I will return to the Etherium realm and manage the Empire. You know, father. If he could sit, he would never stand up. If he could lie, he would never sit. He's so lazy that I'm surprised he even allowed to leave, Liam joked. Hearing this, the others also laughed, thinking of their father. Sometimes, they can only be amazed at how their father grew in strength without putting in any effort. How did he grow so strong while only flirting with their mothers? If they could have such methods, they would also lie down and wait until they became invincible to show off. What about you two? You don't have to mind me. I will support whatever organization you choose, Liam asked, turning to his wives, Amara and Elijah. Stupid, of course, we will be with you. Why would we join these guilds for? To look for other men? Elijah replied, rolling her eyes. Hearing this, Liam's blood nearly surged up. They dared. As soon as they got close to his wife, he would castrate them on the spot. Relax, husband. It's just a joke. Elijah said, seeing Liam's fiery eyes. We've been living in the Etherium realm for so long, we didn't want to leave, right, Sister Amara? Elijah explained, seeing Liam didn't calm down. Elijah had been living in the Etherium continent for millions of years. She didn't want to venture out while her husband was still at home. Although there is a sect of gods delving into the power of faith, Elijah is too lazy to go. Indeed, for us, joining these top sects didn't matter. As long as we're with you, we are satisfied, Amar nodded. Like Elijah, Amara wanted to stay in the Etherium realm. Living there for billions of epochs, her life was already rooted in the Etherium realm. Thus, if her husband didn't leave, no amount of benefits could get her out of the Etherium realm. Hearing the side of his wives, Liam heaved a sigh of relief. Then we will stay in the Etherium realm. After all of them chose the respective organizations they would join, a notification was sent to them for the following procedures. In the meantime, missing their parents and relatives, they couldn't wait to return to the Etherium realm. Chapter 447, Returning home. After Liam and the others returned to the Etherium realm, proud voices could be heard in the dimensional battlefield observation room. Ha ha ha, it seems that the Immortal Palace is the winner this round. Come on, give me your treasure. Alexandra, the representative of the Immortal Palace, laughed loudly after winning the bet. A few years ago, seeing the prodigies they had their eyes on coming one after another, Jonathan and Alexandra bet on who would recruit the most. Having 9 prodigies join her sect, Alexandra won with an absolute advantage. What a shit luck. Jonathan, the representative of the Ashura sect, cursed, reluctantly handing the treasure he bet to Alexandra. Although the Ashura sect managed to get 4 prodigies at one time, Jonathan was still jealous of the Immortal Palace's luck. Of all the talent they had their eyes on, most of them were women. With the Immortal Palace's reputation, it was almost a monopoly, which felt like cheating. Then why would you bet with her? Albert, the representative of the Eternal sect, said, understanding the Immortal Palace's absolute advantage when it came to recruiting females. TSK, he was just a reckless brute with muscle for brains. Charlotte, the representative of the Divine sect, said with slight jealousy. While the others managed to recruit a prodigy, their Divine sect didn't get anything. Even Neo, the one she was confident about, joined that turtle of a sect called the Eternal sect. Meanwhile, the representative of the Mechanic Alliance was hiding his joy. As one of the bottom sects, besting these top sects was the best feeling ever. Furthermore, managing to recruit 2 talented mechanics made him feel like the biggest winner. Hey, it's only a pity a few others didn't choose a guild. Especially Lux. I can't believe he refused the offer from the Virtual Business Alliance, Alexandra said after putting the treasure she won from Jonathan away. Hey, if it were me, I would also refuse. Isn't accepting the Virtual Business Alliance equivalent to admitting you are a beggar, a poor bastard who is short on money? Jonathan snorted, not taking the Virtual Business Alliance representative, whose face was getting dark, seriously. Humphrey. The Virtual Business Alliance was already sincere. We already offered a free storefront quota of his choosing. If he had some brains, he would join us without hesitation. Jacob, the representative of the Virtual Business Alliance, replied coldly. What's that compared to what we offered? Isn't a storefront just a few clicks of a button? What do you know? If this kid chose the most prime location and had some ability, it would squeeze out the profits of others. Giving your business competition an advantage was already too great for us. Jacob snorted, explaining his thought process. Oh, who cares? You're still cheap, and you know it, Jonathan mocked. Ha ha ha, I admire this kid, Lux, for defying the virtual business alliance. I hope I will see him fight neck and neck and put these arrogant businessmen in their place. That's right, maybe in the future we'll have cheaper prices. While the representatives argued over the matter in the seclusion chambers of the Ethereum realm, Liam and the others slowly woke up, opening their eyes. We've returned. The smell of the breeze, so fascinating. The mana of the Ethereum realm is still the most calming ever. I wonder how father and mother are? Let's go see what happened to the world after over 100 years. Getting out of their seclusion, Liam and the others surveyed the land, fascinated by the changes that happened in just 100 years. Looking at the place, it seemed that the whole Ethereum realm was influenced by the culture of the Moonlight Empire. Couples walking out of the streets, children just coming out of school, teenagers playing games, and various restaurants and shops promoting their merchandise. Looking at the scene, Liam and the others felt they had come back to civilization. Soon, after having enough fun, they finally found their family was in the Ethereum Academy. Looking at the floating continent that could be seen on all 4 continents, they couldn't help but be dazzled. Did Dad create this 5th continent? They joked. Thinking of how extravagant their father was, creating a continent for fun seemed feasible. Going inside the academy, they were not stopped by security. Eternal Voyager, the spirit of the academy, would, of course, not barge the young masters of the Shadowcrest family from entering. Guiding them to the Shadowcrest residence in the Ethereum Academy, Liam and the others finally met their parents. Father. Daddy. Dad. Mother, we are back. Mommy, we missed you. Seeing their children and grandchildren swarming to them, Maximus and his wives smiled, surprised at their arrival. Not seeing each other for over 100 years, they missed them very much. After a moment of reminiscing and reunion, Max proposed a celebratory feast, drinking until they blacked out. Using the tastiest and the strongest wine while suppressing their powers, soon enough, they became drunk, clouding their minds. So, how was the dimensional battlefield? Was it fun? No, Dad, it was not fun at all. Lila was even hurt, Lydia said, still traumatized from seeing her sister die before her. Hee, sister, don't worry, I won't leave you, Lila muttered, lying drunkenly in her arms. Telling their hardships and experiences in the dimensional battlefield, Maximus smiled. The dimensional battlefield seemed to make his children grow overnight, from inexperienced brats to veteran warriors looking out for each other. What about you, Luke, Sam, and Lux? When are you going to give me grandchildren? Hearing the question, the 3 were a little stunned, not knowing how to answer. Look at your nephews, maybe they will give me great-grandchildren before you do. Maximus remarked, somewhat drunk. Dad, I didn't find the right girl yet. They were either too stupid or too ugly for my liking, Luke said truthfully, the drunkenness giving him confidence. All the girls he met in the past were lacking in the mind department. As a pure mechanic, he dreamed that the wife he would have would join him in his journey to reach the peak of his craft. I'm sure you will find it. The Mechanic Alliance should be filled with beauties of that type, Maximus said in satisfaction, finally having a lead. What about you, Sam? Dad, can I not? A woman would only rust my sword and distract me, Sam lied through his teeth. Haha, brother, admit it, you were traumatized by girls. Luke said, snitching on his brother. In his early life, Sam was a girl killer, the sea king who picked all the fish he could find. However, such wanton debauchery also has a price. With the girls coming for Sam only for money, status, and looks, Sam felt everything in this world became dull. His emotions were being ground away, depleting him of any feelings. Besides, for his family and machines, Sam was depleted of all emotion he could spare. I see. Don't worry, in the future, I'm sure there will be a girl who will open your eyes to this colorful world, Maximus comforted, a little sorry for Sam's experience. Maximus blamed himself for being a little too indulgent with his son, leading him to become like this. What about you, Lux? When will you give me a grandchild? Maximus asked, turning to Lux. Father, can we not talk about this? I still haven't built a business empire that surpasses yours, Lux reasoned. You dream. You can never surpass me. Now tell me the real reason. I'm being truthful. Lux insisted. No. If you don't tell me, I won't give you money. I heard from Max that you needed a bunch of it. Maximus threatened. Damn brother, you loudmouth. Ha ha ha, sorry brother, I thought you were embarrassed, so I told it for you, Max said, sticking his tongue out. I was just drafting the business proposal, so I haven't told it yet now, don't change the topic. We want to hear the reason you haven't found a partner yet, Liam interjected, a little curious. This. I wanted to find a girl richer than father, so I could lie down and relax. Lux said softer and softer as his face flushed with embarrassment. Ha ha ha. You wanted to be a soft-boiled egg. Max and the others laughed loudly. Brother, if you want to lie down and relax, just come with me. Neo suggested. No, I want to lie down in the richness of the world, Lux said, having ambition in his laziness. Your sisters are also here if you just want girls to support you. You don't need to find anyone. Although we aren't as rich, it's not a problem to feed you, Lily said with a smile. Brother, I can borrow money from Dad and raise you like a little princess, Asha added, smiling ear to ear. You. How can you be so vulgar? I'm a brother, I should raise my sisters, not the other way around. Ha 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 ha. In laughter and drunkenness, the night passed by, with all of them eventually passing out. Chapter 448, saying goodbye the next day, remembering their gaffe, Luke, Sam, and Lux were embarrassed for a long time. Especially Lux, the way his sister looked at him was unbearable. Thinking Lux wanted to marry a rich woman and lie down for the rest of his life, they couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, soon enough, they were busy with their chores. The next thing they did after fighting on the dimensional battlefield was to count and digest their harvest. Besides the benefits the sect still hadn't given, the treasure they exchanged on the dimensional battlefield was delivered in just a few days. Having hundreds of quadrillions of points, they managed to exchange for at least a tier 12 treasure, with Liam and the others who lasted till the end and earned quintillions of points exchanging for 2 or 3 tier 12 treasures. Even Maximus was a little jealous of their rewards. Although he had tier 12 ultimate treasures, he didn't have any tier 12 treasures. If not for being unable to transfer the treasure they exchanged from the battlefield, Maximus would want to borrow some from his sons. Unfortunately, because of their weak strength, even if they have the tier 12 treasure, they can only watch and not use it. Although tier 12 could be bound to anyone who holds it, one also needs the corresponding ability to utilize its power. Without the energy to use them, these tier 12 treasures can only be used for display soon after staying in the Ethereum realm for 10 years. Maximus' children said their goodbyes again. Are you leaving this early? It's only been 10 years, Mom, the sect is already urging us. The preparation ceremony to bless our origin is also prepared. If we delay further, it may cause dissatisfaction, Lily explained, looking at her mother's reluctance. Don't worry, Mommy, we'll return to the Ethereum realm once we are finished, Lila reassured. Can you still return? Those sects are in other dimensions. This time, they were going to the main dimension of their chosen sect with their actual bodies. The top sect rules were quite strict. Unless they made some achievements, they could only go out once they reached tier 11 realm. There should be some way. Furthermore, we could still meet in the virtual realm. But we should let our children go. As parents, no matter where they go, we can only support them. Maximus stepped in, seeing his wives were about to persuade their children. And if these brats don't return, couldn't we just create another one? Maximus added a joke. Laughing at his shamelessness, they relaxed. Indeed, as parents, the most they can do is support their children, why would they hinder them instead? Understanding this, although reluctant, they said their goodbyes one by one. After saying their goodbyes, they turned to look at Maximus, waiting for what he would say. Be careful out there, and be sure to contact us if there is any problem. Don't be scared to ask for help, fearing it would affect us. You know your father's strength. Even if your sect leader bullies you, I can still give him a beating or two. Hearing their father's heartfelt words, they felt relieved. Although they didn't believe that the sect leader could be beaten with their father's strength, they still believed that even if the whole world were against them, their father would be there to accept them. Thank you, Dad. We will make you proud. Hey, don't give me that, just give me some more grandchildren, Maximus joked. Even us, grandfather? Leela chimed in. No, of course not. My daughters and granddaughters can only be princesses forever, Maximus quickly changed his words, wiping his non-existent sweat. Ha ha ha. I'm just joking, grandfather. No man has been born yet to match our beauty. Leela said, not forgetting to praise her looks. After a few more farewells, Lily and the others took one last look at their home and the people around and finally said one last goodbye. Goodbye, mother, father. With the last words, the Nexus Fairy of their respective sect took them to their main sect dimension. Looking at the empty field, Maximus and his wives were in a daze for a while. They left. Thinking of the growth of his children from mere toddlers to adulthood, aging over 1,000 years old, Maximus couldn't help but reminisce. The next time they see each other again would be a few epochs later. Although there is a virtual world where they can see each other at any time, it is fake after all. Even if the ratio is 1-to-1 with reality, knowing they are far away, the psychological gap would be like a barrier. Calming down, Maximus took his wives for a tour to cheer their mood. Maximus had nothing much to do now. The Empire was back to being managed by Liam, and his training was all automatic. Even the comprehension can be done without his interference. Although it was not as fast using his full concentration and mind, it still did the job. Having time on his hands, Maximus and his wives played wantonly either in the Ethereum realm or the virtual realm. While Maximus and his wives were having a tour, Lux started his business journey. Borrowing 1,000,000 origin coins from his father, Lux quickly went to the central domain. I didn't expect father to be so rich, Lux thought in amazement. Initially, Lux thought his father could only lend him octillions of dimensional coins. He didn't expect his father to directly give him origin coins, and 1,000,000 of them. 1,000,000 origin coins were already the property of most Tier 11 powerhouses. Holding such a large sum of money, his hand couldn't help but tremble. If not for his will and genuine interest in business matters, he would just lie down and let his father feed him for the rest of his life. No, I must stay still, Lux hypnotized himself, thinking of the origin coins as mere numbers that he could grow to billions. Setting off on his business, Lux started an investment firm. Having such a huge amount, Lux couldn't decide on a surefire method to earn money. Thus, if he couldn't, why not just spread it out? His father told him that whether it's origin or dimensional coins, it didn't make a difference. Thus, Lux was not worried he would mess up. Soon enough, Lux's investment firm attracted a wave of business proposals. "This restaurant of yours, are you sure you could supply these dragon meats?" Lux asked, looking at the proposal at hand. Although dragon meat was a top delicacy, they were too strong. The top power of the dragon race even put up a warning, killing all those who dared to hunt their race. Unfortunately, this only worsened the situation. With dragon meat becoming more scarce, it also became more expensive, prompting individuals with greater strength to hunt them. "Yes, I know a supplier who could get dragon meat for money." Kevin, the one who proposed the business, reassured. "Oh? Then how much money do you want, and what can you offer me?" Lux asked again, throwing away the proposal, clearly unsatisfied with it. Kevin was a Tier 10 chef. Having connections with a Tier 11 hunter squad, he was confident in his business venture. Unfortunately, without any money, no matter how skilled or how vast his connections were, it was useless. Seeing Lux Investment Company's advertisement, he couldn't help but try his luck. In his first proposal, he gave off 5% of his company equity, confident Lux would accept it without hesitation. Kevin didn't expect Lux not to even bother with it. "This I need the maximum 10,000 origin coins. In exchange, how about I give you a 10% share?" he said, gritting his teeth. "Too low. I'm doing business, not charity. If you can only give me so much, get out of here," Lux said coldly. 15%. "I also have to give my channel some of the profits, I can't bear to give more." "No. If that's all, I can only invest 1,000 origin coins. Can't it be more?" "This is how business works," Lux shook his head. "Although your business proposal is alluring and has huge potential, it's only potential after all. I'm just gambling on your success. If you lose, you will only waste your time, but the one going to suffer is still me in the end." Stunned at Lux's rhetoric, he gritted his teeth and gave another offer, 20%, and I want 5,000 origin coins. "This is my last offer, I couldn't give you more. Too high. How about 3,000 origin coins?" Lux quickly countered. "No more?" The investor frowned, losing his patience. "How about this, I'll give you 8,000 origin coins for 30% of your company. In turn, I get the first bit if you want to expand your business." "Fine. You have a deal." He accepted after a bit of contemplation. "Ha ha, nice working with you. I hope your business prospers." "Thank you." Kevin heaved a sigh of relief, not thinking about the pit he went into. Chapter 449, First Phase of War 600 years later. With everything on the right track, time passed very quickly. At the castle, Maximus checked the entire Ethereum realm for vulnerabilities. "Perfect," he said, nodding in satisfaction. After hundreds of years of preparation, the Ethereum realm was finally turned into a solid fortress. Spending countless human and monetary resources, Maximus felt that the Ethereum realm could withstand anything. Looking at the gloomy sky, Maximus sensed the presence of the Blood Ragnarok realm. 50 years more. Maximus calculated. In about 50 years, the first stage of the dimensional war was about to begin. Dimensional war isn't simply opening a gate and invading another dimension. In a dimensional war, the two opposing dimensions would merge little by little. Each dimension's land, space, and resources would be swallowed and merged, forming a void battlefield. In this void battlefield, the people swallowed with the land would fight and kill each other to win. Once land captured from the opposing dimension is cleared, it would be captured and absorbed by the winning dimension, whether in physical or origin form. This would happen continuously until 50% of either of the two opposing enemy lands were captured. At this stage, the winning dimension that captured 50% of the enemy land could directly open a void gate, directly invading the enemy's dimensions. This void gate only allowed the entry of the winning dimension. For the enemy dimension to get to the other side, they could only kill all invaders and refine the void gate for two-way entry. In this final stage of war, all trump cards could be used without limit until one side was defeated or surrendered. The Ethereum Realm's victory, I will ensure it. Maximus thought with confidence. In the past hundreds of years, Maximus not only reinforced the Ethereum Realm, but his strength also reached an astonishing level. Family and Power System, Host, Maximus Shadow Crest, Power, Tier 9, 0.0154%, Physique, Dimensional Source, Origin Grade, 0 out of Unknown, Rank 10, 0 out of 100, Magnitude of Power, 3 billion, 1 million, Family, Time Points, 24,153,235, Potential Points, 12,583,212, Calamity Points, 526,346, 500,000 Calamity Points? Maximus smiled, counting his harvest over the past hundreds of years. The population of the Ethereum realm already reached over 3 octillion, tripling in number. From a few hundred, he could now get over 1,000 Calamity Points every year. Although it was still far from his goal of tens of billions to upgrade the physique of his family to the ultimate level, Maximus was still satisfied with making such progress. During this time, Maximus also condensed all the missing Tier 8 ultimate treasures for his Tier 8 Realm Foundation. Seeing his power getting 3 times stronger was proof of it. Not wanting the world tree to be idle, Maximus also started condensing Tier 9 ultimate treasures. Although it would still take thousands of years before he could create the perfect foundational manual containing all the 161,803 essence of laws, condensing Tier 9 treasures would take a longer time. Even in the past hundreds of years, he only condensed 4 Tier 9 ultimate treasures, one every 100 years. Now everything is ready, all we're missing is some luck. 50 years later, in Lamster City, one of the peripheral cities in the Moonlight Empire, the people were tense, waiting for the impending war. Looking at the crimson-red sky, casting blood shadows on the ground, they couldn't help but dread the coming war. According to the Ethereum Alliance announcement, the war could start at any time, taking various lands and merging them into a void battlefield. Looking at the tense adults, Willie, a kid on his way to school, couldn't help but ask what was happening. "Uncle, why is your bun shop closed? Are you sick?" Willie, a 5-year-old kid, asked, rubbing his belly in hunger. His breakfast this morning was barely enough, that his tummy is calling for more food. Nothing. Uncle needed to prepare to help protect the city. The bun owner, Lagarios, reasoned. "Wow, Uncle, so you are a hero. My father also said something like that," Willie said, clueless about the situation. "Ha ha ha, kid, just go to school, or your teacher will scold you." "Alright, Uncle, but you don't need to be so tense, the Lamster City soldiers are enough to protect the city," Willie said confidently. Although he was only 5 years old, he was smart enough to know the soldiers guarding Lamster City were strong. Even one day, he hopes to be like them and protect the peace of the city. "Humphrey. Don't underestimate me, I'm also strong." The man snorted, feeling the kid underestimated him. However, thinking of what he said, he also calmed down. The city soldiers were selected from the most talented people of Lamster City. If Lagarios hadn't been injured in his teens because of reckless practice, he might have been one of them. "Then thank you in advance for keeping the city safe, Uncle." Just after Willie finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened as they felt a pulling sensation. Soon, screams and panic echoed around the city. Fortunately, with years of drills and simulation, they quickly composed themselves, pulling their weapons for the impending battle. "What's happening, Uncle?" Willie asked, tremblingly grabbing his hand. "It's dimensional war," Lagarios said, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Dimensional war? What is that, Uncle? Are we being invaded by another continent?" "No time to explain, go to the evacuation shelter at the school," he said, pushing Willie in that direction. "But no buts. Didn't your family tell you what to do in this situation? Go." Feeling his body screaming, telling him the danger, Lagarios couldn't help but yell at Willie. The school had already prepared an evacuation shelter. Even if the city defensive array didn't work because of the environmental change, it was still made of solid Tier 10 materials, ensuring it could withstand any attack. Feeling the urgency of the matter, Willie runs wildly toward the school. "It seems my sword would taste blood again," Lagarios muttered. In the Ethereum realm, spots of black could be seen all over the place. When people tried to enter, They were barred and directly killed, as if the space inside led directly to the void. Don't enter, you'll only waste your life. The city lord of Lamster City, Hardin said. Hardin was a tier 8 powerhouse. With his talents and wits, Hardin had the honor of being a city lord in the prestigious Moonlight Empire. Knowing there was a war, he readied himself for the upcoming battle. What Hardin didn't expect was that he would be directly expelled and not allowed in the battle. Earlier, as darkness loomed over, Hardin could only feel a pulling force kicking him out of the city. Looking at his subordinates, who were at least in the tier 4 realm, he understood. The first phase of the dimensional war only allows up to tier 3 individuals. The intelligence given by the Ethereum Alliance was not accurate. Although all possible scenarios were there, he couldn't react for a while. Calming down, he instructed his subordinates to report the situation. My people, I hope you are safe and sound. In the Ethereum Academy, Maximus, Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius were in a meeting, looking at the situation. 560 trillion cities, almost a thousandth of the Ethereum realm, were sucked into the void battlefield. Furthermore, many of them are mortal cities, without many tier 3 fighters, Redius said with a frown. The divine continent had the highest number of mortals. As a god only wanting faith, Redius didn't care about potential and did everything to expand the population. As a result, there is little to no talent in the land, that even with rich mana, people barely reach tier 1 in their adulthood. Humphrey. The cities of my beast continent wouldn't lose to anyone. Alabaster said exactly the opposite of Redius. Unlike Redius, who pursued quantity, Alabaster pursued quality. Each of his tribesmen who awakened their wisdom was a talent no one could contend with. Even against another dimension, Alabaster was confident his people would win. We should also be alert and send various levels of powerhouse in each city. The next phase of the war may happen at any time. Phelan said gravely. Although he had prepared, facing the unknown still worried him. There is also the food, weapons, potions, materials, anything that could help the people of Ethereum realm survive the unknown. Hey, I should have listened to you, Maximus, and fortified each city in Arcane Continent regardless of the cost. Phelan sighed. Hundreds of years ago, Maximus told them the dangers of the dimensional war, hoping they reinforced their territory to prepare for any battle. Unfortunately, besides some modifications, they didn't continue to put in more effort. They were not like Maximus, who treated money like crap. They had many things they needed to spend too. Don't worry, I have a backup plan that could ensure most of the people in the Ethereum realm survive. Maximus said mysteriously. Chapter 450, Void Battlefield. Lamster City. After calming down, the people in the city looked around. In total concentration, they looked around to see if an enemy was waiting for an ambush. With no enemy in sight, the acting city lord, Nordo, quickly instructed the people in the city to investigate the place. To ensure administrative fairness, each city had an administrative staff of all levels, from tier 1 to tier 8. Thus, Lamster City could still function without a city lord. After investigating the rules of the void battlefield, various pieces of information were passed to the acting city lord, Nordo. Reading the intelligence, Nordo couldn't help but frown. In this void battlefield, using arrays, large-scale weapons, weapons of mass destruction like poison, energy weapons, and weapons higher than tier 3 was prohibited. This means almost all of the Moonlight Empire's preparation for them was directly abolished. This battlefield is indeed ruthless, it wants us to fight face to face, Nordo sighed. Prepare and evacuate all those who should be evacuated. This time, we must fight to the death if we want to return. Yes, Sir Nordo. While Lamster City was arranging its people, billions of miles away was the Redhold City of the Blood Ragnarok realm. Different from Lamster City, the people in Redhold City were calm and composed, quickly dividing into teams. They marched toward the nearest enemy territory detected by magic devices. Having fought a few dimensional wars, they were already veterans and had developed certain technologies. Although the void battlefield rules in dimensional war differed each time, there were still patterns to follow. Usually, if most individuals from both dimensions were close combatants, the rules would prevent all defensive building on massive scale attacks. On the other hand, if both were ranged combatants, it would be a siege and strategic battlefield with complicated rules. It seemed they were lucky this time. The warriors of the Blood Ragnarok realm were almost all close combat warriors. With the rules favoring them, if they didn't take a swift attack, the enemy would have more time to set defensive measures. In Lamster City, noticing the enemy approaching, Nordo became solemn. How many are there? Nordo asked the scout. 300,000 tier 3, over 20 million tier 2, and no sighting of tier 1 enemies found, the scout said gravely. Do they know how much power we have? Nordo muttered in puzzlement. They had only about 100,000 soldiers who reached tier 3 realm. As for tier 2 individuals, there were a little over 13 million. Prepare to meet the enemy. Although they were severely outnumbered, Clark was still confident in winning. The education and training they went through were not something to scoff at. Meanwhile, Lagarios, the bun owner from earlier, quickly formed a team of 5. Forming a team was a staple during their academy days. It was the first combat ability they would learn. Are you ready? Lagarios looked at his teammates. Ha ha, old man, don't hold us back. Be careful of being hurt. I can't heal you if your head is cut off. Enough chit-chat, the enemy is here. Meeting the enemy face to face, both sides paused. Who's your leader? Garum, the leader of the invaders from the Blood Ragnarok realm, asked. I am. What do you need? Do you want to surrender? Nordo asked, smiling. No, I just want to make sure not to kill you by mistake. Garum coldly said, waving his hand to start the attack. Proficient in dimensional war, he knew persuading the enemy to surrender was useless. Although it was possible, the effort was not worth it. That's what I'm talking about. Fight. Diving toward the enemy, Lagarios and the others charged bravely without fearing death. Trusting their teammates with their backs, they attacked wantonly, harvesting the lives of these fallen divine beings. From defense, healing, long-range support, and traps, the team of 5 seems to function like a machine, invalidating the difference in number. So strong? Garum, who was watching from the side, was shocked by the enemy's ferocity. Although they were outnumbered 3-1, the power sent off by their team's synchronization of 5 was probably over 10 times. No, retreat. Retreat. Back to the base, Garum quickly ordered. Knowing it was a losing battle, he didn't want to risk the lives of his people. Humphrey. How can it be easy to escape? Kill. As the rampage continued, casualties began to appear on both sides. However, because of their retreat, the Blood Ragnarok sustained more casualties, sending the people in the Ethereum realm into eruptions of cheers. Count the casualties. Although the crowd was celebrating for successfully repelling the enemy, Nordo was solemn. Seeing the bodies that would forever lay on this battlefield, he couldn't help but be saddened. Over 1,000 Tier 3 casualties and tens of thousands of Tier 2 casualties, the soldier said, shocked by the numbers. They thought they were winning by a large margin, but it seemed that the enemy was also fierce. Collect the bodies. They must be buried gloriously in our land. Nordo walked back toward the City Lord building. Inside, Nordo looked at the virtual map being formed, showing the cities of the Ethereum realm and the Blood Ragnarok realm. Amazing. I wonder what technology this map uses. How can it map the void battlefield so fast? He didn't know that tiny micro-surveillance spots came with the city. As soon as they landed, it began spreading, hoping to map the entire area as quickly as possible. Looking at the cities from the Blood Ragnarok realm, Nordo didn't think about attacking them. According to the virtual map, millions of Tier 3 individuals were in each city, and capturing them was nearly impossible. It seems that the Blood Ragnarok realm is prepared. Not only were they able to outnumber them, looking at the projection map, their power was also more concentrated. Basically, every 100 cities of the Ethereum realm were equivalent to one city of the Blood Ragnarok realm. Hey, it's because our children still hadn't grown up, Nordo chuckled, thinking of his children, who were in the school bunker, safe and sound. If they were given more time, even just thousands of years, they could also crush the Blood Ragnarok realm in number. Following the protocol during the drills and simulation in the Ethereum realm, Nordo instructed to disassemble Lamster City and march to the center of the map. All cities in the astral continent are modularized, meaning they can be disassembled and assembled easily. According to the protocol, once they confirmed that they couldn't invade the enemy territory while ensuring minimal casualties, they were to gather and wait for reinforcements. Soon, with the announcement of city disassembly, Lagarios and his teammates, who were still battered and injured, went to the city's formicary to pick up the void ants. Void ants were a staple for any type of construction. To make construction easier and faster, a city usually built a nest to facilitate the usage of void ants. Maximus also liked the idea and bought void ants worth millions of origin coins. Controlling each void ant for more efficiency, they disassembled Lamster City in just a few hours. Seeing the empty land, Nordo became solemn, watching the map constantly, fearing they would be ambushed. This was his confidence to evacuate and gather together with other cities. Leading billions of people, they went on with their journey. In the team, the front and the back were protected by 10,000 Tier 3 elite. In the surrounding area were the remaining tens of thousands Tier 3 elite, scattered looking for possible enemies. Although Nordo trusted the map His Majesty Maximus provided, a little carelessness could cost them their lives. Meanwhile, in the center of the marching team were Tier 2 and Tier 1 people holding huge shelter blocks. These shelters contained their children, the future of the Ethereum realm. Protecting them was a priority, even if it cost them their lives. As they marched, Maximus, who was watching in the dark, smiled. All along, from start to finish, Maximus was watching. Hundreds of years before the first phase of the Dimensional War started, Maximus cloned himself hundreds of quintillions of times for each tier and put them in each city to stay dormant. Once something unforeseen happened to the city, the clone with the highest tier would wake up and prevent any uncontrolled accidents. This Naruto is good, calm and composed, following all the protocols to the point, Maximus commended. Although there were some casualties, Maximus didn't care. To grow, there must be sacrifice. Furthermore, even if he could help, Maximus couldn't protect them all the time. He was only a tier 3 clone. Besides his skill, the energy in his body was, at most, a little higher than normal. His unlimited mana didn't work on clones and only acted on his true body. Thus, unless a catastrophe were about to wipe them out, Maximus wouldn't show himself. While he was thinking, he felt distress signals from the other clones. This is the direction of cities from the Divine Continent? It seems that they are in danger. Being closer to one of the Divine Cities, he merged into the shadow and ran for backup. Chapter 451, Clones Power. Earlier in Saint Light City, being invaded by over 10,000 Tier 3 enemies, the city quickly fell into panic. Instead of holding up weapons to prepare for battle, the people in the city took out their sacred items and began praying to the gods they believed in. Even the thousands of Tier 3 guards unconsciously closed their eyes, praying for a miracle to happen. Maximus's clone, who woke up and saw this scene, nearly cursed. Are these people insane? I already told Redius to have them prepared for war or at least do some drills. Maximus thought in irritation. Looking at the head priest, the highest status figure leading the citizens doing a senseless ritual, Maximus grew even angrier. Fine, I'll do it myself. Maximus couldn't really abandon the people in the Etherium realm. Although they weren't directly his people, as the dimensional master and beneficiary of the amalgamation of will, he had a duty to protect them. Sneaking behind the head priest, he stunned him with a skill and disguised himself as the priest. Ending the people's ritual, he quickly told the irrelevant people to retreat, keeping the Tier 2 and Tier 3 individuals to defend. Follow me. If any of you disobey, you will be punished by the gods and never reincarnate. Maximus warned, seeing some Tier 2 and 3 individuals quietly retreating with the crowd. Hearing what he said, they trembled, ready to follow the head priest to death. For them, death was just another phase of life, but if they disobeyed the head priest, they would truly die and never reincarnate. Seeing this, Maximus somehow admired the brainwashing ability of the gods. Even in death, they wouldn't falter. Unfortunately, looking at their movements like civilians who only had more power, it seemed the academy spread all over the Etherium realm didn't benefit them as much. Shaking his head, Maximus hurriedly arranged the people in the city, ready to defend as he waited for his other clones to arrive. Soon enough, as they warded off the enemy, casualties began appearing. Although the people in the city obeyed his orders, they were too weak to do any significant damage. Damn this, saddened by the casualties, Maximus charged forward, wanting to hold off the majority of the Tier 3 enemies. Leave them to me, protect yourselves, he commanded. Taking on thousands of Tier 3 enemies, Maximus waved his hand and cast a binding spell. Blood binding. Seeing that he could only hold off a few thousand enemies and his body was already depleted of mana, Maximus quickly took out a top-quality potion. Gulping it down, he felt the energy in his body renew as he readied for another attack. Mist binding. Soon after his mana recovered, he cast another binding spell. Mortal, is this all you can do? Binding with different elements? Are you playing with us? The thousands who were bound struggled, rapidly consuming the power of the binding. Although Maximus had successfully held back a few thousand, they still severely outnumbered the people in Saint Light City. No, of course not, this is a combo spell, Binding Light. As the third binding spell of a different element bound them, they felt different. Their bodies seemed to soften and drowsy, it was so comfortable that they wanted to sleep. Thud. With the fall of thousands of enemies, the battlefield paused, looking in shock. A sleeping 3-combo binding spell, it seems to work well. Maximus nodded, satisfied with his work. Studying the bodies of the people from the Blood Ragnarok realm, he not only knew their weaknesses but also how their bodies worked. From their bodies' reaction to different elements, what would happen if their blood flowed in different paths, how light affected their brains. Maximus knew too much that a few elementary spells could bring them down. Unfortunately, it seemed that he did too much, attracting attention on the battlefield. The remaining thousands of Tier 3 enemies turned their gaze to him as if seeing a dead man. You must be killed, someone like you shouldn't exist on the battlefield. The leader of the Blood Ragnarok realm muttered solemnly, knowing that Maximus was a clone of some powerful being. As veterans of the Dimensional War, they were familiar with Maximus's methods. Their top leader also had clones in the major cities to prevent unwarranted disasters. Thinking they would gain huge merit by killing a clone of a powerhouse, They didn't care about others and swarmed Maximus. Oops. Knowing he couldn't escape, Maximus unleashed all his skills, hoping to kill as many as possible for the city to be able to defend itself before reinforcements arrived. Soon after killing a few thousand more, Maximus was drowned in a sea of attacks. Did we just kill a being similar to the incarnation of Ragnarok? The people of the Blood Ragnarok realm muttered excitedly. One had to know that cloning was usually expensive. Even if it was a weak clone, it still contained the spirit, soul, and origin of the body. Killing a clone was equivalent to weakening the enemy's top powers, giving them more chances of winning. What they didn't know was that although Maximus' clones were similar to others, containing spirit, soul, and origin, he had insane regeneration capability. Even if his origin was torn into pieces, as long as he had enough energy, he could heal it perfectly. Especially when Maximus used the Calamity points of his system, his origin recovery skyrocketed, allowing him to clone himself hundreds of quintillion times in just a few hundred years. If not for wanting to avoid attracting attention, Maximus would have even filled a few cities with his clones. Soon, without the Maximus clone to lead them, Saint Light City began to be suppressed as they retreated step by step. Still, remembering the head priest's instructions, they held on, waiting for the reinforcement to arrive. Second by second, minute by minute, hundreds to thousands of people were dying. Just as they were about to despair, Maximus's clone closest to Saint Light City arrived. Follow me and kill. Not bothering with much nonsense, Maximus quickly charged through the enemy, casting large-scale attacks one after another. This time, Maximus learned his lesson and only held back the enemy while the people in the city slowly killed them. Although it still attracted attention, it's not as much. Soon, seeing they couldn't capture the city, the leader from the Blood Ragnarok realm smartly instructed retreat. Falling down in exhaustion, the remaining hundreds of Tier 3 and tens of thousands of Tier 2 individuals slumped on the floor, not forgetting to pray and thank their gods for giving them a new lease of life. Seeing this, Maximus was a little speechless. Aren't I the one who helped you? What god are you praying for? Fortunately, he noticed that some of the faith these prayers gave off was turned into an amalgamation of will. Hundreds of years ago, after knowing that Maximus needed the amalgamation of will, Redius proposed to share his faith in exchange for contribution points. Hearing his proposal, Maximus agreed without hesitation. Although he could still get the amalgamation of will through recognition and belief, direct prayers were more effective. Concluding their transaction, Redius added bits and pieces of inconspicuous words secretly praising Maximus to turn the prayers into the amalgamation of will. This is also why, despite his irritation toward these people, he couldn't really hate them. They were praying to him, so what could he say? They wished for a miracle, and he gave them the miracle. It was a win-win situation. After settling the city, he quickly issued an evacuation mission, joining the nearest Moonlight Empire city in their march. As for the city buildings, they didn't have the time and efficiency like the people of his empire, so it was left standing on the land. While instructing them to evacuate, most of the cities of the Divine Continent were doing the same. Although some were strong enough to fend for themselves, most still needed the help of Maximus's clone to fend off the first wave of enemies safely. With the weakest defense in all continents, the cities of the Divine Continent had the most casualties. Second on the list would be the cities in the Arcane Continent. Although they successfully fended off the enemy without his help, the casualties were nearly as close as those in the Divine Continent. This is because, like the Astral Continent, they were eager to expand the population, leaving the power in each city scattered. The lowest casualties, on the other hand, would be the cities of the Beast Continent. Each tribe had concentrated power, crushing the attack from the enemy and overwhelming them. If not for the last instruction of their Beast Emperor, Alabaster, to follow the majority of cities, they might have even followed the escaping enemy and taken down their base. While every city in the Ethereum realm was evacuating to the same point, panic was spreading in the main base city of the Blood Ragnarok realm. Chapter 452, War Stalemate in one of the main outposts of Blood Ragnarok realm, Crimsonheim City. What? You were defeated? The clone of the Crimson Ragnarok asked angrily. Lord, the enemy was too strong. Even though we outnumbered them, we were no match. Remembering the enemy's team synergy, it seemed they were not fighting a Tier 3 realm individual but a Tier 4 monster instead. This one realm difference was so devastating that their number advantage was easily nullified. This lord, our enemy was too strong, they possessed pure beast bloodline and were the same number as us. Fighting the enemies from the Beast Continent, they felt they were fighting against their own fellow. The same powerful body, brute skills, simple mind, large number of elites, and more. Fighting against them would require sacrifice, killing 1,000 in exchange for 900. The enemy we faced was quite weird with all kinds of tricks, but unlike the two, we almost defeated the enemy, the one who attacked cities from the Arcane Continent said. But you still didn't win, are you? The Crimson Ragnarok said coldly. I'm sorry, my lord, I'm being presumptuous. Humphrey. What about you? Don't tell me your opponent was also strong? This. Forgive us, my lord. The enemy had a clone of an exalted like you. Fortunately, using our will, we killed the clone before we retreated. I see. It's understandable, the Crimson Ragnarok praised, satisfied with the answer. Lord, we also killed a clone of an exalted, the other who fought and killed Maximus' clone reported. This is a merit. If they don't tell it now, doesn't it mean their sacrifice would be for nothing? Another clone? Tell me what you encountered, one by one. The Crimson Ragnarok frowned, feeling something was wrong. After a while, hearing all the sides of his subordinates, his frown deepened. It's alright to fight an enemy with good team synergy or even have many tricks up their sleeves, even if they were a little stronger because of their blood, but what he was worried about was the large appearance of those powerful clones. Even he, a tier 10 powerhouse, was just lucky as one of his clones happened to be sucked into the void battlefield. Hearing his subordinates encountered thousands of clones, he knew something was wrong. Even if all the tier 9 and tier 10 powerhouses in Blood Ragnarok realm cloned themselves, there would still be no guarantee that they could place thousands of their clones in the first phase of the void battlefield. Investigate. Try to attack more of these divine cities. The destiny of the Blood Ragnarok realm is to kill the gods, the Crimson Ragnarok ordered. Blood Ragnarok realm was created by the fall of gods. Knowing that the enemy also had gods, he couldn't help but feel thrilled thinking of killing one. Soon, with the Crimson Ragnarok's order, the people from the Divine Continent marching to the gathering point were attacked one after another. Something is wrong. Maximus frowned, seeing this scene. Through his connection with his clone, he noticed that almost all the people from the Divine Continent were being attacked. Could it be because of me? Maximus concluded. Because of his wanton cheating, it seemed even the enemy could no longer hold back. Change of plans. To prevent news from further leaking, Maximus had to kill all the witnesses. If no enemies remained, how could they know what hit them? Thinking of this, the clones nearest to the marching people of the Divine Continent changed their direction and went for reinforcement. Soon, with more clones at play, all the people from Blood Ragnarok realm ambushing them were forever buried in the void battlefield. In Crimsonheim City, seeing the skyrocketing casualties, the Crimson Ragnarok hurriedly stopped his action. It seems this Ethereum realm has a huge background, the Crimson Ragnarok muttered coldly. The Crimson Ragnarok thought the Ethereum realm had some way of knowing which place would be sucked into the void battlefield and at what time. With this information, they could clone themselves in advance as long as they have enough powerhouses. Humphrey. Just relying on this? We still have the absolute advantage. Based on their intelligence, the people in the Ethereum realm were a bunch of weaklings. 90% of their people seemed to stop at tier 1, with 9.9% at tier 2 and the remaining lucky one stepping on tier 3. What about the people of the Blood Ragnarok realm? They were born strong. With the blood of fallen gods circulating in their bodies, even without training, they could achieve transcendence. Achieving the tier 3 realm was the bare minimum their blood could offer. No matter how strong and skilled the enemy is, with enough numbers, they can crush the enemy. Retreat for now. Wait for the second or even the third wave of the void battlefield, the Crimson Ragnarok ordered. With more people, he had more confidence in defeating the enemy with the least casualties. Meanwhile, seeing that the enemy retreated, Maximus smiled. Waiting? How can I let you off peacefully? Maximus knew the disadvantage of Ethereum realm. With the difference in quality and quantity, the more people there are, the more scattered they would be. If he waited like the enemy, they would only gain momentum and crush them later on. But for now, let's settle first. They were still marching together, attacking the enemy now would only cause confusion. Furthermore, he didn't really care about Blood Ragnarok realm's number advantage. They may win in the early to mid-game, but the last laugh would still be his. Remembering the tier 10 warriors he brought over the last couple of hundred years, no matter how strong Blood Ragnarok was, they had no chance of winning. Soon, a few months had passed, and most cities in the Ethereum realm gathered together. Controlling some of the leaders, with his mediation, even with the difference in culture and beliefs, their cooperation was still smooth. The first thing they did after gathering together was tally their resources. The void battlefield was empty, besides the resources they brought in, no other things could be found in the place. To micromanage the resources and ensure they could fight steadily with the Blood Ragnarok realm, they needed to merge their resources. However, hearing this plan, most of them disagreed, thinking that gathering resources at one point was dangerous. Who knew if the one watching over them would misappropriate it? Even worse, if Blood Ragnarok realm attacked them at full force, the enemy would have an easy time looting. Hearing this problem, they argued over and over again, finally deciding on a plan they could agree on. To prevent any mishaps, the storage facilities for these resources would be divided and would be jointly supervised by each city leader. If they need anything, they could also apply for it. After deciding the method for the resource allocation, they immediately started to build a base that could accommodate septillions of people. This was a massive project that even a rank 9 architect would have difficulty conceiving. Fortunately, not everything needed human power. Taking out the latest version of the Astral Guide, they picked the most appropriate base design for the Void Battlefield. The Astral Guide is the guide Maximus painstakingly built. It includes scenarios, problems, solutions, resource identification, civilization identification, mining methods, warfare tactics, large-scale blueprints, and more. It's a guide he was preparing when they started conquering the Sea of Dimensions. With the blueprint from the Astral Guide, they immediately assigned septillions of people to start working. Meanwhile, while they built the base, Maximus gathered a group wanting to ambush the people from the Ragnarok realm. Unfortunately, the enemy was very alert. Knowing they gathered their people, the Ragnarok realm retreated, converging with all together. Now, much less attacking the enemy, they could only wish the Blood Ragnarok realm didn't go crazy and launch an all-out attack. This is septillions of people fighting and killing each other. The casualties were not something both sides were willing to see, especially at the beginning of the war. In the Etherium realm, seeing that the clones didn't have much to do, Maximus put them in dormancy, only waking up when there was a decisive war. Controlling hundreds of millions of clones, Maximus felt his brain was about to break. Too many thoughts clashed. Even when using his system to process such a large amount of information, Maximus still felt a headache. It's still too much for me after all. Remembering he had sextillions of clones all over the Etherium realm, Maximus promised not to mobilize them all at the same time. The Void Battlefield is at a stalemate, it's time to arrange reinforcement. Knowing what was lacking in the Void Battlefield, he stocked up various resources and put them in each city. Thus, no matter what city gets sucked in, it would ensure there would be enough resources for them to use. While doing this, Phelan, Redius, and Alabaster were sorting their territory, putting an equal number of powerhouses in each city. Not wanting to repeat their mistake and have more casualties, they invested more resources and time doing some drills, instructing what and what not to do on the battlefield. There were only about 9 years before the second wave of the Void Battlefield. To ensure everything was ready, the whole Etherium realm was moving at high gear. Chapter 453, Cruelty of War. 10 years later, the second wave of the Void Battlefield ensued. With even more cities getting sucked in, the people of the Etherium realm finally felt the seriousness of the war. If this continued every 10 years, the civilization in the Etherium realm would be wiped out in just over 1,000 years. Fortunately, knowing that the people getting sucked into the Void Battlefield would not die but instead go to war, they were not too desperate to cope with any situation and hold their fate in their own hands. They just needed to be stronger. Meanwhile, while the people were passionately training themselves, Maximus looked at the situation in the Void Battlefield. With the appearance of another 100 million cities, the Void Battlefield doubled in size. This time, with the readiness of the people of the Etherium realm, the Blood Ragnarok realm didn't have the chance to plan an ambush. Soon after months of evacuation, Maximus looked at the growing Etherium base and frowned. Like the last time, the people in the Etherium realm evacuated and joined in the center. However, to Maximus' surprise, the people of the Blood Ragnarok realm did the same. Looking at the power readings of the microbot surveillance, the Ragnarok realm crushed them in the ratio of elites, 1-4. If the Blood Ragnarok realm attacked now, the Etherium realm would be at a severe disadvantage. Waiting for more reinforcements? Maximus concluded. Using the Seal of Truth, he roughly guessed the leaders of the Blood Ragnarok realm's plan, to crush them with numbers, to make them despair, and to make the subsequent war to their advantage in the later stages. However, it's not my turn in the war after all. Maximus held back. Maximus had already overreached by helping the people of the Etherium realm in the first wave of the war, exposing the appearance of the clones. If Maximus always helped whenever there was an emergency, the future of Etherium realm would be doomed. This war is only the beginning. Maximus' goal is for the Etherium realm to reach Tier 12 dimension or possibly even higher. The wars they would face would only be more brutal and unforgiving. If Maximus didn't cultivate the people of the Etherium realm now, then when would he? Continuing to let his clones stay dormant, the leaders of the Etherium outpost base went into a meeting. Although they didn't know the plan of the Blood Ragnarok realm, they still knew they were crushed in terms of power. Tactics: we can only win by tactics. Gather the army, we'll fight a guerrilla war. Unlike the Etherium realm, which is disciplined and trained to evacuate the first instant they were transported to the Void Battlefield. The first thought of the people from the Blood Ragnarok realm was to attack. Only when subordinates of the Crimson Ragnarok reminded them did they begin to evacuate and join the rest. Because of this, While the Etherium realm had already evacuated, the people from the Blood Ragnarok realm were only halfway through, giving them a chance for an ambush. With the reversal of the predator and prey, the people of the Etherium realm gathered a swift army, ambushing the evacuating people of the Blood Ragnarok realm. With the all-powerful map projection, the Etherium realm were like all-powerful gods, able to kill but not be killed. Soon over a year went by, and the hunt for the people of the Blood Ragnarok realm was a success. 230 million Tier 3 elites. One of the leaders of the Etherium base reiterated. Ambushing all over the battlefield, they killed trillions of people from the Blood Ragnarok realm, together with hundreds of millions of peak powerhouses that this battlefield could accommodate. The casualties. 35 million Tier 3 elites. Hearing this, the leaders of the Etherium outpost base frowned. Although it was only a 15% casualty rate compared to the enemy, they were ambushing most of the time. Crushing the number of the enemy and giving a surprise attack, they still lost too much. Is there still a chance for the Etherium realm? This should be because those unknown powerhouses didn't show up. We overestimate our power, one of them remembered. Initially seeing Maximus' disguised clones, they wanted them to be part of the Etherium realm management leaders. Having people of such power could better lead the people in the Etherium realm. Unfortunately, about 20 years ago, after they evacuated and merged, they vanished like a puff of smoke. Don't worry about them, we shouldn't rely on powers we can't control, one of them concluded. Although it would be nice to have such powerful trump cards at their disposal, it would only cloud their minds and make them more reckless. Continue to build a base. With Blood Ragnarok Realm's turtle tactics, we can only prepare for the worst. 10 years later, the third wave of the Void battlefield began. Having prepared for their next course of action, the first time the third wave of the Void battlefield started, the people of the Etherium realm attacked. Attacking individuals from the Blood Ragnarok realm, they hoped to reduce their numbers while preserving their own in each wave. Unfortunately, the Blood Ragnarok realm countered with a reverse ambush. Knowing that the eyes and ears of the Etherium realm were already all over the land, they went into the new place, sucked by the Void battlefield the instant the third wave began. Relying too much on the seemingly omnipotent map projection, the people of Etherium realm unknowingly fell into a trap. Soon in this bloody battle of exchanging life for life, both sides suffered terrifying casualty rates. With trillions of Tier 3 elites being killed and quintillions of Tier 1 and 2 individuals being killed on each side, the people of the Etherium realm finally realized the cruelty of dimensional war. There is no right and wrong in war, all of them only wanted to advance, to have a higher chance of survival in this chaotic world. Seeing the casualty rate, Maximus was nearly unable to hold himself back. Quintillions of people were killed in just a few years of battle. This was his people, watching them die before his eyes was torture he couldn't just let by. Fortunately, with the last bit of sanity, Maximus ultimately didn't make a move. A change wouldn't happen without blood and sacrifice. This is all for the better future. Considering the future of the Etherium realm, Maximus held back. However, I promise to resurrect you in the future. Maximus vowed. These people's will and bits of their origin were merged into his crystallized amalgamation of will. Once Maximus had enough power and ability, he could resurrect them as if their deaths never happened. As the brave warrior who fought for his goal, he couldn't let them down. With such a cruel war, both sides ceased fighting, licking their wounds, and waiting for another wave of war. Soon another 10 years passed, and the fourth wave of the Void battlefield ensued. This time, the Etherium realm and Blood Ragnarok realm had a tacit understanding. Evacuating their people to their bases, they continued to be on ceasefire as if waiting for something. With another 10 years passing, the fifth wave of the Void battlefield ensued. Just when both sides wanted to cease the war and continue licking their wounds, a shocking twist happened in the Void battlefield. What happened? Does this Void battlefield want to kill us all? The leaders of the Etherium realm went ballistic seeing the change in the Void battlefield. First, all their resources from storage items and storage facilities, as long as they were not processed in any way to be made into buildings, weapons, potions, talismans, cooked food, etc., disappeared. All their unused resources were merged into the Void battlefield. In the originally desolate plain, elixirs, minerals, rare animals, and strange materials were all over the place, looking like a paradise made of high-tier resources. Such a dazzling battlefield, they finally knew how many resources the two sides had brought into the battlefield. The unified resources in their storage facilities were only 1/100th in comparison. No, this should be amplified by the rules. There is no way our people could hide so many resources from our eyes. It's also impossible for the Blood Ragnarok realm to have 100 times our resources. If so, they would have already crushed us years ago. This is not important. The change in the Void battlefield was only a precursor for us to get out. Hearing this, solemnity replaced their expressions. The most significant change in the battlefield is the battle incentive. The winner takes it all. This was embodied by the void battlefield in the literal sense. For every opponent of the opposite dimension one killed, their strength, talent, physique, comprehension, all that they possessed would be absorbed by the winner. According to the announcement from the Dimensional War panel, even the limit that this battlefield promulgated could be broken with enough lives. This is making us kill each other to the last of our breath. Chapter 454, Winner Takes All in the Ethereum Realm. Seeing the change on the void battlefield, Maximus couldn't help but frown. Winner takes all? Maximus muttered, reading the change in rules. First, the resources were taken away, and now this rule. Isn't the intention obvious enough? If the Ethereum realm wanted to survive and continue building the outpost base, they needed to go outside and mine resources. If they didn't want to be overtaken away by the enemy in terms of tier, they needed to kill. Every tier 4 powerhouse that appeared on the battlefield was a god of death that would suppress all the enemies. The difference between tier 3 and tier 4 was 10 times that of the difference between tier 2 and tier 3. The appearance of a large tier 4 powerhouse was a variable that would break the balance of the war. What a cruel battlefield. Forcing each side to kill each other to the last drop of blood, even he, who had killed countless people, couldn't help but shiver. The chaos that such a rule would cause was beyond his imagination. While he was in a daze, Phelan contacted him, asking for a meeting. Teleporting to the courtroom of the Ethereum Academy, he met up with the three. Malgren was still in a coma. It seemed he wouldn't wake up for the entirety of the war. Talk about being useless, Maximus even thought of lying down and relying on Malgren to win. Now it seemed that he still had to rely on himself after all. Do you know the change that happened on the void battlefield? Phelan started. We know. Over the 5 waves the void battlefield engulfed the land. After tirelessly cloning themselves and asking Maximus to heal them, some of their clones were lucky enough to be sent into the void battlefield. However, wanting to train the people of Ethereum Realm, they remained dormant like Maximus. Then you should know what this entails. If we don't do anything, this war could turn out of our expectations. With septillions of people, if they could be divided equally, it's enough to create thousands of Tier 9 Apex sovereigns. This part of the war is what's scary. Breaking the barrier between Tier 8 and Tier 9 would require a foundational law from a dimension, thus a Tier 9 dimension usually only has over 1,000 Tier 9 powerhouses. However, in this dimensional war, according to the notification from the Void Battlefield, this limit could easily be broken. The Void Battlefield itself would form independent foundational laws as it expanded. That means over 100,000 Tier 9 experts could be born if they were not careful. There is only one thing we can do, kill. Redius said excitedly. Ha ha ha, I'm also in. Alabaster said. Instead of dread, they felt excitement for this rule. They didn't care about how many of their people would die. These mortals were like grass, after a few epochs, they would grow back as if nothing happened. What they cared about was the rule, winner takes all. If a Tier 8 could easily break through to Tier 9 with enough kills, what about their talent? As the top Apex sovereigns of the entire Ethereum realm, Redius, Alabaster, and Phelan have top-notch dimensional level talent. However, remembering Malgren who suppressed them, and the rising star Maximus who was sitting on their head, they felt unsatisfied. If they could kill enough of the enemy, their physique would certainly reach the ultimate level. Thinking of the strength they could gain, they couldn't wait to control their clones to go on a rampage. You too. Seeing the fighting intent of Redius and Alabaster, Phelan quickly understood their intentions. How could they be satisfied with their talent? Thinking of his daughter Lilith, who had become stronger than him in less than an epoch, Phelan couldn't help but feel disappointment at his weak strength. His daughter, who had lived for less than an epoch, was stronger than him. What kind of father is he? With their fighting intent soaring into the sky, the pressure in the room made the void tremble and crack. Then we should hurry up. The change of the battlefield will be faster and faster from now on. Maximus said, ending the meeting. Seeing they couldn't wait to fight, Maximus could only shake his head. He also considered putting his wives on the void battlefield but quickly dismissed the idea. Killing for strength is too bloody, he didn't want his wives to be tainted because of borrowed strength. Soon, returning to their respective residences, Phelan, Redius, and Alabaster went into seclusion, wanting to control their clones with absolute concentration. Maximus also woke up a clone of his to oversee the battle. Now, with such a change, he didn't care about training his people anymore. A slight carelessness might wipe them out. What was he training his people for then? With the 4 waking up from slumber, the Ethereum outpost base quickly fell under their control. Seeing the 4 supreme leaders of the Ethereum realm come to ask for leadership, how could they disagree? Although they knew they were on the same tier, the pressure they emitted was like that of a beast that could crush them to death. With Maximus taking the management post and the protector of the base, Phelan and the others quickly gathered an army to attack the enemy. Meanwhile, in the Ragnarok outpost, the Crimson Ragnarok, the Juggernaut Ragnarok, the Radiant Ragnarok, the Shadow Ragnarok, the Inferno Ragnarok, the Plague Ragnarok, and the Tempest Ragnarok. The 7 Ragnaroks were the peak powerhouses of the Blood Ragnarok realm, possessing pseudo-tier 11 strength. Because of their strength, they could easily clone themselves several times, with a few clones lucky enough to be sent into the void battlefield. Initially, they were about to launch a devastating attack on the Ethereum realm. They didn't expect that a huge change would stop them in their tracks. "This war is getting exciting by the second," the Inferno Ragnarok said, licking his lips. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this dimensional war rule would be implemented. Is someone trying to wipe us out?" The Tempest Ragnarok said, laughing at the impermanence of the world. The winner takes all is a rule that basically never appears in a normal dimensional war. Although only one dimension could be a winner in a dimensional war, the people in the losing dimension could still be slaves or surrender, keeping their lives intact. Now, with such a rule, taking all the lives as nourishment, unless one side conceded, it would be a bloody war where no one could be left alive. This cruel dimensional war rule rarely appeared, and it was usually only when 2 dimensions were in a life-and-death feud and requested the committee of the dimensional war for a change. No idiot. How can a tier 11 dimension influence the dimensional war? The Shadow Ragnarok said, denying Tempest Ragnarok's conclusion. If their enemy from the past could influence the Blood Ragnarok realm, then they would have long been wiped out. "You mean that's right, it's either we are just unlucky, or this Ethereum realm is the cause of it. Now, how could this be bad luck? Winner takes all? Isn't it just another way of saying Blood Ragnarok realm takes all?" The Plague Ragnarok reiterated. Of the 7 Ragnaroks, only 3 of them have ultimate level physiques, the Crimson Ragnarok, the Juggernaut Ragnarok, and the Radiant Ragnarok. The 3 may not care about this insignificant benefit of this war rule, but the other 4? Clenching their fists, a battle intent couldn't help but surge, warping the space. It's time for the Ethereum realm to feel the wrath of the Ragnaroks. While the Blood Ragnarok realm was preparing for an all-out war, Phelan, Alabaster, and Radius attacked first. With the map projected by the microsurveillance bot created by Maximus, Phelan and the 2 were like gods on the battlefield. Dividing with their respective armies, they attacked lone bases a little far away from the Blood Ragnarok outpost. Attack! We are under attack! With yells and panic, the lone city plunged into chaos, as Alabaster commanded his people to attack. "This is so exhilarating," Alabaster muttered, feeling his body being strengthened. With each kill his subordinates made, some of the energy would feed back to him. Although little, with hundreds of millions of them killing at the same time, the feedback made his body tingle. Soon enough, Alabaster's clone's realm advanced to tier 4. Suddenly, while enjoying the feast, an ignorant individual attacked him. Useless, holding the attacker's neck like a chicken, he threw him to the ground. Only a billionth percent. He felt that the essence of the one he killed was purified, sending the purest energy to him while the dross was absorbed by the battlefield. "I didn't expect this battlefield to also have this benefit. When absorbing other physiques, talents, and whatnot, the pollution one would suffer was immeasurable. Just the karma, the mixed physiques, and the remaining will, would hunt one to death. However, for the void battlefield that promised to break the shackles of physique, being able to purify the origin of the enemy was a basic operation. However, I can't advance to tier 5? Alabaster assessed his situation. With hundreds of millions of subordinates giving him feedback, he should have reached tier 6 or even 7. However, after advancing to the peak tier 4 realm, his body seemed to be saturated. Another limitation of the void battlefield? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Chapter 455, Heavenly Eye. Soon, in the span of a few hours, Phelan, Alabaster, and Radius managed to destroy hundreds of outpost city bases. Together with their clones, millions among them advance from tier 3 to tier 4. Looking at the projection map, just as they were about to continue attacking, they saw an enormous number of enemies charging at them. TSK, attacking at full force this soon? Such a dense number, even if they were given the heart of a leopard, they could only flee. Retreat. Retreating like a tide, they returned to the Ethereum base in victory. How was your harvest? Maximus quickly met with the 3. Not bad, not bad. Alabaster laughed like he had won some big money. Although killing is exhausting, the harvest is not bad, Radius said, suppressing his smile. Maximus, you should also join. Although the benefits may not be much, it will at least make you stronger, Phelan advised. Now, all their clones that managed to get into the void battlefield had reached tier 4 realm. If they controlled all the clones to attack, it would be comparable to a tier 5 or 6 powerhouse. I'll get on with it later, Maximus nodded in understanding. What are you going to do now? We'll secure the origin essence we got, then continue to attack. Earlier, When the enemy decided to attack them at full force, they were not scared. They just didn't want the loot they had gotten to fall into the enemy's hands. The winner takes all the energy they have would, of course, all fall into the enemy once they were killed. They first wanted to secure the energy they had gotten to their clones hibernating in the Etherium base before heading to another fight. Going to the core of the base, they open a solid box-like coffin made of Tier 10 materials. Inside were their dormant clones, waiting to receive the origin essence they harvested. This way, even if they accidentally died, their true bodies in the Etherium realm could still receive their harvest. This is interesting. Can you pass it? Can others also? Maximus asked, seeing what they were doing. No, we can only do this because our clones have the same origin. The excess power we absorb would disappear once we reach the peak of Tier 4 realm. Phelan shook his head. If they could transfer the power they absorb, there would not be millions of individuals advancing to Tier 4 realm but hundreds of millions of them. The void battlefield seemed to treat this battle as a game. With each kill, the loot would be evenly distributed based on contribution. As leaders, their contribution to the battlefield was incomparable, making the energy they absorbed enormous. However, because they couldn't pass it around, they became a leak that was wasting the precious experience points of the battlefield. It's better than nothing. While they were passing the origin essence they absorbed, Maximus tried to look at what it was made of. Unfortunately, besides seeing that it was an energy made of the same origin, he couldn't pierce its essence. If only Lilith were here. Maximus thought. After they had passed all the origin essence they had absorbed, they began gathering for another wave of attack. It's too late. Looking at the projection map, various scattered outposts of the Blood Ragnarok realm began converging to the center. TSK, they were too alert. Meanwhile, a little earlier, after the 7 Ragnarok went with full reinforcements, they only saw an empty battlefield. How dare they? In anger, their killing intent flared up. How did they attack us without anyone noticing? It's like they know our moves like the back of their hands, the Radiant Ragnarok mused. Maybe it is. I can feel the place is full of eyes, it seems to be watching our every move. The Juggernaut Ragnarok frowned, feeling uncomfortable. Then we just have to look for it. The Crimson Ragnarok said, flaring his aura around. Thousands of kilometers, millions of kilometers, billions of kilometers. As his aura spread, the Crimson Ragnarok didn't find anything. It must be invisible. Trying all their skills, they only grew angrier and didn't find a thing. If Maximus knew what they were doing, he would only laugh. Using normal means to find the micro-surveillance spots was impossible. These surveillance machines were his painstaking masterpiece, and he was still improving it when he had time. A single micro-surveillance spot was only a few thousand atometers in size. Furthermore, because Maximus used pure technology, they didn't emit energy similar to magic, which one is usually familiar with. Enough of this. Just attack the Etherium realm directly. If they all die, no matter what tricks they are playing, it's useless. The Inferno Ragnarok said in anger and killing intent. That's right. Why are we wasting our time here? With our numerical superiority, we could crush the Etherium realm into a pulp. The Tempest Ragnarok quickly agreed. These two stupid idiots, the Plague Ragnarok mocked. What do you mean? The two looked at the Plague Ragnarok in anger. No matter how high our numbers are, if they can see us, they can easily set up a trap on the way to our march. If we divide, on the other hand, they can attack us one by one. Furthermore, with the killing that just happened, they should have accumulated millions of Tier 4 elites. In front of such power, no matter how strong we are, we would be drowned. Hearing the Plague Ragnarok's conclusion, they couldn't help but be shocked. Then we're doomed, are we? No, not yet. They can see our every move, so what? Given their strength, they couldn't do much to us. I see, so we just wait like this? Aren't we too useless? The Inferno Ragnarok muttered. Well, it's just you. I'm glad you realize your worth this early. The Plague Ragnarok laughed. Damn. The Inferno Ragnarok had enough and lunged at the Plague Ragnarok. While the two were fighting, the Radiant Ragnarok thought of a countermeasure. We'll investigate how they are seeing us. We can't launch an all-out attack. In the meantime, strengthen the security, make sure that this never happens again. With a plan in hand, they quickly converged their space, looking for the method the Etherium realm used to see them. Meanwhile, the people of the Etherium realm went on full force to mine resources. All the processed stock that was with them was quickly being depleted. From potions, consumable training supplies, spiritual food, building materials, even the most basic spirit crystals were about to be gone. If they didn't want to degrade and always be in peak condition, they had to mine resources outside the Etherium outpost. Seeing the Blood Ragnarok realm shrink its head, they didn't worry about any attack or ambush. All they needed to do was mine, and mine some more until they could no longer fill it into their storage spaces. At the same time, in the Blood Ragnarok outpost, they also noticed the fast depleting supply. In the past, looking at the ever-flowing storage of resources, they didn't need to worry about anything. Now, even eating for a day is becoming a problem. Not wanting to lose before the full-blown war started, the Seven Ragnarok ordered their people to spread toward the surrounding areas and look for resources. Unfortunately, Phelan, Redius, and Alabaster were waiting for this. Once the enemy began to spread, they formed a small army, ambushing, harassing, and killing all the lone groups that couldn't get reinforcements on time. The Seven Ragnarok expected as much. With such surveillance capability, the enemy could easily fight them in guerrilla warfare. They also couldn't gather more people to mine, which would only cause the enemy to gather a larger number, causing more casualties. The only thing they can do now is wait until they crack the eye above the sky. A year later, with a laugh thundering the void, the Seven Ragnarok were finally able to identify the method the Etherium realm used to monitor them. I didn't expect this little device could monitor us. Furthermore, looking around, they were all over the place, the Juggernaut Ragnarok muttered, pinching an invisible particle in the air. What a clever design. Aren't we fighting a magic-based domain? Why is there such an advanced technological device here? The Crimson Ragnarok felt speechless. Maybe they bought it? Impossible. If those from the Mechanical Alliance sold this thing, they would be boycotted by the Dimensional War Committee the next second. The Radiant Ragnarok denied the claim. As the top organization leading in technological advancement, they knew the Mechanical Alliance had surveillance like it. Not only is it more advanced and smaller, but it's also more undetectable by any means. The Radiant Ragnarok had heard that they use this technology in the main battlefield against the Void Beasts, Zerg, and the Abyss. Mapping the entire Void, they could micromanage the battlefield, using the weak to defeat the strong. Chapter 456, The Absolutes. After finding the cause of the problem, the Seven Ragnaroks began testing various countermeasures. First, they tried to destroy each microsurveillance bot into nothingness using their power. Unfortunately, it was too inefficient. Without a large-scale destruction attack, they couldn't destroy them before they were replenished again. The second approach was to crack them. Although they are magic-based creatures, they still have some proficiency in technology. Trying to crack the microsurveillance spots, they met with another failure. If destroying them was still possible, cracking them was close to impossible. They had little to no knowledge about this kind of sophisticated technology. Achieving nothing, they slumped gloomily. How about we block them? The Inferno Ragnarok suggested. Block? What do we block them for? Arrays do not work in this environment, the Plague Ragnarok jeered. What about expelling them? With enough aura, we could repel these tiny devices outside our view, the Inferno Ragnarok suggested again. What do you think we're doing? Look around to see if there are any microsurveillance devices here. In all our tests, expelling is the only viable solution, the Radiant Ragnarok said. So what's the problem then? If we can expel them, there's no issue. Let's quickly attack the Etherium outpost. The Inferno Ragnarok said. After a few years of coping, the fighting intent in his body was already on the verge of explosion. What are you talking about? Even if they can't see us, they could still know our position. The Plague Ragnarok refuted. No, it seems right. The only advantage the enemy has against us is guerrilla warfare. Because they knew exactly the quantity and quality of our troops, the enemy could chip in exactly the number of manpower needed for an ambush or traps. However, erasing all their advantages, even if they know our position, they can only expend more manpower to ambush us. If we divide enough, forming various blanks on the battlefield, we can win. Listening to the Radiant Ragnarok's explanation, the other six were stunned. Indeed, if the enemy only knew their position and not other information, the Etherium realm could only form a massive number of guerrilla troops and outnumber them. Wasting too much of their manpower, although there would be a lot of sacrifice, they could reach the Etherium outpost successfully. As for large-scale traps that could wipe them out, it was impossible to appear on this battlefield. All the rules in this void battlefield want them to fight in close combat. Without worrying about massive destruction, they can march confidently toward the enemy. Soon, they began gathering troops, teaching them large-scale repelling spells. Because the microsurveillance spots were too small, the repelling spell didn't need to be powerful, just wide and large enough. In Etherium outpost. Finally discovered, huh? Seeing the projection map getting empty, Maximus knew they had discovered the weakness of the microsurveillance spots. It was only a mortal object floating in the air, they could be easily expelled with just a gentle blow. Because they remain inconspicuous until now, even if they were blown by the wind, they could quickly rearrange themselves. However, now that the enemy is actively repelling them, the previous program no longer works. The time for the decisive fight is about to begin. Thinking of the upcoming battle, he quickly held a meeting with Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius. Do you mean those cowardly turtles are about to fight us in a decisive battle? Alabaster asked in a mocking tone. Yes. Look at this. Maximus nodded, showing them the map. Now, besides the terrain that was already saved, all the red spots representing the living beings were gone. Huh? Did they teleport somewhere? No, to be precise, they disappeared from the map. What? How is this possible? Knowing how to find the micro-surveillance spots Maximus created, they were confident in winning any information warfare. Now, seeing it malfunction, they felt dread in their hearts. The war that was initially in easy mode was about to turn into hell mode. We're still not blind in the war, there is still something. Tapping the projection a few times, circles of red appeared on the map. What is this? This is the enemy. Although they managed to expel the micro-surveillance spots, the map can still roughly know where they are. Is that so? Then what's the problem? The problem is that we don't know if there are 1,000 or 1,000,000 in this circle, Maximus said gravely. This. In shock, they went into silence. What do we do? Phelan asked, looking at him in the eyes. His son-in-law has always been reliable. Since he asked for a meeting, he should have some plan. We attack. We attack before they can reach our base. The enemy had superiority in the number of higher-tier elites. In his last count, the ratio of Tier 3 elites on both sides was 1:5, they were 1, and the enemy was 5. If they met in a head-on fight, the Ethereum realm would undoubtedly lose. But how do we fight them effectively? Knowing their differences in quantity and quality, they couldn't help but frown. Although I don't know the precise number of enemies in these red circles, I can calculate their approximate number. If we deploy twice the estimated number, we could easily kill them. We will do this before they reach our outpost, Maximus said. The Ethereum and Blood Ragnarok outposts were only a few trillion away from each other. With the pace of a Tier 1 individual, it would take a few years to go to each side. Considering they would use transportation measures, the time distance would be shortened to months. However, because they were expelling the micro-surveillance spots as they marched, it would take longer. Estimating this, Maximus felt this plan was feasible. Alright, let's go with your plan. Agreeing with Maximus's plan, they mobilized all their clones and formed various squads. With each squad taking twice the estimated number of the enemy, they began their attack. Maximus even joined the fray, wanting to minimize the number of enemies before the decisive battle. Initially, this would have been easier with the complete projection of the map. Now, they could only waste their manpower to do the same. Soon, the battlefield began to fill with blood and gore. Leading their army, most of the time, they only found dead bait, only managing to kill thousands of enemies. Sometimes, they would be lucky and find a full course, killing millions of enemies huddled together. Maximus also tried to use the truth seal, hoping to find precise information about the enemy. However, after he tried to use it, he met with no reaction. It seemed that one or multiple Tier 12 ultimate treasures were at play, preventing any form of cheating. Although the truth seal was equivalent to his power, the dimensional war rules seemed to prevent any absolutes. Absolute truth, absolute resurrection, absolute immunity, absolute omniscience, absolute death, and anything that could end the war easily and unfairly were all banned. TSK, what a scam. It's my luck and ability that I could earn these treasures, why can't I use them? Maximus complained. Unfortunately, no one answered him. Although this is a war, it's still a competition, the ladder for lower dimensions to ascend. If Maximus could use Tier 12 treasures unscrupulously, what was preventing those Tier 12 dimensions from buying Tier 9 dimensions and using their foundation to upgrade it Tier 12? Without limit, the strong could monopolize the ladder of advancement. If so, why would there still be a dimensional war? They could just plunder each other and make the world ablaze. While Maximus was complaining, the war continued. Bringing 20 million people with him, Alabaster went to their next target. The enemy is in front, be ready. Alabaster warned. As soon as they met each other, Alabaster smiled. Jackpot. 10 million experience monsters found. Alabaster smiled. During these few weeks of the war, Alabaster always found dead red circles, killing only thousands of enemies. Finding a red circle with full loot, Alabaster couldn't help but be excited. Surround, don't let anyone escape. Alabaster muttered with a smile. However, the enemy was unbothered, leisurely marching in front, not seeming to take the enemy before them in mind. Noticing this, Alabaster also felt something was wrong. You should be one of the supreme leaders of the Ethereum realm. Nice to meet you, I'm the Juggernaut Ragnarok. A man in pristine white with 2 swords on his back said. Juggernaut Ragnarok? Hearing the name, Alabaster frowned. Based on the intelligence he had read, Phelan, who fought a Ragnarok a week ago, suffered massive casualties. Although they won in the end, The defeat was too tragic just because of a person who called himself the Inferno Ragnarok. A Ragnarok, huh? Alabaster muttered, his battle intent soaring to the sky. He didn't care about the 10 million experience mobs anymore. Alabaster's eyes were only on one person. What are a few benefits compared to an exciting battle? Shall we dance? Alabaster invited, transforming his body and brandishing his claws. Gladly. Chapter 457, Apex Sovereign vs. Ragnaroks. As Alabaster and the Juggernaut Ragnarok stepped up, the battlefield grew solemn. As the air blew past the battlefield, Alabaster initiated the first attack, swiping his claws toward the enemy. Clang. Is this all? Blocking his claws, the Juggernaut Ragnarok smiled. Without replying, Alabaster flipped at a fast speed, using all his limbs to land a devastating blow. Clang. Brandishing two of his swords, the Juggernaut Ragnarok was as leisurely as ever. Little tiger, if this is all you can do, then die. Feeling the aura of death approaching, Alabaster backed away like a frightened ghost. Too strong. Alabaster muttered in shock. The Juggernaut Ragnarok was only at the Tier 3 realm. Despite the difference between realms, the Juggernaut Ragnarok could still suppress Alabaster. What about it? Want to surrender now? Impossible. Urging all his strength, Alabaster dashed forward for another attack. Bang. With the impact of a full-force attack and the difference between realms, the Juggernaut Ragnarok was sent flying despite blocking the attack. That's it. Not wanting to let the chance slip, Alabaster quickly followed through his attack. Bang. 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 Alabaster's eyes reddened like a wild beast as he scratched the Juggernaut Ragnarok all over his body. It seems I couldn't defeat you with my current strength. The Juggernaut Ragnarok muttered, looking at the people of the Ethereum realm watching the fight. Slash. While dodging and blocking Alabaster's attack, the Juggernaut Ragnarok launched a blow, killing tens of people from the Ethereum realm. With their deaths, the Juggernaut Ragnarok felt his strength skyrocket. Not enough. Slash. 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 In just a few slashes, the Juggernaut Ragnarok reached the peak of the Tier 4 realm, steadily blocking Alabaster's attack. Now die, little kitty. With coldness in his eyes, he turned his sword toward Alabaster. Even with Alabaster's senses reminding him, he couldn't fully dodge the attack and lost an arm. Breathing heavily, he suppressed his injury and looked gloomily at the Juggernaut Ragnarok. With the way things were going, Alabaster had no chance of winning. Unfortunately, this is not a fair fight. Alabaster muttered with a smile. Attack. Kill everyone in sight. At Alabaster's order, 20 million people from the Ethereum realm swooped toward the enemy. With twice the difference in numbers and devastating tactics, the enemy was quickly suppressed to death. Even the Juggernaut Ragnarok became gloomy seeing the scene. Although he was invincible, he had limited energy and couldn't kill all the enemies. Even Maximus could only kill thousands of enemies before he was drowned to death at Tier 3 realm. Now, at Tier 4 realm, how many could the Juggernaut Ragnarok kill? 10,000? 100,000? Even a million was not enough. Looking at the drove of enemies, he finally realized the helplessness of the Inferno Ragnarok, who died from the siege a week ago. The enemy was too shameless to fight fairly. Humphrey. I'll make my death worthy of the Juggernaut Ragnarok. With the conviction of death, the Juggernaut Ragnarok dashed toward the enemy, aiming for a kill. However, after killing 100 enemies, he felt a flash pass his back, nearly taking his head off. Ha ha ha, is this all you can do? Alabaster mocked. The Juggernaut Ragnarok didn't seem to be good at large-scale attacks. Unlike the Inferno Ragnarok, who killed hundreds of thousands before dying, this Juggernaut Ragnarok could only take a few thousand before being killed. Die. With a hint of anger, the Juggernaut Ragnarok swooped toward Alabaster, wanting to kill the pest. Unfortunately, Alabaster only smiled and hid behind his people. Their deaths were needed to kill this anomaly on the battlefield. Without him to suppress the Juggernaut Ragnarok, he could rampage, kiting the enemy until none were left. Invincibility in a realm meant numbers were useless. With the right strategy, they could kite the enemy, replenish their energy, and fight until the last opponent was gone. Such a cheating ability, without Alabaster, even with 20 million, the Ethereum realm would be beaten to death. Soon, with the cooperation and sacrifice of his people, he killed the Juggernaut Ragnarok at the cost of over 1,000 lives. As for the remaining enemy, without their leader, it was only a matter of time before they could be killed. Ha ha ha, it's harvest time. Meanwhile, Radius also encountered a Ragnarok. Your name is Radiant Ragnarok? Are you the Radiant God? Alabaster asked, looking at the man before him. No, I killed the Radiant God, so I became the Radiant Ragnarok. The Radiant Ragnarok mused. Then how do you emit so much radiant energy? Radius asked, feeling the godly energy the Radiant Ragnarok emitted. I'm the savant of the previous Radiant God. The radiant Ragnarok replied, licking his lips. Oh, you're a traitorous bastard then. Radius muttered in disdain. What he hated the most was traitors. Unfortunately, even the most devoted believers, once given power, could betray you at any turn. Remembering the people he treated as closest friends crucified on his land, Radius couldn't help but look at the radiant Ragnarok with killing intent. Ha ha ha, we'll see who's the bastard then. Having had enough, the radiant Ragnarok charged forward. Humphrey. No matter how you imitate a god, you're just a mere killer. Radius snorted, waving his hand for his people to attack the radiant Ragnarok. A god is noble, they don't need to do anything. They have believers who can clear anything in their path. What a shameless god. Seeing he was getting swarmed by the enemy, the radiant Ragnarok retreated, wanting to go back to his army. Unfortunately, Radius had already anticipated his route and prevented him from leaving. Just die there like the ant you are. Radius muttered coldly. In the bout, hundreds of thousands of people were sacrificed, drowning the radiant Ragnarok in despair. The whole time, Radius watched coldly, only preventing the radiant Ragnarok from recovering and escaping. As the god of gods, the supreme of all gods, I shall avenge everyone that tarnishes our divinity. While the two encountered a Ragnarok, Maximus encountered two. However, unlike Alabaster and Radius, who used crowd tactics, Maximus quickly killed his enemies. You are a monster. The strength you possess should be impossible. Oh really? Aren't we in the same realm? Maximus smiled, holding the plague Ragnarok like a chicken. Impossible, you must have cheated. You're too mouthy, my ears hurt. You bastard. Before the plague Ragnarok finished speaking, Maximus had already ended his life. I'm just too strong. Maximus thought. In the same realm, Maximus didn't think he would lose to anyone. Maximus felt that even those tier 12 overlords could be defeated if they were at the same tier and used the same means. Of course, it was only his wishful thinking, not having a clue about the power they possessed. Feeling one of his clones kill another Ragnarok, Maximus smiled. This battlefield is tipping in our favor. Although there were multiple Ragnarok clones, with their battlefield advantage, they could kill them one by one. While they were killing the Ragnaroks one after another. In the main army gathering the strongest of all the Blood Ragnarok realm, the 7 Ragnaroks were having a discussion. How is the enemy's strength? The Crimson Ragnarok asked, seeing 4 of their clones killed one after another. A little strong but not enough for my sword, the Juggernaut Ragnarok started. Knowing they were outnumbered, the Juggernaut Ragnarok was certain of his death. This is also why they needed to place the battlefield in the Ethereum outpost. If they were killed one by one like this, they would be defeated sooner or later. What about you? You seem to be angry? The Crimson Ragnarok asked, looking at the usually calm Radiant Ragnarok, who was about to erupt. Humphrey. The gods of the Ethereum realm are too arrogant. I want to crush that man piece by piece and torture him for a few epochs to vent my anger. The Radiant Ragnarok growled. Remembering his unilateral defeat where he couldn't even touch Radius's body, he felt suffocated. What about you two? It seems you encountered a nightmare. The Inferno Ragnarok, who died a week ago, asked, looking at the 2 Ragnaroks who were listless. The enemy was too strong, I was not a match. The Plague Ragnarok muttered silently. Me too, my opponent was a monster. It seemed that no matter what I did, he could predict it. The Tempest Ragnarok muttered. Did you face the same enemy? I don't know. This is the enemy I faced, Plague Ragnarok said, projecting an image. It's the same as mine. Tempest nodded, also projecting an image. This should be the Dimensional Master of the Ethereum realm. They concluded. As a Dimensional Master, one could surpass the rank of their home dimension by up to 2 tiers. Thus, they concluded that Maximus should be a tier 11 powerhouse. Isn't this cheating? They couldn't help but mutter in dissatisfaction. Their Dimensional Master was still in deep slumber because of the damage of the devastating war with a tier 11 dimension. Unless the Blood Ragnarok were on the verge of destruction, their Dimensional Master wouldn't wake up. Facing Maximus, they had no chance of winning. No, there is still a chance. This is the Void Battlefield, number is power. Chapter 458, Decisive War. Soon, days, months, and years passed, the Blood Ragnarok realm continued to march towards their deaths. With numbers beyond the enemy, the Ethereum realm continued to crush them without mercy. 3 years later, all the red circles on the projection map arrived at the Ethereum outpost. They're here. Maximus thought, looking at the enemy from afar. Despite desperate measures, they could only shrink the enemy to 1/10 their original size. After merging, the difference in the quality of elites could crush the Ethereum realm. The tide of this war was about to tip in the Blood Ragnarok's realm favor. Not over yet. Clenching his fist, Maximus planned to mobilize as many clones as possible. There were also Phelan, Radius, and Alabaster, who had millions of clones at the base. The rest would be the Tier 9 Apex Sovereigns who clone themselves with his help. Although their clones were not as numerous as the previous 3, they still had a large number. Counting them up, there would be billions of clones of these Tier 9 Apex Sovereigns. Tapping on the intercom, he instructed the army to gather in front. All those needing to retreat had already withdrawn to the base bunker. All that was left in the base were the combat-ready, hundreds of sextillion Tier 2, Tier 3, and Tier 4 elites. As they gathered together, the battlefield became solemn. Hundreds of sextillions of people gathered on each side, making the atmosphere blurry and freezing. So many. Lagarios, one of the soldiers in front, gulped in fear. "This is too glorious for my funeral," the soldier beside him said. Fighting the enemy, they were already prepared to die. Just the pressure in the air made their hearts freeze. Is this war necessary? This had no benefit to them, the weaklings of the Ethereum realm. Maybe it's the merit of war for their family? The power and potential they would receive from the defeated enemy? The wealth they would gain once they returned to the Ethereum realm? All of it was illusory in the face of death. Once they die, they will only fall into darkness without knowing anything. By then, would everything they did still be necessary? What do you mean? Hold yourself together. There's no point in backing out now. We are here to fight for the Ethereum realm. There is no other reason. Our loved ones, family, friends, everything important to us is in the Ethereum realm. But this is nothing. We will die anyway. Ha. So what? We are already here. The first time you arrived here, your name was already written in the Book of Death. If I were to die regardless, I would make it the brightest, most exciting part of my life. For Ethereum realm. Fight. For Ethereum realm. Fight. For Ethereum realm. Fight. As the chant grew louder, the other side was suppressed by the will of the Ethereum realm. Although the 7 Ragnaroks tried to rile up their people, it was not as effective. The people of the Blood Ragnarok were already tired. After fighting several dimensional wars with conservative strategies, their will had already wilted away. If they could suppress the enemy, they would fight. If it were a tie, they would retreat. If the enemy suppressed them, they would run. Such thinking caused them to falter in the face of the fearless energy the Ethereum realm exuded. How can you beat us in the battle of will? Maximus thought, curling his lips. The people of the Ethereum realm were trained from birth, forming the strongest bonds of family. They were with their parents from 1 to 3 years old, they were with their friends from 4 to 100 years old, then, they would be with their partners, forming another cycle. This might seem insignificant, but when these bonds were threatened, this cycle of never-ending relationships would form a thick wall, making them fearless of anything. "I'll take the 7 Ragnarok if you don't mind," Maximus asked, looking at the 3 beside him. Over the years, they already knew the structure of the Blood Ragnarok realm. These 7 Ragnarok were the apparent leaders and the strongest of the enemy side. "No, I want that Juggernaut Ragnarok for myself," Alabaster said forcefully. Although throughout all their battles over the years, Alabaster fought with other Ragnaroks, his fight with the Juggernaut Ragnarok was the most exciting. "I also want the Radiant Ragnarok for myself," Redius said, not taking no for an answer. He hated the Radiant Ragnarok to the bone and wanted to peel his skin piece by piece. "What about you?" Maximus asked, turning to Phelan. "I don't have any particular hatred for a Ragnarok, but if these 2 are fighting, then give me the Shadow Ragnarok." "I'll see if I can learn something," Phelan said, remembering the power the Shadow Ragnarok possessed. "That's okay. As for the others, do your best to fight," Maximus said, turning his attention to the clone Tier 9 Apex Sovereigns. Seeing everything ready, Maximus controlled hundreds of billions of his clones to sneak in at various fronts of the battlefield. Pointing his finger into the sky, he flashed a signal flare, instructing to attack the enemy. Attack! With the signal, the momentum of the Ethereum realm rose, charging through the enemy without any fear. Not forgetting what they learned from the academy, they employed various reinforcement spells, grouped, and, more importantly, watched each other's backs. The clones that Maximus sneaked onto the battlefield also started their job, spreading fields of reinforcing and auxiliary spells. The people of the Ethereum realm became more clear-headed and agile. At the front of the battlefield, Lagarios brandished his sword to greet the enemy. Die! With a swift slash, he took the enemy's arms away. Furthermore, before the enemy could counterattack, his teammate behind followed up, killing the enemy. Before they could celebrate the kill, another wave of enemies appeared in front. In total concentration, Lagarios felt that he was a machine, killing for the sake of killing. Seconds on the battlefield felt like days, and minutes felt like years. When he could no longer feel his body and was about to fall on the battlefield, a hand pulled him out, waking him up from the dream. "You've fought enough. Leave the rest to us," a man said with a smile. "The second squad is here. Retreat to the back." With backup from the backline, the fight in front became fiercer, like a meat grinder on the battlefield. From the sky, a dividing line seemed to form on the ground. The blood, corpses, and resentment on the battlefield flowed like a crack from which the hell was about to emerge. However, oblivious to all of it, both sides continued to fight. No matter the casualties, pain, or fear, they needed to kill everyone on sight. This is a cruel war without compromise, surrender, or retreat. Only the last one left standing has the right to live. Even Maximus couldn't help but clench his teeth watching the devastating war. What a cruel war! What a merciless war! With renewed vigor and fighting intent, he led others to fight the Ragnaroks. It's our turn to show how it's done. With millions of clones, Maximus, Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius met the 7 Ragnarok in the center of the battlefield. We have formally met at last. We are the 7 Ragnarok, the 7 blades that killed a god. What a domineering name, they chuckled. We also ought to introduce ourselves. We are the supreme leaders of the Ethereum realm, the 4 stones that border the world. Alabaster said after thinking. Ha ha ha, what about Malgren? Redius asked with a laugh. Humphrey. That bastard is still asleep, how could he join us in our cool title? Seeing they were acting like children, Maximus nearly face-palmed himself. Enough of that, let's fight. The Radiant Ragnarok muttered, taking millions of his clones and attacking Redius. Just right, this was getting old, I want to end it as soon as possible. Redius didn't back down and charged with his clones. You don't have your believers now, how can you kill me? The Radiant Ragnarok mocked, attacking Redius. A god is perfect? A god is complete. We don't need any embellishment, for we are supreme. With a counterattack, the Radiant Ragnarok flew away, stumbling to the ground. Impossible. You were not this strong previously. Humphrey. Ignorant pariah, I'm a god, my strength is without measure. Sweeping his enemy, Redius attacked without stopping, wanting to kill the Radiant God. However, although the Radiant God was shocked, he was still one of the strongest in the 7 Ragnarok. Coming back to his senses, the Radiant Ragnarok began to fight back. Meanwhile, watching the fight, Alabaster couldn't help but itch, charging toward the Juggernaut Ragnarok. How about we continue our fight from last time? Alabaster asked with a smile. Gladly, but you can't run this time. The Juggernaut Ragnarok muttered, brandishing his sword. I won't. Heavenly White Tiger Blood, activate. Chapter 459, Decisive War. To activating his bloodline, Alabaster's aura began to skyrocket. White streaks of light began to surround his body, making him stronger. Heavenly White Tiger Bloodline. This will be fun, the Juggernaut Ragnarok smiled. It is. Feeling his strength, Alabaster felt invincible. Initially, knowing he possessed such a noble bloodline, he didn't care about it. He believed in the strength that he earned, not something given to him by luck. However, as he faced a more powerful and talented enemy, Alabaster felt stupid. If he denied everything because it didn't come from his hard work, then should he also strip his talent away? Should he weaken his naturally strong body? Should he dilute his powerful senses? Everything in this world is destined. Whether we like it or not, we can only work with what we have and hope to make the best of it. Clenching his fist, Alabaster dashed toward the Juggernaut Ragnarok in the blink of an eye. Fast. The Juggernaut Ragnarok commented. Alabaster was like a light, although he could see him, it was only after he moved. He trusted his instinct and moved his sword with his will, blocking Alabaster's attack. Block? I wonder how long you can block. Alabaster laughed like a maniac. He felt his body becoming faster and stronger every second. The longer he fought, the more his bloodline activated. Meanwhile, Phelan and the Shadow Ragnarok descended to the battlefield, fighting like scholars. Your dark spells are exquisite like an abyss, so deep and mysterious. The Shadow Ragnarok commented. You too, your shadow spell is the strongest I've seen. Unfortunately, it's only a part of darkness, Phelan muttered, waving his hand to swallow the Shadow Ragnarok. It may be so, but do you know? Even darkness has the deepest shadow. The Shadow Ragnarok countered Phelan's spell. Then let me see if it's true. It seems that you are enjoying yourselves, Maximus thought, looking at the 3. Being the strongest in the Ethereum realm for billions of epochs, they had long thirsted for a fight where they could give it their all. Maximus also wanted to experience such a fight, where he didn't need to hold back, fighting with wits and will until one of them was defeated. Unfortunately, with his strength, Maximus didn't know when he would meet such an opponent. While he was looking silently at the battlefield, the remaining 4 Ragnaroks quietly surrounded him. Are you the dimensional master of the Ethereum realm? The Crimson Ragnarok asked for confirmation. Yes. Why? Maximus replied, looking at the 4 surrounding him. So we would not kill the wrong target. Attack. With the Crimson Ragnarok signal, The four of them attacked simultaneously. Bang! As the smoke subsided, Maximus reappeared, still as pristine as he ever was. "Is this all you've got? If so, you can die," Maximus muttered, throwing a homing spell at the four of them. When they tried to block his attack, it began to rotate, taking the power of the battlefield and becoming stronger like a tornado swallowing its own kind. Boom! With a devastating explosion, the Tempest, Inferno, and Plague Ragnarok exploded into blood particles. "You survived?" Maximus asked in surprise, seeing the Crimson Ragnarok standing in one piece. Although the attack he released seemed like nothing, it took out all his energy. Furthermore, in this chaotic battlefield, the amplification of his spell should almost reach that of a tier 6 attack. Cough. Cough. "You're indeed strong," the Crimson Ragnarok muttered. Although they suspected that Maximus was a tier 11 powerhouse, they thought they could win in this void battlefield where they were in the same realm. However, looking at the attack that instantly destroyed the 3 Ragnarok clones, he couldn't help but be solemn. "Change plans, we are not his match," the Crimson Ragnarok said, summoning all their clones to overwhelm Maximus. Each of the 4 Ragnarok had millions of clones. Compared with Maximus, who barely had a million clones, they have an advantage in number. With the rule winner takes all appearing on the battlefield, cloning themselves became much easier. They just needed to clone a mortal body. With the energy they receive each time they kill an enemy, their mortal clones could quickly reach the peak of tier 4 realm. Using their large number of clones, they hoped to hold back Maximus until the very end. Crowd tactic? Maximus smiled a little. On this battlefield, he had hundreds of billions of clones scattered all around. He could suppress all these Ragnarok with a wave of his palm if he wanted. Unfortunately, if he did that, the casualties in the Etherium realm would skyrocket. Most of his clones were busy assisting the people of the Etherium realm in the fight. Blocking fatal attacks, taking out powerful enemies, rescuing those who could no longer fight, reinforcing his allies, purifying the malice they accumulated, etc. In terms of quality of strength, the Blood Ragnarok realm heavily suppressed them. If Maximus didn't help, it would be an utter massacre for his people. While he was thinking, the millions of clones of the 4 Ragnarok began to attack him from a distance, wanting to consume his energy. On the battlefield, they all have limited energy. Even if they took top-level potions every second, the recovery rate couldn't catch up to their consumption. "It's useless," Maximus muttered, dissolving their energy with the slightest amount of effort. As long as Maximus knew the spell, he could reverse it, turning it to the most primitive form. Mastering all 161,803 elements, no effective attack could harm him in lower tiers. "Ha, we don't hope to harm you, we only wanted you exhausted," the Crimson Ragnarok sneered. Waving his hand, the Crimson Ragnarok called other billion tier 4 elites on the battlefield, bombarding Maximus into pieces. "They can't interfere in our battle," Maximus smiled, waving his hand to the people behind him. Soon, before the attack of the billions of tier 4 elites hit him, a group emerged from his back, countering their attack. "TSK, more. Since a billion is not enough, a trillion, if not a quadrillion." Soon, with back-to-back attacks, the center of the battlefield became more intense. With Maximus at the center, billions and trillions of people gave it their all to defeat the other side. With blood and energy flying around the battlefield, time passed like a flowing rain. A few months later, Maximus managed to kill all the clones of the 4 Ragnarok. In exchange, there were only thousands of clones that he could freely move on the battlefield. On the other side, Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius were still going all out, fighting with the corresponding Ragnarok. Despite fighting for a few months, they were still vigorous, getting more excited as each of their clones died one by one. Seeing they didn't need help, he turned the thousands of remaining clones to help on the battlefield. Too tragic, Maximus thought, seeing the casualties. After a few months of fighting, the ground and the sky were dyed red. Emitting a dark red aura full of malice, the battlefield looked worse than the abyss, swallowing everything it touched. Despite Maximus's help, the Etherium realm suffered a devastating sextillion of casualties. No matter how many clones he deployed, it didn't have much effect once the number reached a certain degree. In this chaotic battlefield, the help his clones provided was not as much as he thought. Doing his best to keep the people of the Etherium realm safe, the grueling battle continued. A few years later, the fight between Phelan, Alabaster, Redius, and the Ragnaroks came to an end. Losing slightly before all their clones died completely, Maximus came to the rescue and helped. "Thanks," Alabaster said, with his body tattered all over, with arms and a foot severed. "I didn't expect that even with my bloodline, I would still lose," Alabaster muttered, lying on the blood-covered ground. "Humphrey. You're just weak." Redius also lay down in exhaustion, remembering his fight with the Radiant Ragnarok. "If I remember correctly, you did much worse than Alabaster." Phelan jeered on the side. Of the three, Phelan was the closest to winning the fight with the Ragnaroks. With more clones than the Shadow Ragnarok, he grind the enemy, nearly winning in the end. Unfortunately, a pseudo-tier 11 powerhouse was still not something quantity could defeat. Humphrey, the one you fought was a weakling, yet you still didn't win. Redius mocked. Out of the Ragnaroks, the strongest were the Crimson, the Juggernaut, and the Radiant Ragnarok. These three possessed an ultimate physique besides their previous realm. Losing to them was only expected. You three. Stop resting and help me clean up the enemy, Maximus said tiredly. Controlling hundreds of billions of clones to fight simultaneously on the battlefield, his mind already felt numb. If not for wanting the casualties as small as possible, he would have already deactivated most of his clones. Time for the cleanup. Without the Ragnaroks to lead them, it was only a matter of time before they could wipe out the enemy. Let's end this cruel war once and for all. Chapter 460, Helplessness. A few years later. After a grueling cleanup that involved killing septillions of living beings, the battle between the Etherium realm and the Ragnarok realm in the void battlefield finally ended. We won. They muttered numbly, no longer seeing any enemies. When the people of Blood Ragnarok realm realized their leaders had fallen, they knew that everything was over. Without hope, they fell into despair, becoming mad beasts that could be easily defeated. However, with their sheer numbers, even without a mind of their own, it was still a disaster. Just the mass killing aura they generated after being killed nearly drove them insane. With red eyes and a chaotic mind, if not for the calming spell hundreds of billions of Maximus clones madly released, they would already be consumed by such insanity. Maximus, who was overlooking the battlefield, was no different from the rest. His eyes and aura exuded a murderous intent that was hard to erase. Everything Maximus saw seemed red. If not for his powerful consciousness suppressing it, he would have gone mad, killing everyone in sight. The magnitude of his killing was hundreds of billions of times more than the rest. Not going insane was already a miracle. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Maximus ordered an orderly retreat. In such a tragic battle, the Etherium realm lost sextillions of its people. Such a number of casualties was inevitable. No amount of preparation could have lowered it further. The enemy leaders were quickly killed, their morale was down to the bottom, and they were suppressed in skills and preparation. Everything was in favorable condition, the large casualties were merely caused by such a large and long battle. As for the outpost they were building, it was only for defense, not for attack. Determined to wipe out the enemy, they couldn't hide in their turtle shell. Being only tier 4 at maximum, the range of their spells could only reach a few kilometers at most. They could only fight head-on as the battlefield intended. To fight fist for fist, hand for hand, and tooth for tooth. The environment, the rules, and their strength determined that a large casualty was inevitable. As they retreated back to Etherium Outpost, the bloodied land before them suddenly sparkled as it slowly disappeared from their sight. What is that? What's happening? Is the void battlefield closing? It's the dimensional war rules. According to one of the dimensional war rules, once the opposing dimension was defeated, the land they were on would be swallowed by the winning dimension. Once a dimension swallowed 50% of the opposing dimension's land, they could form a void gate to directly invade the enemy. After understanding this, they couldn't help but become more solemn. The land disappearing could only mean more battles were coming. Assuming that the land of Etherium realm and Blood Ragnarok realm was equal, there was only less than 1% of land in the void battlefield. Before they could directly invade the enemy, they needed over 49% of the landmass from the Blood Ragnarok realm. This war is far from over. Meanwhile, Maximus immediately noticed something in the Etherium realm. Cutting off his connection with his clones to avoid being affected by the accumulated murderous intent, Maximus relied on his dimensional master authority to observe the void battlefield. Thus, as soon as something massive changed, Maximus would be the first to know. Seeing half of the void battlefield suddenly descend into the Etherium realm, Maximus was shocked. What is this? Just when Maximus was mulling over the descending piece of land, Etheria suddenly teleported beside him. Host. Etheria said, looking at him as if waiting for a candy. Do whatever you want, Maximus gave permission. As the dimensions will, Etheria should know better what to do with it. Of course, Maximus wouldn't entrust everything to Etheria. While she absorbed the piece of the void battlefield, he used the seal of truth to confirm his hypotheses. Land, resources, treasure, power, soul, and spirit power. Confirming the benefits the Etherium realm would gain after absorbing the piece of the void battlefield. Maximus was a little overjoyed when he saw that it included soul and spirit power. Soul and spirit power is a unique energy only produced by sentient beings. In a dimension, the concentration of soul and spirit power usually determines that dimension's race multitude, diversity, talents, potential, and more. The higher the soul and spirit power, the more likely a powerful person will be born. What excited Maximus the most was that he confirmed that once enough of these soul and spirit powers were absorbed, the shackles of birth would be loosened in the Etherium realm. Maybe I'll have my 14th and 15th children after conquering the Blood Ragnarok realm. Maximus chuckled, easing his feelings. Although he had cut off his connection with his clones, some murderous intent still lingered within him. Because of this, he even went into partial seclusion, not wanting his wives to see his current condition. Thinking of having more children, Maximus couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Lily and the others. Almost 700 years ago, after going to each of their sects, they could only meet in the virtual realm from time to time. At first, they could meet a few times each month, then a few times each year, and now only a few times every 100 years. It had been over 100 years, and they still hadn't contacted him. It seems they are getting busier and busier, Maximus thought. Using the seal of truth, Maximus confirmed that it wasn't that his children didn't want to meet them but that they didn't have the time to do so. I'll meet them after this, Maximus decided. After stabilizing the situation, Maximus planned to go directly to his children's sect dimensions. Although he had the seal of truth to confirm their safety, Maximus needed to see it with his own eyes to be sure. As soon as Etheria absorbed the piece of void battlefield that fell into the Etherium realm, the void battlefield absorbed another wave of land in its 70th year of existence. Knowing what happened, the people of the Ragnarok realm, who had just been transported to the void battlefield, were in despair. Not wanting to be tortured, they decided to take their own lives. Such a tragic battlefield couldn't help but make Maximus sigh. With time fast advancing, the Etherium outpost continued to be built as they waited for the second stage of war. If the first stage were among Tier 1 to Tier 4, the second stage of war would be more tragic. At this stage, the minimum power would be at Tier 5, where Tier 6 and 7 individuals would determine the direction of war. This battle would be of a different magnitude. The void battlefield would no longer be limited to straightforward battles and would have more changes. A few years later, while they were relentlessly preparing in the void battlefield, Etheria finally swallowed the piece of void battlefield into the Etherium realm. With the addition of such a massive land, the Etherium realm couldn't help but shake as if it were undergoing a catastrophe. In the sky, Maximus, Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius watched the phenomenon with glee, marveling at the scene. A fifth continent? They mused. The land that merged with the Etherium realm was almost catching up to the Beast continent in size. This should be a blessed land, Phelan muttered. With the resources absorbed from the Etherium and Blood Ragnarok realm, multiplied by 100 times, this land was a veritable treasure land. From Tier 1 to Tier 10 resources, this treasure land has it all. While they were chattering, they suddenly felt a massive amount of energy drilling through their bodies. Is this the excess energy we couldn't absorb in the void battlefield? They guessed. After reaching the peak Tier 4 realm, the excess power they gathered would be absorbed by the void battlefield. They thought it would be gone forever. They didn't expect it would be fed back to them in Etherium realm. Feeling the power coursing through their bodies, they felt the barrier preventing them from advancing to the Tier 10 realm loosening. Is this the power of the dimensional war rules? They muttered in amazement. It was like a conceptual power that could enhance their realm regardless of dimensional restriction. Soon, a few years later, after fully absorbing the benefits brought by the void battlefield, their realm consecutively advanced to Tier 10. Breakthrough. Maximus couldn't help but feel envious looking at the three undergoing evolutions. After all his killing in the void battlefield, the energy he had gotten merely pushed him past 1% of Tier 9. Meanwhile, looking at the three who quickly broke the dimensional rules of the Etherium realm, Maximus couldn't help but sigh. This is their destiny, Maximus concluded. Without the barrier preventing them from reaching Tier 10 realm, these three might have even reached Tier 11 realm with some luck. Fighting those pseudo-Tier 11 Ragnaroks with ultimate physiques without losing much proved their talent and foundation. Thinking of Malgren, Maximus finally realized he was the only one who still hadn't advanced among them. What an embarrassment of a dimensional master, he muttered. Chapter 461, Simultaneous Resurrection. While watching the three finish their enhancement, Maximus looked around to see what had changed in the Etherium realm. The mana density has increased. With the advancement of the Etherium realm's dimensional tier, the mana density was becoming higher and higher. Compared to over 1,000 years ago, the mana density now was up to 3% higher. It might not seem much, but the Etherium realm could advance to a Tier 10 dimension with a little more push. If the Etherium realm absorbs the entirety of the Blood Ragnarok realm, it will surely advance. The absorption and purification speed has also increased. All this time, Etheria was purifying and absorbing the abyss. Just the abyss was enough to enhance the Etherium realm up to a notch. Unfortunately, because of its corrosive nature, it's hard to absorb. With the power of rules that came with the void battlefield, Etheria had now become a little stronger and more efficient. Is this the soul and spirit origins of the deceased? Maximus suddenly became solemn. In the center of the void battlefield, Maximus saw floating transparent souls made of rules emerging from the land. Sensing the fluctuation of their soul signatures, Maximus noticed that most of them were the people of the Blood Ragnarok realm. Septillions of once sentient living beings. Even though they were the enemy, Maximus couldn't help but feel solemn. You should enter reincarnation and start a new life in the Etherium realm. This time, you will be my people. Maximus muttered, using his dimensional authority to bless them. These souls, after entering the cycle of reincarnation and harmonizing with the origin of the Etherium realm, would be born with more luck and talent. Casting his blessing, over 1,000,000 origin fragments he reserved in the core of the Etherium realm were quickly depleted. Meanwhile, seeing the souls of sextillions of people from the Etherium realm, Maximus was hesitant about what to do. He thought that after being killed in the void battlefield, their soul, spirit, and origin imprints would be gone forever, with the only thing left is their will imprints condensed in his crystallized amalgamation of will. Now that these soul, spirit, and origin imprints returned completely intact in the Etherium realm, Maximus could easily resurrect them. There wasn't even much damage to their origin imprints, as they were only killed by lower-tier beings without the influence of laws. Resurrecting them on the spot would be easy, the only problem was the cost. A vessel that fully harmonizes with the origin imprints is too costly. Should I throw them in the reincarnation pool or resurrect them immediately? Maximus mused. Thinking about it, he finally made up his mind. He had promised to resurrect them once he had enough power and ability. Since he could easily do it now, why should he hesitate? Mobilizing his dimensional authority, Maximus began sending the origin imprints near the places where they had been born. Using hundreds of millions of origin fragments he stored in the core of the Etherium realm, Maximus began recondensing their souls and spirits, with the origin imprints left intact. Afterwards, Maximus condensed their bodies, restoring their appearance, age, talent, potential, everything they previously possessed except for strength. Condensing a mortal body was expensive enough, Maximus didn't want to waste resources to restore them to their previous realms. In one of the cities in the Moonlight Empire, Lagarios, one of the first to die in the void battlefield, looked at his body doubtfully. Am I alive? What is happening? With a chaotic feeling, he looked around at the familiar place. I'm back in the Etherium realm? Could it be that I'm one of those protagonists? Lagarios thought in excitement, remembering the fictional stories he had read before. My injuries are also healed. Despite feeling weak and becoming immortal once again, he felt his body as light as a feather, with mana circulating on its own. While Lagarios contemplated the unprecedented path he was about to forge, he heard a voice calling behind him. Lagarios, is that you? Kevin? You're alive? Ha ha, it's you. I can't believe I'm still alive. Are we in the Etherium realm? Could this be a miracle? This. Hearing his excitement, Lagarios felt both disappointed and relieved at the same time. He was disappointed as he realized he wasn't special and relieved because his friend was also resurrected. Looking around, Lagarios also saw the empty alley began to be filled with people in a daze, unable to believe the situation. It seemed they were also warriors who had just died in the void battlefield. Just as he was about to question what was happening, the Moonlight Empire system automatically bound them. Congratulations on returning to the Etherium realm. You've earned 1,054,182 void credits on the void battlefield. This resurrection cost you 1,000,000 void credits, leaving your balance at 54,182. Please continue your efforts, this I'm resurrected. Understanding his situation, Lagarios finally realized everything was real. From the dimensional war and a cruel void battlefield to his resurrection, everything was as real as it could be. What about those who didn't earn enough void credits? Lagarios questioned, thinking of his friends who died on the first day. They should have earned negative void credits. Kevin chimed in from the side. On his panel, it showed that he owed a whopping -192,000 void credits, diminishing his joy at being resurrected. Ha ha, it's better to be alive. Lagarios comforted. Fighting a desperate battle with the Blood Ragnarok realm, they thought it was their end. Learning they could be resurrected, they felt an unprecedented fighting spirit. If possible, they wanted to return to the void battlefield and have a hearty fight. While they were celebrating such a miraculous resurrection, the appearance of sextillions of people who were supposed to be in the void battlefield caused a stir. Hearing they were resurrected after being killed in the void battlefield, most felt excitement. Since they could be resurrected, wasn't it just like a game? Furthermore, if they could fight and kill more, they could also earn void credits. Unfortunately, their happiness, thinking the war was a mere child's play, was dashed after learning the value of each void credit. A void credit was valued at 1 dimensional coin or 1,000,000 magic crystals. Such wealth was unimaginable for them. If they died without doing anything, 1,000,000 void credits in debt was enough to plunge them into despair. Before they could pay off the void credits they owed, they had no human rights. First, all their income and earnings would be cut by 99%. Second, they had to do 12 hours of labor every day. Third, they weren't allowed to buy any property. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Too many new regulations quickly crushed their dreams. A few years later, after resurrecting sextillions of people who had died in the void battlefield, Maximus felt a little exhausted. This is too much work. I need to implement more death prevention in the future. Maximus felt that fighting was easier than this tiring job. Resurrecting sextillions of people on the spot was no different than directly creating living beings from scratch. Furthermore, looking at the cost, he couldn't help but cringe. 1.3 billion origin fragments. Over the 700 years, the income from the origin library reached a staggering 100 million origin coins annually. After a long time, his balance reached over 30 billion origin coins. 10 billion origin coins were in the core of the Ethereum realm for it to absorb and for emergencies. The remaining 20 billion were stored for various expenses from cultivation resources, ultimate treasures, experiments, leisure, etc. Spending 1.3 billion origin coins at once, despite his frugality over the hundreds of years, made Maximus's heart ache. This is necessary. Maximus comforted himself. With hope, the people of the Ethereum realm could fight more vigorously, ensuring their victory. Knowing they could be resurrected, they would not feel fear and would charge through the enemy regardless of anything. With indomitable spirit, no matter how strong the enemy is, they would never back down. The only problem was the cost. If such casualties continued, Maximus felt that 10 billion origin coins wouldn't be enough. A war that was supposed to be a battlefield of wit and strength had become a battle of money in the blink of an eye. The billions of origin coins he spent were worth more than the Ethereum realm. If Maximus wasn't nostalgic, he could buy a few tier 10 dimensions with 1 billion origin coins alone. Shaking off such depressing thoughts, he focused on the upcoming void auction. It's been almost 1,000 years since the last void auction. A few more years, and it's time to spend money again. Maximus mused, wondering what extraordinary treasures he could buy this time. First, the tier 9 ultimate treasure. Maximus couldn't let go of any of it. Although the world tree could condense such treasure, it took 100 years each. Second is the infinite expansion treasure. There is only some low tier of such treasure in the market, which is not to his satisfaction. Third is some dimensional treasure for the Ethereum realm. He felt Ethereum realm was still too weak and could not keep up with his progress. Fourth is a strong tier 11 slave which he planned to be his guard before going in other dimensions. Thinking of all the things he needed, he felt the billion he spent was nothing. I hope my money is enough. Chapter 462, Lux's progress. A few years later, while Maximus was watching over the Ethereum realm, Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius completed their advancement to tier 10 realm. Congratulations on your advancement, Maximus said, watching the three eagerly test their strength. So, this is the tier 10 realm. Not bad, Redius muttered, secretly showing off. Ha ha, I'm so strong now. How about we spar? Alabaster asked, looking at Maximus with fighting intent. With his current strength, suppressing Maximus shouldn't be a problem, right? Then take this. Maximus muttered, mobilizing the Ethereum realm to suppress Alabaster. Maximus could fight a tier 11 individual with his dimensional authority, much less someone who had just advanced to the tier 10 realm. Arg! Alabaster screamed internally, feeling his insides being displaced as he did his best not to fall. Seeing that Alabaster could no longer hold on, Maximus seized the pressure. You! I said I only wanted to spar, not get beaten up. Furthermore, what's with using your dimensional authority? Are you trying to kill me? Alabaster vented, looking at him with resentment. I overdid it, sorry, Maximus said carelessly. He didn't want to expose his true strength, so he could only teach him a lesson using his dimensional authority. What a jerk. Redius silently muttered. Redius had also wanted to test his strength against Maximus, but after seeing the result, he didn't want to suffer the same fate. After calming down their surging strength, they began to discuss the preparation plan for the upcoming second phase of the war. According to Maximus's deduction, in about 30 years, the second phase of the dimensional war would ensue. By then, it would be a fight between tier 7 or tier 8 individuals, which would be the fiercest stage of war. Besides the high morale and secret preparations that Maximus had made, they discussed various strategies to cope with the enemy. After drafting a rough plan, they looked at the fifth continent before them. This could serve as the base of the Ethereum Alliance. The one we have now is too inadequate, and we can't use the Ethereum Academy for alliance matters, Phelan suggested. The Ethereum Alliance had a base, but because they only used low-level materials, it was worse than even some of the capital cities within their continent. That's good, but what about the land we would gain from the Blood Ragnarok realm? Redius asked. Craving such fertile lands, Redius couldn't help but bring up the topic. If they won and devoured the Blood Ragnarok realm, the Etherium realm should at least double in size. This kind of expansion wouldn't just include chaotic oceans and wastelands but also prairies of land suitable for survival. Hearing this, Phelan and Alabaster also fell into silence as they turned to Maximus. As the Dimensional Master and the nominal leader of the Etherium Alliance, only Maximus could decide such matters. Seeing their looks, Maximus also fell into thought as his mind began to overclock billions of times. Using the Seal of Truth, he deduced path after path, looking for the most perfect plan for the Etherium realm. Finally, after a few minutes, Maximus deduced a perfect solution. How about we make this land unregulated? Without interference from the Apex Sovereigns, we could assign sections where our people would fight for themselves. That's right, Maximus chose the path of war and conquest. Each land they absorbed from the Blood Ragnarok realm would be divided into 3 parts, the Tier 1-3 area, the Tier 4-6 area, and the Tier 7-8 area. Each area could only be entered after reaching the corresponding realm. Ambitious people from their continents could go to these areas to compete for territory, occupying more land for their respective continental leaders. Not only would this be fair for the other 3, but it could also drive them to train their people better and stronger. More importantly, a chaotic place of battles and wars was essential to create a strong dimension. During his deduction, Maximus realized that when he chose a peaceful path, dividing the land based on merit, a few hundred epochs later, the Etherium realm would be weakened by a few notches instead of becoming stronger. Although the population bloomed according to Maximus's expectations, an environment of peace and fairness made the people soft and weak-willed. Most became lazy and dependent, always walking around the rules without any aspiration or hope for progress. This made Maximus realize that a peaceful path would only lead to a corrupt and unmotivated dimension. This should be why the Dimensional Alliance is full of competition and unfairness. Although top families and organizations suppressed the masses, a way was still left for the strong to rise. If they couldn't overcome such obstacles, they could only be exploited, drowning in the ever-flowing river of time. After explaining his reasons and plan for the uncharted land they could devour from the Blood Ragnarok realm, the 3 couldn't help but nod. Indeed, the Etherium realm is too peaceful and systemized, all the paths of progression were basically laid out before them. One just needed to be a little talented and hardworking to achieve a better life. If it's just a short term of a few epochs, nothing would happen. But if this continued for thousands or even millions of epochs, this kind of peace would lead them down a path of self-destruction. Although there is the dimensional war to divert attention, it is not enough to create pressure, especially when Maximus could just revive everyone in the war. After finalizing their plans, they dispersed with their thoughts in mind. Reaching the Tier 10 realm, how could a few hours of testing be enough to satisfy them? Wanting to vent and test their strength, they quickly dispersed. A few years later, seeing everything was still the same, Maximus heaved a sigh of relief. It should continue for over 20 more years. Maximus calculated. 20 years should be enough for him to visit all his children and grandchildren. However, before that, Maximus had a void auction to attend. After preparing everything, he went to the virtual realm, Void Domain. Walking to the void auction, he saw the familiar lively scene, with people from all over the Dimensional Alliance hawking their rare resources before the auction. Seeing it, Maximus felt the stress he had accumulated from the war diminish. Walking to a top restaurant, Maximus waited for his son, Lux. It's been over 700 years since Lux started his business venture in the virtual realm, Central Domain. The million origin coins Maximus gave him had now turned into hundreds of millions of origin coins. Even Maximus was amazed at such growth. Lux didn't have any ultimate treasure to cheat his way, like his dimensional origin library. All his profits and income came from insight and wit, investing in profitable establishments. Lux had become a celebrity even in the Dimensional Alliance, growing to hundreds of millions of origin coins in value. Especially in the Virtual Business Alliance, one of the 3 overlord organizations. Seeing a business prodigy not from their organization, they nearly went ballistic, wanting to do everything to suppress Lux. Hundreds of millions of origin coins earned by Lux meant hundreds of millions of origin coins were lost in their profit. Unfortunately, they were in the central domain of the virtual realm, the base of the Dimensional Alliance in the virtual world. Although prosperous, it is bound by the web of rules formed by all parties of interest. Even an overlord organization wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in such a place. They could only play by the edge of the rules, hoping to drive Lux out of business. However, this only helped Lux become stronger, from his business acumen, sensitivity to the flow of money, ability to deduce trends, read people, etc., evolving to a higher degree. Even his dimensional physique showed signs of evolving toward the ultimate level. If Lux continued steadily advancing on his path, He might forge an ultimate path of his own. Soon enough, Maximus saw Lux entering the room. "Father. Long time no see." Lux greeted with a smile. Although Lux's physical body was in the Etherium realm, his consciousness was too busy with business for them to see each other in the past 100 years. If not for the void auction, Maximus might not even meet this son of his. "Just call me Magnus, I don't want others to know my identity," Maximus explained. Unlike Lux, his money was earned by his alternate identity. As for his real identity, he barely had 1 billion origin coins in his bank. "Oh? It seems father has a more prosperous side business," Lux said in an inquiring tone. Lux knew his father had a casino in the central domain that earned a few million origin coins every year. Lux thought that was already his father's main business, but looking at his alternate identity, it seemed far from the truth. "Haha, don't pry too much, let your father have a few secrets." Maximus sighed, looking at his son. They were becoming better and better, just from a few words, Lux could deduce so much information. This made Maximus wonder how far his other children and grandchildren had improved. Chapter 463, Spending Spree. A few days later, after catching up with Lux, the void auction finally began. Entering one of the VIP rooms, Maximus and Lux took their seats. Otto was still in seclusion, so it was just the two of them bidding this time. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, let's start this auction." The first phase of the auction was the same as it had been 1,000 years ago, selling books of inheritance. Seeing this, Maximus instantly lost interest. Unless it were a tier 12 knowledge, Maximus wouldn't even bat an eye. His dimensional origin library was already amassing massive amounts of knowledge, especially tier 10 and tier 11 knowledge. Maximus already had a complete introductory knowledge of all the origins of laws. Even some tier 11 knowledge about the River of Laws had been collected by Maximus. Although he couldn't understand most of it, selling it could probably earn him billions of origin coins. Unfortunately, it would only bring him trouble once he sold this stolen knowledge. As the auction continued, Maximus and Lux watched idly from the sidelines. In contrast to Maximus's lack of interest, Lux simply didn't have any money. He barely had a few 100 million origin coins. Attending this auction was merely to accumulate some experience. Now, for the next phase of our auction, we have different creatures from our plane of existence. For the first creature, we have a Shadow Elder from the Shadow Realm. A Shadow Elder? Maximus thought with interest as he looked at the dark hazy figure on the platform. The Shadow Realm is a unique place in the Eon Plane. Unlike a living dimension, this dimension is a place blurred between reality and the void. Although it doesn't have a civilization of its own, it's full of unique treasures and was visited by creatures from all over the Eon Plane. A Shadow Elder is a tier 11 monster living in the Shadow Realm. Once tamed, it can hide in its host's shadow, making it a perfect bodyguard. The first bid is 100 million origin coins. Soon, bids began to come in one after another. 110 million. 150 million. 200 million. 300 million. Seeing the price slowly climb, Maximus grew a little nervous. He had just been thinking about buying a bodyguard, and now this Shadow Elder had appeared. It couldn't be more perfect. With a tier 11 bodyguard, as long as he didn't seek death, Maximus could run rampant throughout the Dimensional Alliance. Maximus was only a tier 9, although he could fight with a tier 11 individual, it would attract too much attention. Perhaps the trouble his strength would bring would be more problematic than his enemies. Even Otto, who was stronger than him, had a bodyguard, even in a virtual realm where he couldn't die, so why couldn't he? As the bidding on the Shadow Elder reached billions, it began to slow down. 2.1 billion. 2.3 billion. 2.5 billion. 2.8 billion. As the bidding stopped, the auctioneer began to count down. 3 billion. Knowing it was his chance, Maximus hurriedly placed his bid. Hearing this, Lux looked at him with a shocked expression. Lux wondered if this was really his father or someone impersonating him. Not caring about Lux's reaction, Maximus fought neck and neck with the last bidder, finally winning the Shadow Elder for 3.6 billion origin coins. This is too nerve-wracking. Although he had the seal of truth to probe, manipulate, and fool the last bidder, spending 3.6 billion at once was still tough on his heart. 3.6 billion origin coins were already the income of the Dimensional Origin Library over 30 years. Spending it all at once, Maximus felt like he was slicing his own heart. Father, how much wealth do you have?" Lux couldn't hold back and asked. "Just a few tens of billions," Maximus said nonchalantly, seeing Lux's expression. "This tens of billions?" After hearing his father's words, Lux felt his ears weren't working properly. While the two were trying to calm their nerves, the auction continued. Creature after creature was sold. Maximus also calmed down and bought some talented and unique tier 10 creatures for the Etherium realm. There were even some unique resource creatures that could be farmed for food. Maximus bought a sample of each, from golden pigs, chicken phoenixes, and dark cows to cloud sheep, spending tens of millions of origin coins. 1,000 years ago, Maximus couldn't waste any money on these types of creatures. Now that he had the money, satisfying his appetite was a must. Maximus even bought some plant fairies that could take care and improve various plants and crops. There were also specialized individuals for the Ethereum Academy, builders to supplement the Void Ants, military strategists, powerful healers, and more. Having money, Maximus couldn't help but go on a spending spree. Seeing him spend hundreds of millions of origin coins without stop, Lux was already numb. His father was still his father, even after 1,000 years had passed he was still wealthier than him. Infected by his father's spending spree, Lux also bought some business experts that were up for sale. His business ventures were growing, and getting a few qualified subordinates was necessary. After a few months, with the second phase of the Void auction nearing its end, Maximus had spent over $1 billion on top of the Shadow Elder. Even Lux spent tens of millions of origin coins as if competing with him. With the final auction creature being sold for hundreds of billions of origin coins, the second phase of the auction ended. Now, for the final phase of our auction, we will be selling treasures. Finally, waiting for the final phase of the auction, Maximus geared up. For the first treasure, we have a tier 11 Void Heart Core. Seeing the first item, Maximus could only click his tongue. This was a staple for a strong dimension. Not only could it purify the dimension's energy, but it could also strengthen the energy density and barrier protection. Unfortunately, just like 1,000 years ago, this dimensional treasure quickly shot up to tens of billions of origin coins, eventually selling for 170 billion origin coins. For our next item, it's still a Void Heart Core, but at the tier 10 level. This time, Maximus could finally afford the dimensional treasure and easily bought it for a few 100 million origin coins. Winning the foundational treasure he had wished 1,000 years ago, Maximus felt fulfilled. From helplessness to easily winning the treasure he wanted, this 1,000 years had not been in vain. With this, the Ethereum realm should evolve into a tier 10 dimension in just a few thousand years. Maximus calculated. After passing on a few dimensional treasures he couldn't afford, the tier 9 ultimate treasures finally appeared. In full gear and making sure it wouldn't attract hatred, Maximus bought almost all the tier 9 ultimate treasures being auctioned. This time, Maximus spent 15 billion origin coins and bought over 1,000 tier 9 ultimate treasures. A huge harvest. Maximus thought with a smile. This saved him over 100,000 years of the world tree condensing ultimate treasures. It seems I could advance to tier 10 in less than a million years. Maximus had thought it would take him a few million years to advance to tier 10. Using the money earned by the Dimensional Origin Library, he had shortened it to just a few tens of thousands of years. Clenching his fists, the auction continued. This time, Maximus no longer had any money and could only watch the auction. Spending over 4 billion before and another 15 billion, he had less than $1 billion left in his account. His accumulation for nearly 1,000 years was depleted in a single sitting. He couldn't even buy those tier 9 expandable treasure he planned to buy. Each of them cost billions of origin coins, which was out of his budget. The money he stored in the Ethereum realm was for emergency. Maximus couldn't move it because of his willfulness. With nothing else to do, Maximus and Lux watched the auction boredly. Soon, the last auction item was a tier 11 dimensional barrier, slightly worse than the previous auction. Even then, this sought-after treasure still sold for a few trillion origin coins. I'm still far from being rich. Maximus mused, glancing at Lux, who was also sighing. This auction opened Lux's eyes. Just when he was getting complacent, earning hundreds of millions of origin coins, reality slapped him in the face. The saying that a tier 11 individual only possesses millions of origin coins was like poison, making him comfortable with his achievements. This was obviously spread maliciously, numbing the lower class into being content with what they had. Seeing some figures who were only at tier 10 casually spending hundreds of millions to billions of origin coins, the higher class was grander than he had imagined. Just tread step by step, you shouldn't set your limit to these illusory numbers. There has never been a limit, each path leads to infinity. Maximus advised, seeing Lux's mood. When he first attended the Void auction, Maximus also felt helpless. Seeing trillions of origin coins being spent casually, he realized he was so small, mingling with these giants. Don't worry, father. In the future, I'll give you a few trillion origin coins as your pocket money. Lux vowed. If he couldn't do at least this much, Lux felt he had lived in vain. That's good. I'm looking forward to that day. Chapter 464, Simulated Dimensional Environment. A few months later, in the Ethereum realm, the treasure and creatures Maximus bought from the Void auction were secretly delivered. As Maximus looked at the Shadow Elder slowly emerging before him, he couldn't help but feel the pressure. This was a genuine Tier 11 being. Although the Shadow Elder only had a glimpse over the river of shadows, their sheer strength could crush anyone below them. If not for the temporary control seal provided by the Void Auction, this monster could have ravaged the Etherium realm into pieces. "Come here," Maximus ordered. He needed to initiate the recognition ceremony quickly, or the Shadow Beast might break free from the temporary seal. A few days later, Maximus successfully completed the recognition ceremony, placing the Shadow Elder within his own shadow. Now it's safe, Maximus thought with a smile. With such a powerful bodyguard, Maximus felt he could go anywhere. Looking at the other items he had bought, he quickly arranged them. The farm animals and plant fairies were placed in the private garden behind the castle, and some in the world tree. Those with unique talents and skills were given to Liam to manage. The thousands of Tier 9 ultimate treasures he bought were stored in his storage space. Finally, holding the Void Heart Core, Maximus called Etheria. "Host," Etheria greeted. "You should know what to do with this," Maximus said, tossing her the treasure. "This." Etheria's expression changed as she examined the Void Heart Core, lost in deep thought. Conjuring a thread made of dimensional rules, she merged the two and created a crystal necklace. "Host," Etheria exclaimed, presenting the necklace with both hands. "What do you want me to do?" "Wear it?" Maximus asked, doubtful. Etheria shook her head and looked at him eagerly. "You want me to put it on you?" Etheria quickly nodded, leaving Maximus speechless. "You're a dimensional will, and you want me to pamper you?" Maximus thought, feeling weirded out. Seeing her expectant look, Maximus carefully put the necklace on Etheria with complicated feelings. Soon, the Etherium realm began to change. The sky lit up, congealing and solidifying as the mana began to climb. The power of law and essence of law began to branch out, condensing thousands and thousands of new laws. The faint origin of law also started to solidify, opening paths toward the 10th realm. Feeling the changes in the Etherium realm, Maximus couldn't help but be shocked. A Void Heart Core could simulate the environment of a dimension based on its rank. A Tier 10 Void Heart Core could essentially simulate a Tier 10 dimensional environment. Just when he was excited about spending only a few 100 million origin coins to achieve such a feat, he suddenly noticed the origin fragments he had stored in the core of the Etherium realm being depleted. I knew it. Things that seem too good to be true always have downsides and massive costs. A dimensional treasure that could improve a dimension out of thin air is, without a doubt, something only out of a miracle. Taking out the seal of truth, Maximus quickly deduced how many origin fragments he would have to spend. 1.3 billion. Maximus calculated, feeling lost. Because the Etherium realm was on the verge of advancement, it only cost him over $1 billion to simulate the Tier 10 dimensional environment in advance. Furthermore, besides the 1.3 billion origin fragments expense, after fully congealing the Tier 10 dimensional environment, it would cost another 1 million origin fragments every year to maintain. This is burning money, Maximus thought, reluctant to spend such an amount. However, feeling the changes in the Etherium realm, Maximus compromised, not wanting to stop such change. In just these few minutes of energy surge, he sensed multiple auras on the verge of breaking through to the Tier 9 realm. Since his wives and children advanced to Tier 9 Apex Sovereign, no other being in the Etherium realm had advanced to Tier 9 Apex Sovereign in over 1,000 years. The Etherium realm's laws were already saturated, squeezing the remaining laws to advance was harder than ever. Now, with the laws branching out into over 10,000 laws, the space one could occupy multiplied over 10 times. Soon, the commotion caused by the activation of the Void Heart Core woke everyone in the Etherium realm. Knowing it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they quickly stopped whatever they were doing and absorbed the excess energy from the surge. Even Phelan, Alabaster, and Redius, who had been testing their strength in the virtual realm, came out and felt the changes in the world. Without even asking, the three knew who the instigator of this change was. Feeling the origin of law condense before their eyes, they felt unprecedented relaxation in their bodies. Although advancing to Tier 10 made them stronger, without the support of the Etherium realm, they were like rootless duckweed. It was like having a gun but no bullets. As the Etherium realm simulated the environment of a Tier 10 dimension, they could feel their power flowing more freely and intuitively. Sensing the changes, Maximus calculated that it would take about 100 years before the Etherium realm could fully simulate a Tier 10 dimensional environment. Absorbing over 1 billion origin fragments wasn't easy. Having nothing to do, Maximus left Etheria and returned to his wives. Maximus was about to leave the Etherium realm and visit his children's sex dimension. He estimated his journey would take 10 to 15 years. Not wanting his wives to worry, Maximus said his goodbyes. "You don't need to worry about us, it's important that you visit those children of ours." It's been 100 years, and they haven't even sent us messages. As old mothers, they worried about their children and grandchildren day and night. Not hearing from them for over 100 years put pressure on their hearts. Although Maximus said they were safe and sound, without real-time confirmation, it wasn't enough to calm them down. Don't worry, I'll give them a scolding for you. How dare they forget their parents? Maximus said forcefully, comforting his wives. Maximus also wanted to take his wives with him, but unfortunately, those top sect dimensions weren't just places anyone could visit. Unless one was part of the sect or had a special identity, one couldn't enter their territory. When Maximus completed 161,803 floors in the virtual tower, he was given a special identity, a primordial candidate of Aeon Plane. The benefits that came with such an identity were enormous. First was the allowance. At Tier 9 realm, Maximus was given 1 million origin coins yearly for his training. The higher his tier, the more allowance would be provided by the Dimensional Alliance. Second was universal access to everything in the Dimensional Alliance. Places, training facilities, secret realms, private events, exclusive competitions, etc. As long as it was in the Dimensional Alliance, Maximus was free to go anywhere at any time. All fees and restrictions would be taken care of by the Dimensional Alliance. Third was unrestricted access to knowledge and information. Based on his realm, he could access the corresponding information within the Dimensional Alliance. Unfortunately, it was useless. What Maximus needed was knowledge above his tier. However, this permission was still useful. Secret information across all dimensions could be freely browsed, which was a huge benefit for studying the ways of the Aeon Plane. The fourth benefit was a guard quota. As long as Maximus willed it, he could be assigned a Tier 11 powerhouse mastering at least the River of Law as his guard. This was an unprecedented benefit that would make him truly rampant in the Aeon Plane. Unfortunately, Maximus didn't want an eye watching him all the time. Such power beyond his control was no less than a bomb that could be detonated at any time. Fortunately, one of the benefits of his title was full anonymity except for the 3 overlords and individuals with high authority. No one knew his identity. Thinking of the many more benefits he gained from completing the Tier 9 stage of the virtual tower, Maximus couldn't wait to beat the next stage. Maybe he would gain authority just below the overlord after completing the Tier 10 virtual trial. While he was lost in thought, his wives gave advice one after another, reminding him of what to do when he met their children and grandchildren. Don't worry. After I visit them, I'll make sure to drag them into the virtual world for you to meet. Then you can spank them however you like, Maximus joked. Hearing this, his wives calmed down, excited to meet their children and grandchildren. Go quickly, don't worry about us here, we're already getting bored of seeing you all the time. They joked, urging Maximus to leave quickly. Alright. Maximus sighed helplessly, seeing their expressions. Giving them a final hug and kiss, Maximus instructed his Nexus fairy, Jixie, to open a void portal. Where is the destination, host? Jixie asked. To the Immortal Palace Realm. Chapter 465, Immortal Palace Realm. So, this is the Immortal Palace Realm? In the void station outside the Immortal Palace Realm, Maximus looked outside in amazement. The Immortal Palace Realm was like its name, a dimension shaped like an immortal palace. If the Ethereum Realm was like a blue gem floating in the void, the Immortal Palace Realm was multiple towers made of multiple layers of dimensions. The size of it was too vast to compare. The Ethereum Realm was merely a gem compared to the enormous palace. Host, don't wander too much in the void station, you may accidentally get exiled. The void around the Immortal Palace Realm is unforgiving, Jixie warned, noticing Maximus inching closer to the edge of the void station. The void station is a bubble dimension, a relay station to enter the Immortal Palace Realm. Even with Maximus's identity, he couldn't directly teleport inside the Immortal Palace Realm. If Jixie directly opened a void teleportation inside, they would be bombarded until there was nothing left. Even a Tier 11 powerhouse who mastered the Ocean of Law wouldn't dare commit such a disrespectful act. Soon, it was Maximus's turn to register. Filling out a bunch of information, the personnel in charge couldn't help but look at Maximus curiously. Is that a male human? It seems so. How could a male creature be allowed to visit the Immortal Palace Realm? Maybe he had a high status? No, look at his strength. He is merely a Tier 9 powerhouse. Unless he's on the same standing as the sex-immortal seedling, there's no way he would be allowed inside our realm. Then he must be a special talent hired by the Immortal Palace sect. The Immortal Palace Realm is home to the most numerous females in the Dimensional Alliance. Male creatures, whether of the lowest status, from a chicken to the most prodigious race, are rarely found in the dimension. To maintain the purity of the place, all male creatures, regardless of status, are excluded from the Immortal Palace Realm. The only instance of a male appearing in the Ethereum Realm was when the Immortal Palace Realm recruited special talents for its needs. From array masters, alchemists, rune inscriptionists, virtual programmers, forging masters, mechanists, etc. There were also rough jobs like cleaning, mining, construction, maintenance, etc. Although the Immortal Palace sect preferred to hire neutral or female creatures, sometimes it wasn't enough. After filling out the application form, Maximus quickly headed to the main teleportation portal, unable to withstand the curious stares he was receiving. Immortal Palace Realm, bottom layer. Looking at the paradise-like place, Maximus was amazed. It's more beautiful inside. Maximus muttered, thinking of bringing his wives here some other time. Just as he was admiring the beauty of the place, he felt a suppressive force making him uncomfortable. It's the difference in dimensional attitude, host. You should self-regulate your body to calm down, Jixi reminded. I know, you don't have to tell me. Maximus frowned. Because his origin was bound to another dimension, traveling to another was like an alien going to another planet. Without special suits and apparatus, one would be suppressed or even die under the pressure. The mana and laws would treat you like a foreigner, excluding and repelling you. This is also why only those who reached Tier 10 realm and mastered the origin of law could freely travel to other dimensions. Although at Tier 9, the essence of law was self-regulating and wouldn't be absorbed back by the dimension, it wasn't self-generating. The law needed to reach the level of origin to generate on its own, regardless of the place one was in. Even if one was in the deepest void with a barren environment without energy or laws, having even a bit of the origin of law could sustain them perpetually. Mobilizing the world tree, Maximus propped up a mini-dimensional barrier to repel the suppressive force. How much better? Although the suppressive force couldn't harm him, it was still uncomfortable. It seemed he could only bring his wives here after they reached the Tier 10 realm. Even with protective measures, they wouldn't appreciate the scenery if they were constantly bombarded by this force. I can use my power just fine, Maximus thought, testing his abilities. Even without the self-generation of the origin of law, his mana, power of law, and essence of law still flowed freely. His special physique had reached Tier 11 rank, capable of providing him energy up to the essence of law. Even if the Immortal Palace realm tried to deplete him of energy, it wouldn't work. Feeling refreshed and light, he walked around to explore the area. Around him was a plaza full of different species of women, busy with their tasks. Even so, upon seeing Maximus, they couldn't help but chatter among themselves as if seeing a special species of monkey. Feeling uncomfortable with their stares, Maximus put up an invisibility barrier. As for transforming himself into a woman, Maximus would never. Maximus would be embarrassed to death if his daughters saw him in such a form. Time passed as Maximus aimlessly wandered around, asking for news about 9 Valkyries. Over 100 years ago, his daughter told him they had become known as the 9 Valkyries in the Immortal Palace realm. Using their title to ask around, Maximus hoped one of these people had heard of them. Unfortunately, most people around have never heard of such a title. With the vastness of the Immortal Palace realm, it's understandable that such a title still hadn't spread in this place. Do you know where my daughter and granddaughter are? Maximus asked, frustrated by the lack of information. Host, we're in the lower part of the Immortal Palace realm. The people here are ignorant about general information of the sect, Jixi reminded. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The truth seal was suppressed in this Tier 12 dimension. Unlike his systemized ultimate treasure that could operate without power, the truth seal relied mainly on his strength. With his Tier 9 strength, using the truth seal in a Tier 12 dimension was like a child stealing information from the most secure bank. The only reason he could use the truth seal without any problem was because of his dimensional authority, and most of what he deduced were open secrets, not guarded by any security measures. Like the laws and knowledge, although hard to deduce, they were freely flowing throughout their plane of existence. I just realized we're in the lower realm, even my power is suppressed here, Jixi muttered with a pout, hearing Maximus's reprimanding. As an omnipotent Tier 11 Nexus fairy, who could see the entire Ethereum realm like flipping a book, Jixi felt down, like a wilted plant in this dimension. A Tier 12 dimension is indeed different, Maximus comforted her, noticing Jixi's expression. As one of the top dimensions in their plane of existence, even a god had to bow down here. How do we get to a higher floor in this place? There should be a dimensional teleportation array in the middle of this dimensional floor, Jixi concluded. I see. Looking at the infinite expanse of land, Maximus headed to the nearest teleportation array. Personal teleportation was banned in this place, even his domain, which spanned a few thousand light-years in radius, had shrunk to just a few thousand kilometers. After going through multiple teleportation arrays and enduring the looks from the witches of different species, Maximus finally arrived at the dimensional teleportation array. However, as he approached, Maximus was stopped. Please show an identification pass before proceeding, they said, looking at him menacingly. Oh, Maximus nodded as he scanned the billions and trillions of different passes in his storage space. Besides the universal pass he could use anywhere, Maximus also had individual passes in case he didn't want his identity to be known. As long as it was under the jurisdiction of the Dimensional Alliance, Maximus had a pass for every institution. Even different identity cards, available only to those of special status in the Ethereum realm, had a replica pass. From membership cards, guild identity plates, special profession cards, VIP cards, etc. Maximus felt that if the Vault of the Moonlight Empire required a pass, the Dimensional Alliance could even replicate it. With the help of his system, Maximus quickly found a specific pass for the Immortal Palace Realm's Dimensional Teleportation Array. Looking at the ordinary and VIP passes, Maximus chose the latter without hesitation. Seeing the dazzling identity card in Maximus's hand, the female guards who stopped him hurriedly apologized and led him to the Dimensional Teleportation Array with full respect. "Please excuse our rudeness, we didn't know your status, Excellency." "It's okay, it doesn't matter," Maximus said, not taking it to heart. After clearing up the confusion, they asked him which dimensional floor he would like to go to. Hearing this, Maximus frowned. "Have you heard of the 9 Valkyries? Where could I meet them?" "The 9 Valkyries?" the guard muttered, seemingly remembering the top figures who rose like rockets in just a few hundred years. "You know them?" Maximus asked excitedly, seeing their expression. "Of course, who wouldn't know the 9 Valkyries?" Chapter 466, High Profile Act. The 9 Valkyries were recruited by the Immortal Palace sect over 700 years ago. When they first arrived, they were just like the rest of the regular disciples recruited by the sect. Undergoing the baptism of the sect's origin, receiving the sect's knowledge inheritance, being granted the sect's treasures and resources, solidified their foundations, and more. However, as they competed with the other sect disciples, things started to change. The 9 Valkyries began to show their fangs, defeating opponents one after another, completing trial after trial, and submitting perfect task time after time. They were unstoppable. In just 100 years of displaying their unprecedented prowess, the title 9 Valkyries resounded throughout the Immortal Palace realm. Thinking of all the achievements of the 9 Valkyries, the guards looked at Maximus as if they understood his intention. The 9 Valkyries just finished a 100-year trial. They should be undergoing a commendation ceremony in the upper level of the Grand Hall domain. A 100-year trial? Hearing this, Maximus frowned slightly. A 100-year trial is a general term for hell-level trials to become a core disciple of the sect, they patiently explained, thinking of Maximus's high status. "Core disciple? I see," Maximus replied. After gathering more information, Maximus quickly went to the center of the Dimensional Teleportation Array. Soon after setting the coordinates, the Dimensional Teleportation Array lit up, taking Maximus to the Grand Hall domain. Grand Hall domain, the area was full of people chattering among themselves as they looked at the colossal in front of them. "It's them," Maximus muttered, seeing his daughter and granddaughter strolling on to the podium. Maximus took out a VIP guest card and flew to the podium as if making up his mind. The VIP guest card seemed to be an ultimate deterrent weapon. Despite being male and of unknown origin, no one stopped him as he flew to the podium. Finding a better view, Maximus sat in one of the stands, looking at his daughter and granddaughter with a smile. While Maximus watched leisurely, the sect elders beside him looked on in shock. "Who is this? Are they one of your relatives? This is a solemn ceremony," one of the elders warned, thinking Maximus had sneaked in to see the beauties of the 9 Valkyries. Since they had become famous, male creatures of high status had traveled all through the Immortal Palace realm to catch a glimpse of their beauty. "No, look at his identity pass. It's different from the ones we usually give," one of the elders noticed. "Huh? The fluctuation of the Dimensional Alliance law of casualty? Who is he?" Seeing the hidden mark of the Dimensional Alliance, they couldn't help but be shocked. Although the Immortal Palace sect was a part of the Dimensional Alliance, the management of the Alliance was different altogether. Without enough status, they couldn't know the inner workings of the Alliance. Furthermore, do you feel that aura? A Tier 11 Shadow Elder? As elders of the top sect, they were at the minimum of the Tier 11 realm. Spotting an individual with the same strength was not a problem. Sensing the Shadow Elder, another veil of mystery seemed to wrap around Maximus. A Tier 9 individual with a Tier 11 elite creature as a guardian? Even their immortal seedlings were nothing compared to that. Their immortal seedlings were the most talented individuals of the sect, possessing a minimum of a supreme grade ultimate physique. They were the embodiment of invincibility. To protect them from harm, they were usually guarded by a Tier 11 elder proficient in combat. Seeing Maximus was the same, they couldn't help but guess which sect Maximus belonged to. Looking at the reaction of the elders beside him, Maximus secretly sighed in relief. Maximus wouldn't usually act so high profile. However, for the sake of his children and grandchildren, he needed to do this to add a layer of protection. In a sect, disciples not only competed with talents and skills but also with backgrounds. Those with low backgrounds and insufficient talent could be bullied or excluded by the sect. Maximus didn't know how much hardships his children and grandchildren had endured to reach this state with their pitiful backgrounds. A being from a Tier 9 dimension, no matter how talented, would eventually be coerced or subdued by someone of higher background sooner or later. If not for the reputation of the Immortal Palace sect being protective of their disciples, Lily and the others might have already been coerced because of their potential. Such a talented specimen was a perfect cauldron or slave to possess. Even at the risk of exposing a bit of his status, Maximus was willing to suffer. The identity pass he carried was equivalent to that of the immortal seedling of the sect or a potential sect inheritor. Thus, unless the Immortal Palace sect wanted to be the enemy of a potential sect master, Lily and the others would have a smooth journey within the sect. While the elders had different thoughts, Lily and the others finally noticed Maximus. Father. Grandfather. Hearing this, the elders on the stand were shocked again. Just who is this man? He's a relative of the 9 Valkyries? Seeing that Maximus was only in the Tier 9 realm, yet possessing various prestigious identities, they felt like they were dreaming. Not caring about their thoughts, Maximus smiled, waving for them to finish the ceremony before anything else. In excitement and surprise, Lily and the others quickly completed the commendation ceremony as they were promoted to core disciples. In the sect's private courtyard, Maximus domineeringly occupied the space, inviting his daughter and granddaughter as if it were his territory. Wow, how did you manage to occupy this, grandfather? This is one of the sect's private courtyards. Leela asked in shock. As a sect's private courtyard, the atmosphere and energy environment of the place were worthy of one of the 9 top sects. It was equipped with a dimensional magnifier, projecting the river of laws across the Eon plane. Maximus even saw the virtual projection of the river of knowledge. As for the origin of laws, they were condensed into solid manifestations. Whether it was the lake, the rocks, the trees, the flowers, or the birds, everything was made of solid origin of law. He felt that if he trained here, his progress would be millions, if not billions of times faster. After having enough fun exploring the place, they sat down as the girls talked about their experiences over the years. Arriving in an unfamiliar place, they were uncomfortable for a while, especially since the dimensional attitude of the place was different from the Etherium realm. Fortunately, their introducer, Alexandra, was quite nice. Taking care of them all the way, they felt welcomed and at home. However, upon facing other sect disciples, they felt pressure. They were just somewhat talented individuals from a Tier 9 dimension. Despite the baptism of the sect, which equalized their standing with the rest, they still felt inferior and weak. Fortunately, the training their father had put them through was not for nothing. Although subtle, no matter their situation, they could always find a solution. Whether it was their thinking abilities, skills, comprehension, or overall capabilities, everything in them seemed molded to overcome any challenge. This marked the beginning of their rise, the rise of the 9 Valkyries. Hearing their story, Maximus couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. His transcendent parenting and training knowledge had paid off. Although lacking in some specific aspects, Maximus ensured to ingrain basic survival instincts in every member of his family. Even if they were thrown into a chaotic world, without power and alone, they could thrive just by relying on themselves. As they shared their experiences over the years, Maximus tried to gauge their power level. Peak Tier 9 realm with tens of millions in magnitude of power? Maximus thought in shock. 100 million is the bearing capacity of the essence of law. Unless they performed a destructive secret technique, disregarding their foundation's destruction, this power magnitude could not be surpassed. Seeing that they possessed tens of millions in magnitude of power, surpassing even Sky and Lilith, Maximus thought he was hallucinating. Just how deep is the foundation of this sect that even a core disciple had the power of this caliber? If they continued to progress and solidify their foundation, they might reach the peak of the essence of law's bearing capacity, forming a perfect foundation. How could you be this strong? Maximus couldn't help but ask. Ha ha ha, you finally noticed, father. Lila laughed, wanting to show off their power. However, remembering that their father possessed hundreds of millions in magnitude of power, they felt helpless. It's thanks to the Immortal Palace sect. Besides helping us harmonize our physique to peak dimensional level, they also provided us with a foundational manual with 161,800 elements and laws. After hundreds of years of training and absorbing Calamity of power as rewards for the tasks we completed, we were able to attain our current strength, Lily explained. Top sects are indeed different. Maximus sighed. Chapter 467, Most Beautiful Creature. As they discussed their experiences, Asha couldn't help but murmur his dissatisfaction. Father, you had to avenge us. We nearly died in the 100-year trial because someone were bullying us. Asha held his hand, acting pitifully. What? Who dared to bully you? It was one of the direct disciples. Because we didn't want to be her followers, she was harassing us. Because of this, Sister Lily decided that we take on the 100-year trial to become core disciples, Asha explained. The others also looked aggrieved. Although they had successfully completed the 100-year trial, they had suffered and nearly died in the process. If not for this so-called direct disciple, they would have remained dormant in the Immortal Palace sect for a few thousand years before attempting the 100-year trial. If they had perfect foundations, possessing 100 million magnitude of power, how easy would it have been to complete such a trial? Unfortunately, a regular disciple couldn't match the status of a direct disciple. Even though they couldn't openly violate the sect's rules, their status still gave them the power to openly bully them. Thinking that something would happen to them sooner or later, Lily decided they should take the core disciple trial after some consideration. Although a direct disciple was still higher in standing than a core disciple still had a status that they couldn't touch. With their current status, unless it was the sect leader, even an elder couldn't order them around. Is that so? Maximus frowned, thinking of how to make these kinds of scums regret what they had done. If not for the cleverness and ability of these girls, they might have suffered a catastrophe. While Maximus was deep in thought, a woman barged into the courtyard. Sensing her strength, Maximus quickly became alert. A Tier 11 individual mastering the River of Law. This was on another level than a regular Tier 11 powerhouse. Teacher Alexandra, you're here. Lily and the others greeted the woman. I am here to congratulate you on becoming core disciples. I didn't expect you to progress this fast, Alexandra said sincerely. As their introducer, Alexandra couldn't help but feel emotional, like seeing her crop bloom overnight. It's because of your help, teacher, otherwise, we couldn't even take the trial, Lily thanked her. That's right. Without teacher Alexandra, we might still be regular disciples. Ha ha ha, it's because you kids are talented. Seeing their gratitude, Alexandra couldn't help but be happy. Turning her attention to Maximus, Alexandra grew serious. Is this your father? I'm sorry I haven't introduced myself. I'm Maximus Shadowcrest, the father and grandfather of these girls, Maximus said, neither humble nor arrogant. Although the woman before him mastered a river of law, Maximus had to maintain some bearing to uphold the status he was portraying. Maximus? How did you get that guest pass? Where is it from? Alexandra questioned. Does it matter? Maximus didn't answer directly and just smiled. It doesn't matter to me, but the Immortal Palace sect master wants to meet with you, Alexandra smiled back. Maximus' guest pass signified that he was an inheritor of one of the top sects, families, or even one of the overlords. Although she could crush Maximus with just the tip of her finger, it would cause chaos in the Eon plane. Want to meet me? Maximus frowned, feeling uneasy. If he faced Alexandra, he could still escape, but facing the sect master, who was probably a master of the Ocean of Law, Maximus could only wait for death. When will we meet? Maximus asked as if ready to face death. If he didn't want to implicate his daughters and granddaughters, Maximus had to meet this mysterious sect leader. This was the consequence of being high profile, he had to face danger head-on. Now. The sect leader awaits you in the Immortal Palace primordial domain. Alexandra said, waving her hand and teleporting them to the place. Looking at the now empty courtyard, Lily and the others looked at each other. Is father in danger? Lydia asked nervously. Father should be alright. He must be fine. Lily said, though she was not entirely confident. Maybe grandfather will even seduce the sect leader. Leela joked. What are you thinking with your head? Be serious. Asha said, smacking Leela on the head. Hee, who knows? Immortal Palace primordial domain, looking at the misty, immortal-looking place, Maximus felt like he had ascended to a fairyland. In the middle was a small pavilion where a woman leisurely appreciated the scenery. Seeing the woman, Maximus felt mesmerized, his heartbeat regaining its long-lost vigor. He seemed to have seen the most beautiful thing in his life. Even the fairy-like atmosphere paled in comparison, as if an immortal had descended into the mortal world. How is it? Beautiful, right? Alexandra chuckled, seeing his dazed expression. The Immortal Palace sect leader, Iris, was hailed as the most beautiful creature in the Eon plane. Whether male, female, race, or state, no one had been more beautiful than Iris since she was born. According to legend, when Iris was born, another color lit up on the Eon plane. Alexandra, stop flattering me and bring the guest to sit, Iris said plainly. However, in Maximus' ears, it seemed like a heavenly voice, making him dizzy. This is an illusion. A seduction technique. Or an aura possessed by those who mastered the Ocean of Law. Maximus repeatedly reminded himself. He knew his priorities, this woman might kill him instantly if he showed any discourtesy. Nice to meet you. I'm Maximus Shadowcrest, here to visit my family in your sect. Calming his heart, he turned to the immortal sect leader and slightly bowed. Don't be so formal, come sit, Iris said lightly as if she were a normal person entertaining guest. Maximus nodded and sat opposite the woman. I'm Iris, the sect leader of the Immortal Palace sect. I have heard about what happened to your daughters and granddaughters. As the sect leader, it was my oversight that caused such bullying. For that, I sincerely apologize. Iris apologized sincerely. Although she wanted to turn the immortal sect into a pure land for women like herself to have a home, she also had a path to pursue and couldn't micromanage the sect all the time. It's fine. Nothing bad happened, instead, it made them stronger both physically and mentally. For this, I have to thank Elder Alexandra for her help. I only wish that such a thing does not happen again. Although angry, Maximus couldn't blame those not involved in the situation. Don't worry, I will impose punishment on the individuals involved in this case. Iris said lightly. Thank you. Now that that's out of the way, can you tell me more about yourself? Iris asked in an unquestionable tone. This time, Maximus couldn't escape any longer. He felt that as soon as he lied or made something up, he would be killed instantly. Maximus couldn't understand why he felt this way in front of such a gentlewoman who was even willing to apologize for a mistake she didn't make. Could it be because of the difference in power? Maximus thought but quickly dismissed it. Although he didn't feel any killing intent, every part of his body seemed to be screaming in danger. Finally, after deliberation, he nodded, ready to reveal his identity. Passing the Tier 9 virtual trial was not a secret matter. Besides, the overlords and top officials of the Dimensional Alliance knew his identity. What's the problem with one more person knowing? I can, but... Maximus nodded at Iris' question and then turned to Alexandra. Understanding his meaning, Iris waved her hand to Alexandra. Leave us be. This gentleman and I have something to talk about. Yes, Sect Master. Although curious, Alexandra hurriedly bowed and left. Now, can you tell me who you really are? Iris asked, squinting her eyes. She knew all the successors of the 3 overlords, sects, and families. Even the most secretive ones were on her list, but she had never heard of this man. From what she could tell, he was undoubtedly from a Tier 9 dimension. However, possessing an ultimate physique and perfect foundation, even surpassing that of the immortal seedlings of the sect, Iris couldn't help but be curious. All that I have said is true. The reason I was able to obtain such an identity was because I passed the 161,803rd floor of the Tier 9 virtual trial. You passed that trial? Iris' eyes widened in disbelief. Since the Dimensional Alliance conceived the virtual trial, no one had ever passed it. Even they, the Almighty, who mastered the power of the Ocean of Law, couldn't pass the trial after suppressing their strength. They either stopped at the 161,801st floor or at the 161,802nd floor. Some even mocked the Dimensional Alliance for wasting manpower and resources to build a tower that no one could ever pass. Hearing that Maximus had passed such an impossible trial, Iris felt her worldview shatter. Chapter 468, Ashura Realm. Showing her the dimensional jade pass he had obtained from the virtual trial, Iris finally believed him. There was no way one could forge this dimensional jade pass, as it was made from concentrated conceptual power unique to the Dimensional Alliance. Only those who had mastered the Ocean of Law and held some status in the Dimensional Alliance, like her, could possess this pass. Thinking of this, Iris looked at Maximus with unabashed interest. Seeing such a beautiful woman staring at him intently, Maximus felt uncomfortable. Do you want to join the Immortal Palace sect? Iris asked, calming herself down. Although the Immortal Palace sect typically didn't allow men to enter, Iris was willing to make an exception. With Maximus's talent, reaching the peak of the Tier 11 realm and becoming a master of the Ocean of Law was just a matter of time. As for reaching the Overlord Tier 12 realm, Maximus also had a great chance. After all, even they hadn't passed such an impossible trial. If Maximus could turn the impossible into possible, he could also reach the peak of the Eon Plane. I don't want to join any organization, Maximus lightly shook his head. He didn't want to be bound by the rules and prohibitions of a sect, plus it might become another source of his trouble.